Oh, I love committing OSHA violations. Oh, hey there, I didn't see you come in. A while ago, I finished my ATM 10 to the Sky Sieveless series, and today I've decided to cut it down and make it one full-length movie for your viewing pleasure. I've kept in those goofy, sweet animations that you all know and love, whilst cutting out a little bit of that yap to make this one a seamless experience. So whether you're looking for some modded Minecraft background noise, some second monitor content, or just need a new series to binge watch, this video, or should I say movie, has got you covered. So sit back, relax, and let's listen to that Sieveless jingle another time.
I'm playing all the mods 10 to the sky, but there's a catch. I can't use sieves. In fact, I've created my own mod which completely prevents you from using a sieve. Sieves are used to get a start on basically any of your resources, ores, metals, saplings, etc. It's probably the most important thing in a skyblock, and without it, you can't complete the ATM Star. Or can you? I've set out to try and complete this pack once and for all without using a sieve, and it's gonna involve obscure mechanics, weird grinds, and a completely different way of playing. I've found alternative methods to get every single thing required for the ATM Star recipe except for 2 items, and you might be racking your brain right now trying to think of what they are, so I'll get back to that very soon. But first, we need to make our starting island. Welcome to all the mods 10 to the sky, Sieveless. We've spawned into the main hub world, and we'll come up with an auto-generated name that is just impronounceable. No tarmac. Right, there we go. That's our starting name, and we're going for the default template, and it's looking pretty comfortable. The very start of the pack looks exactly the same as regular all the mods 10 to the skies. Chop trees, get wood. So placing down a sapling and twerking by holding shift or whatever you're using to crouch will actually grow the tree quicker. Try that out if you're struggling for resources. The next step was to expand the island. I went with the default island because of it being a blank canvas. The first protocol is to get ourselves some cobblestone. So we're going to have to shift right click the ground a few times. I sat here using one of the tips I showed in the last tips and tricks video, where you change your controls to a keyboard key and then just hold the button down. This way you're able to generate an absolute ton of pebbles. That should be good enough. Hey, we got loads. Right, okay, and if I use Shift K, it's going to convert it all into the block form. And I'll do this for every single one of the items. Perfecto. Right, let's whack all that in a chest. We've got a good start on cobblestone already. We've got 3 stacks. That's fantastic. And then I just continued expanding the island using cobblestone slabs because these ones aren't flammable. And not that we're doing anything flammable, but I thought, hey, better to be safe than sorry. Okay, sick. So we've got a little bit more of space now. That'll be good to start off with some of the quests. So let's go through them. Chapter 1, starting out. Right, okay, what can we start with? Well, let's get some torches and steak. I thought that my best bet would be to just go through the Chapter 1 starting quests, mostly starting with the oak barrels and getting that stuff done. I'd crafted a furnace using some of the cobblestone that we got, but at this point I noticed the sun starting to set. Maybe it's worth getting some of the silkworm stuff so we can make a bed. But I don't think luck was on my side, as I didn't get one and it turned to dark almost instantly. Damn, what a lovely view, and I'm here just planting trees, trying to get some silkworms. Yes, we got our first silkworm. That took absolutely ages, but we've got it now. That means we can get more easily. So what I'll do, I'll place a couple like this. We'll scatter these out. Just try and maximize the amount of leaf area, and then I will place one of the silkworms down here. So that means we're going to have this whole area convert to silkworm-infested leaves. Right, in the meantime, what am I doing? I am doing the quest. So what were those 2 items I spoke about earlier? Well, I've been brainstorming with a guy on Discord called Codename Cat, who's been playing ATM 10 Sieveless for basically since its release, and he had told me that it was impossible to get all the modium, one of the core ingredients used all over the ATM Star and other ATM recipes. But if we had access to just 2 blocks of the stuff, we could make a bee which could produce infinite all the modium. The hope was lost. I started creating some wacky ideas on how I could create a mod that allowed for it to be created, but on the 14th of September, I woke up to this message. Tucked away in a patch note of version 1.4 was the Apothic Enchanting quests. They had added a quest to obtain the Sigil of Supremacy from Apotheosis, and if you did get it, you received 4 all the modium blocks. Sure, it's hard and it's endgame, but for now, the problem was solved, or so I thought. Yesterday, I found out the news that there was one item that is just not possible to get, and it's a vanilla item with no recipe, no marketplace trades, and no valid way to get it that I can see, and that is the rose bush. It's used for the witherless rose, which is required for the ATM Star. And so I guess that's it. No. Right, hold on. Whilst editing this video, Codename Cat came back and found that there's a possible way of getting roses. Using the tablet of flowering from Ars Nouveau, you can generate a ton of flowers in an area. And one of those flowers is, you guessed it, rose bushes. So scrap what I said. As far as I know, the ATM Star is now completely possible in version 1.4. And I don't think we're going to need to modify anything in this pack because we should be able to do it completely unmodified. If you're enjoying the video and want to see me complete this journey, please make sure that you like and subscribe to tell me that you're enjoying it. I made a stone hammer and then combined 9 of them to make a compressed stone hammer. We'll then make a compressed hammer. Fantastic. This will be our pickaxe for the remainder. The best part is that K thing still works with compressing things like gravel as well. So if I press K over gravel, it turns that into 1x gravel. I can then use my compressed hammer to turn it into sand 1x's and get sand straight out of it. We don't need much glass. I'm going to get 8 of it, hopefully, and that should do us for a little while whilst this is all infesting. Claim some more of our rewards. What do we get? Hey, and we get the compressed iron hammer as well. That's fantastic. I realized we didn't have a source of water, so my first port of call was to make an oak crucible and then fill it up with our leaves, which would now generate water. Whilst that's cooking away, I will use some more for this oak crucible as well, and we should be able to get 2 buckets of water quite quickly. And how are you cooking along? I think we've got fully infested leaves now. Let me just quickly check on this side. Yeah, we do. Right, okay, so now that they're infested, get your crook out again, and it has to be your crook. And then if you just alter mine that, you'll get string. You should get some silkworms back as well, which I did. 3, fantastic. And we'll craft ourselves a bed using the string to make wool, and then the wool to make a bed. Plonk that down, and we'll sleep. So now we can sleep through the night. Fantastic. We're not going to get phantoms. Yes, the bane of my existence, the sieve quest. We're going to skip this completely. I don't think I even need to craft any of this to get to chapter 2, so we'll ignore it for now. I knew that I'd need a little bit more of the leaves to make more water, so I broke down some of our gravel, turned it into flint, made some flint shears, and then chopped down another tree. I got all the rewards from our previous quests, but then I had a little bit of a problem to do with bucketing water from the oak crucible to a barrel. Bucket that somehow into there? No. Ooh, okay. How am I going to get the water into this? It's a bit annoying. Oh yeah, I can use bowls, can't I? Bowls? Does that work? If I get a bowl of water? If I go into the quests, go into Head Start and accept this, I get a bunch of items, one of them being this lava bucket. I can pop away everything else for now, but I need this bucket. I'm going to place the bucket in this corner over here, so we've just got that kept there. And that should allow me to bring the water over to here. Right, okay, now we can continue on. And I swear, when I tell you that I was right-clicking the ground for over 5 minutes, I'm not kidding. Load more cobblestone. Right, fantastic. Let's convert that into more gravel. There we go. Now we've got ourselves the dust. We'll combine it and combine it into a 2x. Now, if I whack that onto the oak barrel, I will get clay straight out of it. Fantastic. Clay 2x. That changed from my tips and tricks video, because in tips and tricks, I only showed off that you could use sand to clay, but clearly they've updated it and fixed the recipe. So I was trying to make porcelain clay. Porcelain clay is used for the crucible and for the buckets, and for that we needed bone meal, which means that I have to start making somewhat of a start on a mob farm. The mob farm wasn't advanced or anything. It was literally just me building out 25 blocks with cobblestone slabs. I then expanded the island using the stickiest stick to a somewhat reasonable area. There was no sort of actual calculations during this. Got a little idea. If I put a trapdoor here, what should happen is I can then control where the mob's going to come in and out. Put a trapdoor there, and then I'll put a trapdoor here. And so if any mob tries to cross over this gap, they'll fall through. And you can see we're already getting mob spawns, so that's fantastic. Check that the trapdoors are working. They should just fall through straight to their death. Right, perfect. Cool. So next I needed to kill a bunch of skeletons. But I had this really strange, weird idea to do with boats that ended up biting me in the bum, but here it is anyway. Right, I've got a couple of ideas. What I'm going to do is I'm going to place some boats down. Hopefully what should happen is that they will spawn inside the boat, instantly get picked up by the boat, and that makes, obviously, the mob harvesting a lot easier. We'll see if it has much of an effect. Spoiler alert, it didn't. But to be fair to myself, it was actually quite useful for something a little bit later on, but I don't want to spoil anything. Right, okay, first skeleton. He's going to jump straight over the edge, so I've got to be really careful here. I really hope he goes into a boat and not falls over. Okay, right. We're going to put this back up. I found this quest, which gave me every single vanilla sapling, which is, I don't know, fantastic, to be honest, for building materials. And then just completed some of the rest of the quests, until we had our first proper visitor. Whoa, okay, first zombie. He's pretty equipped for this, which is a bit daunting. But nothing we can't handle, fantastic. What the heck? We got 5 zombies. What? How do we get 5 zombie spawn eggs from this? I guess it's part of a quest or something? That's really weird. And throughout this episode, I fight a lot of mobs, so I'm not going to try and include every single bit of fighting that I do. However, there was a couple of instances that are just, I don't know, really strange. Hey, be okay. Brilliant. He just fell off. Okay, perfect. So that's what I wanted. That was the intention. Get a guy trapped in a boat over there. Perfect. Did we get a bone? We didn't get a bone. Right. And we're losing a lot of health. And this creeper is scaring me, but I think we're okay for him. Oh, brilliant. Okay, so there's a quest here. When you kill a mob, you get 4 bones, 4 gunpowder, and an ender pearl. Right, that will get us started quite quickly. So I'll switch some of these into... In fact, I'll do all of them into bone meal for now. We'll grab a load of that clay that we were trying to get, and we'll turn that into porcelain clay. Perfect. Right, we need 1 of the unfired crucibles here, and then we're going to need a bucket as well. So we'll do both of those, and we'll smelt both of those up so we can get them all fired up. So you might be thinking by now that this boat technique actually seems to be quite useful for mob hunting, but there's a little bit of foreshadowing, and I'll play this clip to kind of explain a little bit about it. I swear he dropped something and it just maybe like glitched out. That's really annoying.
Maybe they're glitching through the slabs, mate.
Okay, perfect. We've got the porcelain crucible. I'm going to whack that over the top here and put 3 cobble in, or 4 cobble, sorry. And that should hopefully, yeah, there we go. It's melting up into lava, and it's got a 3x rate because we've got this lava underneath it. Something I'm going to need to do is remember to /set home. Also going to claim this area, because if one of the skeletons shoots a creeper and they get aggressive, that's going to really screw me over. So let's just claim this chunk of land there. So I don't know whether you can tell, but throughout this recording, I'm a little bit nasally. I'm a bit ill. But I don't think being ill is an excuse for doing this and sitting in front of 2 creepers. That was dumb. Brilliant. First death. Oh dear. Right. We'll have to plonk all of those boats down again. Maybe this boat actually wasn't the brightest idea. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, good. So we've got a load of cobblestone now, but we really need to get a cobblestone generator. This guy over here, there we go. So he's now melted up. We can now make an infinite water source if we just plonk 2 of the buckets side by side like that, and now we've got an infinite water source in the center. So we'll craft our first stone generator here. We're going to need another lava bucket and another water bucket to actually get this to work. But in the meantime, we can get along with crafting a drawer. So I'm going to do that and then put that around there. There we go. We've now got an oak drawer. And then we need to obviously set up how we're going to have our stone generator. I'm going to put the stone generator in the middle here, put lava, then water, and then a drawer over the top. So let's pop all of that down now. Oh, and of course, I have to place it like... that's going to be a pain. There we go. And we got some more rewards for the quests. We've got the porcelain clay. We've got the porcelain bucket. We've also got the crucible. And we get some netherrack. Get the oak crucible quest line. We get that water quest line. We need to get the lava. So I'm going to use one of the porcelain buckets. I know it will break the porcelain bucket, but it's for the quest. There we go. Right. And we'll plonk that down here. We should be getting cobblestone. And it should be going straight into there. Yes, fantastic. Right, we now have an infinite cobblestone generator. I continued getting the rewards for some of my quests, and one of the random rewards happened to allow us to do some automations pretty early game. Oh wow, we got a hopper. Wow, hold on, we got a hopper straight away. That was from a quest, so hopefully we should be able to plonk that on the side of this porcelain crucible. Well, a couple of stacks of cobblestone. And pop that in here, and now we'll have infinite lava being generated in this crucible. That's really good. We've also got some of these upgrade bases that aren't really useful, but I'll pop them in here. Oh, interesting. Right, okay, so we've got some honey bottles from a quest reward. I don't think that's particularly useful as of just yet, but oh well, cool nonetheless. We need some iron. And I know that there's a quest in Railcraft, and you'll see it has a random reward of giving all of these things. Now that might be good. We'll see what we get from this. Oh wow, we can choose our reward. Okay, everything there is renewable, so I'm not going to particularly debate this, but I think the iron will speed up the early game a little bit. Oh, and on top of that, we also get this quest here, which I'm guessing does the same. Yeah, okay, so we're going to have, I think we'll do 2 lots of iron to start with. That's 12 iron ingots. I think one of the most important things we can make is something to make even more iron. I think the best way that we could probably do it is using an encased fan. You can use gravel with an encased fan and you'll get iron nuggets and flint, and that seems like a pretty reasonable recipe. We want to get into the crush glyph as well. That'd be really good, but it's tier 2. And the tier 2 spellbook, yeah, requires obsidian, blaze rods, diamonds. This is going to be a little bit later. I pondered back and forth about what the best options for iron generation was, but I think the encased fan just happened to be the best thing available. So that's what I went with. So for the encased fan, it requires iron plates. If you're going to go through just pure create, you could use pressing, but you'll see there's a couple recipes here. I showed off the ore hammer before, but I didn't show off the engineer's hammer from Immersive Engineering. This actually has quite a cheap recipe requiring sticks, string, and iron, and I can make that quite early and make the 4 plates from that. That way we're getting 1 plate per iron ingot, and I think that will be a little bit better in the returns. I also had to make andesite alloy, but that just requires iron nuggets and andesite at this stage. So again, not a difficult recipe at all. The next thing is to make the actual encased fan. We're going to need some of the shafts here, and then we'll also need a stripped log. Right-click it, strip it, and then whack it with andesite alloy, and you'll get the andesite casing. And I'm in cheat mode, and I accidentally just cheated it in. Right, we're going to delete that. I don't know how that happened. And there we go. We've just crafted up the encased fan. Fantastic. I had a bit of an internal debate as to whether I was going to be using a hand crank or whether to just go for a water wheel, but eventually I settled on a water wheel because then I wouldn't have to do anything manually. What do I need for that? Shaft, wood, Oh yeah, we'll definitely do that. To make a water wheel, we put a shaft, we then surround it with the wood planks, we get the basic water wheel. We want to upgrade that to the large water wheel. I believe I can plonk that anywhere. I don't want to be near the lava, so we'll do it maybe over here. Okay, nice, right. And we'll plonk it on here. Right, perfect. And I think we could just slap a fan on the end of this. Obviously, we're going to need to get some water to the water wheel. It's probably best if we just did it like this. Some side barriers over it, and then just plonk it inside here. And that running water should send it all off. Okay, cool. Right, perfect. If I break this, is it going to flow everywhere? No, okay, fantastic. So we can just use that for now. And let's see which way the fan is going to be blowing. I think it's going to be pulling in. Okay, I've got an idea of how to get water into this. So because it's pulling, it can pull from, you know, anywhere this fan is reaching, so even around here. If I put a leaf block and then put a water bucket inside it and water, does that count? Oh, it does. Okay, look at the particles. That's all the washing effect. So if I threw a ton of gravel into there and wait a little bit, I'm hoping that it will just turn it straight into flint and iron. That would be really useful. Okay, so if I grab a load of my cobblestone that I've been getting, we'll try and compress this down into gravel. Great, and now we'll uncompress it into regular gravel. Great, so if I now throw all of my gravel into this, we should now be getting a bunch of iron nuggets and flint, I'm hoping. So I'll just wait a little bit. Here comes the moment of truth. Oh, I'm seeing flint. I'm seeing flint. Fantastic. I think that's worked. Right, let's see how much I got from all of that. Okay, that is a ton of iron. How much is that? That's about 10 ingots. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is fantastic. I don't think I spoke about this, but the reason I'm putting them all in boats over here is, one, because we can actually section out the mobs, but also when it comes daytime, half of these mobs are going to die and drop all their loot anyway, and I don't have to kill them. The other half are going to be like creepers and spiders and whatnot, and we can deal with them on our own later. But either way, we now have a complete iron farm. It's semi-automatic, but it's pretty useful. I'm not entirely sure what to do with all this flint. I don't think there's a particularly big use for it. I think I'm just going to end up binning most of it. How do we get gold? Oh, interesting. Okay, so we can do the same washing process, but with red sand or soul sand. Soul sand we can get. What about red sand? We can get red sand from hammering netherrack. Interesting. Or we can get it from the millstone. Millstoning granite. Okay, that might be a shout. What do we need for a millstone? That's not much at all. That settles it. My next objective was to make a millstone. We were going to use the millstone to crush down granite into red sand, get gold nuggets. But that required me to completely redo the create cog engineering. So I'm sorry that you're going to have to see my weird wiring setups. Okay, so I've got an idea of how this is going to work. We're going to put a gearbox here, a vertical one. So we're going to have stress units going up and down and then also forward. If I put a cog like so, and then the millstone over here, okay, that's pretty good. So let's make this faster. So if I put a cog here and then a cog down here, you'll see this cog is spinning faster than this cog over here. So if I put a big cog on this is spinning faster than this. If I put a casing over here to block anything else touching this, I can then put a smaller cog here, and that one's going even quicker than these ones combined. To be fair, that's pretty decent speed. I think if I now put the vertical gearbox here and put a cog wheel down here, my millstone should now be a little bit quicker. And I can still have my encased fan, which is blowing outwards now. So I can do that same leaf trick here where I put an oak leaf in front of it, put some water, and now we've still got the washing system. So now if I get my granite here, I should be able to just throw that in the millstone right there. That will cook it up into red sand. Okay, right, let's just take out one of the red sands, and if I wash this, now obviously we're not going to get lucky on the first go, but if I wash that, it should turn into dead bushes and gold. We might have a little gold generator on our hands, or nothing, it will just vanish. We made a second millstone, and these are cogs. I think I can just put one next to each other. Yeah, there we go, perfect. So I can put two next to each other and have two granite sifters going at a time. Right, let's accept some of these quests. We've got a load in the Create series, that's really good. Oh, interesting. Okay, the millstone gives us access to different types of flowers that I don't think we normally have, so that's pretty good. Yeah, I think they call this one foreshadowing. Got the gearboxes, machines, encased fan. Soul campfire, hold on. Wait, hold on. The soul campfire can be used for... Let me have a look. Soul campfire. Bulk haunting. Yeah, we get bulk haunting. Which means we get the sand. Hold on. We might have just got early access to soul sand from that quest. Normally, that campfire requires you to have soul sand. Oh, we'd have to get into witch water if we were going to do this. So I think we actually got really good with this. That soul campfire can be used to make even more soul sand. I got so excited with my new discovery that I had to try it out. And I'll plonk down the soul campfire just here. We should be able to just plonk these two sand blocks here like so, and they should turn into soul sand. Oh, they do. Oh my gosh, they do. They do. Craft that down, and we should have an absolute ton of soul sand now. That's fantastic. Check that out. I definitely need to craft some more of those soul campfires just in case I accidentally break it without having more. So let's do that. Okay, we've got 6 of these campfires, so hopefully I should remember to always have at least one in here if we're going to do this. If I break this and pop the leaf back and then add the water bucket, when we wash soul sand we should get nether quartz and gold, so hopefully if I do all of this should get an absolute ton of quartz and maybe even some gold, and we can get a head start on that as well. Right, let's see. Moment of truth. Oh, it's working. Great, okay, I think it's all converted. Let's go. Oh my gosh, you got so much quartz. And gold nuggets. We got a little bit of a head start on our gold. 3 gold ingots. That's quite nice. Create and its quest line seem to be one of the most overpowered things for this Sieveless Let's Play. Honestly, the amount of things that we were just kindly donated to by the ATM team. Honestly, it's like they knew we were playing Sieveless. Amazing. Thank you so much, ATM team. Thank you so much. Okay, pause everything. I've seen something over in the distance that I cannot ignore. Look at that guy. If I make a little space for him, let's say over here. How long have I got? Okay, it's about midnight now, so we have about 5 minutes until anything bad happens. If I make a little 3x3 roof over the top here, if I get the hitbox right, cool, he's coming over. I'm just hoping he doesn't pathfind and do some weirdness. I'm gonna try and sort of be almost a bit too careful with this guy, hopefully. Pop that down here. Alright, great, he's stuck in a barrel, fantastic. Right, okay, hold on. Let's get him in there, He might try and... What are you doing? Perfect, right, that's what we wanted. Now that we trapped the villager, it was now time for me to perform my next magic trick. Whoa, slash home. Oh, escaped. I think maybe the next thing we can get into is making a foundry, and that way we can get a head start on G-ores. We need to get 10 ingots of iron, melt that down, and put that over a sand block, and we'll get a budding iron G-ore. And I showed it off my tips and tricks, but I believe there's this cranked growth accelerator here that's, again, not expensive at all. It requires copper. Oh, I don't know how to get copper. Are there any quests we can do to get copper? Metallurgic infuser, interesting. I then went on a little bit of a rabbit hole looking through the mechanism quest line, because the metallurgic infuser seemed to give us some osmium and some other rare resources like copper. Oh, hold on, we've got 1 osmium here, which should then give us 5 osmium here, and to get that, so we still need redstone though. Oh, we need a witch to spawn in or something. I really hope I would have jinxed it there and then have spawned in, but clearly not. Right. So how are we going to get redstone? Is there anything for redstone blocks? And I swear, man, the ATM team must have been listening in, because genuinely, because half the stuff I needed just sort of appeared in the quests. I wasn't even aware of it. If we get a chipped gem, we get access to this block of quartz. Well, you're joking. So we can get this really early. Wait, hold on. Is that another... You're joking. We got another zombie villager as well. That's fantastic. Oh my gosh, this could not be getting better, but it is. Oh no, right, okay. I've got a limited time frame here. I need to get on with this if I'm going to try and save that guy. Boat. Right, quick. Do not get stuck on this barrel again. Right, there we go. Corner's been cut. Perfect. And get over here. The sun's coming up, man. Get in. No! Come on. Okay, we got both of them saved. This is good. This is huge. Oh, look how close you were. They're literally all burning up now. We got so close. I really killed all of those guys and got no rotten flesh. That's insane. At this point, I'm still clueless at the fact that these items are disappearing underneath me. I literally watched it with my own eyes. Okay, so all of our red sand has now processed, and we've got, there we go, to almost 2 stacks. And if I throw that in here, we should be getting dead bushes and gold nuggets. It means we should be able to get into that 10 ingot threshold of being able to make a G-ore for gold. Okay, perfect. Oh, we seem to have got quite a bit. 52. Hold on. How much is that? 5. And that is 8. We are so close to being able to have 10 for the G-ore. Got an idea. If I craft that block of quartz, we'll get that chipped quest. Oh, hold on. If we do the metal and gems... So we've just done the metal and gems one. What one did we get? Oh, block of quartz counted as a gem block. Right, fantastic. We got a block of iron from that. And then we also get the gold and iron from that chipped metals here. And then we get this chipped gem blocks, which gives us redstone, lapis, amethyst, quartz. Okay, cool. I can get the quartz back into its quartz form. I'm really hesitant to use any of these because 9 is the exact number that we need for any gem blocks to be turned into G-ores. I'm going to keep that 9 lapis there. Then with amethyst, can we make a G-ore for that? Oh, of course, we can make the budding amethyst from, what's that, 2 blocks and 1 gem. So, can you convert that back down? You can. Okay, sick. So, we need to get 9 of them and put them away. Oh, and this redstone, man, this is the thing I need. So, if I can use it tactfully, I might be able to keep some more for myself. So, that mechanism quest gives me 5 redstone in return and uses up 2 redstone. So, I think I'll do this. There we go. We made the metallurgic infuser. That should give us 3 of the copper that we needed, 3 iron ingots, some coal and redstone. Great. If I keep 9 of those behind as like a sort of do not use pile, got 3 redstone here to play with. Also got my 3 copper ingots. Right. If I was to make the productive metalwork stuff, what's required for that? Oh wait, hold on. What about the liquid heating coils? Oh, that needs 5. Oh, that's such annoying. That's so annoying. What about blocks of copper? Is there a quest for a block of copper? There is. Hold on. Chipped copper. And as if by magic, the ATM team heard my calls. Fluid Logistics gives us a block of copper. Okay, fantastic. What's this chipped copper? If I get a waxed copper, I can get, what? 8 more blocks of copper. That is... Oh, that's insane. I need to figure out a way to do this. It's only the waxed variants, which means we have to get into the wax stuff. Oh, I don't think that's possible. However, now that we've got enough for that, we should be able to make the liquid heating coils. And then all the fire clay we need comes from clay and sand, so that should also be good. So I then spent the next 10 minutes creating all the fire clay that was needed. Fire clay is a really simple recipe requiring just regular clay that I showed before and sand. Right, perfect. Okay, we've got all of our charcoal smelted up. Let us make a start on this. In fact, I'll also get a shield because we keep coming across those skeletons and they're just annoying. Whilst the fire clay was still cooking, I thought it was a perfect opportunity to hammer down some of our cobblestone and turn it into iron. Perfect. Oh, wow, we got a load. Right, how much is that? We got 21 ingots from all of that. At this point, I was still fighting mobs, and therefore I was running out of food. And quite quickly, may I add. So I thought I should get a head start and make a farm. Nothing exceptional, just something that we can quickly bone meal and grab a bunch of wheat to make dough and to make bread. We get very high yield. Hold on, we're getting the best seeds possible. Okay, so now comes the moment of truth. We're going to try and make that liquid heating coil. Now, I had a look at the quests as well. So once I craft this, we should get to the next stage, which... Oh, wait, hold on, I missed these 2. But what we should get to is this building the Foundry quest, which then gives us 4 more heating coils. All I need to do is make the controller and the Foundry tanks. Right, good. Now we should be able to grab that, make ourselves the Black Foundry controller. So that means we need to get the blast furnace. Got the blast furnace. Then we need the Black Foundry controller. Then we get the quest line. Right, perfect. 5 iron ore, that's cool. We get the 4 liquid heating cores I was talking about. We get more fire bricks and 2 more lava buckets. Man, look at my inventory. It's now full of lava buckets. It's ridiculous. And 9 iron and 10 coal. Might be able to make a whole gear as well. Interesting. Okay, so the foundry is going to go in this corner over here. I'm trying to think of the layout for this. I take out a 2x2 area here and just fill it with these liquid heating coils. I should then be able to go around like this and make the proper tank itself. Right, so then I can come in and then place all the blocks that I want. So, what are we going to do? We're going to have the controller here. We're going to have the tank blocks, I guess, to the side over here. We're going to have the drain on this side, the casting basin here, and then the casting table there, and the foundry taps on either side. And I'll throw this one away because I don't need it. And I think that's everything. If I place the Black Foundry tank there, this should update and we have a really big space for storage. Fantastic. So for now, I'm going to put all of my lava in the tank because I don't think we're going to need it on us like that. Right, great. We've got that all filled up now. So I guess it's time to make our first G ore and test whether this works. I'm going to do it with iron because I know that we can get iron renewably right now and I don't want to try it with something that we maybe can't get like lapis. But we're going to need some sand blocks. So I'm going to grab some sand. There we go. Sand 1x's. Perfect. And if I plonk my 10 iron in here, and I'll put a 1x sand down in the casting basin here. This should now melt up. Perfect, that's all melted. And then foundry tap it into the casting basin. Perfect. And hopefully we should now see a budding geo block. Okay, perfect. Right, now it's just cooling. Right, we'll leave that to cool for a little bit. In the meantime, I can get on with that cranked growth accelerator and then a hand crank. But it does mean we're going to have to use 3 of our copper ingots, which I'm trying not to use. They're so rare. There we go. We've now got our cranked accelerator. I'm just going to, for now, pop the accelerator, I guess, just here, and then we'll pop the geodes around it. So let's give this a try with our budding iron geode. Put on this side over here, and we'll pop a hand crank over the top, the wooden crank. And if this is working, I should be able to crank this. It will, gives it some power, brilliant, and then it will go straight into there. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, this is fantastic. Right, so we now got a whole cluster, and if I just break it, I now get 6 iron gears. Okay, I did another batch, so now we've got 16. And if I pop them into the iron furnace that I've just made, they turn straight into iron ingots. So now we have renewable iron ingots. Fantastic. There we go. Yes, first iron ingot coming in. Did it fall under the map? Is this why I'm not getting the loot? Because it's falling under the map. Oh, that sucks. Hold on. Yeah, I think that's why I'm not getting the loot. It's because it's falling under the slab here. So I can't put them in boats. I know this is going to sound stupid. We're over 25 minutes into the video. This was probably in the hour and a half I've been recording. And I only just realised this. I can't believe it. I can't believe it took me that long to notice that all of my mob drops are getting lost in that boat. What geodes can we make next? We can make the gold one. That requires 10. We can make the lapis one, and then we can also make the amethyst one, and we can make the redstone one. Wow, we're going to have a huge selection on the first episode. That's fantastic. Oh, okay. I see a creeper with a backpack. I'm a little bit hesitant. If I can get him, just him on his own, I'm wondering if I can get that backpack from him. He's got I just saw 70 HP. Oh my god, I haven't even touched his health. Right, hold on, fella. We're getting you a boat. I love how I said I wasn't going to do the boat tactic, and now it's become a lifeline for me. Let's see, can I do it? Right, and if you get in that boat, perfect. 76. What on earth is that? He's got regeneration too. I can't kill this. You are joking. Oh! Well, I couldn't kill him anyway. That's insane. Cool. So that's the redstone one completed as well. We'll pop that one, I think, just down here for now. And then lastly, we can do the amethyst one. And I'm a little bit hesitant about the amethyst one. It's our only source of amethyst, but if I get this one wrong, I don't think there's a way of getting amethyst. Right, there we go. The molten amethyst, and then we pour it over. Cool. Right, that's now making it. Perfect. Okay, so we now have the budding amethyst. The good thing about the geodes is you can also break them. So I'm going to break that redstone one here. You can't break this because it's the vanilla one. So I really want to grow some more amethyst just to make sure I don't ever sort of break it accidentally. I'll tell you what, with these shaders, this amethyst looks amazing. Right, we'll break that. Cool, we've got 8. We need to get a bit more. We can also do a coal geode as well. So if I melt down the coal, we should be able to get that. And we've got the carbon now. Hopefully I can just pour that on and we should end up with a coal geode. That would make everything so much easier for smelting. Yes, okay, cool. It's making it, And then I'll grab the coal over here, and we should now also have some coal generating. Okay, perfect. So a couple more rounds of breaking some stuff, and we have now got a good portion of coal shards, some gold shards, and some iron shards, all that we can smelt up. And in fact, whilst I'm at it, I might as well upgrade some of these furnaces to be iron. Perfect. We've now upgraded them to iron. Just place them down like so. And let's actually try out the coal shard. So if I pop down maybe a few of them and that, oh, that's fantastic. It all works. It all works so well. Check that out. Okay, so how do we make a market? We need a red wool, we need logs, and we need the acacia planks. Now, I thought I had a poppy somewhere. Where did I get that poppy? Oh yeah, we did. Okay, so I guess I could bone mill this a little bit, get some more. And if I whacked one of them in the millstone, we should also get some more red dye. There we go, 2 red dye from that. I will make myself a red wool. And there we go, we get the market. Oh, okay, he's dying. Never mind, we'll move you. I'm sorry, we'll move you. There. Oh no, you're going to fall down, aren't you? Okay, brilliant. Oh, so hold on. So having the market allows you to get this quest, which gives you access to an emerald. But I need to go through this line here, so I need to get a lead first, which is string and slime balls. Well, I made some dough earlier, wherever I put it, over here. And yeah, if I combine that with lime dye, I can get slime balls. And I think I also saw, oh, was it a cactus? Yeah, cactus here. Ooh. Hold on. Okay, right. So if I make this into a redstone clock, whoops, I'm going to need quite a bit more redstone. I guess I'll place this down. Okay, right, and if I make a clock from utilitarian with like so, there we go. And if I get 8 sand, combine 2 of the sand together to get snad, we have 4 snad. I can just plop them like that. Redstone clock in the middle. Where did I put my cactus? Right, over here. Oh, so if I pop a fence post right in the center like this, and break out that middle block, I should now place that and get cactus. Perfect, right. And then if I place some more, wow, I've got infinite cactus. Right, perfect. That will give us, wow, that's growing a lot. That will give us a lot of cactus. Maybe a bit too much for now. So if I get the green dye, and then I had some bone meal, so I'll just get some more bones. Oh, no, we're not going to craft them. We're going to use our millstone to get even more. Let's see how much we get. We get 3. That's the exact same. Never mind. If I craft that into white dye, then combine these 2, I get lime dye. And if I combine that with the dough I've got, that should now make slime balls. Great. So if I now make myself a lead, I don't actually know how it looks like. Something like this, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. I now get access to this, which is XP. The shears. Oh, I guess I did do the shears. I got the flint shears. The wool. So I get even more white wool. And then finally, I get an emerald. So now I have a hefty decision to make with this emerald, because I can get one thing from this shop. Only one thing. So now we have a decision to make. What am I going to spend that emerald on? I'm playing all the mods 10 to... Mate, over here, I'm playing all the mods 10 to the sky, but with a catch. I can't use sieves to generate any resources. Last episode, we managed to get a star on the geos, and we found these funky little guys who just seem so eager for this episode. Oh? So today, my goal is to cure these villagers, and we're going to do that through using diamonds. And you may be wondering how that's even possible, so keep watching to find out how we're going to do it. Welcome back to Sieveless. So welcome back to Sieveless. So last episode I got some comments to do with getting more emeralds. And one suggestion people said was to use the market guy and melt him into a foundry. Now I know that works with like villagers in Tinker's Construct, but I don't think this works in Productive Metalworks, and I'm going to give this a go. If it works, we might have unlocked emeralds early game. So I'm going to build up to the top of my foundry and we'll test this out once and for all. Okay, so if all is correct, we should be able to pop the marketplace over here. Fella will jump in from the sky and fall straight into the foundry. There we go. Right, so now he's melting, but I'm not seeing any emeralds going in. Right, well there was no emeralds there. There is a weird thing with Productive Metalworks that if you go into some of the corners, if you've not got the corner blocks in your foundry and you go into some of the corners, you'll start taking burn damage like this. So if I pop him there instead, he'll come down and he'll basically start melting over here. Let's see if this actually works. Let's see, did that work? You guys are psychopaths, man. This does not work. You're just making me kill villagers for fun now. This is mental. So I think in terms of generating more emeralds, you might have to go back to the drawing board. But anyway, I'm going to... Oh, I've done it again. I'm going to keep up torturing this poor guy. He doesn't deserve it. He's just a villager, man. So last episode, I left on a cliffhanger to some people's dismay. But I was going to decide what I was going to get for our first sapling. And I think it's a very obvious choice. It's going to be an R's sapling. And in this case, I'm going to pick up the flourishing archwood sapling. We'll grow this sapling here. They're usually quite big. Wow, yeah, massive tree. But that should give us a lot of logs and hopefully some more saplings. Right, we've got everything we needed. Oh, that was the quest. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, perfect. So this is the Ars Nouveau logs quest that we just got, and that gives us access to every single sapling, which is, you know, more than useful. We got 4 saplings for the price of just 1. So it was obvious that we were going to do that. Since we got all the saplings, I thought it was best to grow all of them so that we had a bit more of a stockpile. Whoa, hold on. 93.2% of you are not subscribed right now. So if you are interested in these videos and you want to see more, make sure you hit that subscribe button. And I mean, hey, you could also press the bell button as well. Oh, and we've somehow got some surprise visitors. We've got some tropical fish here. I wonder if this is a good way of getting tropical fish. Can we do anything with this? Tablet of summon guardians. We could summon guardians using that clownfish, or make a puffer fish. That doesn't seem right. Okay, perfect. So we've got a little bit of a stockpile of the logs and the saplings now, so we should be good for that. And since we've got all the Ars wood types, I think it's only fair that we start on a little bit of Ars. And I'm hoping that by the end of this episode, we can use Ars to help us out with these fellas over here. So I'm thinking the best way to probably get started with this mod is to go through the quests here, which requires a book, which requires some leather. Now, we don't have leather, but we do have rotten flesh. And using a drying basin from Integrated Dynamics with the recipe here, we can dry rotten flesh into leather. So I think that's going to be our strategy. Now, last episode, we got black dye from millstoning charcoal. It means we didn't have to go into ink sacks or spawn any squids in. And that means we can now craft ourselves the drying basin. Perfect. For now, I'm going to do this manually. We could automate this with a hopper, but I think we just need a couple of leather, so I'll do this manually. So there we go. You just have to wait a couple of seconds and it will turn into leather, and you can just pop one in there again. And we did get some sugarcane from that emergency start quest, so that does mean we can make a head start on that. And I'll use the same trick as before, but this time we probably can't use the redstone clock because we have to have the water in the middle. But that should be okay because I believe if I just place the block next to it, it almost grows instantly anyway. Or we can just place the redstone clock on this side and that should still grow it. Yeah, perfect. Okay, cool. So we'll just do it this way. Also, another useful tip that I think you guys mentioned is that we could start doing the blasting using lava instead of water, and that would allow us to cook up our redstone shards. But something also quite useful is that if I go into the Black Foundry controller, and obviously it's got a load of meat in it because I accidentally burned myself, brilliant. And if I portion out all of my shards into a 9 block, what I can do is just drag them all in, and then hopefully when they all smelt up, and I can just pour them straight into a casting basin, and that will actually turn into a block of iron. There we go, like that. Obviously this has to cool down first, so maybe not the quickest method, but it's probably still a little bit quicker than using the furnaces over here. And whilst we're at it, we should also be able to automate that by creating ourselves a chest. Also need a hopper, like so. If I put a chest down here, I can then grab a hopper and try and plug it into this side here, so it's pushing into this chest. We can test this by using the redstone one. If I pop all of these shards in there, that should all melt down, and I need to get myself a lever as well. If I pop that over the top here and then activate it, it should now automatically pour the iron or the redstone or whatever into the casting basin, and then when it finishes, yeah, it instantly converts it, puts it in the hopper, and then puts it in the chest. So now we have an automated shard method, and brilliant. Yes, it does work for redstone. That's fantastic. Great. So if I now craft that book like I was meant to do beforehand, we should now have access to, yeah, the Ars Nouveau questline, and we get that tattered tome as well. Perfect. And we need to get ourselves one of every single tool to make the novice spellbook. There we go, and if I just add them all together, we now have the novice spellbook. Brilliant. And I'm also going to replace our stone hammer with the iron hammer now that we've got an infinite source of it. Ooh, and now that we've got the redstone, we should now be able to upgrade all of our chests to sophisticated storage chests. So if we get the basic tier upgrade with sticks and a redstone torch, we should be able to convert all of these now. That allows us to do the cool searching thing. So for example, we've got raw beef here, we can search up here. And then we want to get the basic to iron tier upgrade, which needs 8 iron per chest. We've got 8 chests, so that's going to require, well, 64 iron. We need to get a lot more iron. We ended up with a whole stack of iron, along with amethyst that I was going to be using for Ars Nouveau and some of our other materials. Ooh, and actually, whilst we've got an ability to make leather, I think the best thing would actually be to get ourselves a backpack as well. It just requires 4 leather, a chest, and 4 string. Great, so we'll craft ourselves a backpack, and then I'm going to also upgrade it to the second tier, the iron backpack, because if we look at this, we've got a lot more space here. That's actually going to be really handy. I'm going to open up the curio slot and pop it directly in that. My keybind for the backpack is actually Shift E, meaning that if I just crouch and press E, I open my backpack. I find that easier than just having a dedicated keybind for it. Right, there we go. 8 of the basic to iron tier upgrades. If I just shift right click all of them, you'll see we're going to have a lot more space. That's perfect. That's really useful for us. So it looks like the next quest is the imbuement chamber that I spoke about earlier. That will be, yeah, quite a simple recipe. So I'm going to try and make a few of them. So we'll go with 4 of them. The main reason is because we're going to have 3 for a specific essence, and then we're going to have an automatic source gem farm. So to make a really quick source generation farm, you're just going to need 2 hoppers. And then usually you can use lapis. I'm going to use amethyst, but more specifically, I'm actually going to use amethyst blocks for this. If I pop a hopper there, imbuement chamber on top, and then another hopper on top of that, I'm going to fill this bottom hopper with just a whole layer of cobblestone like that. If I then put the block of amethyst up here, this will start crafting source gem blocks. So I'm going to craft up a few source jars to hold some source. We'll go with 5 for now, just because that's a really even number. I mean, it's an odd number, but shush. And we have to wait until we get our first block of source to actually begin harvesting source. But for that, we're going to be using the agronomic source link, requiring wheat, 2 source gems, and 2 gold ingots. And that will generate source based on nearby crop growth. In the meantime, I think it'll be worthwhile getting the scribes table. The scribes table allows us to craft any of these glyphs, which are going to be used in the spell crafting for Ars Nouveau. We're not going to be making any advanced spells this episode, but I think it's going to be good because a lot of our farms in the future rely on some of the Ars spell turret stuff. So let's make the scribes table. Now, if I plonk that down, it's like a bed, it's a 2x1 space, so we'll just plonk it down there. If I right click it with the spellbook, it shows me every possible glyph I can craft. Now, right now we're in the tier 1 spellbook category until we upgrade our spellbook, so these are all the spells that we could have access to right now if we were able to craft them. One spell, for example, is the Conjure Mage block. We're not going to use it, but for example, it just requires any of these kind of glass types, and if I just press select, what will happen is it will display all of the items we need up here, and if I've got a chest close by with the items in it, it will start pulling out the items from that chest and putting them straight into the scribe's table. And then once it's all done, what will happen is it will write the glyph and it will give it to me. There we go, it's finished. So now if I hold that in my inventory and then right click it, I now have access to the Conjure Mage block spell. So if I do a projectile Conjure Mage block, I can now create blocks out of thin air, like so. One of my favourite spells is the Conjure Mage Light, which requires a torch and a lantern. And I can unlock it like so by just pressing the Conjure Mage Light. Then instead of actually putting them in the chest, I can also toss the ingredients over the top of it and it will also craft it. And what this one does is it allows me to make some torches just using spell mana. And they have a really cool particle effect here. But that's not all. In the spell style section, I can also go into the Conjure Mage Light and actually change what colour particle we have. And there's a really funky one that if you change the lightness all the way down to 0, you now have an invisible light source block, like so. You can just see around the edges maybe. There's a weird warbling effect that hopefully you can see. I don't know whether it's going to pick it up on camera. But if I just increase the lightness a little bit and then I cast the spell, it'll have a little bit more of a glow, but it's a bit more subtle than a torch. And I'm just going to name this spell Light. And when I press create, it now calls it Light. If I hold V, I can also select any kind of spell that I have in my window. And in this case, I want the light spell again. Now, whilst I've been yapping away, our source gem block has finally converted, and so the way that we automate this is just by pulling out one of the cobblestones. It will then put a source gem block there, and it will keep crafting up the amethyst blocks into source gem blocks, And once they convert, they will then be able to filter into this hopper here because there's a space for them now. Also, the more spell glyphs you have, the more mana you have. So it's actually worthwhile trying to craft as many of these as possible. So in this case, there's a really easy recipe here for something like craft, which just requires a crafting table. And when we unlock it, it should give us some more mana. Whilst I'm at it, I'm also going to unlock the item pickup glyph, which is a tier 1, requiring just 2 hoppers. And that's quite easy to craft as well. And our source gem block is now converted, so we now have 2. I'm going to pull 1 out of here, so we've still got the filter, but now I can convert that back into its source gems, and we can begin with all the source generation. So I'll craft the agronomic source link, I'm going to remove the water, and we're going to start growing cactus again. So if I plonk my clock down here, that should increase the growth of these blocks here, and we'll grab ourselves a cactus again. And if I place a source jar nearby, so I'm going to place it just over here, and place an agronomic source link on top, any crop growth nearby will actually start generating source, which will also increase the crafting speed of the source gem blocks. So let's give that a go. We're going to put some cactus over here, and that should start generating source. And you can see all the source particles are going straight into there, straight into the jar, and speeding up this recipe by quite a lot. You can see the crafting progress is already at 91%. That's really definitely sped things up. And obviously we need to put our fence post right in the middle of that again. So now when I place this down, we should be generating infinite source. And I've been AFK for literally only a minute, and we've already got 6 of our source gem blocks. This is insane how quick this is. I'm going to grab some of the stone types we're not going to use, so for example diorite, and we're going to need to make a bunch of arcane pedestals. The way that you make them is with gold nuggets, source gems, and then this source stone. Source stone is really simple, it's just one of the stone types mixed with a source gem, and you'll get 8 of them for 8 of the stone. We're going to craft up a whole stack of it. Okay, so let's craft up some of the arcane pedestals. I might as well go for 6, and then we'll craft one of them into a ritual brazier. That requires me just grab one of the source blocks from here, and there we go. We've now got a ritual brazier. I'm going to craft 3 more of the arcane pedestals. That should give us 8 in total, which allows me to complete these 2 quests, and I'm hoping we can get some of the rarer essences. Okay, and then the ritual brazier one as well, and wow, okay, so we've got, oh interesting, we got 2 different essences here. We've got the manipulation essence and the earth essence. Those both happen to be ones that we can actually craft, so we didn't get particularly lucky with them, but it's good to have them. That earth essence is really useful. We get the glyph of conjure terrain using a dirt block and earth essence. And if I toss those ingredients over there and we make this, and we craft a spell that is just going to be touch conjure terrain. Everywhere I touch now, I can now generate dirt blocks. That's quite cool. I then expanded the island to hopefully accommodate for a new passive mob farm using our new conjure terrain spell. In fact, we can also speed this up by using our watering can and kind of follow along the line here, and that will generate the grass over. There we go, check this out. We're literally just snaking away this grass block over and over and over. There we go, we finally reached grass into this area, so I'm hoping that eventually we're going to have some passive mob spawn, so that will be great. I'm going to expand this island a little bit here, and in fact we can also speed up the grass growth by just watering this middle bit here as well. Great, this platform is now full of grass. We just need to give it some light source. Now obviously it's daytime at the moment, so mobs could spawn technically, but during nighttime they won't spawn unless they've got some light. So I'm going to build up like this and use the mage light spell just on this block here, and that should hopefully give this area a little bit more light, meaning that we can get our first passive mob spawns. Other than those, the tropical fish that I killed earlier. I'm also going to unlock the harvest spell here because we might as well use some of these earth essences, and an iron hoe is really easy to come by, so that will also give us some more mana for generating more dirt. Oh wow, okay cool, we just got fire essence as well as one of the drops from the quests. And I think right now that's probably as far as we can go. We can't get into the enchanting apparatus because it requires a diamond, so we might have to start that later. So what's next on the to-do list? Well, in my opinion, we need to get rid of this shoddy mob farm and make something a little bit better. It would be good to get into the GM chicken feed, get the cursed earth, and be able to generate mobs like that, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that just yet. There isn't a nice way of making this fluid essence without, you know, going a little bit further into the mod pack. So our best bet is to probably try and make a vanilla skyblock mob farm. Now because this is temporary, I don't want to put any advanced stuff in there, like mob fans, etc. Speaking of mob fans, they are actually possible. The recipe's not difficult. The problem is if we get into the width or the modification side of things, it requires feathers. And we've only just set up our passive mob farm and it's not generated anything just yet. So I'll make a small farm with the hopes of breaking this down maybe next episode and replacing it with something just a lot better. Which means I get to use my favourite block in the whole of the mod pack again, the balloon on a stick from Zycraft, requiring a log, lead, and then a white wall block. And if you craft this and place it down, you get access to creative flight. Now, albeit the radius is quite small, so if I get too far away, it does break it. But if I break the block and then place it down again, I get the balloon back. So that's really useful. So it's really useful for building early game without needing creative flight properly. So I began cleaning up the remnants of my old mob farm until something else happened. Oh no, have I just broken it? Oh no. Oh no. I think I've just completely destroyed it. No. Well, luckily, it's not a difficult recipe, so I can just craft it as many times as I like. So the mob farm I have built is Ilmango's pathfinding mob farm for 1.14, but it works in later versions as well. I'm not going to show off how to make this design, but if you're interested, I've added a card at the top right of your screen or in the description with a link to Ilmango's video. The purpose of this farm is that it doesn't require water or redstone and can just be made with stairs, slabs, and blocks. But you'll see later in the video, it's actually really effective. It's not as effective as Cursed Earth mob farms, but considering we don't have access to that yet, this is the next best thing for now. Okay, so that is the full build done. As you can see, it's a little bit ugly. I mean, the whole purpose of it is it's just a little temporary build. And I've only been here for a couple of minutes and we seem to see them piling up a little bit. That's quite good. Oh, wow, we've got quite a few things. We've also got an Enderman in there, which should also be quite good. Right. Interesting. Now, I'm hoping that we can get an apothic item here, because if we can, that would unlock apotheosis, which means we can get increased items. Okay, wow, that's all of them killed, and I definitely see a few apothic items in here. Let me just pop some of this away. Right, okay, we can now get started. If I press Control-T, fantastic, we now have apotheosis. Now, apotheosis is really interesting, because that's our way of getting diamonds and some of the other materials we can't actually get our hands on until later game. But in the meantime, let's see what we picked up. We've got, yes, there we go. So we've got a uncommon chest plate here that gives us a load of max health and gravity apparently. Brilliant. Some lucky leggings here as well, and we got the shredding stone axe, which is also an uncommon. That's perfect. So not only are we quite close to finishing frontier, we're also close to finishing the next tier above that, which is ascent. Whoops, I was also meant to pop a little bit of light on the top of here so we stop getting things spawn up there as well. Okay, perfect. There we go. So I think our best bet right now is to do a bit of mob grinding and try and get our world level up. So our goal right now was to get to the Ascent level. The Ascent level is the 3rd tier, and that's the tier that drops diamond gear. So I harvested a bunch of mobs to try and get uncommon and rare gear so that we could upgrade our world tier. Sorry, I was just listening to my voiceover again. Why did it sound like I was rapping over that? Okay, so I did mess up a little bit. We've now unlocked the frontier tier because we got a lucky drop of a helmet here, the golden helmet right here, which is even better because that also means we get access to Ascent once we find our first apothic invader. But then, only a few seconds later... Okay, we got our first apothic invader. Fantastic. And the best thing is we can see him right now. Hopefully he moves straight in... Oh gosh, is he doing it? Yeah, he's coming straight in the farm. Right, okay, brilliant. So if we kill this, we get access to the Ascent tier, which is insane. We get like diamond armor and stuff. So provided that we can kill this guy easily... that should give us access to it. So it took me in total about 1 minute and 10 seconds to kill. I'm reading this guy's name right now, I can't. Mr. President Globingen the Dragonborn. Right, there we go. We killed him and he dropped some nice blue loot as well. And there we go. We got World Tier Ascent. If I just activate that now, you'll see we get some more better drops here. We get more experience. Monsters do become a lot harder, but I'm hoping that this will be okay because it's just going to be in our mob farm right now. So we made an anvil using our iron that we got. And if you grab one of your gems and just throw it down like so, pop an anvil on top, it will crush it down into gem dust. So now we're trying to craft the salvaging table. It requires 3 copper ingots and luckily we've got 4. And then we should be able to craft the salvaging table like so, and perfect, we've now got it. The cool thing is we don't have to use that anvil if we want to crush up gems anymore. We can just pop it into this interface here. And we're also able to chop up some of our existing armor. If I throw it in here, we get the specific rarity material. So for example, that was an uncommon item, so we got the uncommon time-worn fabric, but we also get a chance to get some of the ingredients that that item was made out of. So in the case of me putting in a gold helmet and a gold shovel, we should get some gold back. So this is where things get really interesting. We now need mobs to spawn in with diamond armor or netherite armor, and that will be our source of diamonds. Now I'm really hoping we get a better sword drop, because I'm currently just using this stone sword and it is just terrible. We're getting mob crushing already, so that shows you how many mobs are here right now. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I'm seeing diamond armor and a diamond chestplate over there. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for this. The problem is it's really good armor and I really want to use it, but I don't know, the idea of just getting diamonds from this is going to be amazing. Now again, it is only a slim chance. You can see here we get 2, but we get 2 to 6 diamonds. This is going to be amazing. Let's see. 4 diamonds, it's crazy. So on top of that, we also got the luminous crystal shard here. On its own, it's not particularly interesting. However, it can make this smithing template here. All we need is these gem fused slate, which is some cooked deep slate and a gem dust. And now that we've got the gem fused slate, we should be able to craft it into this smithing template diamond. There we go. Right. And that is a quest here that allows us to get 3 more diamonds here by just crafting that. But that does mean that we have to get into the chapter 2 stuff. So that means I need to make a magmatic generator. Not a hard recipe at all, just an easy craft like that. And hopefully we get access to chapter 2. We do. Okay, brilliant. So then we get 3 more diamonds. That gives us a total of 7 diamonds. We need 9 to turn this into a geode. So it was back to the mob spawner for more grinding. Okay, and we're coming out of here, looking at all of our spoils of our loot. What did we get? We got 3 diamond items. That's crazy. But the question on everyone's lips is it enough to make ourselves the geode. And after salvaging that first item, we ended up with 3 diamonds, which made more than we needed for the geode. Okay, right, we have to go over to the Foundry controller. We're going to pop 9 in here, pop our sand 1x on the side over here. I'm going to watch these melt up. I'm that excited. There we go. And hopefully if it just pours over, we will end up with a budding diamond geode. Yes, look, I can see it crafting. There we go. We've now got it, the budding diamond geode. And now we have infinite diamonds generating. How cool is that? There we go, break them, and we now have diamond shards. And I've not even got enough inventory space, but there we go, 10. Oh, let's pop them in there. Let's see if we can make our first diamond block. Coming in, coming in, coming in. There we go. We now have infinite diamonds in our world. This is insane. Who would have thought it? Episode 2, we've already got it. We've already sorted it out. After that, I think I was just quite excited, so I went back to the mob farm to try and get some upgrades to my current armor and maybe even some nice tools. Oh man, I honestly can't even stop with this. We just keep getting more and more good gear. We're also getting osmium, refined obsidian, and bronze. And I'm wondering with osmium, you can smelt it down into osmium nuggets, which then obviously you could turn into osmium ingots, which could theoretically be made into a budding osmium geode. I'm wondering if this is now our way of getting osmium. I'll tell you what though, every time we go to the mob farm, we end up having so many items from it. It's incredible. I don't know what to do with them. Like, look at this one, protection 3, feather falling 5. I'm going to definitely have this one. And then we also get this diamond helmet. So look at us, we're looking really swanky now. Check that out. So you might now be wondering, why did we have all of those diamonds and why do we need to get all of those diamonds? Well, because I now want to fix these guys up. You might be questioning, how are we going to fix these guys up? Like, what do diamonds have to do in it? And we need to convert diamonds into mushrooms. The best way to do that is by getting mycelium. The problem is, all the recipes for mycelium are a little bit tough. However, if we use the Conjure Island vexing, it spawns an island full of mycelium and mushrooms, and it converts the area into a mushroom island. So using the vexing logs that we got earlier, we can now craft that Conjure Island tablet. We also need a completely full source jar, which we got from our farm earlier, and I just dropped it into the void. Brilliant. That little mistake required me to then set up the cactus farm again just to generate a little bit more source and get a full source jar. There we go. Hopefully this one doesn't fall into the void. There we go. We got it. And I'm going to build out about 14 blocks or so. So the ritual brazier goes down here, the source jar right next to it, and then our Conjure Island vexing spell. We're going to whack that on top of it and then right click with an empty hand. And there we go. It's building the island. Boom. There we go. Oh, and I've grown a mushroom. Brilliant. So I came here for the mushrooms. I've now got a few, and that's perfect. But this island gives us access to some of the bastion fruits here. It gives us source berries, mycelium, which is massive, and every time I shift, I grow a tree. And this mycelium can also be used for witch water, which we'll get to next episode. But for now, we need to make abjuration essence. We can make the fermented spider eye now that we have the brown mushroom. The spider eye and the sugar are very easy to come by as well. And so the last ingredient we need is the milk bucket. And so I was hoping the passive farm would have produced some cows or some mushrooms would have spawned in this biome here, but they've not. So luckily we've got those diamonds. And if I get Mr. Market Man back, I can go into the other section here and pick up one of the cows. In fact, I'll do a mushroom. If I plonk down a boat and then plonk down our mushroom, try and put him in the boat, there we go. Now he won't move, that's fantastic, but we can also milk him to get milk. I mean her. If I now grab an imbuement chamber and place 3 platforms around it and put those according items in, so the milk bucket, the fermented spider eye, and the sugar, I can pop down a source gem and then I'll use one of my source jars that I've got over here that's like 60% full, and then we can now create abjuration essence. And it doesn't use the items on the pedestal, it just needs them as a catalyst. And there we go, we've now got the abjuration essence. And craft ourselves a golden apple. And combining the flourishing log, apple, and the abjuration essence, we now get the tablet of restoration. I'm going to put the ritual brazier next to our villager guys, right click with the restoration, and then right click again, and they'll turn into villagers. There we go, we've now got villagers. But what will we do with the villagers? Well, you'll have to find out next episode. And hopefully we can also get some emeralds because, well, it didn't work out last time with the market villager. Normal Sieveless runs require you to head into the Nether, find a fortress, and fight through waves of blazes and wither skeletons just to make progress. But honestly, I don't fancy my chances against that right now. So I pose a question to you. Is it possible to summon and kill the Wither without ever stepping foot into the Nether? Well, that's the challenge of today's episode. Welcome back to Sieveless. Last episode, we ended up curing a couple of villagers and we made a massive dent in the mob farm. We also got ourselves up to ascent level on the apothic stuff, which means we can also try and get to summit. Oh, we need to kill the wither. I wonder if we'll do that this episode. But first, I just want to say our base is looking really dodgy. It's a bit of a lawn base at the moment, and I do want to change that. The problem is I tend to be better at building in like creative, and so I'm going to do some cool designs in the meantime, and I'll probably want to remake the starter island and make it look good. Oh, hold on. We just got our first wandering trader. This is a big moment. And what does he sell? He's got a pretty good pair of boots, so I'm not entirely sure whether we'll kill him or not. But either way, I definitely want to capture him in a mob swab. There we go. A mob swab crafted up like so. And I've got to be careful. Oh, he almost just fell off. Right, okay, let's grab that. Make sure to avoid the llamas. Right, perfect. We got the wandering trader. Now it means we can kind of deal with the, how do I say, the other people. Something I hadn't considered last episode is that I can make flint shears, and in this island that we made last time, I can pick up the cobwebs. And I didn't realise this, but the cobwebs can actually be used to make the explorer's compass, which can help us find structures. So we could find the blaze fortress today. Great, so I've cleared out that island, and we've got a load of mushrooms, sauce berries, and obviously all the cobwebs that I spoke about earlier. So I'm going to put them away in the chest. In the meantime, I really want to sort out our storage system, and the best way that I think we're going to be doing that is using the storage lectern from ours. It requires us to get into the enchanting apparatus thing, but now that we've got the diamonds, we can unlock that. And we could also get a bookworm charm by using the Ritual of Awakening, because we have every single one of the Ars saplings as well. So if we follow along from the Ars questline, the enchanting apparatus also requires this arcane core and then a few of the pedestals as well. So I'll bookmark both of these and we'll get on to crafting them. We're also going to need another ritual brazier because I'm going to keep that one running down there. The Tablet of Awakening requires the flourishing archwood log and then every single one of the saplings mixed with 4 source gems. So we'll just craft that up as well. And we're going to need a book and quill. Ink sacks and feathers are a little bit tough because we've not got any passive farms and we don't have a way of getting squids apart from the market, which I believe it sells squids and it should also sell chickens. Perfect. Right, so we'll just need to get 2 diamonds. Right, there we go. So I'll just spawn both of these in and then we'll, unalive them. How polite of me. We got leather from last episode, so I'll craft the book and quill, and we should now be able to begin getting our bookworm set up. So I'll do this on the mycelium island over in here. We'll have this as like our little mini Ars island for now. And if I place down the arcane core with an enchanting apparatus on top and craft ourselves a lectern and 4 chests, we can now go over to our enchanting apparatus, place down either platforms or pedestals. It doesn't matter. The platforms are just the smaller version, and we need 4 of them like this. We can then place chests in every single one, and we should now just be able to right-click it with the lectern. And fantastic, we're now generating ourselves a storage lectern. Ta-da, fantastic, check that out. We're also going to need a Dominion wand, which requires 2 source gems, 1 gold ingot, and then right-click it with a stick inside. So we'll do that now with the exact same setup that we had before. It doesn't matter where you place them, you just have to place them in the pedestals, and then right-click it with a stick. Well, hey, there we go. I'm going to grab our ritual brazier, pop down a Tablet of Awakening on top of it, and then right-click it with a book and quill. And then if I right-click again, we should get the bookworm charm. There we go. I'm wondering if we can push 1DT into that boat and keep him for later. Hopefully he doesn't wander off. Let's try and get him in there. Perfect, right, okay, there we go. So we now got the wandering trader in the boat as well, so we can keep him for those later. It's safe to say that 1DT did not like this, and he ended up despawning about a minute later. In the meantime, I'm going to now plop down my storage lectern, right-click it with a bookworm charm, and now... These mobs, man, they make so much noise. And you'll see if I hover over it, it says 0 connected inventories. What we can do is then just shift right-click one of our chests and right-click it, and that will connect it to the storage lectern. If I right-click, I can then see everything that's inside that chest. For every bookworm that I can have 8 inventories connected to it, and a chest, despite having 2 blocks, only counts as 1 inventory. I showed this off in the tips and tricks. You can have an item vault with create. Yeah, like one of these massive ones over here, and that counts as 1 inventory. It's crazy. You can have 8 of these, the max size ones, filled up with just 1 bookworm charm. In the meantime, what I'll do is just add every single one of these chests to the storage lectern. And now we have an interface for all of our stuff. We'll definitely be replacing this with applied Energistics, but this is great for a starting point. And it means I can just open up the inventory and literally just dump all of my items. Fantastic, that feels so good. I can also remove every single one of our oak barrels and crucibles now, because we've got our way of generating water. However, now that we've got mycelium, we can now generate witch water. And you just place a barrel down here, place a water bucket over it, and you'll see there's a progress bar at the top. Once that reaches 100%, there we go, it turns into witch water. Now, witch water has some interesting properties. You can use it in a lot of the block generators to generate stuff like endstone, netherrack, darkstone, but I have a bit of a nifty idea. If I pop this in our mob farm, it turns skeletons into wither skeletons and creepers into charged creepers. And I'm thinking I might be able to just right-click one of these creepers with a flint and steel. There we go. and then it blows them all up. And I think I should hopefully get one of the skulls. Okay, it didn't work that time, but wow, we got netherite already. Wait, so since we got that netherite, I think I might be able to get a netherite scrap out of this. We do, we have two. I didn't expect us to actually get netherite this early, but I don't think there's anything particularly that we can do right now that I had in mind. But now that we've got netherite, we should be able to get 8 of them to make a geode. Honestly, I don't know what I'm saying. It's 9 scrap to make a geode. Okay, let's try again. We've got in here, we've got some skeletons, we've got some zombies, and we've got a load of creepers. If I then right-click the witch water to get the charge creeper, and then right-click with a flint and steel, other than taking a load of damage. Ah, there we go. Yeah, we did get one of the heads. Yeah, hold on. We got a creeper head. That's pretty cool. So not only is that a faster way to kill mobs, but we can also get some of the mob heads like creeper heads. In fact, let's pop this on. Oh, yeah, that's a little bit terrifying. Don't wear the creeper head. Well, that's blinding. I really want to try and get some wither skeleton skulls because I think we might be able to try and get a wither. That's a shame. We got another creeper head. But we did get some rare boots, which I think that might be enough to get us to the next tier. Yeah, so Summit just requires us to kill the wither, but we've now got every other requirement for that. I feel like the wither's going to happen this episode. So I kept on farming the mob farm using our new technique of getting charge creepers and then blowing them up with a flint and steel. And eventually I got my first wither skeleton skull. Did we? Oh, wow. Okay, perfect. We got our first wither skeleton skull. And I don't know whether that was from one of the creepers or just from one of the wither skeletons anyway, but hey, that's really good. In the meantime, let's get back to our villagers. I want to have these guys be more accessible than just sort of in their form here and having a big villager trading hall. And we can use containment jars for this. But that does mean that we need to get the tablet of containment, which requires not much really. It does require manipulation essence. And we got very lucky last time because it was one of the random quest rewards that we got. But we might as well make a few more of this. A, so I can show you guys how to make it, and B, just because I think we're going to need quite a bit of this anyway. So that just requires a button, redstone, and a clock. And again, like last time, all you need to do is place down 3 pedestals, put an imbuement chamber here, pop those items in the pedestals, and grab yourself some source gems and just plonk it down here. That will now craft the manipulation essence. I'm going to grab one of these source jars as well, and yes, I'm not going to pick from the end this time, and that should hopefully speed up the crafting of manipulation essence. Perfect, there we go, that's how we're going to get it. I'll also grab some more of this abjuration essence. Now, because we're trying to kill the wither this episode, there'll be a lot of split up clips of me going back to the mob farm and doing a bit more farming, but occasionally we find something quite interesting. Oh, what? Oh, sick. I didn't know you could get this. You can get an Enderman head. Oh, even better. Look at that. If you look at it. Oh, that's so cool. And it gives off a power level depending on how long you're looking at it. That's really cool. Oh, awesome. I don't know whether that's got any other uses, but hey, that's really cool. So we're going to craft that tablet of containment, and we also need to get ourselves some containment jars. This is what we're going to be using to store the mobs, and clearly we're going to need a bit more archwood. For now, we're only going to need 2. Oh, in fact, that's all we can craft anyway. But I also want to craft this glyph of dispel, and I'll show you why in just a moment. That's going to require us to get 3 milk buckets and the abjuration essence that I picked up earlier. And we've got our mushroom over here, and I don't know where the wandering trader's gone. It seems to have disappeared. I thought they couldn't disappear if they were in a boat. Oh well, the more you learn. And we'll grab 3 milk buckets here. If I now craft the dispel glyph, we'll select it there, and all the items will come in from our chests, which is fantastic. Oh no, they'll go straight from here. I didn't realise that would happen. That's really interesting. And perfect, the glyph of dispel. And I should now be able to go over to my ritual brazier. In fact, I might as well just get rid of this one. We're not going to use it for a while. And if I place down 2 containment jars over here, and then a source jar nearby so the ritual has some source, and use the tablet of containment, we should find that both these villagers go into... Oh, okay. Oh no, this has gone pear-shaped. Right, I need you in a boat before you're going to cause more damage. Oh, he's already walked off. Hold on, mate. Hold on, mate. Where are you going? Go in here. Okay, perfect. We've got him secure now. In fact, this is a perfect time to explain what I was going to show you earlier. Now, if you want the tablet of containment to stop running, you can give it a redstone signal and that will stop it. You'll see all the particles are gone and it will no longer put things in jars. Now, I've got my boat trapped in here and clearly I don't want that to happen. And I can make a spell that's just simply projectile dispel, and we'll call it dispel. And if I right click with this and dispel onto this jar, it will then release the mob up into the air. In this case, it's just a boat, so that's fantastic. We've now cleared that out. And I can pick up the mobs and I have them in jars now. So this is a cheap way of having something like the mob imprisonment tool or the just die things creature catcher. And so what I can do is build a little bit of a cage, maybe cage is not the right word, for our villager like this, and so that he can't escape. Again, I'm really not helping myself here. And if I place our villager just down here and use dispel, there we go. And then if I break the containment jar underneath him, we've now got our villager where we want him. Now, I want to turn this villager into a fletcher. The fletching table is what we need for that, and it's really easy recipe, wood and flint. And if I place this down, he then turns straight into a Fletcher. And look at that, we get a discount on our stick trade. So obviously I'm going to craft a bunch of sticks up to try and hopefully claim him as our stick guy. And look at that, we've now got emeralds. 16 of them to be precise. We can make a geo and more. And now that he's a Fletcher, what we can do is re-enable our tablet of confinement. It'll pop him in this jar over here. And I can now interact with this jar instead of him as an entity. He doesn't require a workstation to work anymore, and now I can just plonk him anywhere I like. So I could have a whole wall of these guys over here. Now I'm going to wheel this guy all the way back to where he came from, and hopefully we can do the same with him. What a fun way of getting around. So if I place my jar down now, in fact I'm going to place both of them because I don't know whether I'll be quick enough for this, but I'm going to break this, turn this on, and don't run away, don't run away. Yes, perfect. Okay, we've got him in the jar. And we'll do the exact same with him. There we go, perfect. And to be completely real, we could have a bunch of different villagers, but I think for now, I'm just going to have 2 fletching villagers. I really want those sticks to emeralds trades. There we go, we've now got him as a Fletcher, and we'll trade the sticks with him. So I'll just pop him in a jar as well, and then add him to the wall of other villagers around here. Now, I can sense in the comment section, I'm going to get some questions about why I didn't put an Applied Energistics villager. I know that if I got into Applied Energistics right now, I'd have a complete Applied Energistics system. The problem is, once you've made a system, it's so hard to move it, and I guarantee if I made it right now with my awful little lawn base, it would just give me less reason to move. And I do not want that right now. So unfortunately, Applied Energistics is going to have to wait a little bit. Hopefully until I get my base sorted. Whilst I'm here though, I'm also going to grab this mushroom and try and bring him over and coax him into a containment jar. Perfect, there we go. And there's 2 reasons for that. One, if I right-click him with a bowl, I now get mushroom soup without needing to right-click the entity. I can also do this for milk buckets as well. Plus, it means that the mushroom is not actually contributing to the peaceful mob cap, and we're trying to get some peaceful mobs now. But for now, he's also going to be plonked down next to the villagers over here. In the meantime, using my technique of getting charged creepers to blow up and give us the skulls, we've actually got a bit of a stockpile here, but more importantly, we've now got 3 wither skeleton skulls. Technically, we've also got these skull fragments here, and that gives us, well, another 7. So maybe we'll have a few more. But I've got a strategy that I think we can kill the wither by episode 3. All I'm going to need is to grab some soul sand, which we've now got here, using the technique that I showed off in last episode. But for this technique, we're going to need ourselves some tinted glass from Mob Grinding Utils, and make sure it's this tinted glass, the one that says tough enough to withstand withers. And as far as I can see, we can use our glass and coal shards that we got last time, and we can craft quite a lot of this. 52, that should be enough. Episode 3, we are now going to defeat the wither. How crazy is that? We've not even gone to the Nether. Now, this might not work for you. Please do this at your own risk. I feel like it's going to work. I've not had this go wrong in creative yet, but this might be the first time. First of all, make sure you're in a claimed chunk. I'm in this one here, for example. If I press M and go to my map, I can see that I'm in a claimed area. And if I press F3G, I'm in within these borders. I'm going to place a 3x3 of tinted glass, go up 2, and make a ring around this one here. There we go. So we've got this weird hourglass shape. I'm going to pop out the middle one and then go up by 3 blocks using the wand. And then cap off the top like so. I'm going to jump down. I MLG'd that one as well. Check that out. And we're going to bonk out that middle block there. Now, if all has gone correctly, I'm going to place my soul sand in like this and stand back. And we should have a wither spawned inside this, and it shouldn't break any blocks. I'm going to stand far away. I do trust my own builds, I promise. There we go. Perfect. And moment of truth, if I hit it, it might break blocks, so let's see. Nope, perfect, fantastic. We've now cheesed the wither. And you can just keep whacking at its legs. We're going to kill this in no time. I'm going to try and crit it so we can hopefully speed this up. Whoa. What on earth's on this sword? Oh, right. Enemies below 20% max health will get executed. Perfect. Wow. And there we go. We have the first Nether Star in this world. We haven't even gone to the Nether. What? Also, I don't know whether you saw, but we got the achievement for Summit as well. We are now at the 4th highest difficulty, but this one here requires us to get to the Ender Dragon, so we're not going to be doing stage 5 to this. We now have the ability to get flawless and perfect purity items as well as drops. We are definitely going to activate this now. I'm going to also try and kill the other 2 as well. Surprisingly, knowing my luck, this actually went alright and the wither behaved for once. And we got both of the other Nether Stars. Perfect, there we go. 3 Nether Stars in total. The worst part is I don't actually know what to do with the Nether Stars. We can get to the Archmage book, but we haven't got anything else. Yeah, I'm really not sure what we should do with this. One thing I do want to craft is the Soren compact machine, which I guess we'll get to another time. But if you've got any other ideas of what we could do with the Nether Stars, leave them in the comments. I'm interested. But for now, we can now break this setup. It took seconds to make, so we'll make it again later when we need some more Nether Stars. And we could really do with some copper, so I'm going to try and get some of that using our already existing mob farm. If I place some water buckets next to these trapdoors now, like so. Oh, this guy's in the way. All the mobs that now enter here, the zombies should now drown and become drown zombies. And drown zombies drop copper. And I tell you what, we've just got a netherite helmet from one of the drops. Mana boost 4 and mana regen 3. That is crazy. I'm definitely having this. And there we go. So now we have some drown zombies. Now these 3 probably won't drop a copper ingot. Oh wait, hold on. One of them did drop it. Wait, 2 of them dropped it. What? Wait, how many did we need? How many did we need? We need 10 in total, right? Oh, okay, so we've only got 1 there, but that's really lucky. I don't know what the chances are on that, but that seemed really weird. We're also making a massive dent in our netherite scrap. Now, I believe netherite scrap is only going to take, I believe it only takes 9 scraps to make an ancient debris geode, so we are really close to that threshold now. Now, something interesting to note is I'm able to right-click mobs in the containment jar to actually be able to swab them. So right now, I've got the villager DNA just by swabbing the containment jar. So I didn't have to dispel them or get them out or anything like that. I might as well also craft up a magnet, considering we've got the resources for it. I don't think I can get the next upgrade because that requires blaze powder, but maybe that's something we should get into next. In the meantime, I'm going to turn the magnet on by just right-clicking it and popping it in my curio slot right there. Also, I can hear all the drown zombies turning, so I might go and harvest these as well, and hopefully we'll get lucky. Okay, maybe not that time. But we did get our first mythic piece of armor. This looks insane. This is crazy. And we also got our first mythic chestplate as well. And hold on, did we get... Enables elytra flight. Hold on, are we now able to fly using an elytra? What? Have we got flight? This is so goofy. Yeah, I mean, I guess this works as a flight method, but I'm not going to count it. I'm definitely not going to be using this. But that does mean that we can get our first God-forged pearls, our mythic rarity pearls. But I think it's time to make some more stone block generators. Here we go. So we got 3. Now, I want to upgrade these to the copper tier, but we don't have enough copper to actually do this, so I'm going to wait for the drowned farm to produce some more. I'm definitely going to want to generate netherrack and obsidian. We could also do with getting some cobbled deep slate, but we need packed ice for that, so that might be a little bit later. We might as well also do endstone whilst we're at it. I don't see a use for it, so I'm not entirely sure what we can actually do with it, because normally they'd be really useful for something like sieving, but I don't really see much of a point, but we might as well get it anyway. We also got another copper ingot from the drowned farm, so hopefully we're getting closer and closer to that 10. I'm going to keep all of them in my inventory, and I'll keep you updated. So I then crafted up 2 singularity tanks. Then I needed a block of glowstone for the endstone, and a block of redstone for the netherrack. The redstone we already have from the geode, but the glowstone I believe we got from killing some witches earlier. So I think the first generator we're going to make is the obsidian generator. It requires the lava, but the source block's consumed, and the water over here. Oh, hey, we got a pig. I didn't realize we got a pig. I don't think we have a use for them. I was hoping to get some of the Ars mobs, so he's going straight off the edge. Now, we need to get 1 obsidian to start this all off, so I've got a oak barrel down here. I'm going to right-click it with a lava, and then we'll add some water over the top. Oh, no, we won't. I'm going to try that again. There we go. So now we've got obsidian, and if I pop this under where it's going to be generating, and then pop the stone generator on top and provide it with water and running lava, it will now produce obsidian. Now, in the recipe, it did say that lava is getting consumed, but it also allows for flowing lava to get consumed. So that's actually really useful for us. So all I need to do next is pop a drawer on top, and now we're generating obsidian. And I might as well make this a full block here as well. Next up, I want andesite, so I'm going to plop an andesite block there, a stone generator on top, and we just need water and lava. So I'll pop some lava just over here, and the water's also coming in. So there we go, we've got andesite. Pop a drawer on top, and there we go, it's all coming in. We'll do the end stone now, so very similar setup to what we had last time. We're going to put the glowstone down here. We're going to put a singularity tank down on this side, and then we're going to put some of our witch water in. Now this counts as a witch water block. We don't actually need to have it in the world. We can have it in a tank. And like last time, we're going to have the flowing lava coming in, and that should be endstone. Check that out. Also didn't mention it, but I think tuff might be really useful as well. And we can make tuff using the deep slate that we've already got and a manipulation essence to craft just 8 of it. And then we're able to generate it using the block generator here with water, lava, and putting tuff at the bottom. And to get netherrack, we just plop a redstone block down there. We have some more of the witch water, so we're going to plop that there, and then running lava as well. And in the middle, obviously a stone block generator. There we go, we've now got netherrack. Perfect, so now we've got an entire row of generated resources here, which is really helpful. And I know it looks ugly, but the whole point of this is it's going to be building resources for next episode, where hopefully we can build our new base. Let's see what we've got in here. There we go. How many have we got? We got 8. 8 copper ingots. We are 2 off. And since we've now got obsidian, you probably know where we're going next. I now want to go to the Nether. And I know I've done this in the wrong order. I've killed the Wither before I've actually gone to the Nether. But I'm just going to make a quick and dirty Nether portal over here. And let's just inspect our nether side, because I don't actually know what it's going to look like. Okay, and whoa, this is creepy with the shaders on. I did not realise how this would look. And yeah, just as I expected, we got a completely empty nether. So that leaves us with two options. We can either use the explorer's compass to try and find a fortress, or we could try another method. And I think I'm going to go for the other method just because I don't think I've shown it off before and I think it's kind of interesting. And that method is going to involve us crafting the nature's compass. It's just a regular compass surrounded by logs and saplings. And I'm actually going to turn off shaders for this because it's a little bit jarring. Now I'm going to use the nature's compass to try and find ourselves a basalt delta, only 128 blocks away. That's fantastic, and it's in this direction here. Using slabs, I'm just going to bridge out to try and find that basalt deltas. And I'm also going to put some lights along the way so we don't get any mob spawns. Unfortunately, that light trick does not work at all, and I found that out very quickly. Oh, we're getting mob spawns. Oh boy. Yeah, we really are getting mob spawns. Right, I don't have a spell for you. Oh no. I guess I'm gonna have to get return to sender then. Brilliant. I'm gonna make a projectile harm spell as well because I don't trust these ghasts that are coming out, so hopefully this will do some long range damage. And I can already see the biomes changing. I think we're very close to the basalt deltas. So now that we've got into the basalt deltas, I'm now gonna make a platform, and the best way to do that is by putting out one slab like that and then using your iron stick or whatever stick you've got available to just extend this platform out like so. We don't need it to be that big, we just need a little bit. Cool, okay, a platform like this should be plenty fine. Now I'm going to move over here and we should now just get a bunch of magma cubes spawning in like so. This literally took less than a second. And we're going to murder them, brilliant. Now I'm trying not to knock them off the edge, so I've got to be a bit careful here. Oh no, I already fell off. Right, slash home. Okay, luckily I survived that. And we've already got one of the items we need, which is the molten core. Now, I need two of them, and I can then make blaze rods that way. So we don't actually have to go to a blaze fortress to get them. So now for the long journey back to the basalt deltas. Now, luckily it wasn't too far, but I've got to be careful I don't get pushed off again. And the other mob that can spawn in a basalt delta is, oh, you guessed it, our friend. Oh dear, no. And we got bonked off again. Right, starting to think my plan is not the best here. Actually, I've just realised I could just use the balloon on a stick, and that should hopefully prevent me from any of the creative flight problem. Okay, never mind. So I think I've died a few too many times for me not to try something completely different. Oh my gosh, we finally got 10 copper ingots. That's incredible. I can get rid of the water up here. Hey, there we go. I'll pop that away for now because we'll deal with that in just a moment. We're going to get into reforging, and the way that we do that is by crafting up an enchanting table and then the simple reforging table. So to upgrade to the regular reforging table, we need to get a netherite ingot and some nether bricks. Now I've crafted up a few nether bricks here, and then we just need to get ourselves a netherite ingot. We do have enough scrap for, however, no we don't. Right, I need to go and turn this into a geode and we'll get a few more. And since we've also got the copper for the other geode, I'll do that one as well, so we can do two at a time. There we go. We've got the ancient debris one coming in. And then we've also got the copper one as well. So let's get these ones going. We've got the copper and the ancient debris one, so let's get cranking. So I then cranked it straight for about 10 minutes. Hold on, I can't say that. I can't say that. And we got ourselves a wandering trader as well. What does he sell? Have we got anything interesting? Ooh, we got melon seeds, which I think we can get from the marketplace anyway. And we've also got packed ice. Now, we needed packed ice for the cobbled deep slate, I believe. Yeah, we did. Okay, I won't buy this because I'll actually get it through the legitimate way, so I can actually show you how you can do it. But for now, kind of an interesting trade. So cheers, Mr. 1DT, but we don't need you now. So I'm smelting up all of our copper right now into molten copper and then hopefully pouring it out into the casting basin to make blocks of it. And that is looking pretty good. And hopefully that cools down and we get ourselves the block of copper. Fantastic, great. Interestingly, with the ancient debris shards, you can turn it into ancient debris here by using 9 of them. Or you can smelt them directly in a foundry and you'll get 1 scrap for 1 ancient debris shard. I think that's much more worth it. You can cast it out using an ingot cast into netherite scrap as well, which is really handy. Okay, so the way that we make this ingot cast is by blending up 4 iron ingots with 4 coal. Now, I think we can also use the coal shards, the coal geode shards. I'm just going to use regular coal here because I think we've run out. And if you've got a lever, make sure to turn that off so that the items can mix together. So once you put both of them in the foundry, it'll melt them together and create molten steel. Now, if I take away one of my casting basins and pop down the casting table, I whack an iron ingot on top and then pour over this, it will make a mold. And it does take the 4 steel to do this. So it then uses up our iron ingot to create that ingot cast here. So I can go ahead and smelt up our ancient debris geoshards shards, like so. So now we've got 25 scraps, and I can come round here and quickly plonk down a hopper facing here, and then move our lever from where it was just here to right next to the tap. So that means that we're not going to be casting it into the casting basin, we're just going to be doing the table. And hopefully, if I press this, it should then melt it all down and we get netherite scraps. Fantastic. This is looking really good now. We've got 5 blocks of copper, a load of diamonds and redstone, and we're finally getting our scrap back. This episode seems to be tangents on tangents on tangents. Anyway, like we were trying to do, we're trying to make the reforging table. And so that requires the netherite, which we've now got access to, and those nether bricks that I made earlier, and we should now have the reforging table. So I'm going to grab myself a basic diamond sword here, and if I plonk down the reforging table, you'll see if I open this interface, I'm greeted with something that looks a little bit confusing. To actually use it, I'm going to need the sigil of rebirths. Now, I'm going to craft up quite a few of, well, actually, no, I lied. I'm going to craft up 6 because that's all I can, but you use this gem-infused slate, which is just deep slate and then gem dust. So I'm going to craft a few more, and then hopefully we can get quite a bit. There we go. We've got 24 of these sigil of rebirths. And then what we're going to be using is the rarity material stuff from Apotheosis. Now, I'd like to use the Godforged pearls, but I don't think I can afford it. But I'm going to pull all of these out, just to have a quick look. And so we open up the reforging table. Now, we can shift-click our item or put it in the middle, and you'll see this really nice animation. If we shift-click our rebirth sigils, they go in the bottom right, and then our material goes up in the top left. Now, I'm going to put in the blue one, the rare material. Gives us 3 different options at the bottom, each with a different sigil of rebirth cost and the material cost. Now, what I'm looking for is something like, you'll see the 3rd bullet point. Attacks have a 45% chance to also hit up to 4 nearby enemies. I've noticed we have a lot of quests going on right now, and I haven't completed a lot of them. And we need 60 levels, so we are only at 27 right now. It's going to be a long time, so I might just go and do this. If I press collect all rewards, this is going to spam everything, and I'm hoping it's not going to overfill our system. Look at that. What is that? Well, we're at level 101 now, so that worked, but we've got tons of items. I seem to have got a random reward of a beehive, but I can't see the quest that gave it to me, and that then unlocked the honeycomb. And I don't remember if you remember last episode, but there was a quest to do with if we got a waxed copper block, it would give me 8 copper blocks. So I feel like if I just do this and then wax it and pick up the item... Yeah, there we go, the chipped copper quest. And chipped copper, yeah, there we go, 8 copper blocks. Brilliant. So that's a really good tip if you need more copper quickly and you've got honeycomb. If not, you can get into bees. It doesn't take very long. So we can now make this sword. Actually, what if I put the Godforged pearl in? Do we have enough for that? Wow, hold on. I'm just going through this. We have access to this second one here, which gives us the 50% chance to hit up to 4 nearby enemies, which is what we wanted. But it also gives us loot pinata. I am definitely going to have this one, and I'll explain why in just a moment. Wait, does this have 5? Oh my gosh. Right, so this also has a 5.75 entity interaction range, which means I've got reach here. There, so that's my reach distance to hit this zombie piglin. I can hit him from over here. Anyway, let's go back over to what we were dealing with earlier, the magma cubes. Now, I'm hoping that I can proc loot pinata with this, so we'll see. But I did. Instantly procced it. Wow. Occasionally, there'll be a massive firework go off, and I'll get a load of items. We'll see if we can get it to happen again, but you'll hear the firework sound. I then went on a magma cube murder spree. It was crazy. There was absolutely tons spawning in, so I definitely recommend this if you're trying to get some of the molten cores. So loot pinata has a chance, like it says, 4% chance. When you kill an enemy, loot pinata basically drops that amount of items multiple times, effectively being a pinata. And so we had that proc a couple of times, one for magma cream and then one for a bunch of molten cores. So we actually got really lucky here because we can now convert all of these into blaze rods, and we've got 32 now. That's really good. But in the meantime, we should be able to upgrade our spellbook from the novice tier into the mages tier, which is great. We can now cast the tier 2 glyphs. And one of my favourite tier 2 glyphs is Crush, but I'm sure we'll get into that another day. We also have access to AOE and Extract, 2 of my favourite glyphs. AOE is crafted really easy. You just need a Firework Star, which is just a dye mixed with gunpowder. There we go. We've got a Firework Star. And for Extract, all we'll need is an emerald. So that's great, we got the extract and we got AoE. So let's say I have the basic spell, Projectile Break. This allows me to shoot one of the grass blocks and it will break it and turn it into dirt. But then we can start adding augments, and that's what the yellow tinted border is around them. We can add Extract, which as it says applies Silk Touch when breaking the block. So we can now just right click and we'll now get grass instead of dirt. We can also add AoE, which increases the radius of the target block. So instead of breaking just that one, we can now break a 2x2 square. The good thing is we can also add as many augments as we like. So right now I've got got, well, a massive AoE here. So if I just right click this area, you'll see it breaks a 5x5 area. How cool is that? And it's not just break. We had that conjure terrain that I showed last episode. I can do the exact same and just place it here. And now we've got dirt being generated in a 5x5 area. I can also combine them. So in this case, I've got touch, break, 4 AoE abilities, and then extract at the end. And that will apply silk touch to everything that I break. And for my next trick, what I'm going to need is some mycelium. If I combine mycelium with the manipulation essence, I now have access to moss blocks. And moss blocks aren't particularly interesting, but they're a building resource that I really need. I love moss, it's perfect for my builds. And we can also turn it into stuff like biomass as well. Today, I need to move out of my lawn base and move into something more stylish. I've been working in the background crafting the perfect island for us to call our new base.
I think it needs more blocks or something, mate.
And today, my goal is to build the top half of this design, so we can focus on making a proper starter house to house all of our machines, farms, power, etc. But we're going to get into a few complications, as some of these materials without sieves is a bit of a challenge. Welcome back to Sieveless. Welcome back. So today we said that we were going to be building up the actual island, because right now we're living in this awful little lawn base that I'm not happy with. The problem is I require quite a lot of materials to actually get my build sorted, but I will show you the build that I've got planned. I made it in creative using Axiom and World Edit, and it's going to be in 2 parts. So by this episode we should have all the materials ready to build it, and hopefully schematic cannon it in for the next episode. So without further ado, let's show off the schematics that we're trying to build. So for that we need to get an empty schematic, a schematic table to upload it, and then a schematic cannon. Perfect, we've crafted all of those up, and now I just need to place down the schematic table and plop in my empty schematic with the island. I've got the top island too, that's what I've named it, and I'm going to have to upload it. That's going to take a little bit of time to do. You might be wondering why we're not using the copy and paste gadget from BuildingGadgets. And I'd love to use it. The problem is it has a limit of about 100,000 blocks, and I believe our build is going to be a bit bigger than that. Yeah, I know, it's going to be pretty crazy. So once that's finished uploading, you'll get your finished schematic out here, and if you pop it in your hands, you can see there's a little bounding box. You can't really see it until I place it down, so I'm just going to right click, and now that will place in the schematic. Now I can use the control key to move and position this. I'm also going to use the move Y, so let's just get it further down so that we can actually show you this. So I want to try and place the island a little bit further away from our main base right now so I can dismantle this all and it's not going to have any conflicts with all of this. So here's a little bit of a teaser. Now, bearing in mind, this is just the top half. Originally, this island is going to go all the way down to here, and this is just the starter base. But I'll explain a little bit more about it. For now, that's going to be the sort of size, and we've got a massive building spot here to work with. This is going to be a lake over here, and then some interesting parts over here. And I'll get more onto this in just a bit. If I now craft myself a clipboard from Create and plop down our schematic cannon just in the corner over here, add our schematic, and then add our clipboard, you'll see it will turn into the material checklist. Now, if I open this material checklist, you can see what I mean about this going to be requiring a lot of resources. So we've got like 14 stacks of cobbled deep slate, 32 stacks of dirt, 9 stacks of andesite. Some of the most important ones and the most difficult bits will be this moss block stuff. And then we need 106 stacks of stone. That's crazy. 6,803 stone in total. Wow. And I've already made a bit of a head start on it. If I go back over to my generation stuff that I was making last episode, you'll see I've actually upgraded a couple of these cobble gens to gold cobble gens, and on top of that I gave them copper upgrades. So for example, the cobblestone here has 2, I think most of these have 2, for example andesite, tough, they all have a lot of these upgrades in them. And whilst I was editing my last video, I let them generate all of the resources, so we've got a bit of a stockpile on this. Obviously we have to smelt up a lot of this into stone, so that should do us for now, but it also should help us out when we get into building the full island later on. So I'll leave them running in the background, and hopefully we can get a bit more of a dent in it as well. In the meantime, let's go and tackle some of these more difficult things that we need to get, i.e. the 32 stacks of dirt and the load of moss blocks that we need. Now I've got the regular moss blocks, but I also use some chipped versions here like the smooth moss blocks and the sprinkled. So in total, we're looking at about 18 stacks of moss blocks. That is a lot. And I may have screwed myself over a little bit because there isn't really a good recipe or a good way of getting lots of it. We could have got into the quarry bee and that could have generated some, but again, it's quite slow. The Zycraft extractor is also really useful, but the problem is that we can't have access to it because we require Kivy. But there is no way we can do that right now. We could go with the vanilla way. It's really slow and I really don't want to do it. Or we could go with maybe a create way. And I really want to do the create way. The Problem is, it requires brass for a lot of the create endgame, and the problem that we have is we don't have a way of getting zinc. The only feasible way of getting zinc is by crushing down tuff with crushing wheels, but to make the crushing wheels we need the mechanical crafter, which guess what, requires brass. So we're going to have to get into our first generation of ore generation. And maybe you spotted it in the top left corner, it is the atomic reconstructor here. We're going to be partnering that with the lens of the miner as well, as we now have every single resource here minus black quartz. So your first question will probably be, how do we get black quartz? Well, there isn't actually a recipe for it that we can do. However, the black quartz G ore has a really interesting recipe, requiring just regular quartz poured over red sand. Now, we have loads of quartz from our soul sand, but we don't have any red sand. But a couple of episodes ago, I showed you how milling granite gives us red sand. So we're going to have to go right back to the basics here and start shift right clicking the ground to try and get some of these pebbles again. So we've got 18 granite. I'm going to throw 9 in there and 9 in there. That should give us 2 1x red sand blocks. In the meantime, I thought I'd also mention something. I have crafted off camera the time in a bottle. This is a must-have in all the mods 10 to the sky because they've not changed the recipe. Originally, it had a really ridiculous recipe in ATM 10. So it just requires a few gold, few diamonds, lapis, etc. And the way that this works is that it stores time in a bottle, as it says on the tin. For any second that we accumulate, we can use it to speed up any of our machines. So if I've got this iron furnace, for example, I can just shift right click and it'll ×2 speed it for 30 seconds. I can then shift right click it again, it will do it to 4 times, and I believe the maximum is either 256 or 128 times, but that will use up almost practically all of our time. But considering we get this time for free, it's really useful, especially in the early game, because eventually we will get into Just Dire Things, which has its own time wand, and by the time we've got into that, we've probably made enough use of the time in a bottle already. In the meantime, I've let all of our quartz melt up, and I'm going to get 2 red sand blocks here, while pouring quartz over red sand, and now, yeah, there we go. The first one's coming in, it's just cooling down. And after this, we should now have 2 black quartz gears. Perfecto, we've got them now, so I'm just going to plonk them down here and we will grow them out. Perfect, so the first black quartz are coming in, and we don't need much to start with, but I'll show you what we're going to be crafting. The first thing we need is the atomic reconstructor. That requires us getting the iron casing here, like so, which will also give us the manual for actual additions. Now, it's work in progress, so I'm going to put this away. From here, we need to get the atomic reconstructor, and then we're also going to craft a redstone torch. If I plonk the atomic reconstructor next to our magmatic generator, which is currently full with energy, yep, perfect. Plonk that on the side. So when you first place the atomic reconstructor down, it's going to start just zapping randomly. You don't want this to happen, so this is why I said to craft a redstone torch. We're going to right click it to pulse mode. This means that instead of pulsing on a timer, we can just place a redstone signal to the side of it, and then every time we right click it, that will do the pulse. Now, the atomic reconstructor itself is actually incredibly useful. It has the same recipe as that haunted campfire thing, where you can turn sand straight into soul sand. But one of the most interesting things I'm going to use it for is how to get nether wart. We can use red mushrooms and turn them directly into nether wart. Similarly, we can turn rotten flesh straight into leather as well, and we can get raw easnium from ancient debris and turning that into easnium ore. That won't be used now, but that's going to be really handy in later game occultism. I'm going to grab half a stack of red mushrooms that we got from the Vexing Conjure Island stuff. If I throw it in front of the reconstructor and zap it, you'll see we'll get some nether wart. Now, it does require a lot of energy to do it, and also we only get 1 nether wart. Honestly, I thought we'd get a lot more. Not to worry, like last episode, I showed off the snad. We can use soul snad, which is the exact same thing, but obviously for soul sand. Grab our redstone clock and just place it in the center and soul snad around it. Placing down nether wart will actually grow it really quickly as well, and we can just keep on harvesting it like so. So I don't want to do this for too long, but I just want to get a bit of a stockpile going. That would make things easier for later on. Now, that allows us to finally get into Just Dire Things. Now, I made the Primo Gel, and I believe I made this off camera, not a difficult recipe at all, and this will allow you to get ferrocore, but we can upgrade this now to the second tier, which is the Blaze Bloom Goo, requiring blaze powder, nether wart, and redstone. We were missing the nether wart. Perfect, so we've now got Blaze Bloom Goo. That's fantastic. The next tiers are going to require us to go to the end, so we're not going to get that right now. But one of the best things that I can find in that tier is the experience holder. That means we can finally store our 107 levels. Because I die so frequently, I think I need to do that sooner than later. So I know that we've skipped the first tier of goo from Just Dire Things, but I'll quickly go over how this works. You place down your tier of goo, and you'll see it will flash a symbol of what item it needs. So for Blaze Bloom, it's going to need nether wart or it's going to need blaze powder. And you just need to right click it with one of those materials. It doesn't matter which one. And that will turn it into an activated version. So in Just Die Things, there are different tiers. You start off with ferrocore, you then move to blaze gold, celesta gem, and then finally the eclipse alloy. The way that you do this is by placing a block of the item you want to convert next to the gel. It will absorb it and then spit out the Just Die Things version of that. So for example, turning iron into ferrocore. So I'm going to create 4 blocks of ferrocore, or sorry, turn 4 blocks of iron into ferrocore. And I've got shaders on at the moment, so if I disable them, you'll see that the goo actually spreads over. It's now fully converted the blocks, and you'll see the next tick will actually turn it into ferrocore. There we go. How cool is that? You just want to break this with a pickaxe, and I don't believe fortune affects it. You should get 3 to 4, I think, is the number for every one of the blocks of iron you put down. And then we get the raw version. We just need to smelt that up to get ferrocore ingots. Whilst that's happening, I'm going to put in the gold as well, and we'll turn that into blaze gold. Perfect. We've now got raw blaze gold. I'm going to smash this up, and hopefully, yeah, there we go. 15. That's a nice number. And we'll cook up the blaze gold as well. Perfect. So we've got some blaze gold now. I'm going to craft that up into the experience holder that we were talking about earlier. Brilliant, there we go. We've now got the experience holder. Now, if I place this down, I can store and retrieve every single one of my levels by pressing left click to absorb a level, shift clicking and retrieving. That'll do 10 levels at a time. Or I can control click and that will take all or give all of my levels back in. The neat thing about the Just Dire Things one is it's also able to collect experience if you had this next to a mob farm, and it'll actually just store the experience in here. And so finally, we are now able to craft the lens of the miner. It just requires a basic lens, which is just using 1 black quartz. And then we need the lens of the miner. And we're going to need a lot of stone for this. Now, I really should upgrade this encased fan setup. We've only got the one here, and it's definitely worth having multiple. But for now, I'm just going to have to do this. Again, we're going to make a whole new base in a second. I'm going to place glass trapdoors all around this dirt block here, and we're going to replace it with lava. And that's going to be our smelting setup to actually speed up smelting. And the way that we're going to do that is by grabbing a bucket of lava, and we're going to plonk it right in the center of that fan. And if I lower this, we should now see the flames here. Yeah, the flames are now hot, meaning that it's going to smelt items. I grabbed a ton of cobblestone and smelted it up using our new fan setup. So if I now place a block of stone in front of this, and then add the lens of the miner onto the atomic reconstructor, give it a redstone signal, what will happen is it will turn into a random ore block. And we can harvest this random ore block to get the raw version. So Sieveless is now complete. Well done, guys. Thank you for watching the series. It's been amazing. In all seriousness, though, this is going to be really handy. I now need to get one of all the mods ores. Perfect. We've got nickel. And I'm just simply going to use my touch, break, extract spell to get the silk touch version of this, which should give me a quest. The All the Ores block. You can see up in the top right. And the All the Ores blocks quest gives me access to Fortune 2, a Fortune 2 enchanted book. Can you guys predict what I'm about to do next? We're going to get into create enchantment industries. The first thing we need to do is make a create fluid tank. That's going to require barrels and then some copper plates, which we can make using the engineer's hammer. So we're going to craft up 12 of those fluid tanks here. And we're also going to craft up a fluid hatch requiring an item drain and a copper ingot. The item drain requires copper casing, which you can get by just right-clicking a copper ingot on a stripped oak log. So we've got the item drain and now we've got the fluid hatch. So I'm going to build up a tank here, just a 2x2, and I'll bring it up by 3 blocks. So there we go. That's going to be our fluid tank. I'm also going to right-click a fluid hatch, and we're not going to use this just yet. I need to get myself a bucket of fluid experience. Now, I can right-click the experience holder with a bucket and get XP fluid. I can then right-click that into a drying basin, and I will get a solidified block of experience. Block of experience, and that is from the create mod. So if I now get my block of experience, which, whoa, with these shaders on, check that out. That is such a weird mystical block. I love this. Right, if I right click this onto the fluid hatch, we now get the experience hatch. And if I right click the experience hatch, all of my experience turns into liquid experience from the create mod and goes straight into this tank here. We're also going to need this printer, which comes from a spout, block of iron and brass plate. I've just realized for the spout we're going to need dried kelp, which means we need to get regular kelp, and there's not very many recipes, but I've got another tip for you. If I craft the Conjure Island cascading, you'll see we'll get some coral sugarcane. I think this also gives off kelp. So I then built out 14 blocks and used the Conjure Island cascading forest to produce a really nice interesting biome, which also had our kelp. And done. This island's really nice. I like this one, but it's also got coral all around it, and I believe, is that kelp down there? Yes, it is. Okay, fantastic. So we can now get kelp. And luckily I can just twerk and left click here and grab a ton of it as well. So this should be good. Eventually I want to make a permanent place for these islands rather than just having them out and about. But I think we can think about that another time. Right now we're trying to make our brand new base. In the meantime, I need to make some brass plates, which does require me to get some zinc. And I'm hopefully going to get it using their atomic reconstructor. So I'll be back with you once we get it. Oh, interesting. The atomic reconstructor also gives us Zycraft gems. I didn't realize this was actually a thing. I thought this mod was completely removed from us because there was no way of getting it, but clearly you can get it. Hold on, we can also get osmium? I didn't realise we can get osmium. This is crazy. Oh yeah, we can. Look, I didn't realise the weighting on it was actually quite high, so we can actually get osmium ore now. The thing is, we need a diamond pickaxe to craft it. I really want to try and get fortune so we can get more. I really just need more. I was back at my mob farm again, and I realised I've got a new tool here that has a +1 level of fortune. So it's a little bit better than our pick right now. Obviously, I want to get a higher level of fortune in general, but that's quite good. I noticed that we ended up getting a lot of raw osmium, and that was quite surprising. So much so that I believe the osmium geode was actually closer than I thought. We're getting a lot of raw osmium. Hold on, I'm going to just check something real quick. We've got 5 osmium ingots and we've got 4 raw osmium. Can I double this using a hammer? Oh, I can. Hold on. We have enough for a complete osmium geode as well. So now that we had finally unlocked the osmium geode, I crafted it up, and the first thing I did with it was make a superheating element from mechanism. Now the cool thing about the superheating element is that if I quickly just go into the uses of it, you'll see in the crucible heat sources it melts at a 60 times pace. Now I'm right now using fire, which is only 5 times. So we're actually going to be increasing the speed that we get lava by, well, factor of 12 really, which is pretty crazy. So I'm going to swap this out most definitely. The superheating element also does not actually require any energy to be powered. It just works, and look at that, we're getting so much more lava so quick. But we still have not got any of our zinc, so I am back on the zinc hunt. So after a while of sitting there with the lens of the miner and just hammering away, I finally realized that zinc was not actually possible to get with the lens of the miner. This whole grind was for absolutely nothing. I was gutted. Am I an idiot? I can't see zinc there. I think I've been an idiot. I thought that you could get zinc from this, but looking at the recipes, I don't actually see zinc anywhere on the lens of the miner. If I go to something like salt ore as an example, it's in the lens of the miner. So I don't think we have access to zinc right now. I'm a little bit confused on what to do. Like, don't get me wrong, the lens of the miner is amazing. We've got some silver, tin, nickel, all of these things we weren't able to get before. But I honestly don't know a good way of getting zinc without going to the end. I didn't really want to go to the end. I was hoping there was going to be a really easy or simple way, or hopefully the lens of the miner would have actually have given us zinc. But unfortunately that wasn't the case, so I eventually just decided to set off and make ourselves the Tablet of End Island portal. It's different from the End Cake as it produces the portal room for the stronghold, which gives us access to a silverfish spawner and a repeatable way of going to the end. Before we have too much chaos with the silverfish, I'm going to break this spawner here using that break spell with the extract. Perfect, and we managed to get our silverfish spawner, and everything's gone crazy. I think it's time to craft ourselves a jetpack. I want to use the Orotech jetpack just because it's so much more cheaper than any other jetpack in this list here, and just requires some blaze powder, a redstone block, some steel, and leather. And then we just need to plug it into our generator, and we should be able to charge that up. I also need something to prevent fall damage. You could use the exo boots paired with the jetpack, that will prevent all fall damage, but we could just have the blaze jet wand here, and if we hold this in our offhand, it actually reduces all fall damage. You don't take any fall damage. So I'm going to replace my shield with that, and I'm going to pop this on my back. Oh, I have to actually put it as my chest plate. Interesting. That means we'll take a little bit more damage, but that should be okay. And I guess it's time that we venture off into the end. The final pearl going in, and whoa, these shaders look insane. Look at that portal. What? This is awesome. This is crazy. Right, we're going to have to go in. Before I go in, I want to give you the rundown. I'm not going to be killing the end dragon today. That is not on the cards. What I will be doing is trying to search the island for any zinc ore. If we can't find any, I'm going to have to fly to the end islands and hopefully try and find some there. But I don't know whether this jetpack can last that long. Oh, I was mid cup of tea. Whoa, the end looks insane. Again, these complementary shaders look ridiculous. Like, what is that? So I foraged around the main end island and I found a load of ores that were really helpful and useful. The only new ones that we didn't have access to before was zinc and I believe platinum. I didn't see platinum on the lens of the miner, so I think that's also one that we now have access to. But everything else was already available and accessible. So with our new end ore loot, I came home and started making the zinc geodes. All of that just for a little bit of zinc. How crazy. I'll use the copper ore hammer we got to try and duplicate that down into getting us 10 of the zinc dust. In fact, I'll do this quite a bit. Let's get 4 of the geodes. Great, so we've now got a total of 4 budding zinc geodes. Now we won't need that many, but I just wanted to make sure that we have enough to make infinite later down the line. In the meantime, let's craft up an ore hammer and get ourselves some of the brass that we needed. We can do that by chopping down some copper dust from the copper ingot, and then we grab ourselves the zinc ingot again, and we chop that down into zinc dust. Both of those ingredients there to make 4 brass dust, and this is what we needed. And actually, we're going to need quite a bit, so I've crafted up over a stack now, so that's fantastic. Interestingly, you have to use the ore hammer for the brass plate recipe, or the press. It doesn't have the engineer's hammer recipe, so that's quite strange, but oh well, we've got an ore hammer ready to go. And for now, we just need one. We need to get ourselves the printer. Like so, we've crafted ourselves the printer. We also need to get ourselves a basic mechanical pipe using steel, a bucket, and that should be good. And I could really do with getting myself a configurator as well. The recipe, yeah, not too difficult as well. And I'm going to place in the mechanical pipe like so, the printer next door, and then I need to place a depot here. Depot's not a hard recipe, just a casing and an andesite alloy. I'll pop that over here. And we can shift right click our pipe over here so it pipes in the liquid experience over into this printer. Now I'm going to grab quite a few books here, and I'll also grab my anvil. If I add a lot more experience into the printer, and I can do that by just right clicking over the experience hatch, that will all go in, and I can then set my book as the filter. So in this case I've got that Fortune 2 book. If I right click that here, it's now going to print Fortune 2 books. If I place a single book down, it's going to print that, and it will be, guess what? The Fortune 2 book. So we've duplicated our enchantment here. Now Fortune 2 is great, but I would like a little bit more, so we'll get ourselves Fortune 3. Fortune 3 can get duplicated as well. And Fortune 3 is great, but I could do with a little bit more than Fortune 3. And Fortune 4 is great, but I could do with Fortune 5. And you get the gist. You get the gist of what I'm saying. Fortune 5 is the maximum that we can get up to. I believe it's actually hard capped in ATM 10 to the sky. So we can just keep duplicating our Fortune 5 books, and that'll be really useful for when it comes to harvesting our gears or whatever other resource production we use. In this case, I'm just going to get another one of the books. Ta-da, there we go. We got another Fortune 5 book. And I think it's time that we actually upgrade ourselves to the diamond compressed hammer. I think that's just a lot better. There we go. And we'll also make sure that we can put our Fortune 5 onto our diamond hammer. And there we go. We've now got a Fortune 5 pickaxe. Well, a hammer, but it also works as a pickaxe. Whilst I'm at it, I'm also going to put a mechanical pipe here and pipe out from the crucible into the magma generator here. So now we're going to have a completely automatic setup for generating ourselves lava and energy as well. We'll set this up properly next time, but for now, if we want to use the lens of the miner, we can. So now it was on to fetching the materials for this new base. Firstly, I needed to craft a bunch of vaults, and this was going to be used as the primary storage for the schematic cannon. I then crafted up an item hatch and put it on the side of the vault. So now if I shift right click, any item that's in my inventory will go into this vault. So in this case, as an example, I've got my material checklist here. I've got 10 stacks of andesite. I need 9 stacks here plus 22. So in total about 10 stacks. And if I pop this all in my inventory, these slots here, not the hotbar, and I shift right click on the item hatch, it will deposit my inventory into that. I can then go back into the schematic cannon, pop my checklist in there, and you'll see the andesite disappears. If I scroll all the way to the end, it's now got a check mark next to it, and I can see everything that I need. So I'm going to go off camera and just do all of the materials I can afford right now, and we'll see where we land. So I'll quickly go over some of the items that I'm trying to craft, one of them being massive stone bricks. We need to get into the chipped mod. Now we luckily got quite lucky and got the chisel, and that just requires you getting the mason table and the iron ingot, and I think we just got this from the chipped stones quest. You literally just need like a block of cobblestone and you'll get this. And the way that this works is if you click on your item such as stone, you type in what you need, massive stone bricks. God, the texture on these looks really cool. And you can craft your stack just by clicking that. If you press shift, you can craft every single item of that into what you need. So we now have 3 stacks of the massive stone bricks that we needed for our material checklist. So now I just ended up fetching every single one of the items that I needed, that I knew that we already had, or that I had to craft up to get. But there were some surprises along the way. Oak leaves, 10 stacks of oak leaves, what? So we made a bit of a dent in it. Let's have a look at our checklist now. We've got 1 out of, oh, we're almost halfway through. We've got 3 pages completed, and then obviously we've got the moss blocks, which are going to be the hardest thing to get. Or maybe the 32 stacks of dirt. I totally forgot about that. Ooh, so I knew there was something I forgot to show off last episode, and it was to do with packed ice. I created it in the meantime to use it for the cobblestone, to use it for the cobbled deep slate, but I'm realizing now I actually need it as well for the weathered basalt. And you can see here it uses blue ice, lava, and that's how you get basalt. So we're going to need 9 packed ice to be able to make this. So the way that I've been crafting up ice is really simple. You just need to get yourself a snowball, and the way you get a snowball is by using slime and then white dye. If you need slime balls in a pinch, my suggestion for you is to grab a bucket, and then if you've got a cow or if you've got a jarred cow like I do, or a mushroom, that works too, you grab a milk bucket, right click your water with that, and you'll get a slime block. You can then just uncraft that to get the slime balls. So let's finish off crafting the rest of these. We're going to use 8 because we've already got 1 ice. From here, I'm going to grab my barrel. I'm going to add water to this barrel and then right click with a snowball, and that will give me ice. I'm going to throw that in front of a water pushing fan. So in this case, we've got that set up and it should just turn straight into packed ice. You'll know because it's not going to go clear anymore. And there we go, perfect. From there, I'm going to craft that up into blue ice, and there we can now make our basalt. But that's how I got my first packed ice for the cobble deep slate generator. I'll cut out all the boring bits, and so then we were just left with all of the hefty stuff, such as dirt, moss, and the stone. So for dirt, it's not too difficult. I've just been using this touch, conjure terrain, and then a bunch of AoEs, and then just plonking it down like this and just breaking the blocks. And that's been enough to get me quite a reasonable amount. We only need 2,000, so I don't need to have like an automatic farm. The good thing is that we've been getting these mana regeneration potions as well from some of the quests. So just chugging down some of that, we'll get a bit more mana regen, and then I can just place dirt for days and just break it later. I found that if I make a massive dirt cube by just pillaring up like this, I can then switch out that conjure terrain directly with break, press create, and then I can just break all of those blocks like that. So for stone, I've got a really strange strategy, but it seems to work pretty well. I need about 7,000 stone, so I'm going to sit here with an auto clicker and punch cobblestone until we get to, well, 7k less than this. So about 124,000. Now, I've filled up my inventory with stone. It can be with any block. I just don't want to pick up the stone. I want to carry it. I've also got my magnet on. I'll show you what I'm going to do. I'm basically going to pull out all of the stacks that I need. If I move, these stacks will follow me. If I drag this over to the lava stream over here and then turn off my magnet, it will then dump all of them on there. So that's going to be my goal. I'm going to have to do that with 6,000 items. I'm going to lag like crazy. So we're going to drag that massive pile over here, drop the magnet, and that should be good, hopefully. Perfect, so that's now cooked up. If I now enable my magnet again, that whole stone stack is going to be following me. I'm going to go over to this place, shift right click, and then just keep doing it until the item stacks are cleared. And there we go. Have we filled out all of our stone? Let's have a look. We did. Wow, 106 stacks done like that. So I've just crafted myself a mega torch requiring gold blocks, a couple of diamonds, and some torches. This will prevent natural mob spawns, which will prevent our farm from actually working. But I'm going to be doing this in the meantime, and luckily later on we'll have a cursed earth mob farm that can deal with all of this. We've also got to that stage where we've filled up our iron chests completely. So I'm going to upgrade all of these over to the gold variant, which should give us a lot more space. Yep. Then I'm going to do it once again for the gold to diamond. I then designed a completely from scratch moss farm using the create mod and the just dire things item collector. Now I'm going to leave the schematics in my Discord, but I built this in survival, and so I'm going to show you the process of me building it. I would not recommend following along. I would just use the schematics that I put in the Discord, but hopefully this helps you see my thought process in how I designed this farm. Okay, so the main idea of this farm is that I'm going to have some lava up here and some water here, and this is going to generate a big slab of smooth stone. I then basically want to move this smooth stone over to a moss generating area, for example this platform here. There's going to be some moss down here that gets bone milled, turning all of this stone into moss. Then there's going to be some sort of contraption that comes down, breaks all of this, and then returns back to its positioning. So I connected the smooth stone generator's 5x7 platform with linear chassis. And a little known tip is that you can actually right click with a slime ball instead of having sticky glue, and that will cover the faces of the linear chassis. I then made a gearing up system so we could use 2 water wheels to power the whole thing, and it would be running at 256 RPM. I showed how to do this briefly, I believe in episode 1 when I first set up the encased fan, so have a look there if you're not too familiar with this. So let's see, can I get this spinning at max speed? I've got a little bit of a gear up situation going on. I'm trying to get it to 256, so we'll see if this works. Actually, let's get some engineer's glasses. Pop them on the old head, and let's have a look at the speedometer. Are we at max? We're at 128. I think we can go 1 up more. Yep, okay, perfect. This is the fastest speed we can go, and I believe the amount of stress units this uses, because it's just using 2 sequence gear shifts, I think we only need 2 water wheels to run this. So how this sequence gear shift works is that you get to program what you want to happen. So in this case, I want it to turn 180 degrees, wait a little bit of time, let's say 1.5 seconds, and then I want to turn it back to 180 degrees in reverse. So let's see how that works. If I give this a redstone signal, it should now perform that. So in the meantime, let's just make it go and do 180 degrees. So this is the area that we need to make and produce moss and break the blocks in. So this will be a wall that's going to come crashing 90 degrees and like hit all these blocks and break them. So I need it to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need it to be 5 tall. There we go, and we also need to have a mechanical bearing on this one as well. Oh dear, I messed up. This has to go back 1 block. Okay, so I've pulled out the water wheel by 1 block, and now I need to connect up these 2 using encased chain drives here. And the drive is going to be connected on this side, but we actually need to connect it to this cog here, and that should hopefully work. Oh no, hold on, what am I doing? I don't do create. Okay, so if I plonk a gearbox here, all of these drives should now spin. Yes, they do. Okay, perfect. Right. And let's block off this water because it's annoying me. We also need to make sure that this is only going to pull 5 of the blocks. Otherwise, it's going to nab all of these over here. Yeah, there we go. So that's how it should look like. And we'll break these top blocks. The blocks are going to go over here on this side. The moss needs to go down by 2 blocks. So here, it needs the dispenser placing into this block, and then we need a piston on top of that block, and that's going to break any of the short grass, moss carpet, whatever comes over here. We then need a note block over here, and observer facing into that. We're then going to plug the redstone signal into this note block, which what will happen is the piston will go, then it will dispense bone meal onto this moss. So I'll use my balloon on a stick to go under here and put a redstone link of just the moss channel on the red frequency just here, and we'll put it on the radar mode, so it's going to be receiving signals. I can then just fully block this area up. And because we're using redstone links, I'm actually going to make a separate control area over here where we can control all of the redstone that's happening around. I'm going to place redstone links on the top of the sequence gear shifts, and we'll make this channel the stone channel on the red frequency. And again, these are going to also be receivers, so shift right click them to put them on the satellite dish mode. So here we're going to have 2 redstone links like so. One of them is going to be the moss one that we set up earlier, and the other one is going to be the stone one that we set up. I'm going to put a pulse repeater onto the moss one, and we're going to have that on 2 ticks there. I'm going to have a redstone repeater set to 3 ticks, and then I'm going to come round and connect both of these lines up, and I'm going to add a button for now, but eventually we'll be adding our pulse timer. I'm going to nab the one from over here. On the left sequence gear shift, the one that's controlling the big slammer wall, you need to set this first one to a time delay of 10 ticks. Mine has to go reversed first and then turn back the other way, like so. Yours might be different. Yours might need to actually do the other way, so just check this beforehand. Best way you can test it is by going over to your mechanical bearing and just putting it to only place when anchor destroyed. Then you can give it a redstone signal and it won't break any blocks. It seems to be a bit glitchy. It looks a bit jolty, but as long as it's going the right direction, you should be okay. And then at that point, you can then set that to the always place when stopped. On the right sequence gear shift, you want a turn of 180 degrees. It doesn't matter the direction. You then want a time delay of 15 ticks, and then another turn in 180 degrees. And this time it doesn't matter if it goes forwards or backwards because it's just going to return to the same spot. I'm going to have it reversed just because it looks cooler. I'm then going to fill up the dispenser just below with all of the bone meal here. Now, eventually you could put a hopper line to this, but because it's temporary and I just want a load of moss, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to fill up this entire platform here up to the stones. It should be a 5x7 of stone, like so. That is now perfectly filled in, and I'm also going to add lava buckets on every single one of these middle ones, minus the outside. Right, brilliant. That is now done, and it should all flow to the edges. So that does mean that's the stone generator part of this completed. So I messed up. The linear chassis were still on this side, which means that when it was trying to do the 180, it did it in the wrong order. You need the linear chassis on this side. So if that happens, just make sure that you put your turn by angle to 180, go to the end, like that, and then just flip it like so. Once that's done, you then need to just set the time delay back to 15 and make sure it turns the other way as well. So now when I run it, perfect. That is now working a treat. And again, to explain what's happening, the stone is being moved over to here. It's instantly being bone mealed, and then the wall is coming down, crushing it all up, and then turning it into items, and then we're going to sort out a collection system for this. So I then crafted up a diamond oak barrel and 2 iron stack upgrades. Alongside that, I also crafted up a Just Dire Things item collector. I'm going to place the oak diamond barrel over here, the item collector over here, and we're going to go to render area. I'm going to put it right over here, the center of that block, and we're going to increase the radius to its maximum. Okay, that should cover it, and then we're going to increase the Y as well to about there, I think. I'm also going to turn the speed down to maybe like 10 ticks. You could have it on 1, but I don't want to lag out my game, so I'm going to put it on something like 10 ticks. I'll run through another test just to make sure this is all working as expected and it's all getting picked up. Yeah, that looks good to me. Let me just check that no items went around the side. I think we're good. Yeah, we are fantastic. So now the best part is that we get to now automate this. We don't have to press the button anymore. So to automate this, I'm going to put a lever and set it to on, make sure it's on, and then I'm going to put the pulse timer over here, and I'm hoping, yeah, it doesn't go off. Right, we want to set this to 3 seconds. Make sure it's on 3 seconds. I couldn't get any more speed out of it without problems with the stone generator. And so now when we turn off the lever, it should now just work. There we go. And then So this seems to be working a treat. I've not had any problems so far. We're getting a load of moss and we're getting a load of other items here. And I guess it's time to just AFK and let the moss generate. And finally, we had now got all of the resources required to build out the first half, only the first half of our brand new island. I crafted up all the moss that we needed and then added it to the vault and began the schematic cannon process. And now, moment of truth, I think I've filled up the clipboard. Let's have a look. Yep, we've done it. We have completed everything, minus the obvious stuff that I don't actually need. So now it's the moment we've all been waiting for, the whole episode. We can now build the island, the new starting base. I'm going to place all of this gunpowder in here, and luckily we've now got 6 hours in our time in a bottle, so hopefully I can speed this up by quite a bit. Let's press play on that, and I'm really hoping it doesn't lag. And yeah, it's placing the first blocks. There we go. Oh, the island's being built. And let's see if time in a bottle works on this. Oh, it does. I'm going to see how much I can speed this up. Oh my gosh. Right, okay, this is crazy. Look at this. This is mad. How much time did that use? That used about an hour of my time, so I really do hope this is quick enough. It's done. You heard the ding? You heard the ding? It's completed. Oh, we've got to go check this out now. We have to go and check this out. Let's float down to our brand new island. Check this out. Whoa, this is looking really cool. Now, obviously, this is all dirt. I need to place grass instead. And if I place one grass, hopefully it'll all spread around. But, so to give you a little bit of a backstory on what I've tried to make, originally it was going to be a giant destroyed sieve, or like a burned sieve, that looked all charred and it had like a cut through the middle. But I scrapped that idea pretty quickly and then turned it into, I guess, like a Japanese torii gate kind of thing. It's really strange to explain, but it looks cool. But I really like it because I think that elevation gives you something to look at, and maybe we can even work around it with something like the chain conveyors from the new Create update to add a bit more elevation to our builds, or something pretty creative. I'm not too sure. But anyway, I then spent the next hour just adding to this island to try and make it look a bit better, fixing up the grass, adding back the lake, and then just adding some overall greenery, some crops growing next to the lake. Just something to make it look nice, you know? Wow, I can't get over how cozy this is looking. This is looking really nice. I genuinely cannot wait to just start building here. I've just been sort of pizzazzing it up, adding a few little flower patches, some melons, pumpkins, some hemp fields over here. I genuinely can't get over this. I'm so happy with this. But that leads us on to, what should our building style be for this series? I could sort of lean into the whole Japanese aesthetic, but I don't know how that would fit in with maybe some of the sort of sci-fi elements. You could go for cyberpunk, but again, that won't fit in. My current thought process is like a solar punk, if you ever heard of it. It's like a kind of cyberpunk meets nature, if that makes any sense. I feel like that might be quite a cool little building style. Whoa, Jim, slow down. What are you doing? I'm moving into my new base. Yeah, but shouldn't you hire a van or something? Well, there's no need. I've got this new compact machine that stores everything in one block. Jim, you just stored an entire tree in it. That makes no sense. Yeah, it's part of my new base. Oh, I'll need that too. Jim, you just put my whole entire family in your machine.
Get your brand new compact machine today. Buy now while stocks last. Terms and conditions apply.
So today, we need to completely move out of the lawn base. We said we were doing it last episode, and then last episode we actually set up the island that we're going to be building onto. We've got enough resources and resource production that we can actually start moving and building something brand new. So what are we building, you might ask? I'll show you in a little minute, but I went for a solar punk sort of favela shantytown style build. It's a bit of a weird design, but I think it'll actually work in the modded Minecraft scene because it's made out of small modules which can be kind of pieced together and added to. One of the things I've always found with modded Minecraft is it's really difficult to make a building that looks good and fits in with all of the machines and contraptions that you've got going in your world. Because you can make a really cool small house, but then you now need to fit in an occultism 21 by 21 ritual or some crazy Greg Tech contraption. And don't get me wrong, they look cool, but if you're not building in that kind of futuristic sci-fi style, it doesn't really look right. And so I've got a solution for that, and I'm going to show it this episode. My solution for that is to just stuff everything into a compact machine. Now, we got a Nether Star a couple of episodes ago, so the first thing I want to do is craft up this, and I'll show you what a compact machine Soren looks like. There are loads of different variations of these compact machines, ranging from tiny to small, all the way up to giant, colossal, etc. And they're all pretty big. The farming one has even more space, but instead of vertically spaced, this one's a lot more horizontal, with the main idea being that you're going to use it for farming. However, the biggest and the best one is the Soren compact machine. It requires a Nether Star, which is the hardest part of this recipe, and so now we'll get to crafting it. So I've crafted up the personal shrinking device. This is what we're going to be using to actually access and go inside of one of the compact machines. And then we've got the compact machine itself. If I now place this down anywhere in the world and right click it with the personal shrinking device, I will go inside that compact machine. And so I wasn't kidding when I said this is a huge space. Check this out. It does look a little bit strange with the shaders. For some reason it turns the top green, but this is a massive space that we can do a lot of building. You can also shift right click to set your entry point to this. So now whenever I come back into the compact machine, I will spawn in that location there. And like I said, this is absolutely huge. We are not going to be using all of this space, but it's good to have in the meantime for a miniature storage area where we can slowly move items back and forth between our two builds. And as an example, I'm just going to be placing out some blocks here just to show you something else about this. If I now right click my personal shrinking device again, I will now leave this compact machine, or I can use /home, it doesn't matter. But if I had a lot of these compact machines, I can right click them and see a miniaturized GUI of what's actually going on. So you can see that little build that I've made over here now appears on that menu screen. So I can track which one I'm actually in. And if you also have your personal shrinking device on you, you'll see this icon here, and that just allows you to click the button to go into the compact machine. The useful part about it is I can now break my compact machine and move over somewhere else. And if I place down my compact machine, it's still the same compact machine that I had before. I can go back into it and all of my stuff is still in here. So you can see what I mean about temporarily moving everything that we've got in our base over into that compact machine, because now we've got a miniaturized storage to store the entirety of our base, that in a slow time we can now move our stuff into the new build. So now onto the big question, what does the base look like? And I think it's just easier if I show you. So to give you the rundown, I built this in creative on the island itself, and using World Edit and Axiom, I've now cut out the building so I can just paste it in as a schematic. So I'll try and position this now to show you what it's supposed to look like, and then I'll come back to you. So this is the build that I have now made. It is a solar punk house. There's a little solar panel on the side just to show that. It's got quite a lot of floor space in the building itself. We've got a whole main floor at the bottom, we've got another floor at the top, and then we've got this massive funnel at the back that I haven't actually done anything with. I needed some ideas for it. I thought maybe to stick a foundry in there, but it's a little bit too big for that. But I think it's always fun to have something completely unfinished in a build so you can work on it later. I didn't want to have the whole build just completely pasted in like that, and then we could ignore it for the rest of the time. I think I'm going to give you a proper tour once it's been pasted into the world, but I'm really liking how this looks right now, and I think it does fit the theme of the island, especially with the colour palette that I chose. So without further ado, let's go into the schematic cannon and see how many resources are required for this build. I have a feeling it's going to be a lot. Material checklist, pop that in, and let's see what that's going to cost. Oh boy, 16 whole pages of resources. That is an expensive build. Luckily, most of the other blocks don't tend to require more than a stack, but stuff like acacia planks, stuff that I'm using to actually build the main part of the base, yeah, there's going to be a lot of usage of those. But honestly, I don't think that's too bad. I'm going to now work on getting those materials from our base, because the last thing I want to do is bore you by sifting through every single item in my chest. But I will come back to you if there's anything useful or a tip and trick that I have, or a way of generating a resource that I've not shown just yet. So, rebuilding the vault that we used last episode to make the island, I now started filling it in with items from the clipboard into my inventory, and then right-clicking that item hatch. The whole process took about 3 hours in total, but there were some interesting little tips and tricks that I found out during this that made the process a lot easier. One of the next big blocks of items that I require is blue terracotta. Now, terracotta itself can be made from clay. I have that really cheaty recipe where you can just get a compressed dust block and right-click it into an oak barrel, and you will get clay in that compressed version as well. And I can then uncompress that into regular blocks of clay, which makes this so much easier. I don't have to make clay for hours. Okay, so we're 11 out of 16. That's more than a quarter of the way there. And a lot of this is maybe just the one-off items like alchemy bench, anvil, etc. So I don't think this will take too much longer, I'm hoping at least. Another one of my favourite items to get is actually the quartz, and that's because we can compress it up like so into our 3x times, crush that down with our hammer to get to sand, and then if we remove our lens of the miner and throw both of our sand blocks in there and just shoot it, we end up getting soul sand from it, and then washing the soul sand gives us the quartz that we need. Perfect. Now that is a load of quartz. We need over 11 stacks of quartz, so that is definitely going to have to be used a few more times. So it was back to collecting the rest of the items. Oh, jungle just happens to be the best tree to break down. Like, you just climb up it like this and just use ultimine. It takes seconds. I think that one tree is completely filled in our need for jungle planks as well. I love it so much. And it felt at this point like I was flying through the amount of items that we had to get through. 8 whole pages went by like that. We'll pop them in and we'll do another checklist. And I believe we should be halfway at this point. Oh no, we are. We are about halfway now. Just got to get through all this jungle stuff. Ugh. One thing I do need a lot of is glowstone, so I was hoping for a witch to spawn, but I've got another idea. I went to the quests for glowstone, and there's this one here called Simply Light, which just requires us to get a single block from the Simply Light mod. One of the easiest recipes we can do is the illuminant rod over here using just 6 glowstone dust, and when I craft one of these, I should get access, there we go, to that Simply Light quest that gives us 16 glowstone. So luckily the quest means that we don't have to automate glowstone yet, but later on down the line I think we need to. We need to figure something out, maybe a witch farm. Also, a fun mini tip is that I really need glowstone dust, and if I look at the recipes for glowstone dust, I can usually like crush it up and do something like that and get 4 glowstone that way. But a really neat trick is that if I break it, obviously I might not get the full 4 glowstone back. Now that time I did, but if I go into making myself a compacting drawer, which is not difficult, just requires a drawer, some pistons and some stone, I place this down and place glowstone dust in the bottom right, I can then put all of my glowstone in like that and pull it out as glowstone dust. So that's really handy for decompacting things like amethyst, glowstone, quartz, etc. Okay, I think I've spotted a witch in there, so I want to try and get a mob swab for one. Now obviously I've got a load of different mobs in there that are just going to be a pain to try and get access just to the witch. So I think what I'll do is I'll use flint and steel, and that will be able to burn all the mobs in there. I think the witch will try to cast fire resistance on itself. So I kept trying to place the flint and steel, but I didn't realise I'm on a slab. I can't place flint and steel on a slab. And then I accidentally right-clicked a creeper. Oh no. Well, that went absolutely pear-shaped. However, that witch is still alive, and... Did I get it? I got it. That was the stupidest way possible. That didn't even... I don't know how that worked. So actually, scrap what I said. I think I just got lucky there. Or the witch has more health, so it survived that explosion. So I was able to get the witch mob swab that way. Fair enough if it works. So to get a witch spawn egg, what I need to do is right-click a bucket on an experience holder and craft the mob swab with the fluid XP and any kind of seed. Make sure it's the one that you chose, so in this case it's the witch, and you'll get GM chicken feed. If I grab a diamond and go over to the market and get myself a chicken spawn egg, I can then feed the chicken this GM chicken feed, whoa, and I will get myself the witch spawn egg. Part of me is wondering how to get more glowstone, and I think we might try and get into hostile neural networks. Now, we've not got a particularly great magmatic generator. I might have to upgrade this to something better. But in the meantime, I think it's worth having a look at. For it, we're going to need the simulation chamber, the loot fabricator, and we need a model framework and the deep learner, which both are not difficult to craft. If you're trying to get into this mod, my recommendation is using the hostile neural networks quest over here. That gives you some experience, shows you what you need to do, and explains the whole process. We're also going to need a stack of prediction matrices. They're not difficult, just requiring glass panes, iron, clay, and gold, and we're going to need a stack for now. So before you do anything, please make sure you have a Silk Touch pickaxe if you're going to be trying to break your spawner. I'm using that break extract spell so I can break the spawner, but what I'm going to do is place it down like so and right click my witch spawn egg onto it. That will make this a witch spawner. At this point we can add augments to it, and if you want a whole list of them, type in spawner in JEI and press the U key and you'll see every single one of the spawner modifications that you can make. Some of these require quite a bit of resources to make, i.e. if you want more max entities you need more ghast tears, sugar for spawn delay, etc. But we're not going to get into that right now. The most important thing that we need to try and get is the comparator, which allows this to be redstone controlled. So you'll see the witch has now stopped spinning. If I pop a lever on top and then power it, it'll start spinning again. That's how it is activated or not. I'm also going to right click it with a soul lantern, and that'll allow it to spawn in any kind of light level. Now right now obviously it's daytime and they normally wouldn't be able to spawn, but using that soul lantern they can now spawn. I'm also going to craft 8 fermented spider eyes so we can try and get the max amount of spawns in. Oh, we can only use 6, but that should be okay. That's a spawn count of 16. We're going to get bombarded with witches right now. I could really do with looting on my sword, but I've got loot pinata, so I think that should be okay for now. I'm just hoping we get a glowstone drop. And so what I need to do is get my deep learner and my model framework, and I'm gonna enable my spawner. And we're getting bombarded already. I need to right click my model framework on one of the witches, pop it inside my deep learner, and I'm gonna die. Okay. So that got a little bit crazy too quickly, but in my deep learner, I've popped my witch model, and that means that every single kill we gain data for the witch model. We've got a model accuracy of 3.3% and a model tier of faulty, so we need to get this to basic to be able to work. So I'm gonna kill a few more witches. Great, so we've now upgraded our model to basic. A couple of episodes ago, I also showed off the projectile dispel. If you change this to self-dispel, it will act as a milk bucket whenever you right-click it. So if you get poisoned by the witches, I can just activate this self-dispel and it will stop it instantly. So let's try this out. We've got poisoned, self-dispel, There we go, it removes it. We've had Loot Pinata proc a couple of times, but it seems to always be on redstone. We get loads of redstone, but not as much of the other resources. Perfect, so we've got it to the superior version. You can see our model accuracy has gone up from 3.3% to 65%. This is really good. You can get this up to 100% if we got it to self-aware, but I don't think we need that right now. I'm going to pull this out and we can start using the simulation chamber and the loot fabricator. If I pop my simulation chamber next to this energy cube, it'll start powering up and charging, and we can add our witch model in here by shift-clicking and adding our prediction matrices. What will happen is this progress bar will go up and either produce a successful or a failed attempt at giving us a witch simulation. When it fails, it will give you just a generalized overworld prediction, and these are useful in their own right. You can make all of the overworld mob drops. You'll also see that by putting our witch data model in here, we get more data as well. So we can technically start from a basic tier and work our way up to superior or self-aware. It just takes a lot more time than manually killing those mobs. When we manually kill them, it says data per kill 18. So we're getting 18 versions of this just for one kill. So if you're trying to speedrun your models, I would recommend that you kill them yourself. If not, just let it run in the simulation chamber and you'll get a decent result that way. But in the time that's happened, we've finally got some of our witch predictions. Now this simulation chamber is draining our energy, so I'm just going to pull this out for just a second because I don't want this to be running in the meantime. We can then swap this out with our loot fabricator, and if I pop in our witch predictions, we can now select what item we want from these witches. Now right now, I really care more about glowstone dust, so I can click this and it will then use some of our witch predictions to craft glowstone dust. And there we go, we now have a stack of glowstone dust. This is exactly what we needed. It will use a lot of energy, so right now I'm just going to put in the witch prediction with the prediction matrices in the background and let this run with just our one generator. It's not great, but we're moving into our new base and should have a new power source, and so that'll just have to do for now. One of the things that I need to get is red sandstone, and beforehand I showed you a recipe where I could grind granite down into red sand, but I found an even niftier one. If I compress netherrack into compressed netherrack, so we've got two 3 times compressed netherrack here, I can crush this down into crushed netherrack. I can then recrush all of that down into its compressed version and then place it down again and break it with a hammer, and I should... never mind, what? So you can crush netherrack down into red sand, but there's not a compressed recipe for it. I'll have to do this manually if I'm going to do that. I don't know how much red sand we're going to need, but I'll give it a good whack and hopefully get some more. So it does work, you just can't use the compressed version. That's a bit of a shame, but at least we can get red sand that way. I can almost smell victory. We have completed most of this. We've got the first 4 pages to do. There are some in here that I'm not going to be doing, like dandelion, fern, poppy, peony, etc. Some of those have come from the flower pots, but we can fill that in later. A few of the copper recipes are actually going to cause problems. So for example, we've got the oxidized copper bulb. I'm going to craft the regular one and just let it sit in the background. We've got the raw copper block pillar requiring raw copper, and I don't really have a good source of that other than the lens of the miner, but it's not enough to produce 6 of them. And the sheet waxed copper blocks requires us to have honeycomb to wax our copper, and we don't really have a solution for that right now. So in the meantime, I'll try and get just everything else completed, and we might come back to some of the stuff later on. I also needed a bunch of steel sheet metal, and currently our best way of getting steel is by using the Foundry, by melting coal with iron. And so I set up both of the gears and began cranking it again. So we've smelted up a bunch of our steel and some of the iron. We had a little bit more leftover iron. 19 steel blocks, that is a load. How much is that? Oh, almost 3 stacks, that's perfect. We only need about 100. So I used the engineer's hammer to turn the steel into steel plates, and then 4 steel plates is 4 steel sheet metal. I then needed to craft the last item, which was the fluid tanks. I could use the exact same plate recipe as before by using the engineer's hammer, but this time I ran out of string, and so I found a really nifty way of getting string without having to do the whole silkworm thing, was actually using industrial hemp from Immersive Engineering. This gave absolutely tons of the stuff, and I would totally recommend this versus the silkworm method. Oh, whoa, that is so much better than that's so much better than getting the silkworms. We should have totally done that. Look at that. Look how much string you can get. Okay, pop that away. Moment of truth. I believe that should be everything. Okay, wow, we are done. Ignore all of the grass, poppies, etc. That is now completed. We can now paste in our awesome build. Getting all those materials probably took about 3 hours in total. I cut out a lot of the big bits, but yeah, that was brutal. The good thing is we should now just be able to paste it in, and we've got a load of time stored in our bottle. I did have it in my backpack for a while, and it doesn't actually accumulate any time if you've got it there. So just be aware, you have to have this in your hotbar or your inventory slots. I'm not entirely sure what settings I want here. I think the replace solid with any is good, and obviously I'm going to want the skip missing blocks section. I believe we're good to go, so I'm going to press play and we'll see how it goes. There we go. It's beginning now. It's slowly building it. Whoa, that tank looks really weird. Let's speed this up with the time in a bottle. Okay, I just turned down that sound in editing. That was the most loud, ear-piercing sound, having the schematic cannon going off like 20 times in a tick. Whoa, that is building it quickly. I was not expecting those speeds. That is awesome. Has it finished? It's finished. I didn't hear the ding. Oh, wow. Okay, this is fully complete then. Right, let's zoom over and have a look. I am loving this build. I need to extend this platform. But yeah, this is looking really cool. And I've just noticed something. We've now got a visitor. I thought that before we're going to do a whole house tour, I needed to make sure there were going to be no mob spawns or any funky business in the house. So therefore, I went around, checked that every room had got pasted in correctly, and then lit up the place to make sure no mobs would be spawning. So I thought I would give you a complete tour of this house build that I've made, explain to you where I'm going to put some stuff, what needs changing, etc, etc. So let's start off with the main entrance. So the main entrance splits off into two immediately. We have the left-hand side here. Not entirely sure what I want here. I'm thinking maybe some beginner storage, some of our chests maybe going up here, maybe some of the more basic things like a stone cutter, smithing table, a furnace array, etc. Over on the right hand side, I'm not entirely sure what to do with this room, but I think this back room here will be our main automation station. This purple block palette really does make it feel a little bit more factory style, so I think all of our factory machines, automations will go into this section. I've also got a fluid tank in the back over on this side, and I'm not entirely sure what to store here. One of my ideas was to have an infinite lava generator and then pour it into this tank and have this tank be the accessor for that. It stores almost 1,000 buckets, so I think it's really worth using. If not, I was thinking of maybe hollowing this out and filling it with fluid drawers with a bunch of upgrades in it, so that even if we're not using the tank directly, it still looks like a tank and it still feels like a tank. We don't have to use it for its intended purpose. We can always use it to encase the actual thing that I'm trying to use it for. This main middle section here, I haven't got a plan for. I spoke about it briefly. It's just a big smokestack at the moment. I didn't even texture or design anything in it, so this is just a bit of an eyesore right now. But if you've got any recommendations, I did think about putting a foundry there. If you've got anything else that could go there, I always love hearing your suggestions, so if you've got an idea for that, let me know. Right now, I haven't made a staircase up to the second floor, which is a bit goofy. I was thinking of maybe using this room and having a staircase into here, or maybe using this room and having a staircase upwards. It is currently accessible via a little exit hatch that I've made outside. I made ladder space where you can access the back door here, and we can open this garage door, and you've now got the top floor. Most of these places don't actually have plans, so if you've got any ideas, let me know. This is quite a small room, so I don't think anything will be done here, and same with here. We could just add some cool interior decorating. There's also tons of little secret hidden rooms. This is another small hidden room here. No purpose, it just looks cool. And a little balcony on the outside, which has some copper coils there in the corner that I just made to look like it's a battery storage. I don't know whether you saw, but I connected up the fluid tank with what looks like wire. I'm using this sheet metal as if it's a wire. I don't entirely know. I thought of the idea of making this a steam or a solar boiler, and so I hooked it up with sheet metal to kind of give this appearance that it's got wire. Inside these trapdoors, I wanted to give the appearance this is rusted a little bit, where some of the wire insulator has come off. I wanted to put some copper blocks here, and I don't really have enough, so right now I'm trying out copper casings. I think they work all right. There is a bit of that stripped feel, but I do think a copper block would look so much better in that spot. But that's the purpose of this build. I don't want this to just be a paste and play. I do want this to be a build that we live in and we actually expand and build upon. So it's not going to be perfect for the first episode. Moving out from our cubby room, we can use this balcony over here to get access to the next part of our house. No plan for this room either, but it's got a little balcony access port around here. And then we get access to the outside. There's nothing here either. But I showed it off briefly. If I go to that second floor, there's a ladder over here, and also that first ladder does extend up to this platform here, which gives me access to this room, which is connected to that room with the cubby room as well. So all of the rooms try to connect to each other. That's what I tried to do when I was building this house. I do love the idea of having to wind around the whole building to try and get up. Now, obviously, when we have creative flight, that's not going to matter. But even up here, you can get access to this top floor, which has a really nice grassy patch up here that I need to do something with as well. Maybe bone meal here so we get some flowers. Now, on the top layer, I have two weird glowstone pillars. I'm going to call these like a solar battery. They look really cool, like big LEDs. I'm going to try and not sleep through the night next time so I can show these in action, but this looks really nice. And then over here is the solar panel of this build. It's basically just a light blue Luminax block and then a tiled light blue stained glass on the top of it. But when this turns to night, you'll definitely notice it looks amazing. So I've added some more bone meal to those grassy patches, and you'll see we're really matching that solar punk theme. We've got loads of dirt, overgrown, but it still looks really nice. It's got that kind of Borderlands feel if you've ever played Borderlands. And personally, I'd really want to share how I've built this with you guys. I happen to record me building and designing the entire thing from scratch. So if you want to see my design process and how it all went into making this, let me know in the comments and I will make a special video dedicated to that and upload it to the channel. I don't entirely know whether my audience would actually be interested in that, so just let me know in the comments. It would be really appreciated. So we've now come full circle. We need to now remove our whole old island. I can craft the cut and paste gadget from BuildingGadgets 2, but what my plan is to completely move this base over to our compact machine. Now that doesn't mean that I'm going to be living out of a compact machine for the entire series, but it means we can slowly move things at a decent rate. Now the cut and paste gadget's pretty intelligent. It does save a lot of the data that goes in and out, but I'm a little bit hesitant to use it for something like the chests. There's a few items here that I really just cannot afford to lose, mainly the chest storage. Everything else, if it didn't paste correctly, I wouldn't have too much of a problem. A lot of the things do paste correctly, they just might need an update. For example, I don't entirely know how this pipe setup here is going to paste, but we'll give it a go. But for now, let's move our storage, because that's going to be the most important one. What we're going to need for that is some packing tape from sophisticated storage. We could use a cardboard box from Mechanism, but the packing tape is used for sophisticated storage. And in fact, I didn't realise it, but there's also this super packing tape that requires 4. I might just craft that. Great, so what I can do now is just right click over my oak diamond chests, and that will pack them up. I can then break them without fear of losing them, and they will go straight into my inventory, and I can actually press shift to see the contents of my chests as well. Great, so that's been moved all into this area and set up. We've got all of our gear over here now. Not entirely sure how I'm going to set up this room, but that will have to do for now. So I'm going to make a backup of my world just to make sure that if anything does go wrong, at least I can revert back. The way that the cut and paste gadget works is that you need to first select an area, and the way that you do that is by right clicking and then shift right clicking the other point. I can then press G to get this menu here and cut the items, and that will then allow me to now paste them wherever I want. Now in this case I want to paste them back where they were, but it won't let me, so that's where the anchor comes into play, where I can anchor my build, and so it will now just stay where I've placed it. And I can go into the settings menu here and reposition it where I want it, like so, and right click to paste it back in. So that's what we're going to be doing with this build. I won't be copying over the moss machine over here, mainly because I think we've got enough moss that we can last for the whole series. So I'm going to be breaking that down and reusing the parts. But what I really want to do is this main island here. So I've set my first position over there, but I want to set my next position. So I'm going to build up with cobblestone over here. And I feel like that encapsulates all the build that I want to take over into the storage machine. And so without further ado, let's cut this build. Oh, has it worked? Oh, it's doing it slowly. Okay, cool. It's going to do it one block at a time, I guess. Oh, wow. Okay, this is really cool. Whoa. That feels so weird. And we'll go into the compact machine and paste it there. So we're now in the compact machine. I'm going to now position this in that corner over here. Yep, I think that's good for now. So I'm going to press G, make sure we're in paste mode, and then I can right click. And we'll see whether the whole build has lasted. Wow, look at the colours, what? Interesting, so the liquids did transfer, which is really good. The water wheel didn't, but I kind of expected that. Energy production did transfer as well, which is really cool. Even the inventory slots here. And our laser works just as expected. The pipes didn't transfer, that's interesting. And I totally forgot I was supposed to break this and take this with me, but luckily, all of our experience is still here, so we've still got our 100 levels. Even our tablet of containment is still running. I don't know how, this is so cool. So this is perfect. I can now move all of our stuff slowly off camera, so that next episode, things are looking great, and we can move into our brand new house. I then tore down the rest of the island, including the moss generator farm that I made earlier. Again, if you want to build that farm, I've put the schematic in my Discord, so feel free to join down below and get that schematic file. But I broke everything down on that main island, including the leftover pipes and some of the leftover drawers as well. So I've cleared out the old base. I still need to remove the mob farm, that will take a couple of minutes. But one thing I do want to talk about is the fact that we've got access to the Nether and the End here. I want to test something that I'm not entirely sure would work, but I feel like I have to give it a go. I've got the cut and paste gadget here, and I want to see if I can cut and paste the End portal. But before I do that, just to make sure we don't lose access to the End, I'm going to try and get myself a couple of waystones. I'll set one up just outside my home. I want to make a proper shrine to it, but we'll just call this one home. What on earth? Look at the Nether portal. We've got like 20 things. I've also got a Drigme. I really want to get a Drigme, but we don't have the horn or anything for it. Oh, I hate you doing that. And so I set up my waystones for the Nether and the End. So moment of truth, can we cut and paste the End portal? No! Oh, no, it doesn't work. Okay. That's a shame. Oh, I was really hoping we could do that. So I want to break that end portal up there, because if not, it's just going to be staying there and it's going to look really ugly. So I've got an idea. It's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen, and I genuinely don't think I've seen a single person talk about this since. If you're familiar with breaking bedrock in vanilla Minecraft, the way that it works is by using an extended piston without a head. And normally the way that you generate that is by using TNT or something to break this head, but keeping the piston extended, and so it glitches out, allowing you to break the bedrock. Now you can do this in modded Minecraft as well if you use a cardboard box from Mechanism. If I now take this cardboard box wherever I want, place it down and put a block in front of it, i.e. this will be our end portal, and shift right click, it will now break that block. And you can use this on any unbreakable block. If this breaks someone's server, I'm so sorry, I'm not responsible for this, man. This is just a vanilla mechanic. And you can get cardboard boxes really easily by crafting the Productive Trees sawmill and getting the sawdust from here, and you can turn that directly into one of the Mechanism cardboard boxes. So moment of truth, can I now break that end portal that we placed? I'll set up my extended piston, place it right next to where I want it over here, and then if I shift right click, yep, it works. So then I removed the entirety of the end portal frame. Now surprisingly, it left the end portal in the middle. For now, I don't know what to do with this. I think the trick would still work on this. And I was tempted to leave it, but I realised just having a random floating end portal would seem a bit weird, so I destroyed that too. I can now break this end portal island without losing access to the end. I'm happy with this. I've just got to be careful of, yep, that's what I've got to be careful of, the silverfish. And it took a little while, but eventually I destroyed the entire end portal island. And there we go, the end portal room removed as well. I want to have these islands, but I also want to recreate them to look a little bit nicer than these kind of flat squares. They look cool, but I think we can make them look a lot nicer. So for now, I think I'm just going to leave them here. It still gives us access to things like kelp, sea pickles, coral, sugar canes, etc. And on this side, we have that mycelium, which I don't think would fit anywhere in my build. So I would like to have a dedicated island for these things, but just not here. But we'll think about that in the future. Anyway, now it's time to remove probably one of the most important builds we ever built. It gave us access to diamonds, netherite, everything in this world has come from our mob farm. We're going to be replacing this later on with gateways or curse earth farms. So it's a shame to see it go, but it needs to. It's an absolute eyesore. And so it went. I'm not crying, you are. In all seriousness, this was a really good build. Considering we didn't have access to anything like fans or cursed earth, I would do this every single time if I was doing a Sieveless world again. And the last bit of the farm remaining, that is now gone. Completely gone. Our world looks so bare without it. So in between episodes, I'm going to tear apart this entire compact machine and hopefully have all of this within our base. And I think for the last two episodes, we've had a bit of a slower pace. We've been working towards builds. We've not actually made much progress on the ATM Star. So now the real grind begins. We are now going to be starting the ATM Star journey. Now, of course, there will be some creative stuff sprinkled in and about, but we've done that for 2 episodes now, and so I think it's time to make some serious progress. But for now, that is the end of the starter island. In fact, we can now do set home, and we've now completely gotten rid of every trace of the last island. Except for the force-loaded chunks, let's now just properly claim this area. And it's now sorted. It's official. We are now in the new island. Today is going to be our first normal episode. I promise. Ignore that. We need to upgrade our jetpack. You'll see in the episode, but my current jetpack causes us some, well, serious problems. This makes no sense! So I need to get into Mechanism machines and increase our power supply. At the same time, we should probably make a head start on our applied Energistics journey too. So without further ado, welcome back to Sieveless. We are in the new base that we built last episode, and I finally moved in off camera. And so I'll give you an update of what's been changed. I've put the compact machine in the wall over here. It's a temporary place, but right now it's the easiest place for it. And I've finally added all of our stuff that we had in the island into this room here, including our chest storage system, as well as the storage lectern. This isn't the final home for everything, but it fills up the space that we had before, and I'm pretty happy with it right now. I also discovered these feral flare lanterns. Now, last episode I was putting down a bunch of the projectile conjure mage light that I was placing like so, and they're really good, but the feral flare lanterns are even better because they don't actually generate any particles at all. They spawn like mini micro light blocks, so this whole area is lit up by just maybe 1 or 2 of these feral flare lanterns. It's really handy, and that's perfect for the indoor spaces where I don't just want to have lanterns everywhere. For example, this is now fully lit by that feral flare lantern over there. I also want to thank everyone for the comments last episode. That was really handy, especially those to do with the room sizes, anything with the smokestack area in the middle, and just overall ideas to add and change to the build. I'm going to be doing those slow time throughout the series, but they were really, really handy and it gave me a great starting point. So thank you again for all of that. So if I go to my factory room now, you'll see I've also set everything up over here. However, the astute amongst you probably noticed we don't have any kind of power setup. So I'm going to show you a really dirty, simple way of automating our lava production and our energy, early game. So over here, I've got my netherrack barrel. This could be cobblestone, and that is pouring directly into a porcelain crucible with the superheating element from last episode, and that produces lava at a pretty decent rate. Now I've got a tank behind here, and you'll see it's already been filled up a little bit, but the way that I'm going to be filling this up is by using a transfer label. Now the transfer labels are really cheap, redstone bucket and hopper, and I'm going to use 3 of them for this, and these basically act as a pipe but without using a block. So I want to pipe directly into this tank. And the way I can do it is by right-clicking on the side of this, and that will create the transfer label. From here, I can right-click into the transfer label and whitelist/blacklist whatever I want, or add upgrades here by placing more of the labels inside this area. So I've placed 2 more fluid extract transfer labels in the amount section, and if I fill up this area with the fluid tanks, you'll see it will slowly start to go up. It's now extracting the lava from this porcelain crucible into the fluid tank. But it seemed that 1DT was also interested in our amazing transfer label setup. Oh, hold on. I've just seen this wandering trader over here, wherever he's gone. He's selling a sword here that has sharpness 5, looting 4, loads of really good enchantments that I need, and it's really cheap, diamond sword and just emeralds. So I really quickly need to go and get this sword. I can't remember where I stored the guys. I ran around the entire house looking for our villagers because I don't know where I put them. But then luckily they turned up in my R's room. Of course they'd be in the R's room. They're containment jars. Ah, they're over here. Right, let's get some sticks. Trade them up. Yep, so I'll quickly show off this. This is my R's room, again, very temporary. But right now we've got all of the jars and the agronomic source link, our quick little automation for source gems, scribe's table, ritual brazier, and all the boys over here. But we've finally got our emeralds, so I'm going to go here and grab ourselves this brand new sword. Make sure I don't use this one. Oh, that's amazing. That's such a good sword. One thing I'm not sure, if I combine these 2 swords, does that get the same effects? It does. Oh, yeah, we have to do this. So if I combine my sword here with this sword, I should now have an incredible sword with loads of sharpness, loads of looting, unbreaking, mending, and capturing. I'm really happy about this. This is going to enable us to do something later on that I wasn't planning on doing this episode. I love when the schedule gets completely flipped on its head. Fantastic. So before that outburst, what I was trying to show you was the fluid tank is now filling up. If I add those transfer labels on the outside over here and do the exact same, I can place our magmatic generator to the side, and it will now absorb the lava from this tank. So we have now automated our lava production straight into our new fluid tank over here and our energy. Now this is only 1 magmatic generator, so it's not particularly great, but if I upgrade this to, let's say, a 8 times magmatic generator, I can generate 1280 FE per tick, which would be a significant improvement for what we're doing right now. Also, let's have a look at how much we've filled up this tank. Just this amount here. Hopefully by the end of the episode we can get all the way up to this. That would be amazing. I'm not entirely sure whether to keep this tank like that or close it off like that. I think closing it off looks kind of cooler, but I'm not sure. We'll see. Also, if we've not got any machines in use and we've just got this wire over here, we could use the camo block from Camel to camo the block with something else, but for now I'm just going to place copycat panels over the top and right-click them with the materials for the floor. It looks a little bit out of place, but you know that there's going to be something there in the future. I don't think I showed this off. I got a cage from Supplementaries, and it's not a particularly difficult craft. It's a really good way of storing small mobs, so I had this chicken over here, and also, for anyone saying that I put the chicken and the sawmill together, he just walked over there, so he clearly enjoys being over at the sawmill, so please don't question that. I heard that the chicken hadn't liked and subscribed to the video. You should do that. But you can right-click any small mob and store it into a cage, and then shift right-click to place it down in the world. So I just have him sitting over here watching us build. We could put a hopper underneath him and it'd generate eggs. But yes, I did notice that I placed the sawmill with the saw blade touching his feet, which is a bit daunting. Maybe I should move that. I feel like I'm slowly losing my mind here. But today's episode, my plan is to get a start on our mechanism machines, and then maybe towards the end work towards an AE system. We certainly won't have a full system up by today, but I think we could maybe make a head start on it. I hope. We'll see. So I say we just get stuck straight in. The first thing we will need is a metallurgic infuser. But already, within 5 minutes of the episode, I've already managed to get confused. I've already crafted a metallurgic infuser. I think I did it in episode 2, it was to get osmium, but I only realised it as soon as I tried to place it down. Wait, did I not already have a metallurgic infuser? You already did, mate. Oh, well, we've double crafted it now, fantastic. But to be fair, we will end up using this later on. And I'll go straight into the mechanism questline. In fact, we've got some rewards here for steel blocks, configurators, and some pipes, fantastic. So our other first machines that we want is an enrichment chamber, a crusher, and an electrolytic separator. It took me 3 times to say that. So what am I missing? I'm missing some steel casings. So we're going to need 3 steel casings for this. So looking at this, we're going to need these basic control circuits and some infused alloy. The basic control circuit requires osmium, and then you place redstone inside this slot here. And 2 redstone will give you 1 basic control circuit. So let's go and do that. You place your redstone dust in and 2 osmium there, and we will get 2 basic control circuits from that. We can use that to craft our second machine, which will be the enrichment chamber. So I'll pop my enrichment chamber over here. The enrichment chamber has quite a few uses, one of which is it converts 3 of your raw materials into 4 dust, so you get a bit more out of it. But you can also enrich certain materials over here. So if I enrich this redstone, it will produce enriched redstone. And if I go back to the metallurgy confuser, when I added a single redstone, it produced 10 millibuckets of redstone chemical into the metallurgy confuser, but if I add enriched redstone, it gives me 8. So therefore, for that basic control circuit recipe, I can now use 1 enriched redstone with 4 osmium ingots, and that will produce 4 basic circuits, using only 1 redstone rather than the 8 that would be required beforehand. So we're going to get quite a bit of this enriched redstone. It's quite useful. Now, another thing we want to get is infused alloy, and that is a 1-to-1 recipe with the redstone to copper. So I can use 1 enriched redstone and then add 8 copper, and that will produce us the infused alloy here. And this is also used in a variety of crafts. So I'll get that going all in the meantime. Now, whilst this is all cooking up, I'm going to craft myself a gateway. There are a ton of gateways, but the one that we need is the gateway of the Hellish Fortress. You'll see in the key rewards, it gives me 1 monster spawner, and that is what we're trying to get. Perfect. So we've crafted that up, and we're going to be fighting this in the compact machine. Also, check out how stripped down our compact machine is. I pulled everything out of here now, and all we've got is the generators for all the block types over here, and my create fan setup. I really like this, but I need to find a place for it because I just don't want it in my compact machine right now. I really want it in the world. But for now, it will have to live there. I did also fix up the fans like people suggested, but I'm going to show this off properly when I build this in the overworld. But what a gateway is it basically spawns in a ton of mobs with different waves, and if you defeat all of them, you get rewards. So wave 1 seems really simple, wave 2 gets a little bit harder, 3, and then 4, we get this guy called the Butcher, who's going to be quite difficult. But I think with our brand new sword, we should be able to take him out. I don't have any range attacks, however, I do have my projectile dispel. And if you watch my tips and tricks video, I showed you a mini tip to do with projectile dispel on how we can kill blazes with just 1 shot using it. But if you missed out on that video, I will show you this tip and trick anyway. Definitely check that out after. I feel like I'm going to cheese this a little bit by pillaring up like 3 blocks here and spawning in the gateway just over here. And let's fight. So the first round went really well. I was almost a bit too confident at this stage. Oops. Yeah, these are a little bit too tall for me, but I can... Yeah, that's easy. I can just cheese this. So once we defeat a wave, loads of loot drops out of it as well, so we'll go and pick this up afterwards. But then as soon as the blaze started spawning in, we got into some serious trouble. And so here are the blazes. We're going to use the projectile dispel, and you'll see they instantly get killed, and we almost do as well. So I died, and you'd think that because we died, the gateway would stop. But no, it just kept continuing. So every time I came to the compact machine, I'd just die. Okay, we crafted another one up, so let's go back in and get our stuff again. Wait, what? I thought that would have finished. Right, we're going to have to rush back in. Wait, why is it starting another wave? We're dead. We've died. This makes no sense. And every time I went back into the compact machine, I had like a 50% chance of being insta-killed as soon as I arrived. I pressed /back and instantly died. That's not fair. And just for good measure, I died a few more times. I'm going to save you the obscenities and the swears and just show you when I was calm, collected, and finally finished slaying every one of the mobs in the wave. A moment of zen, some might say. Oh. Right, now we can get rid of everyone else. Delete. 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 So that went absolutely terribly. I'm gonna have to do that again. You know what, there's times like these where you just gotta be a man. You gotta be a real man. No cheesing and just fight it properly. That's what we're gonna do. I'm done with this whole shebang. Let's just do it properly. And hopefully it will all go well, he said. Famous last words. Come on then, chaps. Too good. We're just too good. And I can't lie to you. We just suddenly got good. It seems like cheesing was not the right answer. And our overpowered sword that we crafted earlier just seemed to shred through mobs like butter. And before too long, we got to the final wave. Right, this is the hardest round. This is the one with the special boss as well, so I am terrified of this. After quickly taking out the blazes, we were then left with the piglin butcher. He wasn't particularly tough as we just kept our range, but I knew as soon as that axe would hit me, I would die, so I kept well away. We dispatched the rest of the wither skeletons, and then we had completed the gateway. Have we done it? Oh, we've done it. Oh my gosh, that was so much harder than it could have been. Wow, that was a lot more than I was expecting, and we got a load of rewards. We need to go and sift this through a little bit.
We then did a load of sifting, but when I went back to the compact machine, we found another surprise.
And somehow we've now got slime spawning in the compact machine. This is going really weird. I feel like today is just going to be the weirdest episode possible.
What? Look how much we got. We had finally worked through the rest of the loot and popped it all in our Ars Nouveau storage lectern.
Right, there we go. Finally, we've finished off all the items, and we got our monster spawner, which is what we came here for. Oh, so draining. Oh, cool. So one of the items we got was the feeding upgrade from sophisticated backpacks. If I pop this in my backpack and then pop my bread in there and set the feeding to allow and the bread, that should automatically eat the bread when I need it. Yeah, it does. Wow, that's awesome. So we've now just got the feeding upgrade for free. Our backpack has definitely got a little bit too full, so I'm going to upgrade this to the gold and then the diamond variant as well. We could upgrade to the netherite one, but we need the smithing template and we'll sort that out another time. But that should be a lot more space. I'm happy with that. We also got these codex entries from Ars Editions where if we use them, we get a random tier 1 glyph. So we got cut, filter, and then filter. The filters are pretty useless, but the cut's quite nice. Also, with our capturing enchantment, we managed to get ourselves a zombified piglin and a blaze spawner. But the whole purpose of doing all of that was to get myself a spawner for the villager. We're trying to get the villager spawn egg, so if I make the GM chicken feed and then feed it to a chicken, which I think I still have on this island. Don't worry, we won't come for you just yet. Yeah, there's one over here. And if I right click on him, we get the villager egg. So my goal isn't to make an overpowered spawner, I just want to make a basic villager spawner. So we'll plonk that down there, we'll pop our villager spawn egg in, right click with the comparator to make it redstone controlled and put a lever on top. And I had some sugar and fermented spider eyes lying around, so I'm just going to use those as well to upgrade it. And hopefully the applied Energistics villager is looking more and more likely as we speak. But I believe during that time we should get yeah, there we go. Our basic control circuits are now finished and we got all of our infused alloy. So we can make a star and make ourselves the crusher, just requiring 2 lava buckets. We've crafted our crusher, we can pop that down as well. So now all we need to craft is the electrolytic celebrator. God, anytime today, mate. The electrolytic separator. That shouldn't be too difficult with what we've got right now, but we do need the dust of gold, osmium, and iron, which means we're going to have to use the crusher we just made. And so we crushed up all of the ingots that were required. Right, so that's all the dusts grinded up. Let's try and make the electrolytic separator now. So we need the electrolytic core. We can make that, and then we need the separator. Perfect. We're also going to need the sink from cooking from blockheads. That will require us to get a water bucket. And there we go. I'm going to grab some of the basic mechanical pipes we crafted earlier as well. So I will bring out the cable to about here, pop down our electrolytic separator, and then I need to pipe in water from the sink into the electrolytic separator. So if I do that, we now should be able to be getting hydrogen and oxygen. And I'm also going to be dumping the excess of oxygen because I'm mostly focusing on this hydrogen. Because I want to craft ourselves the jetpack. This jetpack runs off of hydrogen and it's a lot better than this Oratech jetpack. I get that we could probably make the flight potion cover now. I'm just going to avoid it for a couple of episodes. Just hang in with me. I then thought the best idea would be to upgrade our current furnace setups. So I upgraded our iron furnace to gold, then to diamond, to emerald, and then obsidian, and added a factory augment, which would enable it to use power and also smelt multiple items at once. Pop that over here, and that means we should now have, if I pop in the augment factory, I can either shift right click, or if you actually just shift click that in, you'll get the factory upgrade automatically added. If I enable auto split, I can throw in my dust and it will smelt up like 6 at a time. So much nicer, and we can smelt up things so much quicker, which also means we can remove these other iron furnaces. I then crafted everything we needed to make the jetpack. Perfect, we now have the jetpack. I can pop my jetpack in the slot over here and it will now start filling with hydrogen. In fact, we should also be able to upgrade this straight to the armored jetpack, which should give us a lot more armor as well, which I definitely need right now after seeing that gateway fight. That's going to require bronze, steel block, and diamond dust. We had every single material we needed, but I needed to crush up the diamonds, and then using 3 crushed copper and 1 tin, we can make bronze dust. So I smelted that up and we had everything we needed for the armored jetpack. So combining that all together gives us the armored jetpack. Oh yeah, this looks so much cooler than the previous jetpack. Check out those wings. And look, this Oratech jetpack, I get that I did a rank in flight videos and I get that I gave this a good grade, but my goodness, has this just caused us problems? I love Oratech, one of my favourite mods, but this jetpack is going off the edge. I am not dealing with that ever again. It's easier to blame the jetpack than my own stupidity. So it's very simple. It's literally just a regular jetpack, meaning that you can fly up and down. It breaks your fall a little bit better than the Oratech one. I don't need that Blaze Jet one, which was causing me massive problems last time. So that should now be fixed and a lot easier. The secondary thing that I don't think most people are aware of is that it also has has a hover mode, meaning I can just hover in this space, a bit like Creative Flight, and using space and shift I can change where I am vertically. And there's a third mode called Vector that barely anyone talks about. Now, it might seem strange, and it's definitely one of those things you have to get used to, but the way that it works is it bases your direction and speed on where you're looking. If I face directly forward, I will go up. If I face directly down, I will go forward. And sometimes being in F5 tends to help a little bit more with this. But it means that I can kind of fly in this direction and use my mouse to direct where I want to go. And it's really weird when you first try it. I'd recommend you give it a go. So let's, for example, say I wanted to go over to those sugar canes. I can look at this angle here and I will fly quicker than walking speed. And once you get the hang of it, you can be really quick with it, and it's really quite a cool way of flying around. The hotkey's change mode is G. So if I double click G, I go back to regular mode. And if I want to go back into the vector mode, I double click again and I can go into the vector flying. Either way, it might not seem like a big upgrade, but for me, that is a massive upgrade. The Aurotech jetpack was slightly grinding my gears a bit with the fall damage we were taking. So we've got the basic machine set up and some power generation, but it's slow. I think we need to improve it. And for now, I think the best way to do it is by upgrading our magmatic generator to the next tier, the 8 times magmatic generator. So that's going to require us to get 7 more magmatic generators and a diamond gear. So after skipping around, crafting up the rest of the magmatic generators, we were now able to get our 8 times magmatic generator. Perfect. So that 8 times magmatic generator will generate us 1,280 FE per tick, which is a lot more than what we were generating previously, and it has a buffer of 4 million, which is really handy because currently our basic energy cube only stores 1.6 mil. That really does drain our lava tank down by quite a bit, so we might have to figure out some better form of lava generation next episode. But for now, that will do, and we can start upgrading our machines. And Mechanism has 2 types of upgrades that you can perform, one of which is using the energy and speed upgrades to speed up production or use less energy. The other one is upgrading the tier of the machine, and we're going to be doing both of those. And the way that you do it is by having the already existing enrichment machine surrounded by these ingredients. Or instead, you can craft the basic tier installer, and that will allow you to just right click your machine and upgrade it to that tier. We'll be doing this. So we've now got 3 of our basic tier installers, and we can now shift right click our machines to upgrade them. And if I go into, let's say, our enrichment factory, it's now got 3 slots and the same auto sorting feature that you saw in our furnace. This is basic tier, so if I upgraded this further, we'd get more additional slots. So I think today we're going to be aiming for the advanced tier, and that's going to require the infused alloy we made earlier and advanced control circuits. Those can be made by crafting the basic control circuits in with some infused alloy. Actually, there's another recipe that I wasn't aware of. You can actually just use redstone with the basic control circuits. I wasn't aware of this. This must either be new or I've just never seen this. It seems that this recipe is actually a lot better, so we'll do this instead. So if my calculations are correct, to make those advanced control circuits, we need 6 enriched redstone to do 8 basic control circuits. And we'll enable on auto sort, so that should also speed this up as well. Nice, okay, I got it exactly right, so that's really good. We've got up to the next tier. So I crafted 3 of the advanced tier installers and popped them into every machine. And so now you'll see we've got 2 additional slots. We'd have 5 in total. That's brilliant. We could also start moving on to the next tier, which is the elite tier, but that's going to require infusing our control circuits with diamond. And even though we can afford it, I think it'd be better to get into the auto crafting to make that setup a little easier on ourselves. But for now, we can still add the speed and the energy upgrades. And both the energy and speed upgrade require the infused alloy and structural glass with either a gold dust or an osmium dust respectively. The structural glass requires 4 steel and 1 glass, so that shouldn't be too difficult to make either. And we ended up crafting a lot of steel from our steel sheet metal for the build, so luckily we've got 54 in stock. And that statement aged like milk, because as soon as I started crafting up the upgrades, I realised we needed a lot more steel to make structural glass. And just like that, we've run out of steel. Well, we might as well get ourselves some more steel, and the best way to do that is by using the metallurgic infuser. If we enrich coal to turn it into carbon, and then place the carbon with iron ingots in the infusing factory, we will get ourselves enriched iron. And if we do that again with the same carbon, we will get steel dust. All of that is now converted to enriched iron, so if I pop that back in with the existing carbon, we will now get steel. I still don't know what's better, the metallurgic infuser or our foundry setup, but either way, it's pretty handy. I then also realised that I'd ran out of copper, and so I tried to go and hunt for my gears. The problem is I'd totally forgotten where I put my gears, so I ran around the entirety of the house for about a couple of minutes, and then finally it clicked. Oh, I put them behind this wall, didn't I? Oh, for goodness sake, why did I put them there? So I got back to cranking and tried to get ourselves at least a couple of stacks of copper. And luckily, because we've got such a better furnace set up now, I don't need to use the Foundry for smelting down our gear shards. We can just get them straight from the furnace. Although saying that, I think we could upgrade the speed that we currently get. You could get the augment speed here, which halves the cook time but uses up twice the amount of fuel. And I believe that uses up twice the amount of energy. But for such a simple craft, why would we not do this? We've got infinite energy using our generator here, so you might as well use that. So I then got back to crushing all of our ingots to try and make the speed and energy upgrades. Perfect, so that is enough for 16 of both upgrades. So let's do that. Let's get 16 speed upgrades and 16 energy upgrades. And we're going to add 4 of the upgrades into each of these mechanism machines. And there's 2 ways to do that. You can open up the interface, go into the upgrades and shift click them in, and that will install all of the upgrades. Or the easier way, just shift right click the machine. Just do it that way. It's easier. There we go. So if we go into every single machine, we have 4 speed upgrades and we have 4 energy upgrades. That makes life so much easier. I think we're also going to get 4 of the muffling upgrades. It requires any kind of ingot here and then 4 wool, and we'll do 4 of them just to shut our machines up. The noises are cool, but you know, they get a bit annoying when you've got so many machines running. Now I know we haven't reached that capacity level of 3.2, but the good thing about the advanced cables is that you can bring these to late mid-game or early end-game and still be able to use these, so they're just so much better. I think it's also going to be worthwhile upgrading our energy storage as well, from 1.6 million FE per tick to 6.4. And if we cover that all up, we now have a good source of power, good cables, and faster production times. I think it's time for applied energistics. Now again, we're not going to get too far into that mods day, but this starts the pathway to auto crafting, bulk storage, everything you can imagine. Applied energistics is such a handy mod, and so we need to get a head start on it now. And what we're going to need to start this mod is a charger. It's probably the simplest recipe that we're going to be seeing all day. And we're not actually going to be using it for its intended purpose just yet. And you know what? We need to get a staircase to up here. I don't know whether you've been catching it, but I keep just breaking the block and flying through. Actually, I've pulled back that wall by 1 block, and I'm thinking we could do something like having ladders going up all the way over here to this room for easier access. I know that someone that commented had a really good suggestion of using the smokestack here as an elevator, and I really like that idea because it would give us access to every single floor, including the topmost floor here as well. And maybe we'll do that in the future, but right now I just need a quick access to this floor. And there's 2 types of ladders that would go well there, jungle ladders, or if I grab myself some andesite alloy and whack it into a stone cutter, you can get yourself the andesite ladders. And honestly, I really like these. They've got a really cool 3D texture to them, so I definitely prefer these. Perfect, so I think that looks okay. It looks a little bit goofy, but I think it'll do fine. And I need to grab myself my sauce jars and my cardboard boxed ritual brazier over here. I've got myself some containment jars as well, and if we go outside, I can place the ritual brazier like so and shift right click, and that will keep the tablet of containment ritual going. I think one of you guys in the comment section told me that, and that's been really handy, so thank you very much for that. It means we don't have to keep crafting the same rituals again and again. We could just move them with a cardboard box. So if I place a redstone signal towards that, I can now turn it off and on remotely. So let's plop our sauce jars down and a couple of containment jars, and let's contain some new villagers. They should spawn in and instantly be picked up by the containment jars. There we go. Whoa, that was a lot of villagers, and maybe a bit too many villagers, and I really hope they don't start taking their workstations. Yeah, we now have a bunch of fisherman villagers. Okay, do the fisherman villagers sell anything useful? Not really. Coal and string to emeralds, that's an alright trade. I think we're just going to have to dispatch them. But I think 3 villagers should be enough for now. This will be a massive callback back to the second episode where we first got our villagers. But what we're going to be doing is just placing a cell for our villagers to live in temporarily. And if I place my villager down there in the jar and use projectile dispel on him, he will escape the jar. And I can break the jar. And here we go, we've got our unemployed villager. Okay, I've put a slab down here so he stops pathfinding, and he should turn into a fluid. There we go, that's so much better. Make sure you pop a slab down or something that they can't walk on, and then they'll turn a little bit quicker. I'm not sure if it's placebo, but I do believe it's something to do with their pathfinding mechanics. And so now we have a villager that sells us Certus quartz. So let's try and buy as many as we can. And whoa, we've just filled up his whole XP bar with just 1 purchase. That's actually really good. And we can also get ourselves some skystone, which will be used later on. We'll get ourselves half a stack of that. And apparently we can just buy fluix dust. I didn't realise this was a trade. That's really cool. We've just skipped some progress there as well. But the most important thing we need is the Certus quartz, so I'm going to pick up a lot more of that. Wow, so we managed to get this guy all the way up to expert. That's really good. I'm going to pop the jar back down, and if I re-enable the ritual, he should go straight into that jar. And we can still access him from that jar, so that is really handy. We can now break him and pop him somewhere else. And we're going to try and make ourselves the flawless budding Certus quartz. That's the G-ore for Certus quartz. The way that we do that is by making the budding quartz G-ore, and then using the ender crafting to make the flawless one. one using the Certus quartz dust, and we can get Certus quartz dust by just crushing our already existing Certus quartz. The Ender crafter is not very difficult, requiring ender pearls and eyes of ender, and because of our previous mob farm we had a ton left. So if I craft myself up the Ender Crafter and the Alternator... Wait, hold on, how did I get 2? Oh, the recipe gives us 2, that's really handy. If I craft myself up both of those, I can now start making myself the Quartz Geode. And you know what, I might as well get myself 4 of the regular budding Quartz Geodes for myself, and then 4 of the flawless budding Quartz ones. And luckily, we updated the mod pack to the latest version, which has all of the compressed blocks crushing recipes, so we can use our gravel 2x's to get sand 2x's, for example. And yeah, look at how quick our crushing is. It's so much better than it was before. And I have my foundry temporarily set up around the back over here, so we can just set that all up. I then made 8 of the budding quartz geodes in total. Great, and that is the last of our budding quartz geodes needed to be crafted up, and I think I miscalculated how much quartz we needed. I did it in the blocks form, so we'll have to break that. We've lost a few blocks there. We've now got infinite thanks to the budding quartz geodes. So let's grab ourselves these 16 Certus quartz and crush that down into dust. So if I grab my ender crafter and just place it down, I can add the alternators anywhere around it, so I'm just going to pop them here for now. And now we can craft up our flawless budding geodes, and I believe this might take a bit of time. The alternators are active. Yeah, you don't need to power them or anything like that. It just takes time. Or if we've got time in a bottle, we should be able to speed it up. Yeah, we can. Perfect. There we go. They've all crafted up now. So we'll take those out and break down this Ender Crafter setup. And to get loads of it, we're going to just place all of the quartz blocks around here and use the cranked growth accelerator. And we'll make ourselves a little bit of a stockpile of quartz. And whoa, okay. I didn't realize this glows. This looks really cool. Now, if you use any other kind of budding Certus quartz blocks, these will eventually decay, but the flawless ones don't. And that's the ones that we crafted using the Ender crafting. So luckily, these will never decay and they're just the same as geodes. And whoa, we just got a stack and a half from our first break. We're going to be getting this in no time. So I think 7.5 stacks should cover us for a while. I don't know whether you can break these with Silk Touch. In vanilla applied Energistics you can, but it deteriorates the block, and I believe that'll probably be the same here. So I'm going to use cardboard boxes to surround it and just break the cardboard, and we'll keep them in the cardboard box form and place them in our G-Ore place. And that should have us covered for now. For now, I just want to get the building blocks for Applied Energistics, and we'll do that another episode. And so the second thing that you need a lot of is silicon. And silicon can come from 2 sources. We can either smelt up Certus quartz dust, or we can make quartz blend, which gives us 4. And we make quartz blend by using sand, coal, and then a Certus quartz dust, and you get 6. So for 1 Certus quartz dust, you end up with 24 silicon. And considering we have infinite sand and a really decent supply of coal, I think it's a no-brainer that we do that instead. Perfect, so we've got all of our Certus quartz dust, and we can craft loads of the Certus quartz blend. There we go, 3 stacks. How much silicon is that going to produce? Let's pop that in the obsidian furnace. Okay, wow, we should be covered for silicon for a long while. I'm going to have to chop that down into blocks for now. Last episode, we got into Applied Energistics, getting our first budding Certus quartz. Now, we need to make a start on building our AE system. Out of all of the requests for guides on this channel, Applied Energistics seems to be the most requested, and I'm here to show you that you shouldn't be afraid of AE too. Oh, sorry. So today I'm going to show you the easiest methods to autocraft processors and inscribers, as well as an easy method to connect your already existing storage. Welcome back to Sieveless. So welcome back. Today's going to be quite an interesting episode because we're going to start off by finishing off our island, and I'm going to show you the schematic for the rest of it. So if I pull myself all the way out to here, you can see the rest of our island looking pretty swanky. The shaders mixed with the create schematic stuff does bug out a little bit, but it will look nicer when I show you it off later. There's also this little hidden part over here, which I think I'll be showing as well. I wonder what that could be. But off camera, I have been collecting up all the resources, so we won't do another episode on that, and we are left with 2 resources that we need, dirt and stone. Now the stone is actually covered. There's a really interesting recipe, and I remember in the first episode someone told me about this. If you remember, my method before was to punch this barrel a ton and use our magnet to basically carry all of the cobblestone over to this lava plume, and that would smelt it up into stone. However, one of you clever clogs came out with the idea that you can compress stone and actually compress it further, even 4x, 5x, and still smelt that into 5x or 4x stone. How did I not know this? So I never actually had to bring all my stuff over to this lava source. I could have just compressed it and then cooked it from there. Now, obviously, we need it in regular stone form, not this stone 1x form. So if you go into your keybinds, you're probably used to seeing the compress stack by pressing K. You can also decompress stack. So I've got a decompress all key, which is going to be my L key. And using Shift and L to decompress and Shift and K to compress, it makes this a lot quicker. So for example, I want to put a full inventory of stone into my vault. And the way that I'm going to do that is by grabbing 3 of my stone 1x stacks, opening my inventory and using Shift L that I selected earlier, and that will decompress all of it into stone. I can then just shift right click onto the item hatch, and we now have our stone completed. Let me just check. Yep, there we go. We now have stone completed. And just a heads up, that was 361 stacks of stone. 23k blocks. How's that for some off-camera mining? But we still require 1,544 dirt. 24 stacks, that's a lot. So the first part of this episode is going to be another quick and dirty farm. We did it for moss last time. We're going to be doing it for dirt this time, but I think this way will be really interesting, and I don't think I've seen anyone cover it. And for that, we're going to need some spell turrets from Ars Nouveau. We're going to craft up 2 basic spell turrets, and we can also upgrade them to the enchanted spell turrets. That requires a source gem block and 2 blaze rods. And the only difference between the enchanted spell turret is that spells cost half of the source. Right, let's move all the guys off the wall, and let's do an enchanting apparatus connected over here. And if I place my arcane core and then the enchanting apparatus... hold on. That's going to connect to those pedestals. We can't do that. Can we move it over by 1? Okay, cool. So we can put our arcane core over here, and that will only see these pedestals, which is what we want. And so if I get my source gem block, blaze rod, and then right click with my turret, it will now craft up the enchanted spell turrets. Hey, perfect. And we will do the same as well. Perfect, that's 2 enchanted spell turrets. If you're familiar with what we did before with Ars Nouveau, we are going to use the Conjure Terrain. That's the spell we're trying to do. And that is basically going to turn source into dirt. And if I use Projectile Conjure Terrain, it's going to create dirt wherever I shoot it. I can also augment this with the AoE ability, and that will produce a larger area of dirt. Now, these spell turrets are actually really interesting. I can make a spell turret cast a spell rather than me. So if I have my spell here, my Conjure Terrain with a load of AoEs, I can right-click this onto the enchanted spell turret. Jim from the future here, make sure you don't shift right click because that will actually cast the spell as well. And it now says it's going to be casting my more dirt spell. But you may be asking, surely it uses mana, how does it get that? So that is where our source jars come in, because if we cast spells using the spell turret, it will actually use a source jar rather than our mana. And I just need to pop this in the vicinity. So if I now give it a redstone signal, for example this lever behind it, it will now shoot our spell at the wall. With me so far, we're generating dirt. Now, if I swapped this spell out with, instead of Conjure Terrain, I used Break, placed that inside the spell turret. Oh, what an idiot. Remember, I did say don't shift right click the spell turret. Anyway, so if we have our enchanted spell turret with projectile break and then use it, it will now break the dirt that we've just created and create a massive green shader error. That's sick. I love that. So we need to find a way to combine both this turret and a Conjure Terrain turret so that we shoot, conjure the terrain, and then break the terrain. And for those of you who are familiar with ours, I know we could use the manipulation turret here, but I'm going to do it through a different method that you're probably not familiar with. I'm going to craft myself something called a spell prism. Really easy recipe, just using a block of quartz in the middle. And I'm going to take this and pop it back in our compact machine. Now, I don't actually need the spell turret to show how this works, but if I place this down, you'll see there's a little hole side over here, and then every other side is just the regular side. If I cast a spell directly into that spell prism, it's going to basically redirect the spell. So if I cast it like this, you'll see it redirects it into that direction. Are you getting what I'm trying to do now? If I go back up to here, place my spell prism, making sure that it's facing the wall that I did earlier, we can now place a enchanted spell turret pointing directly into this spell prism. And we can place one in the other direction as well. And let's just test that this works. I'm going to add a few more AoEs. We can actually fill out our spellbook like this. So we've got 8 AoEs on my Conjure Terrain. I'm going to add a redstone signal to this, and we should see it shoot out over here. Perfect. Now, if I swap that out for a break and place that one underneath here, so I've placed a redstone signal directly onto the spell prism, so it should be powering both of them. I don't know what's going to happen here, whether the break or the Conjure Terrain is going to happen first. So let's find out. Okay, what about if I do it again? Ooh, okay, that worked. I've honestly never heard that noise come out of me before. Ooh, let's just spam it. We got loads of dirt. Check that out. How much have we got? We've already got 1,000 dirt. This was not intended. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Yeah, we've used up quite a bit of the source jar here, but I think that's so worth it. It's such a quick farm to make. I'm just going to keep doing this until we finish off the source jar. It lags my game. It's so good. Right, there we go. We've used up a whole source jar. Let's see how much dirt we managed to get in the end there. Yeah, we got 3,000 dirt from all that. I didn't expect that design to be so quick, so I'm going to have to break that down now and just, I guess, call it a day for ours. Whenever I get comments about ours hate, you guys have no clue. This mod is so good. It just generated us 3,000 dirt in literally less than a minute. That is insane. In no other mod can you set up a farm that quickly that produces that much. And if there is, please let me know, because I'd like to try that as well. Great, so that should now be enough dirt to sort out our schematic cannon. Great, we've completed that now. Let's go and build this. So if you've been following the last few episodes, you know the drill. Add the gunpowder. I'll keep it on the replace solid with any. I think that should be okay. We'll press play, and then we time in a bottle it. Oh gosh, it's pointing down. Let's time in a bottle it, and let's get this going. Ah, chaos. So loud. Let's see what it's looking like. So I let the schematic cannon run, and I think I used about 4 full charges of the time in a bottle here, using up probably about 4 hours. It was crazy. I even had to fill up the schematic cannon with gunpowder, which I've never had to do in my entire modded Minecraft life. But eventually, it was fully built, and I was begging to hear the ding noise this time. I just want the ding. Come on, the ding. Yes, we got the ding. Oh, it's done. It's done. Right, let's explore. We're on episode, what, 7 now? We're on episode 7 and we've only just got the island sorted. Oh, I'm actually so excited. So let's go and explore the new place. What I wanted to show you was down here, my little secret lair with our brand new pet, Mr. Bat, over here. The cool thing is we've now got this underground lair area. Now, beforehand in the comments, I got a lot of things saying, you know, how do you know you're going to be able to fit all your machines, all your this into your base? And I was like, actually, it's a good point. So I carved out the inside of my island, and now I've got an underground space. Ironically, really similar to some of the islands that you start off with ATM. But you might also notice that we've got this stained glass up here. And actually, let me break this glass bit over here, and that should open this up to just be the stained glass. Okay, so it is now daytime and we should have some light cascading through the pond. So let's have a quick look. I'm hoping it does it. Yeah, we get the god rays. They're like glowing through. This area looks so cool. Check this out. It's even got all the like caustics and reflections and stuff like this. Is so cool. Wow, what an angle. Check that out. We have to have something here. I don't entirely know what, but this would be so cool. So I hope that clears up everything that I was saying about the fact that we don't have all the space in the house specifically, because we now have this whole area here, which I need to add grass to so that it looks a bit better. Now I'm going to need some more advice. I'm not entirely sure of how we should make an entrance to this place. Now I had this open bit on the side, as you can see, which can be accessible by a jetpack, but wouldn't it be cool if we had an elevator that goes directly down the center, or if we had access from the side? I'm going to go into spectator mode and cheat a little bit, so I want to show you the space that we get access to. So this comes up to our mountain area up on the back side, so we could make some sort of entrance over here and make it look like a mine shaft. Or if we look at our smokestack that we had earlier, that comes directly down the center into the main bit. So we could have an elevator here. I'm honestly not sure. I think both ideas are really cool, but I want your opinion in the comments. What do you think would be good? And what can we stick over in this area here? You guys are better than me at the creative ideas. Just let me know in the comment section and I will try my best to try and adopt them. Is that a wandering trader? What? What are you doing up here, mate? Selling absolute rubbish. But now that that's all finished, we can focus on the meat and potatoes of this episode, which is getting ourselves started with applied energistics. That's going to be a little bit of automation and hopefully setting up some machines to make our lives a little bit easier. Last episode, we got a ton of Certus quartz here, which is going to be a great start to our supply. And we can now start working towards the next part of this. So the first thing I want to do is try and make ourselves some charged Certus quartz. There's a few ways of getting this, none of which we have access to at the moment. We could get into power and do it, but I think the easiest way is just to start with what they provide you, which is the basic charger from Applied Energistics. We can use the hand crank to power this, or we can plug it into the back of our cable, which will probably be a little bit easier. So let's try that. And I want to make a quick and dirty automation for this as well. So if I place a charger over here, I can place a hopper in and a hopper out. They've improved this now. So if I place my Certus quartz crystal up in the top, what will happen is it will charge it. And once it's charged, it instantly outputs it to the bottom where we get our charged Certus quartz. As soon as that gets outputted, we then input a brand new one in. So we should end up with a stack of Certus quartz. I think that should be enough for now. We'll give it a go. But we need to craft ourselves the inscriber. It's going to require a load of pistons, iron, and copper. And we're going to need quite a few of these. More specifically, we're going to need one for every single press that we're going to craft. And for now, we're going to need 4 and then plus 1. And I'll show you why in a second. So that is 5 inscribers in total. And actually, there's an Applied Energistics quest line. I wonder how helpful this will be. Yep, it's the exact same thing as I was about to say. Yep, the quest line is really handy for this. So in all the mods 10 to the sky, you actually craft your inscriber presses like so by using skystone dust, iron plates, and then silicon or whatever material you're using. The iron plates are easy. The skystone dust, I believe we got last time. We got the skystone dust last episode from the Fluix Researcher Villager. And if you get the block variant of it, there's a block generator recipe to do so. So I crafted myself up a gold tier block generator and popped that in the compact machine to keep generating more skystone dust. And that should be skystone. Perfect. Great. And I'll whack a drawer on top and we should be producing this quite quickly. Yeah, that's fantastic. Right, we've got that now. If I whack that in the smelter. Yeah, there we go. Skystone. Perfect. We've got infinite of this now. And already we've charged our whole stack of Certus quartz as well. That'll be really handy for later. We're going to need Certus quartz. We're going to need diamond. All right, we're going to need gold. And we're going to need silicon. Oh, and cheers for last episode as well. I realized after your comments that I was wrong. The quartz blend here gives us 4, but if we use the enrichment chamber, it would have given us 6. Not that we needed any more silicon, but that was actually a really handy tip. So thank you guys for that. But we're going to place down an inscriber. We only need the one for now, and that's plugged into the back. I did check. I thought maybe you could daisy chain them together and power all of them using just one, but apparently not. You have to cable them all up, which is a bit irritating. But for now, we just need the one. And what we're going to do, we're going to add our iron plates in, our skystone dust, and then each one of our items to try and make the presses. Perfect. That is every single one of the presses we're going to need for the start of this. There will be more presses in the future. Don't worry, we'll craft them. So we're going to be trying to make processors here. The logic, calculation, and the engineering processor. And the way that this works is you need to combine all 3 of these ingredients. The printed circuit that you're using, redstone, and then printed silicon. The way that we get the printed silicon is by using the inscriber silicon press that we made earlier with silicon to make printed silicon. And the way that we make our circuits is by using the press with the item. You get the gist. But obviously, this is a little bit confusing to automate. So much so that there are mods later on that will actually improve the way that we can automate it, but we'll get into that later. For now, the early game automation is the most important. And I'm going to craft myself a basic energy cube over here. And now I guess we've got to decide where we're going to be having our inscriber automation. I think probably over here. We need 5 spaces for it, so I think this will actually be the best spot for it. We will end up having a better solution for this later, but for now, this is perfect. So I'm happy with that placement. I now need to grab some cables and bring that over here. So I've popped some cables out over here. Now we're not going to do it this way because we're going to be automating our inscribers a little bit differently. We're going to be using Super Factory Manager, SFM. And whoa, don't get scared. I'm not going to expect you to start coding. In fact, it's already one of the examples that's in SFM that you can get use of instantly. And I'll show you that in just a second. So in fact, I'm actually going to tear down this cable. And for SFM, the way that you connect your machines is using this inventory cable. It's not a particularly difficult craft, but it does look a little bit strange being a block form rather than an actual cable. There is a cable variant, but I honestly prefer the block form from what I'm about to show you. And we're also going to craft the network tool from SFM, and I'll show you why in just a minute. So the network tool is really interesting. If I hold it in my hand, I can see every single inventory cable that's actually connected to things. But more interestingly, if I pop it in my offhand and then right click with a block, I can actually mask my inventory cable so that it looks like a different block. I can also control click and that will convert every single one of the inventory cables to that block as well. So we're actually able to hide all of our SFM cables. Not enough people know that. It's really handy. If you want to clear the cable look, you can just put your network tool in your offhand and then right click it and that will make it and strip it back down to the inventory cable. This is what's going to be used to connect all of our machines up together with our automation. We're going to have 2 over here as well for some of our inputs and output chests. And we're going to connect up a basic energy cube to the bottom over here. We're also going to connect that up with a cable, and you'll see why in just a minute. I'm going to go into the interface here and just make sure that's set to output. So now we're charging up this basic energy cube. Perfect. I'm also going to add the factory manager. This will be what controls our entire system. We need inventory cables for that, 4 chests, and then a redstone repeater. This can be anywhere as long as it connects to our inventory cables. And just note, you can't facade this. Despite the fact that you can facade the cables, you cannot facade the super factory manager, so you might want to tuck that underneath. For now, I'll just pop that down below here. So to use SFM, any of our machines, power supplies, inventories, etc. all have to be touching this inventory cable. It doesn't matter what side. So I'm going to place down my 5 inscribers on the inventory cable just here. And I'm going to place 2 inventories, one for my input and one for my output. If I go into my Super Factory Manager, I then need to add a Super Factory Manager program disk. The way that you make these is by using red, green and blue dye, paper, and then a few redstone components. And if you pop that inside of your Factory Manager, you'll now have access to a bunch of settings. Now, if you're not familiar with Super Factory Manager, don't be afraid of it. It's such a good mod. You can copy and paste code from other Discords if you're not particularly programmatically minded. But if you are, this is the best way to automate your resources. It beats pipes, it beats everything. In my opinion, this is just so much better. If I open this up and go into the view examples, I can find this AE2 inscribers example here. And the whole purpose of this example is it's going to be taking in our materials, putting the required items into their own individual inscriber, then inputting all of the results from that into the barrel again, and popping them all into the last inscriber, which is going to craft up all of our processors. It then outputs all of that into the results. There is one modification that I'm going to be doing to this code. I'm even going to post this code in the Discord, even though I shouldn't be getting any of the credit for this. This is all Team D-Man, the creator of SFM, and all the developers behind this that have made these great examples for you to use. And I'm going to add the following code. Input FE : from cell each side, output FE to power each side. And then I'm going to add a forget just afterwards. So I'll hit done. I'll have a little warning message here explaining that none of the labels are assigned in the world. And this is where you need to craft yourself up the label gun from SFM. Again, not a difficult craft at all. Here's one I made earlier in Blue Peter fashion. And if I shift right click the factory manager with my label gun, it will pull the labels. So if I now right click air, I will now see all of my labels. So this is now where you set your machines and outputs to make sure that everything's working. So I'm going to show you this in real time, what I'm going to be doing. The first thing I want to do is label my cell, which is the energy cell that I popped down here. And I'm going to go into my cell and just make sure that I've got something on output. I've got the front here to output. I'm going to put these to output as well, but still have the input over here. I'm then going to right click and find the next thing, which is the power, and all of these machines that need power, I'm going to right click. So I can right click them like so and select all of them. However, there's a cheat code. If I want to select multiple the exact same way as I did my inventory cable, I can hold control and right click, and that will select every connected item of the same type. So in this case, it selected all of our inscribers. So for the power, this is perfect. I'm then going to add my materials. That'll be the left barrel over here. I'm going to add my results, that'll be the right barrel over here, and now we get to set up what we're going to have in each of these inscribers. I'm going to start off with the far left one, and add our silicon press to it, and then get my label gun, right click the air, select silicon, and then right click that one with the silicon. I should see silicon and power on this one. I'm then going to go for the next one, that'll be my logic one. So the same here, I've added the logic press, and now we add the logic label. I'm now going to do the calculation press, so do that one as well. Add calculation. Then we'll add the engineering press as well. And then lastly, we need an empty one over here, and we're going to add this to be the last one. So just make sure that you add the last label to this. Once you're done, you can then right click, do not shift right click, just right click onto your factory manager, and that will push your labels to the manager. If you now open this up, you should see the warning has now gone. If it's not gone, just hover over your disk. Maybe you've missed out a label, and if so, just make sure you add it. And the way that I can see if this is running is if I look into my inscriber, I should now see all of them have power. And this is really useful. This basically means that we can use this one inventory cable here that's facaded and looks really cool to power our machines and give and take items into it using just that one cable. Perfect. So let me clear my inventory and let me test this out. I'm going to grab a full stack of silicon. Let's say 10 of our gold. I might as well grab half a stack of Certus quartz and let's say 16 diamonds, just this amount over here. I'm then going to add maybe a stack and a half of redstone because each one of these is going to require one redstone. And actually, we'll probably get a little bit more silicon, why not? And so I'm going to go back over to my machine, and if I go and add items to my left chest, they will now be processed up into the correct inscribers. So you'll see the silicon has now been added to the silicon press, and is now producing the printed silicon. That's then going to go straight into our materials barrel again, which then brings the items over to our last item. So all the printed silicon comes over here, all the printed logic circuits come over to here, and if I let that all process through, I can look at my results, and I'm now getting the processors. This is insanely cool. We can just add all of our items into this barrel, and it will be processed into the processors that we need. Now, we can actually increase the speed of this by adding some more inscribers, or we can actually add the acceleration cards from Applied Energistics. That's going to require some Fluix crystals that we got last episode, but I'll show you a new way that we can make them, and some advanced card, which uses the calculation presses that we'll be making. So I'm going to need 5 of the calculation processes for the acceleration cards that I'm going to be making. So let's get on that. The advanced cards, we're going to need a few of them. We're going to get 10 of them. We've got 5 machines, so we'll add 2 acceleration cards in them for now. And then we need some Fluix crystal, which we've got. Now, if you haven't got Fluix crystal, the way that you make it is by submerging charged Certus quartz, redstone, and quartz in water. So this is why I made that charged Certus quartz earlier. If I now go over to my pond over here and throw all of my ingredients into the water, just like here as an example, and turn my magnet off, it will now produce Fluix crystals from them. Check that out. I'll whack the magnet back on. We've now got 64 Fluix crystals. So let's make ourselves up some acceleration cards. Perfect. We've got the 10 that we need, and let's add 2 to each one of them. It's the exact same as the mechanism one. You can either shift right click them in, which is probably the preferred method, or again, you can open this up and then shift left click them in on this side here. And already that has sped up the production of these circuits by quite a bit. Great. We've ran through every single one of our processors now. I'm going to take these out and pop them into our storage for now. One of the first things that we're going to need is an ME controller. We don't need it, but I'm going to craft it because it's useful. We need the skystone and just smelt that up into the skystone block. For now, let's just get a stack of it. And silly me, I accidentally took out all of the cabling when I did that ultimine. There we go. We now have power to the machines. Perfect. In fact, I might as well just cover all of this up right now. I think this is looking really nice now. So let's craft ourselves up the ME controller. This is going to be the main hub of our network. It's going to be what intakes the power, and yeah, it's just the overall controller for our network. And for now, I might as well just get 3. We don't need 3, I'm just going to get 3 because we're going to plop it into one of our walls. So I'm not entirely sure how big we're going to be making this controller network, but if I plug this in over here, we now have a 3 long ME controller. If I right click my ME controller, it will show me everything that's connected to my AE2 network. I'm going to change the power over here to FE, and we can see that we're using 18 FE per tick just to keep this network alive, and we've not even got anything connected to it. So let's connect our first thing to this network. The first things we're going to be crafting is going to be a crafting terminal. You make that by crafting a regular ME terminal, which looks very confusing, but trust me, these recipes aren't that difficult. We've already got the processor here, we now need the annihilation core. That's going to require some fluix dust, so I'm going to get 24 of these and go into my crusher to get the fluix dust. Perfect. I'm also going to get the regular Certus quartz dust as well. We've already got 4, but I think we might as well do a whole stack of it. We've got so much. So we need those annihilation and formation cores. They're not difficult, using the processor, fluix dust and quartz, and then we need to use the regular Certus quartz, fluix dust and processor. For now, we'll just get the 1 craft of each of those, but we will end up crafting a lot more of these in the future. We then need an illuminated panel. There's a few options. We just need the regular illuminated. That's going to require the quartz glass, glowstone, redstone, and then iron ingots. Quartz glass is made by using regular glass surrounded by some Certus quartz dust. So we'll craft a bit of that, and then we'll craft our illuminated pane. Perfect. And now we have everything to make an ME terminal. I'll make this into a crafting terminal, but not right now. And then we need to make ourselves a storage bus. A storage bus is what connects external storage to an ME network. And for that, we need 2 pistons and an ME interface. The ME interface is crafted like so, and we've got those annihilation cores, so we can craft that already. We also need to link this all together, and the way that we do that is with Fluix ME cable. That's going to require some quartz fiber, crafted like so. Then we need some of our Fluix crystal to turn that into our ME cable. 12 should be enough for now because I'm just going to demonstrate what we're going to be doing. And I'm also going to grab ourselves any kind of inventory, just a chest for now. If I plonk down a chest over here and plonk down an ME storage bus connected to this chest, and add a cable connecting the controller into the chest. Anywhere I want on this network, I can now add one of my terminals, so I'll add it over here. And when I right click my terminal, I can see anything that's connected to the network. If I add some items to our chest, for example, all of this stuff, and then go into my terminal, I see all of the items. It's exactly the same as the storage lectern. I can even take all the items from here. Now I'm going to briefly talk about channels because this is where it gets a bit confusing. This ME glass cable can only transfer 8 channels, and a channel is used up by anything that takes, removes, or interacts with our network. So this storage bus here is one thing that acts on the network, and same with this terminal. So right now we're using 2 channels, but it doesn't show you this. If I right click with any kind of wrench and grab ourselves that cable again, I'm going to go back to my crafting because I want to craft myself the smart cable. This is the Fluix ME smart cable, and the way that you craft this is with redstone, glowstone, and then a covered cable. A covered cable is just wool and then your glass cable. So for now, I'm only going to craft the 1. Perfect, we've now got 1 Fluix ME smart cable, and I'm going to connect that on this side of the connector over here. So when I said it was going to use 2 channels, this is a demonstration of this. If you look up in the top, you'll see 2 out of 8 of my channels are being used. And you can actually see 2 little lines across this smart cable here demonstrating that. So if I want to see how many channels are being used up, I can use this smart cable for that. Each side of an ME controller can give off 32 channels. This Fluix cable can only transfer 8 of the channels. And so to get the 32 out of here, we actually need to use something called dense cable. The way that you make that is by getting our Fluix ME glass cable that we made earlier and converting all of that into covered cables, and we're then going to turn all of that into our smart cable as well. So we now have 4 of the ME smart cables. If I combine 4 of them, I get my ME dense smart cable. And if I replace my ME smart cable with my dense cable, I'm actually not able to place it right now. And the main reason is because ME smart cable takes up a huge space with the block and it can't have any of these accessors or interfaces attached to it. So the dense cable is only really used to transfer the cable connections. So I'm going to take away my storage bus right now and add the dense cable here. And instead, I'm going to add my storage bus over here and connect a regular cable into it. I can use my smart cable here, it doesn't matter. So if I now look, I'm still using 2 channels, but I've got a limit of 32 because I'm using this dense cable. So this is where channels get really confusing, and I'm not going to start talking about subnets or P2P because that's just going to lose absolutely everyone right now. But all you need to know is that every single face here gives off 32 channels, and we're going to use dense cable to connect them. You can also color your cables, which means that the colored ones do not connect to other colors. However, the Fluix cable, the default one, will connect to any color. So I'm going to take back all of of my wiring here because this was just a demo setup. And I'm actually going to upgrade from the ME terminal to the ME crafting terminal. And that will give me the storage lectern style interface with a crafting table in the middle. That's just going to need a crafting table, and there we go. We've got the crafting terminal. So if I wanted to connect my AE system up to my current chest system, I would need a storage bus for every single one of my chests. However, sophisticated storage and functional storage add one really neat block that allows me to connect every single chest to just one storage bus. And that's by making something called the storage controller. In this case, it's the sophisticated storage controller. Don't be confused with the functional storage one that's named exactly the same. That's going to require 2 comparators and a chest. If I plonk this next to my chests, you'll see the storage controller actually connects to every single chest that's attached to it from sophisticated storage. So instead of having a storage bus for every single one of these chests, I can actually just have the one storage bus connected up to our storage controller. We have to somehow bring an ME cable all the way down here, so I might move our storage up into this corner over here temporarily whilst we're still using chests. So it's time to bring back out the super packing tape and move it over there. And so I'm gonna quickly rebuild our storage lectern setup, this time using the storage controller instead. So if I pop the storage lectern down and give our bookworm charm, I can use the Dominion one to actually just link up with the storage controller. We don't need to link to all of our chests, and that should still work as normal. However, I'm going to craft myself the storage tool from sophisticated storage. Not a difficult recipe, but it will require an ender pearl. So beforehand, I showed you that the storage controller would connect to any single sophisticated storage chest beside it, as if it was one big multi-block. However, I lied. If I just use the storage tool, what I can do is right-click my controller. I can link inventories close by to the storage controller without them having to directly touch the storage controller. So this chest over here, yeah, that's now linked. So I could deposit all of my universal cable in here, and I can see it in my storage lectern. If I type in cable, it's all appearing there, and I can take it back out again. But instead, what that now allows us to do is place our storage controller over here and connect all of our chests directly to the storage controller like so. And if I now place my smart cable, followed by my storage bus over here, and then my dense cable, I can add my crafting terminal to the side of this, and I now have the exact same setup as my storage lectern. To get it exactly how I set it up, I'm going to change this to number of items and sort in descending order. And that is the exact same as my storage lectern. So we now have the start to an AE system. We can actually remove our old friend the bookworm here, because... oh, he died. But that's because we now have this AE crafting terminal that can do all of the job of that. And we can also hook it up to things like ME drives, so we can start using storage disks later on, which have a lot better of a storage capacity. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. I think we need to move to a wireless version of this crafting terminal. To do that, we're going to need to get ourselves 2 things. We need a wireless access point and some sort of range booster. I'm going to craft the Infinity range booster. That needs a Nether star, but luckily we've already got a couple spare, so we can try and craft this as well. And we need ender dust for this, so that means we're going to need to use some ender pearls that we had earlier and crush them up as well. Netherite for that, so 3 netherite, we can make that, and the Infinity range booster. Perfect. So that means we're also going to need to craft the wireless crafting terminal, which doesn't seem too bad. We just need the regular crafting terminal that we've got, a wireless receiver, and then a dense energy cell. Ooh, that looks a little bit painful. We needed a bit more fluix dust, so I crafted up another stack. Perfect. So we've got everything we need. We just need to take away the crafting terminal that we've got, and I guess just craft it up with the crafting table. Like so. We'll pop our wireless access point on the top over here and add our Infinity range booster. Range infinite meters, perfect. Now do note that is only in this dimension. If I wanted to get the one that works cross-dimensionally, I need to make the dimension card, which uses 4 of those and a load more nether stars. I just need to pop my terminal in this slot over here to link it to this specific storage, and I believe that's good to go. We also need to charge it up as well, so I'll pop it in this energy cell over here. And I can pop this in any single curio slot. It doesn't actually matter. You see it just says slot curio, so I can actually put it in the crafting in the 6 slot or the pattern encoder or even the personal shrinking device. It really doesn't matter. And now we need to set up a keybind for it. Now I'm a little bit weird. I always set my keybind to be like a variation of my current inventory keys. So E opens up my inventory, Shift E opens up my backpack, and Control E is now going to open up my wireless terminal. I just find that it works a lot better, so maybe you can get some help from that. It saves up a complete keybind slot as well, so try that out next time. So we now have a complete wireless terminal set up. I can access this anywhere inside my world now from any distance. This is awesome. And we could end the episode there, but I want to get onto the start of auto crafting. Already from one episode, we've gone from the storage lectern all the way to a fully fledged AE system. And to do that, one of the first things we're going to need is a pattern encoding terminal. It's just the ME crafting terminal we crafted earlier with an engineering processor.
Perfect, the pattern terminal. I can also make a wireless version of this, but for now I'm just going to plop that there. And this is really similar to our crafting terminal, but it has a pattern slot, and this is where we encode crafting patterns or processing patterns. To fill that slot, what we're going to need is the blank pattern from AE2. Not a difficult craft, but we're going to need quite a few of these. And so now that we've got some patterns, we can pop them in the pattern encoding terminal. But now we need to sort out crafting, storage, and CPUs. I know this is going to sound really confusing, but just hold on for a sec. The most important thing we need is some crafting storage, and that's by making a crafting unit and then using some sort of storage component. Storage is based on how many crafts it's going to do. So if you've got something really big, for example, the netherite furnace, and it requires the obsidian furnace, which requires the emerald furnace, which, going on and on and on, you're going to need a large crafting storage. Now for now, we're only going to be doing basic craft, so I'm going to start off with a 4K storage, which to be honest should be enough for quite a long while. So we'll craft ourselves up the crafting unit, and then the 4K ME component, which is going to take 3 1K components. And there we go, the 4K ME storage component. By crafting these two together, we now get the crafting storage. I can pop this anywhere on my network. For now, I'll just pop it there, and you'll see it's device online, so that means it's working. So we've got the pattern encoding, and we've got the crafting storage. All we need to do now is set up the auto crafting. There are 4 different types of patterns that you can make. The 2 that I'm going to be focusing on are the crafting patterns and the processing patterns. To make auto crafting, we're going to need a molecular assembler, and we're also going to need an ME pattern provider. The assembler will be doing the crafting, and the pattern provider is what we use to actually send out the craft requests. So we've got our pattern provider and the molecular assembler. I'm going to make a quick temporary setup to show you how to use this. But chances are, next episode, I reckon I will have moved all my stuff up to this secret cubby room, and we can use this as our storage automation. For now, what we need to do is connect up our pattern provider and the molecular assembler up to our network. Now by default, if I pop a pattern provider here and a molecular assembler next to it, this will work. And any AE machine that's next to each other doesn't actually need a cable in between. You can place them together like this, and that will actually power that, and both will appear on our network. And what I can do here is go into my pattern encoding terminal, and let's just get a basic recipe of turning the vexing archwood logs into archwood planks. I can do this from manually popping in the recipe like so, or JEI is really handy for this. If I go over to the archwood planks recipe and then just press the encode pattern button up here, that will automatically fill in the details for this pattern encoding system. If I press encode pattern, I now get a crafting pattern of this recipe. And it looks like a regular pattern, but if I hold shift, I can see what it's going to craft. If I now come out of there and go into my pattern provider, I can place my crafting pattern inside this. And it will try to use any adjacent inventories next to it to craft up that archwood plank. So technically I could have a molecular assembler here, or even here. If I didn't want that to be the case and I only wanted to fixate on this molecular assembler, I can use a wrench that will make this arrow appear on my block, and I can force it into that direction here, so it will only use this molecular assembler. I could also craft it with itself and get a smaller version of this and pop it directly on the side of it, which will take up a little bit smaller of a footprint, but will lose the ability to craft using multiple molecular assemblers next to that pattern provider. So for now, I'm going to keep that in its large form by recrafting it and just having it completely directionless. So if I add my pattern back in and go into my crafting terminal, I should now see there's a little plus icon next to my planks. If I take out all of my planks, I still see the recipe for planks here with that plus icon, and if I click it, I'm able to select the amount that I want to craft. If I already have archwood planks in my system, I can actually just middle click, and that will open up the same inventory. It doesn't matter if I do or don't have any in my system. So let's say I want to craft 10 planks, which isn't possible because it will craft it in batches of 4. If I press next, it will show me that it's going to craft 12 of these archwood planks and what materials it's going to use for that. And once that's ready to go, I can just press start over here, and if I quickly turn over, you can see the molecular assembler was just doing its thing and crafted up those 12 extra archwood logs. Now obviously I already had 7 in my system. This is really quick, but you can also augment this with the acceleration cards to speed this up even further. So let's start with our next recipe, which will be the crafting table. If I encode that and pop that into the pattern provider, and just as an example, I've taken out all my archwood planks, so if I try to craft the crafting table and press next, you'll see it's going to try and craft more archwood planks to craft the crafting table. If I click up in the crafting tree up here, I can see everything it's going to be using and crafting to make this crafting table. So let's say I want to make 16 crafting tables. If I press start on that, I should see it first craft up all the planks, and then after it's done all of that, it's going to craft up all the crafting tables. So it started on the crafting tables, and now it should be done. As if by magic, they're now all finished. But before we end the episode, I want to talk about processing patterns. And specifically, I want to get a processing pattern for my logic
engineering and calculation processes. If you're familiar with what we need recipe-wise, you'll know that we just need 1 gold ingot, 1 silicon, and 1 redstone. They don't even have to be the printed versions, because if I pop them into my inventory here, our automations will already process them into the required materials without us actually having to do anything. So this is where it gets really interesting for processing. I'm going to add a new recipe for logic processors, adding a single gold ingot, a single bit of silicon, and a single bit of redstone, and the result is going to be 1 logic processor. Now, if I didn't have any logic processors, I can actually drag them from JEI. Literally just click and drag from JEI and pop it in the slot. And that will now be our processing pattern for logic processors. We'll encode that, and I'm going to get myself another pattern provider. And I'm going to place it on top of our input chest for our whole automation process, and add the pattern in here. If I connect up our pattern provider, I'm going to do this really ugly by just connecting it with the cable over here, I should see that it says device online here, meaning that it's active in the system. So now I can type in logic processor and I get that auto crafting option. And let's, for example, do 4. I'm going to press start, and it's going to put all of the ingredients into our input chest. If I go in here, you'll see all the ingredients have instantly gone in, and it's crafting them up as we speak. The problem is it's all going to be going into our results chest over here. The thing with the processing patterns is it doesn't care how it gets the materials back in. All I need to do is pipe them somehow from here back into our pattern provider. And we can use any kind of pipe or transport mod. For now, I'm going to use the mechanism cable, the basic logistical transporter, craft one of those up, and then just pipe in from here into the pattern provider. And you'll see once all of them are in, our auto crafting completes. So we've now automated logic processors. I can craft another 4 batches of them, and eventually they'll make their way into here, and then make their way into the results chest, and pipe them straight back into the pattern provider. We might as well make the rest of the pattern processes as well. So we'll do the calculation one, and we'll do the engineering one. So now we have all of our processors that we need, and I can put them in my pattern provider over here, and I can just auto craft every single processor that we need. Great, so we have now automated crafting and processing for our patterns. Obviously it's very ugly, and off camera I'm going to fix out the look for this. But that just goes to show you don't need to get into some advanced setups to have this all working. You can do this really early game. I haven't even had to touch the extended AE machines to speed this up. I've literally just got the SFM processing for our inscribers. Last episode we finally finished off the bottom half of the base, and as if by magic we found a bat in it, and so I think it's only fair that we call it the Bat Cave. No, we're not doing that. Anyway, we currently don't have an easy accessible way into the cave, and so we need to make ourselves an elevator rather than just flying in. Ugh, it's just not fun though. Welcome back to Sieveless. Who are you talking to? Welcome back. Episode 8. So I've got a few things planned today, but I think the biggest thing that we're going to plan is this place over here. The smokestack that I've been talking about for the last few episodes is finally going to be actually used for something. Right now it's just been the megatorch storage and my gears, which I'll be honest, it all just needs to move. It all just needs to be gone by today's episode. And that should also give us access to the so-called Bat Cave. In fact, I think that's the perfect name for it since we found a bat last episode. But one of the first things that I want to do is grab a smithing table and turn this area here into a bit more of a habitable area. Similar to what we've done over here with some of the doohickeys and gadgets. But it'd be nice to actually move into this space as well. So for now, I'm only going to put the smithing table here, but this will definitely expand. And I've been meaning to do it, but I really want to get access to step height. On my boots, I don't have anything, but I do have an empty socket because I reforged it using apotheosis. Now, if I type step, I can't see anything. However, you'll see in the search, I can type $search and it will search tooltip. So if I type $step, I will find anything that has a tooltip that contains the word step. So in this case, some of our gems actually have step height. Now, I only need, in fact, I am actually going to go for the lower one, the chipped version. I believe this is one of the gems that we got the loot pinata on, so that's why we have so many. But 0.5 step assist should take us to the full block. So in fact, let's try that. If I take off my boots and then add them onto here, and then wear them again, I should now be able to walk up blocks. Perfect. Hey, that's so awesome. Look, we can now finally move without having to jump up blocks. So let's move this chest over here so we can make some space for the elevator. I'm going to upgrade it to the basic tier, and if I right click it there, it turns into the sophisticated storage one, which now means I can use my super packing tape and move this elsewhere without it losing its inventory. And I'll plonk it down just over here. I'll also move the megatorch as well. So the first thing that I want to do to build this elevator is to work out the internals first and then work out the outside with things like windows, window ledges, all these types of things. I think it'll be a lot easier to do once we've got the basic elevator in place. But I'm not too sure. Maybe that decision will end up hurting me down the line. For the build, I wanted to get
some metal girders. We required plates, which means we used the engineer's hammer, and then we could craft as many as we wanted. If I use the stone cutter and place iron ingots, I can get blocks of industrial iron, and I really like this texture. It's from Create. It looks perfect for these kind of builds, and it also has that really nice shine to it from the shaders. And I thought, since we're going for that Create elevator feel, I wanted to make some more Create blocks. So I ended up crafting half a stack of andesite casing. Okay, so let's begin crafting out the elevator, and I could do a 4x4 area, or I could spread it out to the outsides. I'm thinking that the best way will probably be to keep it all on the outside as well. In fact, I'll use this casing right now to mark out where I'm going to place this. Oh wow, that's all of my casing, whoops. I'm thinking to keep this 3 tall, and so I started designing the basic shell for our elevator. I used the industrial iron as the roof block for this, and I think it worked really well. Okay, so I think this is quite a nice design. It's a little bit basic right now. I do want to add some like furnishings, maybe some trapdoors on the outside to make it look like ledges so you don't fall off. But I think for a basic idea, that's quite cool. We also need something to control the elevator, and that's where I've crafted the contraption controls. Traditionally, they're used to control what's actually moving on a contraption, but if you place it on an elevator, it'll actually turn into an elevator contraption block, and you can control the elevator using this, but I'll show you a little bit more about that later. The way that the elevator knows where it's facing is that you need to place somewhere on your elevator a redstone contact. So let's say I've got a mini elevator here, it's a 2x2. Somewhere out of this, I need to be facing a redstone contact, and on the other side, every single floor needs to have one of these redstone contacts. The elevator system from Create is really smart, and so it will actually detect how many redstone contacts you have and associate a floor number with them, and you can change this later on. I think the best thing that we can do now is actually clear out some of the doorways of where we're going to be having the elevator stop off. So here's the second floor, and that will help us determine where we're going to be placing these redstone contacts. And this is the top floor. We'll knock this one out as well. I might as well also knock this all the way down to the back cave over there so we can test the contacts there as well. And the last block here, so I've marked out where the elevator is going to be landing. Now, obviously it's going to go down one more block so it's reaching the ground level, but I'm thinking in terms of doorway, we probably want the doorway to be facing this way. So we're going to need an elevator that's going to actually have multiple entrances. So that's something to think about when we're building in all the fixtures. But I think that looks good. I'll definitely have to pizzazz up this area though. So then we needed to add the redstone contacts to each floor. Okay, I don't think that looks too bad. If I have the redstone contact in line with the whole of my andesite casing, I think that still looks okay. We might have to put something on here so it doesn't look too weird. I'll have to think about it. Maybe an industrial iron block with a seat on top? Yeah, I think that would look a lot better, so I'll do that. So you'll see this is what I mean about the redstone contact. It's going to have to be facing on the outside, so I'm going to have to mask this a little bit. I think this one in its position how it is, it's actually okay with this azalea leaf on top, but we might have to do something else for the other ones. But we'll have to see how that works. So let's pop in the other redstone contacts for the different floors. And remember, the redstone contact for the floor has to be the same level as your redstone contact on your elevator. So on the second floor, I'm going to need it in line with the floor, and this is where I'm going to have it. So hopefully that makes a bit of sense. We'll also do it for this one as well, and knocking out that one and placing a redstone contact there. Perfect. We also need to connect our contraption with superglue from Create. Now beforehand, when I was building my moss farm, I used linear chassis, and you could use that here, but superglue allows you to get finer detail. So with superglue, you need to select the first and last point, and it will all build it together. So for example, here, I want to do the middle section. So I select my start point there, and I select my end point there, and that will now glue the entire contraption. If I hold superglue in my hand, I can see what's glued. Now that's great, but it's not going to glue these edge pieces here, so I need to do them somehow. The best way I can do that is by clicking here, and then over down here. When a glued part of the contraption touches another glued contraption, they then become linked. So I'm going to do that for all of the corners now. It doesn't matter that we've got missing blocks here because it will actually use the square. So if I add anything into this square, that will also become part of the contraption. And the last bit of gluing we need to do, perfect. So now, if I come away from all that, that looks like my entire contraption is now glued together. Now we need to go up to the top and sort out the elevator part of it. And I don't want this to be visible from the outside. Maybe in the future we'll do something cool and have some machinery. But I think for now, we'll just keep it in the middle. If I place my water wheel here as an example, we're now going to do what I showed off before, where you gear up your system to make it perform faster. And that uses larger cogwheels to smaller cogwheels and some andesite casing to block off connections. And I'll show that quickly as well. So we start off with the big gear going into the small gear, and that will make this small gear go quicker. If I place a big gear on that, that makes the big gear go quicker. And then I need to block off this connection here and place a small one down here, making it quicker again. And I'm going to keep repeating this. So I think that should be fast enough, and then we're going to place our elevator pulley just over here on this side. It would help if I placed it in the right direction. All we need to do now is give this water wheel some flowing water. So let's do that by just encasing this little bit here and then adding water like so. And you'll see the speed of the water wheel is quite slow, but when we've geared it up, this is actually performing quite quickly. And to actually test the elevator pulley, all we need to do now is right click, and that should connect. And you can see it connects because of this pulley line going down here, and it's actually touching the top of our elevator. And I can now see that it's working because the contraption controls over here have a number, and all of our redstone contacts have turned into elevator contacts. We're definitely going to have to hide them now. I didn't realize it would turn them into big redstone lamps, especially this one. That's awful. We'll figure that out afterwards. But for now, let's test if it's working. If I go into the elevator, I can use my mouse wheel to select which floor, which it works perfectly. It sees all 3 floors. And when I've selected a floor, I just need to right click the button. We've now got an elevator to the first floor. Let's try out the second floor as well. Oh, that's brilliant. Yes, it's working. And let's go all the way back down to the bottom floor here. This is working a treat. This is so cool. But we're not done yet. We want to actually place a redstone contact on the bottom floor as well. And I'm also going to show you a mini tip. Now, I want to just get rid of this elevator and try and escape it. There we go. I escaped it before it's actually gone up. And we can now place down the redstone contact in line with all of this. And I believe that is in line with everything else. Yeah, and it's turned straight into an elevator contact, so I can tell it is. So let me dig out this space again. And if I go into the elevator contact, I can actually set what floor identifier I want it to be. So in this case, I can now set it to maybe -2, -3. And to be honest with you, -1 makes the most sense at the moment. I can also add a floor description, so I'm going to call this one the Bat Cave. This bottom control allows you to control the doors on an elevator, and we can do that, but I think it requires us getting a bit more into Create. But that could be an option. Let me have a think about it. And that's great, but our elevator is on a completely different floor now. How do we get it over here? Well, if I give the elevator contact a redstone signal, it will now bring the elevator all the way down here. That is so cool. I love it. And we can see now on the contraption controls, the Batcave is now an option, and it's so cool. Now, because this is a contraption, we can actually place blocks inside this area and bring the elevator back down to it. And because the contraption isn't actually real in the world, it's a big entity, I can have multiple blocks inside of other blocks. And yes, it looks really weird when you've got 2 blocks occupying the same space. They sort of fight. It's called Z fighting, for those who are into graphics. But the main reason that I show that off is because instead of placing my button over on this side, I can actually place it on this side. And it might look strange for now, but if I did this on the other floor, it might make a little bit more sense. So if I go back up to floor 0 and maybe set that to floor 1 and escape it quickly, there we go. I could place the button on this side. And so let's say I didn't have access to this elevator because it was up in the sky. Oh, no, I'd have to reach for it. I'll have to think about this. Yeah, maybe that's not the best idea. I'm not entirely sure what we could do for that. Maybe some wireless redstone. Either way, we can figure that out in the coming episodes. To be honest, I think having a button there is actually quite helpful anyway. So let's get on to hiding the elevator contacts from the outside. I think the best bet is to place a copycat panel over the back of it and then use one of the basalt bricks, and that should hide it off. And if I place the back in like that, it does jut out a little bit, but I think that's okay. Especially in areas where it's really cramped and you can't see it anyway. Like so. And another. So I'm now going to dismantle the elevator by just right-clicking the elevator pulley here, and that puts it back in our world again. And it's probably broken that button. Yeah, it did. And that's okay, because right now we can actually improve our elevator. So there was that missing block here. If I place that, you'll also see the slime particles. That means it's connected via superglue to the rest of this contraption. I'll go and play around for a little bit and try and figure out a nice design for all of this. What would spruce trapdoors look like if they were on the outside of it? Ooh, I think that looks quite nice. Also going to grab a load of copycat panels because I've got an idea here. It's dangerous when I have ideas. So I then place copycat panels all over the same places I did with the spruce trapdoors. Yeah, I'm starting to like this. I think this looks a little bit more real. I just need to figure out something to put in the copycat panel, but to be honest, I actually prefer how it looks right now. Oh, that's so much better. Yep, so I was playing around with some glass designs, and I was using the chipped mod, and I found this one called Small Diamond Leaded Glass. I think that is the one that we're going to have to go for. This looks so cool. I did also try some of these other designs. I tried the oak barred glass on this one here. I didn't really like it, so I think we'll end up sticking with this one here. It looks really cool. Right, so let's give that a full go like so. Yeah, that's looking a lot more elevatory. I'd like to do something with the top. It looks a little bit too square, but I think for now that looks quite cool. I really would like to get some of these train doors, and they work really well with elevators, and that requires train casing, which requires, what's this? Sturdy sheet, which is obsidian dust with spout, press, press. I think we could make this manually. We won't need too many, we'll need 4, so I think we could do this manually. I'm going to give this a go. We'll need to get ourselves a spout, and this will be temporary. What I'm going to do is place the depot there, spout on top with a shift right click, and we're going to pipe into
our spout for now. How much does 1 obsidian make of obsidian dust? 4. Okay, so I actually think that'll be fine. We'll just take that. If I grab my configurator and turn this onto pull mode, we can then place our obsidian dust down here, and that should make our unprocessed sheets. It's looking good. 4 of them. Do I have a press? I'm sure I have a press somewhere. I think it's in the compact machine. Let me have a quick look. Oh, that's really weird. I guess I never crafted a press. Let's craft that and pop it onto this awful temporary contraption that I did say I was going to remove, and it will happen, don't worry. Oh, that's not too difficult. Just a block of iron, andesite casing, and a shaft. Right, that's easy. And I can take my depot from there as well. Now, normally you'd actually make a whole assembly line to create these sturdy sheets, where it actually goes through these entire processes, but you can do it manually. And considering we only need 4, I think that'll do. So if I place my press on the side over here, we've got enough stress for it. Place my depot over here. Pop 1 on. What happens? Does it press it twice? Okay, it presses it once, and then the second one should turn it into a mechanical sheet. Oh, sturdy sheet. Perfect. Right, okay, so that does work. Let's do that with the rest of these. And the last sheet done. Great. And I can actually pull the lava back into our tank over here. I just pull it into the pull mode, and there we go. We've got all the lava back in. See, no lava is lost on this channel, and we need some brass casings. Do I have any brass casings? I do. Perfect. So we can make 4 of them train casings like so. These actually look really nice. I quite like them. They'd be really nice to build with. But the main purpose that we were trying to make is the doors. And we need, I guess we just need to make a regular door. So if I craft the door with the train casing, I should get the train door. Great. Now, if you're not familiar with these, you're going to actually love how these look. So if I place them like so, but first of all, they look cool. And second of all, if I right click them, they open, but they have this really cool animation where they pop out. But that is not the only thing. We can go back to that redstone contact and set which side doors open. Now, what way are we facing? We're facing east, so we just want the east side to open when the elevator arrives at this spot, because we're also going to have doors on this side. So if I now go over to this redstone contact, for example, and set this to be, what side is that? The south side. If I now set this to the south side only, actually, we will test all of these then. We'll do south on you and then south on you as well. And now activate the elevator, and let's see if this now works with the elevator doors. Let's go to floor number 0. It closes all the doors, and then only this set of doors should open. Oh, okay, that's really cool. That's really cool. Now let's go back down to the back cave, and only those close, and then only these set of doors should open. Oh, this is so sick. Look at that. That's awesome. Yeah, this elevator looks really ugly. You're going to have to bear with it for a little bit, but that is so cool. And every other floor should just open up these. Oh, I can actually manually open them. I didn't realize. Yes, that's so cool. I love it. I absolutely love it. Oh, we definitely need to remove this bar over here and actually make a proper staircase for it. If I place down some framed stairs like so, and then just right click it with the block, that will take that form. Yeah, that looks a lot nicer. In fact, I could keep the bars, but I could keep them on the outside like this. So now we've got a proper entrance to this top floor over here, and this room that has had no use so far. So now I want to pizzazz up the area, and the best tool for that is going to be the exchanging gadget from Building Tools. It's a bit like the building gadget that we had before, but this just exchanges blocks for other blocks. And of course, we're going to need to power this, so let's whack that into our energy cell. So the way that this works is I can now place down a block, for example, my stone brick here, and shift right click to now select that block. If I press G, I can now set how I want it to place that block. So for example, I could now set the range to 9 and replace all of, let's say, the dirt with my stone bricks. Now obviously I'm not going to do that, but I could. I could also turn fuzzy mode on, so it doesn't actually care what block is going to be used. It just uses all of the blocks in that area. Now we don't want that either. In this case, all we want is the connected area on, and we want the range to its bare minimum. And I guess we could just outline this area here with stone brick so it looks a little bit more official. Yeah, I quite like that. And let's change these stone up as well to stone brick. I converted all of that outside ring to stone brick and then made a little pathway off of it using that same stone brick. So I'm starting to like this now. We've got a little pathway coming in as well. I think that looks quite nice, but the exchanging gadget's also really nice because I can now exchange some of these stone bricks for the mossy versions and sprinkle them throughout the build like so. I think that looks a little bit better now. It's got a bit more texture. I could even place some mossy bricks over on the back side over here and contain all of this in. Okay, yeah, I think that looks really good. So when the elevator comes down to this place, we should now see how it fits in with the environment. And yeah, I think that just suits it. It looks really good. I'm going to break those, and I guess we'll work on the outside now. Back to the main floor. I needed some spruce for this build, and so I flew out and used an angel block. The angel block just allows you to place a block in mid-air, and I connected a platform to it and grew the spruce tree out there. The main reason I did this was because I just didn't want podzol in my build. I actually don't know what it does with moss, but I didn't want to chance it anyway. 5 stacks should be enough, and it started raining, so I think that's the perfect time to head back inside. So I think my main idea will be to turn this smokestack into an actual smokestack by pulling it out by a block. What would that look like if I did all of that? Okay, it's going to merge in with this solar panel. I'm not entirely sure about it. Let's build this up by another block. Actually, let's do 2 blocks. Something funny that I actually forgot was that these glowstone batteries should actually have a top on them of stone slabs. And I completely forgot that when I pasted it in, it was actually 1 level too low. And so I missed the tops of this. So if I go away from all that, I think that should look a little bit better. Yeah, definitely. I didn't realize until a couple of episodes ago. Right, and this will be the layer that I want to pull out by a block. Because now we're no longer touching those iron bars down there, and we're not touching the solar panel either. I think I need to connect this ring a little bit to make it look a little bit smoother. Yeah, I think that looks better. Great, and now that's done, let's just wand up by a block, and let's see what that's looking like. Yeah, I think that looks fine, that's what I'm going for. I guess we'll see how it comes together, but I do like that. And I wanted a ring around, probably around here. So let me just try that for a second and see how that would look. Oh, I didn't realise the water wheel's poking through here. We're going to ignore that. That's going to be a feature of the build from now on. Okay, I like the ring there. It's definitely going to need some detail work to actually make it fit in, but I do like it there. I think the best way to make that fit in would be to pop that down and then some girders, connecting it to the base of the building. Maybe something like that. Let's try that out. And then maybe some fence posts on top, some slabs there to make it look a little bit more form. Oh, I definitely prefer that. That looks so much nicer. Okay, I've gone with something that I'm happy with. I'm not going to use the fence posts. I'm just going to droop this down by 1/2 a block there. So we're going to have that ring going around the whole way. And I'm going to have this girder pattern on every single side, minus the back side, which I think would look better if I actually had this just be an open stained glass window. We'll have to try it. But for now, let's fill in these bits. Oh, now obviously on this side, it's going to be a bit awkward because we've got that iron bar and I don't want it to link up like that. So, oh, I'm not entirely sure. We might just have to do this and just have the girder touching this other bit here. Yeah, I don't think that looks too bad. In fact, it actually looks a little bit more hectic, which is more of the solar punk theme that I wanted. So I'll skip the boring bit of me copying that design. I basically just repeated it all over the rest of the smokestack. At this point, I also knew that I was going to be placing in windows, so I started tearing out the center pieces of the smokestack and tried to figure out what kind of glass texture we'd be using that would piece this all together with the basalt bricks. Okay, I'm liking it. I also kind of like the idea of this exposed create mechanisms. If I go over this side where I'm going to have some stained glass as well, but I don't know what color I should use. I'm thinking to go for the exact same as I was doing for the solar panels. It would match. I'm going to do the exact same one that I've got here. Tiled light blue stained glass. Let's see if I've got any left. Okay, so let's plug these in and see how that looks. Oh, yeah. That is looking super cool. I love it. I love it. This tower now looks like it was a smokestack and now it's been repurposed to be an elevator shaft. I love it. I had a little bit of a debate about this bottom bit. Now, obviously, you can still see that elevator contact there. And I didn't want it to poke over the balcony. So I've used trapdoors and signs because I think they work well. And they don't jut out too far, so I think it should be okay. You can still walk past this quite normally. But a few leaves drooping down would help that go a little bit further as well. Or would it? He said, let's try that out. Yeah, I really like that now. It looks slightly overgrown now that I've got the azalea leaves on there. But I think that looks really cool. Let's have a look from the front as well. That looks so cool. I love it. I'm going to whack some more leaves on it. I need to get some more azalea leaves. But that is looking perfect. That is exactly how I wanted it. Oh, and we can hide the water wheel with that. Perfect. I didn't even think about that. Okay, that is all the leaves on there. I don't know whether I overcooked this one. You guys are going to have to let me know, but I think it still fits in with all the build. I might remove a little bit of the leaves just to make it highlight a little bit, but that is so cool. I love it. We've now got a full elevator and full access to the Batcave. This episode's so cool. But I really want to do some texturing work on the basalt brick because right now it's just using the basic one that we said earlier. I found 2 materials that look exactly like the basalt brick. The flat basalt tiles and then the cracked basalt brick. So I'm going to use the exchanging gadget to do that. I've already done it over here and it looks really nice. I was really happy with this texturing. So I then got to texturing my basalt bricks. I just picked a block and then occasionally scattered it around. I didn't really have any rhyme or reason or strategy for this. I just added it in places where I felt like it fits. Perfect, we've now finished the smokestack. I think this build is now fully put together and I'm very happy with that. Ooh, a couple of episodes ago I got some industrial hemp as it was a really good resource to get in string, but actually I realised there was some decoration that I forgot to add. If I craft these hemp rope coils, I can connect some of our structural cable connectors over here using that. And so if I place it like so, we get this hanging rope look, and I can connect this one over to this side as well, and it doesn't do anything, but it just looks so cool. So let's have a look at our build now from the outside. I'm loving this. This is so cool. One of my favorite builds that I've ever built in Minecraft. I'm not just saying that, I genuinely think so. I'm so happy and chuffed with this. I've just realized I'm only on 20% charge for my jetpack. We used an absolute ton of the fuel doing all of that, so it's time to charge that back up again. I guess I could also get rid of my temporary ladder setup over here as well, because now we've got access to the second floor. I think that is just so much neater than this, and it gives us 2 spots here to place some stuff. Now, last episode I said off camera I was going to sort out auto crafting. I somewhat lied. Instead, I learned a lot about P2P tunnels, and everyone's going to click off the video. Please don't click on the video. I'm going to show you it, and I'm going to try and explain it my way to see if it makes sense to you, because I finally figured it out. I finally understand it. So I just taught a massive chunk in our base right now. I said this was going to be the auto crafting room, and it will be, but we need it connecting to the factory floor down here. And I need all of my auto crafting set upstairs, but I still need access to these machines to have pattern providers on them, so I can do automated crushing recipes, for example, or automated smelting. And if you remember me saying last episode, this Fluix ME cable can only hold 8 channels. Here's the smart variant of that, which shows those channels in action. But something I didn't tell you is that if you actually have run out of channels, it will tell you in here, and we might demonstrate that a little bit later. So right now I've got my dense cable here connected up to 3 channels. But let's first sort out our auto crafting setup. If you remember last episode, I explained that if you have a pattern provider next to a molecular assembler, that's what does the crafting. And I also mentioned that if you have it on direction mode, it will only interact with that block. And if you have it on directionless mode, like so, it will interact with any of the blocks around it. Meaning that one pattern provider can now start crafting 4 times as quicker because it's now got 4 molecular assemblers. I'm going to make a design that's quite popular where I place 2 pattern providers like so and then 2 molecular assemblers, meaning that each pattern provider has 2 molecular assemblers attached to it, so it speeds up crafting by 2 times rather than if I just had that setup. I can then stack that on top of each other in an alternating fashion like so. And now every pattern provider is actually connected to 3. I've got 1 here, and then 1 round the back over here, which will speed up crafting significantly. I'm going to repeat that again, so we should end up with 8 of these pattern providers in total and 8 molecular assemblers in total. Now, the only thing on all of this system here that uses up channels are the pattern providers. The molecular assemblers don't use them, but they will use up power from the network. So that means I could still connect everything with the Fluix ME cable and that would be fine. I also want to put my crafting storage over here. And you could create a massive multi-block of this storage. However, I've always done it a little bit differently and had multiple CPUs running. And the way that you make multiple CPUs is just by having 2 different storages. So these are 4K storages. So right now, this CPU here is 8K and this CPU is 8K, and I have 2 8K CPUs, as opposed to 1 CPU that has 16K storage. Now there's also a thing called a crafting co-processing unit, and I didn't cover this last episode, but it says here, this allows them to keep up with machines that process quickly. An example of that is a pattern provider surrounded by molecular assemblers, which is exactly what we're trying to do. It's going to be able to push ingredients much faster than a single assembler. And these connect with your storage to make the full CPU. And I'm going to have 4 of these set up with some cable in between them to link them all together. And that will use 4 channels, but I'll have 4 CPUs running. Now you'll probably notice a problem. This is using 8 channels and this is using 4 channels. We can't connect them together because that will use 12 channels and this cable can only take 8. So this is where I could use dense cable all the way through. And that would be completely valid, but it might be quite expensive. Instead, I'm going to use dense cable on just the connection between all of these things. So for example, I'm going to connect this one up, and that will be able to carry both of these channels. Instead of having that over there, I'm going to connect up the dense cable over here and instead make the wire over down there. Now, to avoid it connecting to that molecular assembler, you can craft cable anchors, which is one of these cutting knives mixed with any kind of ingot. I always craft the nether quartz version. There's no reason, it's cheaper because we can get nether quartz easier. And I can place that over there and that will block the connection, meaning that I've got my 4 channels coming through here and then the 8 channels here are being connected to this side of the dense cable. So I hope you're following so far. Let's connect all of that up. And this is where I could connect up that dense cable using dense cable to one side of the controller. But this is my foray into P2P tunneling, so I'm going to try and explain how this works. I'm going to set up a controller here, and this is just going to be a cable transfer network. Every single controller is a separate network. I just want a controller that's going to just be able to transfer network connections. This is raw connections. This is going to be for network connections. If I connected both this controller and this controller with the same cable, everything turns red. In fact, my shaders make that look a lot more scary than it actually is. But if I plop a P2P tunnel in between them, that will be fine. Now this controller here will actually run out of power. There's nothing powering this controller because it's a separate network. This is just one of the connections on that network, and this controller doesn't have any power. In fact, if I break this and place it again, you'll see its device offline and it's got no power going in. Now I could power this network separately by bringing out my energy cable and just plonking it into the side of it, but there is something really interesting. Now if I try to connect to that network, everything goes red again, but if I pop this quartz fiber on this side over here, quartz fiber only transfers power. It will not transfer any network connections. So now I'm able to power this controller with this controller down here providing the energy to that controller. I hope you're with me so far. And remember I said last episode, every single face of this controller has 32 channels. Meaning that if we had this dense cable, we can get all of those channels coming out of it. But I'm going to show you something with P2P that's actually really interesting that no one really talks about. In fact, I'm just going to remove this dense cable for now. So if I come out of this controller and place a P2P tunnel here, that will take this network's connection up to this network over here. And the way that it knows that is by using a memory card. If I shift right click, it will set a configuration on here. You'll see in the top frequency A111, and I can right click on this and it will now be linked to the same frequency. So I've got 32 channels touching this face. I can now bring out 32 channels. So if I have my dense cable over here with the cable anchor just there, it says here carried channels 12. So we're basically taking the 32 channels that could go into here, pulling that out with a P2P tunnel and now moving that over here. So it's as if we had the controller just right here and we have access to those 32 channels. Another thing that I can do is actually pull out that same exact P2P connection and have it on these machines over here. So let's link up this interface over here and use the exact same P2P tunnel and place it over here. So we've still got that A1111 frequency and connect that up. So now we're connecting this one channel over here and 12 channels over here. And if I look down here, it will say carried channels 13. So I'm actually using that P2P channel twice to try and get as many connections to it as possible. I'm also going to have some over here and connect up this as well. So I've just jiggled it around a little bit and tried to make this controller in line over here so it looks a little bit neater, and I'm quite happy with that. And now that we've sorted all of that out, I can now begin to add all of my patterns back into the system. And because we've got so much more pattern space, I can also add some more patterns. Beforehand, we were running out. So what can I get? One of the main recipes I want to get is the pattern provider over here. And now that we've got our entire process assembly line and our auto crafting all hooked up to this network, we should be able to craft ourselves all of the pattern providers we need for all the rest of the machines. Oh, it seems to be working. Everything seems to look okay for this, and it's still crafting and still making them. Actually, whilst I'm here, I had a comment last episode that was really interesting. Now, obviously, if we go back to this SFM, I was using a results barrel and piping that directly into the pattern provider. I totally forgot. I can actually just place the pattern provider as the results thing. So all of the items instantly go into the pattern provider, meaning that we see them instantly in the system without having to use this logistical transporter. So I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to pull the disk out before I do anything because that tends to be safer. Take all of this away, place my pattern provider like so. Now link up my cable again. So now that is now set as the results. And if I pop my disk back in, we can actually test this out by crafting up some more logic circuits. Let's craft up 16 of them to be precise. And now hopefully when they get crafted, they should just go straight in the pattern provider and we should see them in our system. Okay, so I had a little bit of a mishap and I want you to be aware of it. First of all, this hopper in here meant that because our ME pattern provider didn't have a direction, it was trying to put it into the hopper. So I needed to set the direction to be facing the barrel. Now I messed up in this clip and had it set to down. So just make sure that that arrow is facing the barrel. I do fix this after. Secondly, if you're going to change, place or remove any of your items on the SFM network, my advice for you is to go into your Super Factory Manager and press rebuild cable network. For some reason, it was just voiding the outputs. And I don't entirely know why, but I think it thought the barrel was still there. So it was trying to place them into the barrel that didn't exist, so it would just void them. So if that does happen, just go into your crafting status and cancel your existing craft. And we'll just craft up another batch of 16 just to make sure that that's now working now that I've rebuilt the network cache. Okay, perfect. Right, that's now working. You can see in the top right corner, it's now crafted all of those up. So let's patch all of this back up. And we've now sorted that all out. Okay. I then added pattern providers to every single one of our other machines from Mechanism and our auto smelter. That includes the enrichment chamber, the metallurgic infuser, and the crusher. I made sure that every single pattern provider was facing down so that it would output all of the input items into the machines directly. And on every single one of these machines, I want to go inside, open the config, and I want to reset them all. I can do that by holding Shift and reset all. I want to add auto input on and auto output on as well.
And I want to input and output from the top. So all of the items will come in from the top and they will also go out into the pattern provider from this block here. And I'm going to set that up with every single one of these machines as well. And that's really easy. All we need to do is just clear the side config and input output auto eject. And I'll just keep doing that for every single one of these mechanism machines. The infusing factory is going to have a completely different thing, but I'm going to show that off another episode. We can't do that right now, otherwise the episode will get too full. But for these machines and the furnace, that is all sorted. Let's make a recipe to test this out. We're going to try out that crusher and we're going to use cobblestone to gravel as a recipe. So if I encode that pattern over here, make sure it's a processing pattern, and I place that inside the crushing factory like so, I can now auto craft gravel. So let's say we want a stack. Press start, and we should see gravel going in, and we should see it auto output up, and we're gaining gravel. We've now figured out our auto crafting system, and we can add recipes for any kind of crushing, smelting, or whatever we like. Now, obviously, right now, this looks terrible. We've got all of this exposed wiring and it looks awful, but we can fix that. And the way that we fix it is by crafting cable facades. You use whatever block you want and then surround it with the cable anchors that we made earlier. So let's say right now, I've got a bunch of blue terracotta bricks ones. I can now right click on the cables and that will facade them, meaning that they still exist, but they're now hidden. And that is so handy. I can even do it to this one over here and the connection will still pass through. If you want to see your cable connections, you can craft the network tool from Applied Energistics, and if you hold it in your hand, you'll now see every single one of the facades. So now I can see what is a facade, what's real, what's not. So right now, I'm going to craft myself up some more, and we're going to try and facade off this entire base. And so the neat thing is that I can either use the network tool to pull all these out, or I can just right click with a wrench, and I'll get the item back as well. Like that, and we've now done this bottom floor. It is looking so much neater. We've got some exposed ones up here, so we can just facade that. We can go up to our second floor, and that'll be an easy job. Just need to place some facades on there and there, block all of this in, and then finally just add some of the cable facades on the top of that. And now this room's looking good as well. We've also fixed up the outside area here, and when I hold the network tool, you can see how much of a mess it actually is, but the facades help so much. So this room is actually looking really good now. I quite like it. I want to facade up the pattern providers, but I'm not entirely sure what block to use. I feel like the cables just coming from the ceiling looks a little bit weird. If you've got a good block that I could use as a covering, maybe give me a shout, because I think that would look a little bit cooler than just having the exposed wiring, but that also works too. And as a final check, I can go into my controller and see that none of these machines here are missing channels. We've got all of our pattern providers showing, we've got all of our crafting CPUs and everything. That's all working absolutely perfectly. So auto crafting now is completely sorted until we need to actually upgrade our setups.
Welcome back to the Teleshopping channel. Let me introduce you to the Dimensional Mineshaft. It cooks, it cleans, and it will mine a ton of ores for you. And you might be saying, wow, Jim, this looks amazing. How much does that cost? Well, you can get all of this for the low price of your soul. So buy today. Side effects may include death, eternal void, corruption, death again, and even more death.
Welcome back to Sieveless.
Right, serious bone to pick with you lot at the start of this episode. Yeah, you hear me. I want to know who reported me to OSHA for this elevator. Absolutely terrible, guys. This is a single player world. I'm well aware of what I'm building. And you lot go and report OSHA for the violations I've created in my elevator. Well, thanks for all that, because I've now had to fix it. I've now fixed it. We pulled the paneling back over a little bit. And I bought safety rails. I put safety rails on the outside here because you lot wouldn't stop complaining about it. Apparently something about the corners. Apparently you can fall down the corners. We're playing on a floating island and you lot are concerned about the corners of my elevator. Well, I've fixed it now. I've sorted it all out and it looks a lot nicer, so you'll be happy about that. And you'll be happy to know that I've also moved all of the redstone contacts over to this side so we can just use a button over here to press it. Apparently, building a bridge and precariously walking over to press a button on the other side of an elevator shaft is an OSHA violation. I don't know who makes these rules. I'm done. But thank you for letting me know. That's now fixed. A couple of people also recommended that I hide the elevator contacts, and they gave me a method using this camo block. It's really easy to craft. You just require red, green, blue dye and then black and white, so we can craft a few of them up. And if I combine this with a block, say our small basalt bricks, I get this camo block. And if I right click the contact, shift right click the contact, it will now hide that block, but I can still interact with it as if it's an elevator contact, but it no longer looks like one. Apparently this works with connected textures as well, but that's really quite cool. If you hold another camo block and shift right click, you can also see what block is a camo block and shift right click to pull it off.
So that's actually really handy. We can hide the contacts that way, and it still works as normal. And you'll be happy to know you can't fall down the sides like you could before. See? Look. Sorry, rant over. I've got to stop ranting. But we can camo up every single one of the elevator contacts, and I've placed the buttons in much easier to reach locations. It's OSHA compliant, and no one can complain about it anymore. Also, someone mentioned that if I put doors on the outside of the elevator, and let's say we go up a floor, it will close those doors and open them like this. Which I thought was really cool. It's like a double-layered system, a little airlock system. So I think I can forgive you for the OSHA complaints. It's made it look a lot nicer, a lot safer, and hopefully no one breaks their legs on it, because I am no longer liable for the damages. Another interesting tip that I got from you guys is that I don't need this controller because my ad hoc P2P network uses less than 8 channels, so that will work fine. And yes, I know I did P2P and I didn't need to do P2P. I just wanted to experiment. You know when you learn something, you just want to try something? That was why. Hopefully that makes sense, but yes, I know it was dumb. I could have just used dense cable. And see, look, the ad hoc network still works. Fantastic. So thank you again. You guys are a lot smarter than me. I get it. In all seriousness though, thank you very much for the comments. They're actually really helpful. But allow me to be a little bit miffed just because I didn't think of them myself. Anyway, today's episode. I don't know whether you've noticed the series title. We're playing Sieveless, but we've not actually done anything Sieveless or resource generation at all for like 4 episodes. So this episode is going to be the day that we do it. No Lens of the Miner, no geos. We're going to do something funky and probably something that you haven't expected. But first, I need to quickly show off something that happened off camera. So if you've been keeping up with my posts on YouTube, you might have found out that I had a hard drive crash last episode, which meant that I missed out on one of the clips for last episode. And that is a Drigme farm. Now, I'm going to show you and explain how this works and what is actually happening here, because right now this just looks mental. And I'm going to do that by just removing my source farm setup for now. So a couple of episodes back, I showed you that you could contain mobs, and we did it with our villagers upstairs, if you remember. And I've been trying to contain loads and loads of different mobs. Did that egg just come from that chicken in the jar? Apparently so. Also, is that rabbit upside down? I'm getting so distracted here. But I ended up basically trapping every single mob I could find into a jar, whether that's the hostile mobs over here, some of the nether mobs. I even went to the nether and grabbed some, like blazes and wither skeletons, and a load of the peaceful mobs. And I'll show you how I got those as well, because there's some really interesting ones in here, like the foxes, the wandering trader, all of that stuff, and our upside down rabbit. And to get Drigmes, I got a bunch of this delightful dirt. You get delightful dirt by feeding a nutritious chicken feed, crafted like so, and then you use it onto a chicken. They explode and give you a golden egg. And you'll see here, it creates a 5x5 area of delightful dirt. It's used on grass, dirt, mycelium, etc. Now, normally you can't pick this up, but if you've got Silk Touch, you can pick up the delightful dirt. And that's what I did here. If I plonk some of this delightful dirt down like so, you'll see some passive mobs start spawning, and one of them is, as if by magic, the Drigme over here. And I'm going to use my touch break extract spell on this so that I can pick that all back up. This Drigme in particular, the way that you get its token is by throwing a Walden horn at it, and it will pick it up and then turn into, or then it will just sort of do a little dance and then die. I don't know I don't know what it does, but it just drops you this token. This is so morbid. You'll also notice we got the whirly sprig there, and we also got starbunkles. Starbunkles are really cool and cute. In fact, we can actually tame some of those by getting golden nuggets and throwing them down. That's their food source. They'll take one, he'll do a little dance, and he'll also die. Even the achievement makes a joke about this. Make a trade with a magical creature. I don't know what we're doing. And once you've got your Drigme token, you can whack it in an enchanting apparatus to make the Drigme charm. This is the recipe here, and these are just any kind of fish and any kind of seed. And the way that I got fish was on our floating island here. I broke a little bit on the side, given this massive water pool, and it tends to spawn fish. Right now it seems to only spawn those siren things, Seren, whatever they're called. But yes, this spawned in a few tropical fish and a couple of squid that I picked up with the Just Dire Things creature catcher. That uses blaze gold and an ender pearl, and this is one of my favourite ways to move mobs around. You can literally just throw it like a pokeball at your creature, and then you can just bring it right over to that ritual brazier that I've got of containment, have a jar down, and then just plonk down this fella and he'll get contained in the jar. Now, something really cool that I figured out is that the market sells a lot of spawn eggs for random peaceful mobs. So let's grab a dolphin as an example, and you don't actually need to use the containment ritual for this. You can just right click the spawn egg into a containment jar and that will work as well. So I did that for every single one of the spawn eggs over here. And once you've crafted up those Drigme charms that I made earlier using the Drigme token in the middle, you can place down a mossy cobblestone and right click with one of the Drigme charms, and that will turn this into a Drigme henge. What are you looking at? That will then spawn the Drigme back into the world, and if you put a barrel underneath it, he will start fetching the aura from these mobs and basically popping it into this barrel, providing us a bunch of mob drops. And look how much. Now, I've been AFK for a massive amount of time because I was trying to sort out that hard drive. But look how much stuff we generated. And that was with 14 of these Drigme charms. You can literally just right-click as many as you want onto there. And they'll all start going along and absorbing all of the drops from any of these jars. Check that out. Look how many things are going in. That is crazy. And this will just passively generate resources. Now, something to note is that this uses source to work. And so I had a mini cactus farm over here that was generating that source with the agronomic source link to just keep this topped up. I do really want a proper way of generating source rather than that cactus farm because it's loud and laggy. But for now, that was doing the trick perfectly. I believe the Drigmes get a bonus for every unique mob you have in here. And you can even put mobs that don't have drops. For example, our villagers up there, or wolves and cats. But there's still quite a few amount of mobs that I haven't got yet that I'd like to get. One of them being a witch, and some of the raid mobs would be great, or a phantom, that'd be sick. But for now, I'm just going to quickly generate a couple of mobs that maybe I haven't seen before, like the Starbuncle, and we'll catch that guy, like so. And then we'll also grab a Drigme. I think you might be able to even contain one of the Drigmes. Uh-oh, I let this go a bit too long. Oh no, we've got a load of mobs. Perfect, we've got both of those mobs now contained, and we can pop them on our wall as well. I also got all of the Wilden mobs over here, and you can do that by getting the Summon Wilden tablet. There's 2 recipes for it. You can either use the Emerald one, or if you've already got some Wilden drops, you can use those as well. And if you've already used a Summon Wilden tablet, chances are you'll already be able to make this again. But I've got all of those mobs that spawn there, and they're generating horns, spikes, all of these things. Now, to get even more of those mobs, I want to do something that was in a tips and tricks video of mine a while back, and that is the polymorphic wand. We're going to need some blaze gold ingots, some polymorphic catalyst, and a fluid canister. None of these recipes are hard. We're just going to have to use some of that Just Die Things blaze bloom goo and some of our gold, which is getting a little bit low. I'm glad we're going to be working on resource production next. I'm going to make a little platform out here to try and get some mobs to spawn because we've got that mega torch over there that's going to prevent them spawning. And that will be just as simple as making a little 2x2 area, grabbing my wand and just doing this on the corners, and that'll expand the platform really quickly. That should probably be enough just to get a couple of spawns in. And that's the polymorphic wand created. We're going to need a bit more of this polymorphic catalyst, which is just wart and blaze gold. And if I pop that down into our lake over here, that will turn the fluid into polymorphic fluid. And I can just right click with the wand and that will fill up our polymorphic wand so we can use it soon. Now I want to try something. I want to grab one of these mobs over here in my creature catcher. And there we go. And store it into my containment jar over here. Right, perfect. Now, I want to know if I polymorphic wand into the containment jar, does that change the guy? Let's have a look. Ooh, no. Okay, right. So they have to be out in the open for me to change what mob they are. But that is interesting to know. For now, I can just dispel this guy using my spell here, which is just projectile dispel, and he will fall out of the jar. Perfect. Right, let's give this a go. I want to try and contain a mob that we haven't found like this. This guy, oh my gosh, we want this guy. We want this guy badly. Whoa, okay, right. Situation averted. Well, that's crazy. We've just got 2 mobs there. We've got the Vex and the Evoker. The Evoker will give us Totems of Undying, and I guess I'm going to have to go and grab a mob that I have. Oh, is that a witch? Oh, yes, I really wanted a witch. And I picked up a creeper instead. Oh, that's not good. Perfect, that's the witch done. And let's see what I can get this skeleton to turn into. Oh, perfect. That's a mob we don't have. In fact, that's a really rare mob because I don't think that spawns. Great, that's the Piglin Brute. Blaze, we've got Slime. That's interesting. We haven't got that one. Pillager. Oh, okay, cool. A Ghast. What the hell? I can't even reach the thing. Wait, hold on. That was crazy. Right, well, we got a Ghast as well. So you can see that we've now built up a massive pool of random mobs now, which not only gives us a lot of rare loot, but also gives us more unique roles on our Drigmes themselves, so we should end up with faster production. Also, it's quite satisfying putting these mobs in different places where they match. So for example, I put all the raid mobs down here, all the nether mobs, some of the end mobs as well. This is really cool. And you'll see we're now generating Totems of Undying. I don't know whether we actually have a use for these, especially not a use for them en masse, but I still think that's pretty cool. Ooh, the Master Miner requires one. That's interesting. I don't think we'll get to that, but I think that's a little bit of a hint for this episode. It is crazy how much we're generating. I think I'm actually going to have to make an upgrade for this chest because we've already got, what, 6 stacks of leather? But I would totally recommend you get a Drigme farm set up in your world. These are one of the best passive resource generators. Obviously not comparable to an actual cursed earth mob farm, but in terms of the rarer mobs, for example, the pillagers, the evokers, the ghasts, this is actually really useful. Right, so what are we going to be getting into next? Well, the answer to that question would be occultism. We've already got some Demon Dream seeds and some Demon Dream fruit. we just need to make ourselves a book and then craft the Dictionary of Spirits. Now, Occultism has had a really nice graphical rework, and I'm loving the designs. Now, I've already completed Occultism, so if you've already done that and you just want to see all of the entries, just press Shift and then click all of that and it will mark everything as complete. But this is the progression that you'll be doing to get into Occultism. And it all starts off with this Demon Dream Seeds and Demon Dream Fruit. We're going to need to make a little bit of space here. So I'm going to grab some of this exchanging gadget and just right click here. And this will now be a little new farming area. Now I've already got some Demon Dream Fruit over here, but I think we need to expand this because we're going to be using a lot of it. And we're playing Skyblock, so you know that we can grow our stuff easier if we just twerk. And that should get us quite a fair bit of this. And we need to find somewhere to place some fire. Now, it won't spread, but I do want to find a nice place for it. Maybe up here. This feels a little bit mystical around this area. If I throw down one of my Demon's Dream Fruit and then right-click it with a flint and steel, I'll make Spirit Fire. The cool thing about Spirit Fire is that you can literally just walk in it. You don't take any damage. And they've changed this now from the purple texture to be white, and I actually prefer this. Now, if I grab myself an oak sapling, or maybe 16 of them, and throw them into the fire, I get back these enchanted oak saplings. And if I grow one, let's say over here, it'll look really normal. But if I eat my Demon's Dream Fruit, I might have to eat quite a few of these. It will turn into the Otherworld Log, and I can mine that up, and I will get Otherworld Log and Otherworld Planks if I craft that up. So your goal here is to grow quite a lot of them, then eat the Demon's Dream Fruit, and then, whilst you're under the influence of it, harvest all of those saplings and get as much Otherworld Log as you need. We're then going to need some other stone, and you can get this by throwing andesite into the Spirit Fire. And again, they've changed this texture to look like this calcite marble texture. I love this. But if you prefer the older textures, you can craft other rock. And that's just throwing diorite into the Spirit Fire. And that gives you the dark mode version of these blocks. But I prefer building out of this white material. It looks really nice. And in fact, I'm actually going to place some around here to make it look a little bit more mystical. Now, we do need quite a bit of this. I've gone overkill and crafted loads. I've crafted multiple stacks. You will not need this, but I thought it's quite a nice building material, so I want this just for later. Following on from that quest in this book, we're going to need candles, and the way we get them is by crafting a butcher's knife and harvesting some of the larger animals like pigs, cows and sheep. The butcher knife is really easy to make, so we'll craft one of those. And earlier on we got some of that delightful dirt, so I'm just going to plonk some of this down and harvest all of these mobs here using the butcher's knife. So I've got 19 tallow, and I think I've spawned in so many Ars mobs I have actually ran out of space for them. If I throw all of my golden nuggets down here, are all of the star bunkers going to come over and pick it up? Oh, well that works. Right, I've cleared out that area and got a ton of Drigme tokens and Starbunkle tokens. That's quite useful for later. But most importantly was this tallow, because we're now going to use that to craft the large candles. And we'll craft up a ton of those. We're going to need quite a bit. And now that we've got all of that sorted, we can now start with getting ourselves white chalk. So the way that we get that is we craft the impure white chalk, which is just throwing our Otherworld logs into that Spirit Fire again, and we'll need burnt other stone, which just means we have to cook up other stone twice. Impure white chalk, that's now crafted. And we're also going to need some sacrificial bowls using the other stone that we crafted earlier, and then we need to turn one of them into the golden sacrificial bowl. That requires 8 gold ingots surrounding it. Now eventually you'll need quite a lot of these sacrificial bowls, so I've crafted up 32, but for now I've only got enough gold to do 1 sacrificial bowl. And to make our impure white chalk pure, we just throw it back into a Spirit Fire and we get the white chalk. And so the first ritual we will be crafting is the Aviar's Circle. That's going to look like this, and I'll show you how to make that in a minute. But more specifically, we're going to want the Foliate Crusher. That requires us getting an ingot of all of these different types, which luckily we've got, and a Binding Book Foliate. The way that you get that is just by combining the Book of Binding Foliate in with your Dictionary of Spirits, and the way that you get that is by crafting blue dye with a Book of Binding empty, or using this recipe here. I'm going to craft up a bunch of these Book of Bindings, which you'll see is just the exact same as this recipe, but you just craft this earlier. And that uses the Awakened Feather, Purified Ink, and a Taboo Book. All of these materials here are just feathers, ink, and books that have all been put in Spirit Fire. And now that we've got our mob farm, ink sacks and feathers are easy, same with leather. Oh, I lied, it's not the ink sacks, you actually have to have the black dye itself and throw that in, and then you'll get the purified ink. And lastly, throw the books in, and we've got all of them. If I combine all of those up in a crafting recipe, I will now get the Book of Binding empty. And so now we've crafted up the Book of Binding Foliate, craft that with the dictionary, we now have a bound one. So I'm going to go into my compact machines, because these rituals get pretty massive, and I've built out this really awful looking area here that's going to house all of our rituals when we get later down the line. Now obviously we're not going to do that all in this episode, but for now we'll click on the Aviar's Circle and then press this little multi-block preview, and you can see we can move this wherever, and I don't actually know where the exact middle is. I'll figure that out later, but for now that's where I'm going to place this. I can right click to place it down in the world, and that shows me an outline of what I need to do. And in this case, all I need to do is just right click with the chalk wherever the chalk is on the floor, and there's a progress bar at the top to see if I'm matching it. And that is looking good to me. Place in your golden sacrificial bowl, place in a couple of our candles that you made earlier. You don't even need to light them, and there we go, complete. And now, depending on the recipe that we're using, so for this foliate crusher, we need to use 4 items. That requires 4 items in 4 sacrificial bowls, and I can place those either inside the ritual, anywhere in the spaces in between, or I can place it on the outside like so. I believe there's a range limit, but with these smaller rituals, you're not going to pass it. And so if I now place every single one of those ingots that were required for the foliate crusher into the sacrificial bowl, and then right-click our Book of Binding in the middle, that will now start the ritual for Summon Foliate Crusher. You'll see it will slowly absorb the materials that we put in the bowls. There we go, that's the first one gone, and now we've got to wait for all of these to go. This does take a long while, so just be warned. Great, that's all of the materials, and now he should spawn in. Perfect, we've now got our foliate little demon guy. Check him out, he looks pretty cool. I can right click him with the creature catcher and pop him in here. And I'm actually going to put him in a containment jar for now. If I place him in the world and then right click him, he should go straight into the containment jar like so. And I can now take him with me to do any of our crushing activities. In this case, I want to grab some endstone and let him crush away at that. Now, I can just throw that on top of him. If he wasn't in a containment jar, he'd actually just take the item and drop the item on the floor. But the cool thing about having him in a containment jar is actually, I'm going to pause you doing that, and I'll pop a barrel underneath you. If I now pop the containment jar there, he'll finish off his crushing and then deposit that into the barrel down here. Brilliant. So he is now crushing all of our endstone up. And we now need to make the next set of chalks. The next one will be the yellow chalk, followed by the purple chalk. The yellow chalk's really easy. You just need to make an impure white one, glowstone dust, and 2 gold dust. And that should be easy. We just need to crush up 2 of our gold ingots, craft ourselves the impure white chalk, and then craft ourselves the yellow chalk. For the purple chalk, we're going to need the crushed endstone that we got, obsidian dust, and then some impure white chalk. We made obsidian dust last episode. We just need to use our crusher. Now, I could use the foliate crusher, but this guy is just a little bit faster. Perfect, so we've now got both of those chalks. I need to go and whack them in a spirit fire, and I put a small one in my compact machine just because it saves me some time walking over to the area. And there we go, we've now got 3 of the chalks over here. So that actually allows us to do quite a few rituals now. We get access to this pathway down here, and we get access to this pathway. But you'll see anything in this line over here requires us getting the lime chalk. The lime chalk is 2 bottles of enchanting and an emerald dust. Now, we could use a couple of other methods to get the bottle of enchanting, but I think the easiest one that we could do, I think the best one that we can do is an XP singularity tank. That requires us making a regular singularity tank and then 2 eyes of ender, and that gives us the XP drain singularity tank. If I plonk that down over here and grab maybe 10 odd levels from here and stand on top of my XP drain, it turns it into liquid XP. Very similar to the experience hatch that we made for Create. But this one's really neat because if I right click it with a glass bottle, I will get bottles of experience. There we go, 15, that is a lot. Bearing in mind I only needed 2. And I will crush up this emerald. Looking at these rituals, they're basically upgradable. So if I crafted the Avia's Circle, I can upgrade it to this Affixes Calling. You'll see it uses the same ritual that we had before, but now requires the lime chalk around it. So there are 4 different types of rituals. You've got the circle rituals, you've got this kind of diamond shaped ritual, the square rituals, and then this one over here, which I don't even know what shape that is. So that is why I made 4 platforms over here. One for the circle, one for diamond, square, and then this one. So the bottom floor is going to be the circle, the second floor is going to be the diamond, so we're going to do one on the 3rd floor, which will be our square rituals. And that is what is required, you'll see up here the square ritual, required for the research fragment dust to make the lime chalk. Great, so let's make this Sieveless's spectral compulsion over here. Perfect, that's now created, and we can add our sacrificial bowls on this side over here. And so we place our emerald dust, our 2 bottles of enchanting, and our book of binding foliate in the middle, crafting the research dust. Great, there we go, we've now got the research fragment dust. So that now means we need to combine it with another emerald dust and slime ball to make the lime chalk. That's the lime chalk crafted, throw it into the spirit fire, and now we've got the lime chalk. We're also going to need the impure light grey chalk. That's going to require silver, some iron dust, and then crushed calcite. How can I get calcite? Oh, that's okay. We can use the manipulation essence and tough to get calcite. That's really good. That will be another recipe for Mr. Foliate over here.
Boom.
It would be kind of cool to try and complete all of the chalks up to this stage. So I'm going to try and go for the orange chalk here. That requires glowberries, cursed honey, blaze powder. The glowberries are going to be an interesting one, but the cursed honey comes from a possessed bee. We're going to have to make a ritual to possess a bee. Okay, I think it's time that we got into bees. We're only going to scratch the surface with bees, so I'm going to keep this really short and simple.
So I grabbed some birch saplings and some poppies and made a row of each of them. I then grew up all of the birch saplings, and after the third time, I finally got a beehive.
Oh, I heard a bee. I heard a bee. Hey, we got a bee.
It was a bit of a nightmare getting all of them back into the hive, but once that was done, I then moved that over to the base and set up a temporary beehive situation.
And that will open them up to a 1-block area there with a flower inside. And they should just instantly pollinate that, I'm hoping. I'm going to pop a chest down with a pair of flint shears, and we'll try and get ourselves some honeycomb soon. There we go, 5 out of 5 honey. That means we can now just right-click it, and we'll get ourselves some honeycomb. Oh, and all of them are angry. Whoops. And we can craft ourselves the first beehive. To make it into an advanced beehive, we just need one of our campfires, flint shears, 2 more honeycomb, and that creates the advanced oak beehive. And I also want to make the expansion box for the same thing. What does that cost? Oh, okay, we can do that as well. Let's grab ourselves the oak expansion box here. And I'll also get ourselves some bee cages so we can move our bees easier now.
So then came a tricky challenge. Breaking the beehive, which would release all the bees and make them angry. So I had to kite them around a little bit until they calmed down, pop them in bee cages, and then set up the brand new hive with the expansion box. If I now grab myself a dispenser and face it into that flower over here, I can place my bee cages in like so and grab a button, and that'll allow me to pop them back into this without breaking the glass. And in fact, I believe the market guy sells bees as well. Let me have a look. I can grab 2 bees from this guy as well then. And I'm hoping I can also dispense them as well. Oh, I can. Perfect. I also really want some honey bottles, so I'm going to fill up this hive here with some bottles, and that should produce us honeycomb and also honey bottles. One of the goals for the bees would definitely be to get the simulator upgrade. That's going to require us get quite a few bits of combs, though, and honey treats. It's not that difficult. We can just use any kind of honeycomb block here, but we need to make the anti-teleportation and then the upgrade base. So for that, we need a honey treat, and that's just a honeycomb mixed with a honey bottle. We can do that. That then also gives us access to this quest over here, which gives us even more honey treats. And we're getting a load of experience and honeycombs from this, so I think that should speed us up a bit. So we can craft the first part of this, which is the upgrade base. And then we're going to need a load of these combs. We've only got 2 for now. We're going to need 8 comb blocks. So I'm going to do some AFK and bring you back when we've got enough for the simulator upgrade. Surprisingly, that took no time at all. We've actually managed to get ourselves more than we needed. So we'll craft up the anti-teleportation one. That's easy. And then the simulator upgrade, perfect. And even better, every single one of my bees is already in there. So if I add that simulator upgrade, basically bees will no longer physically enter the hive. The hive gets simulated, meaning that I can remove everything around the hive and they won't come out. However, it does require me putting a feeding slab instead of this flower. The feeding slab is just a chest with a smooth stone slab. And if I popped that like so on there and popped our poppy inside, these will now produce the resources. Now, the main reason that I wanted the simulator upgrade is because I can now time accelerate this using my time in a bottle without them escaping, which means that they will be producing combs 24/7 whilst they're time accelerated, rather than them popping out, waiting for them to pollinate and then going back in. However, it's becoming dark, so we're going to have to wait a little bit. So I slept for the night and woke up to a bit of a surprise. Oh, is that enough? Is that enough? Is that enough? Let's see. Yes, perfect. Right, all of these blocks here is what we're going to be needing to make ourselves the possessed bee. And now that we're able to generate honeycomb a lot quicker, I've used the time in a bottle. I used an absolute ton of time here, but you'll see how much we're able to generate using it. This is actually fantastic. This should speed up a lot of stuff. We can actually use regular vanilla candles rather than the tallow candles, and they are much easier to craft, so we're definitely going to use those instead. This next ritual also requires skeleton skulls. Now, if you remember, we had that method where we blew up creepers that were charged, and I luckily had 5 skeleton skulls here that I can use. We're going to need a lot more than that, but that should be a good start. So using our new green and yellow chalk, I made the new ritual to summon the possessed bee. Right, okay, that's that ritual completed, and I'll add the sacrificial bowls over here, and hopefully if I add all of those ingredients in like so, and then add our book of binding. Oh, we need to perform a sacrifice of a chicken. Right, okay. And I've got the perfect idea. Let's use this fella that was on the sawmill, because clearly he just loves the pain of the sawmill. So maybe he'll enjoy being sacrificed to make a possessed bee, I hope.
Did that work? Yeah, it did. Right, okay, so I can see all the particles there, and it's absorbing all of this stuff. Now, one of the interesting things is we can actually containment jar some of these occultism creatures and pop them in our Drigme farm. I don't really want to do this with this cursed honey one because it's actually quite useless. You only really use this once. But I believe you can make a possessed skeleton which gives you skeleton heads, and that would definitely be useful. Right, there we go. The cursed bee, and if we just kill that, we should get cursed honey. 3 of it, perfect. The orange chalk also needs glowberries, and glowberries can be made from sweet berries. Okay, I've figured out how we're going to get glowberries. If I use the Conjure Island Flourishing, I'll get moss, glowberries, and bamboo, and that is what I want. I want the glowberries from that. So I crafted that Conjure Island tablet and made another space for it next to our current floating islands. I grabbed one of our source jars and set this all up to work. Labash. That is so sick. That is never going to get old. But now we've finally got ourselves some of these glowberries. We've also got access to bamboo, which is really nice. I don't know what we're going to use it for, but that is cool too. And we can now craft ourselves that orange chalk. We're definitely going to need a lot more skulls, and so I'm going to craft the possessed skeleton as well. That's going to require another chicken sacrifice, and you'll see here it has a chance to drop the skeleton skull. Right, so if I place the bones in that same altar, despite this being a higher level one, you'll see if I hover over it, it says current pentacle. It will also allow the lower tier ones, and if I place my book of binding, sacrifice a chicken, I can now get this possessed skeleton. Great, and I'll capture you, and I will pop you in a containment jar. And I'm hoping that we should now get some skeleton skulls coming in soon. Right, so let's get started on our miners. The one that we can get up to right now is the Ore Miner Genie, because that requires Strigger's Higher Binding, which I believe we unlocked at this stage here with the lime chalk. If we got to the next stage, we could get the next level up, but that requires torch flowers, and we can do that, but I think I've overdone it with the amount of microcrafting for this episode, so I think it's important that we just set up the basics for now. So we'll sort out our ore miners, and the way that this works is that you have a dimensional mineshaft and you place your Ore Miner Genie inside it. The dimensional mineshaft requires other stone, block of Easnium, and some spirit attuned crystals, which is just 4 diamonds thrown into a spirit fire to get those gems, and then you combine that up to make the spirit attuned crystal. But this block of Easnium is going to be very difficult. It requires 9 Easnium ingots. Easnium is a bit of a strange one to come by. The way that you get it is actually by getting the Easnium ore by throwing an ancient debris into the atomic reconstructor to get Easnium ore. So I've been cranking away trying to get some ancient debris so that I can show this off on camera. If I throw this into the reconstructor and then shoot it, I get the Easnium. If I plop that down, and whoa, look at the colours on that. That looks really nice. If I then break it using our Fortune 5 diamond hammer, I get 2. Let's see if we can get some more. Let's try another one. 1. Brilliant. Well, in true Sieveless fashion, here's some I cooked up earlier. I got 5 from one of them earlier. And I think we might be able to crush this up further into the ingots. Maybe not. What if I give this to my foliate crusher? Can he do it? And also a mini tip, you can actually time in a bottle your crusher if you've got him in a jar. So check that out. Let's see if he doubles it. Oh, he does. Okay, right. So we'll definitely have to double our ores using our occultism crusher. So let's upgrade our basic spectral compulsion to higher binding by just placing the ritual down here and filling in all this stuff over here. Great, so that is now the ritual complete, and I'm going to plop the bowls over on the side over here. So let's go up to Strigger's Higher Binding. What we're going to do is just place in all of our ingredients, but we're going to do this manually. Now, next episode, I plan to make this automatic. That would be really cool if we could do that. But if I just place that all in there, it will now start crafting the dimensional mineshaft. Now, this is going to take a long while. I could use the time in a bottle to speed this up, but I'm just going to skip through to when this is finished, so that makes it easier for you guys. Oh, finally. That took absolutely ages. And in the meantime, a load of slimes have spawned in the compact machine. I guess this is a slime chunk? This is really strange. I then ran completely dry on silver. Looking at the recipe for silver, it was possible to get this from the lens of the miner, but I seemed to get really unlucky when I tried for about 10 minutes just to get it. However, I spotted myself a recipe that as a byproduct of crushing lead, you could get raw silver, and all I needed was 10 to get ourselves the silver geode. There we go, 10 silver dust. Dunk that into the Sand 1X. Oh, we're making the budding silver geode. I can't wait. That's going to speed up things so much. And for now, I'm going to remove these ancient debris geodes and just get ourselves some more silver so we can make ourselves even more of those silver geodes. Okay, so let's start off with 4 of our miners. We're going to need 4 empty magic lamps combined with 4 iron, 4 gravel, and then 4 Easnium pickaxes. Pop a book in the middle, and that is now going to infuse our empty lamp into a ore miner. That's the basic miner foliate. And then from there, we can upgrade it to the next level, which will be the ore miner genie. And the last one coming in, we've now got 4 of the miner foliates. So next we're going to be upgrading to the genie miners. That's going to require us to do all of this again, but with the miner foliates this time. Auto crafting would help this out a ton, but I think we're going to have to still save it for next episode. And the last genie miner coming up. That is fantastic. Okay, so the next stage that we need to do is getting ourselves a mending enchantment book, and there doesn't seem to be an easy recipe for this. So my next best guess is to use the villager spawner that we've got and try to get ourselves a mending villager. But this might take some time. We also need to get efficiency, hopefully one of the higher levels of efficiency. And so in the background, I've set up my little press here so I can hopefully try to generate more of those books and get ourselves up to that mending that we need. In hindsight, this was such a dumb idea. I stayed here for ages just trying to get this mending villager. Now in modded Minecraft, there's so many more enchantments, and so mending becomes more and more rare. But eventually, I finally hit it. Oh, we got it! We got it! Oh my god, yes, that's insane. Well, that is amazing. I am gonna jar this guy up for like... Oh, no, that's not the jar. That's the jar. Right, hopefully we can now have him jarred so we can get as much mending as we want, even though we've got the printer over there in case this is a really good backup. In fact, let's just make sure that we've got a duplicate of that so no problems happen. Perfect, that's an extra mending book. And lastly, we're going to need efficiency. Now, what does it cost for all of this? It's probably worth me doing the enchanter. What's that going to cost? 60 redstone and 15 lapis. That's quite easy, and then just 33 levels. I will do this. Oh, and I haven't actually crafted the enchanter. Luckily, we've got a load of dark steel ingots already. Probably from some of the backpacks, I'm going to guess, or the mob farm. But we did get the enchanter, so that's fantastic. Pop that there. All of that together, efficiency 5, just need a few more levels for it. And there we go, efficiency 5, that is amazing. So after duplicating all of those books at least once so we had a backup, I combined them all together to make one book that had all of the enchantments on it. Perfect, look at that. Efficiency 5, fortune 5, and mending. And I just want to see how much it's going to cost to duplicate this enchantment. It's going to cost, I actually don't know how much that is, but we're going to need quite a few of these books. We're going to need 4 in total, but we're also going to need 1 for a backup. Let's plonk all of the experience in there and generate a few more. That is fantastic. We've got a load of these books now. Let's add it to every single one of these ore miner genies. Gosh, I really don't know where to pop our ore genie setup. I don't want to do it in the compact machine. I want to actually have it in the world. I actually think the Batcave will be a really good spot for this. Maybe in this corner over here. I'll just flatten this out a little bit so we can get this started. So to briefly try and explain the design that I'm trying to make, I want to have somewhere to pop my dimensional mine shafts like so. What's going to happen is I will place one of the ore miner genies inside this dimensional mine shaft. It will start generating those ores that we said. However, it then does a little bit of damage to the miner. So at some point, this is going to end up breaking. So I'm going to pull that out right now. And this is where my funky automation comes into play. If I add a shaft here and a shaft here and connect that with a mechanical belt, I can place funnels on this side and a funnel on this side and a spout on top. In the back of this, I'm going to connect up another shaft like that and whack a water wheel here. So if I pop water on this side here, I blocked off that with a trapdoor. That should now move items from this chest over to this chest. So right now I've popped some cobble in there and it's all moving its way into this barrel over here. Something interesting with Create, and I don't know whether this is Enchantment Industries specific or whether this is vanilla Create, but I am able to pipe fluid experience from an experience holder into the spout over here. And that means that we get some experience flowing into here. This is where the fun part happens. If I have mending on an item and I place it on this belt, it will slowly move itself along and the spout will shoot experience liquid into it. And if I look at the other end, it ends up being fully repaired. This is really cool. We don't even need to make the Eternal Stellar. We can just have this running and it will generate us ores and everything in the background. The only input we need to give it is some experience once in a while. So if I then connect up inventory cable onto the sides of these barrels over here, all the way like so, I can write a program that takes all of the outputs out of here, pops them into a results chest, and then ever so often on a timer, it will pop the items into this barrel over here, they'll get sent across here, be mended, and then takes them back from here and places them inside the dimensional mine shaft, automating the entire mending setup. So let's place our factory manager down. I'm going to get to coding and seeing if I can make this example work. All of the SFM code for this project will be available in my Discord server under the SFM schematics code section. It's completely free to join, there's no subscription fee for any of that, so make yourself welcome and have a look at the code in there. Okay, so I've AFK'd for maybe about 3 hours or so, and I've tweaked the settings a little bit. I'm trying to get the timings correct. I found out that about 6,000 ticks allows this to repair in the right amount of time, so I think that's alright. I think I could have also added unbreaking, and I might add this later on when I make some more, and that probably means we get a little bit longer in between having to do the spout thing. But right now I'm pretty happy with that because this is the results chest. Check that out. Unfortunately, I wasn't actually expecting to have this much ores coming through, which it's gone a bit chaotic, so I need to go and get some stack upgrades, and I also really need to make a start on doing some ore processing because we've got too many ores here to actually handle. But we've got some really interesting ones here that I didn't really have much access to, like gilded blackstone, some more uraninite, and even some wacky ones like the dimensional shards. So I'm really happy with how this is progressing. I definitely need to pizzazz this up a little bit because it looks a bit dodgy right now. So I'm going to have a little crack at doing that off camera. Okay, so I've played around a little bit and tried to make this look nice. Look at the timing on that. All the genies are coming through as well. So I've added some metal girders here. I used the other stone as well and some of the silver geodes that we picked up earlier as well. I've used the crystal clusters to sort of match with the environment with some metal girders, etc. I also use those hazard stripes just where the genies are. It kind of looks like an SCP, like hazard warning, don't touch. It looks really creepy, but I like it. It really does fit the vibe. And this is just running away, generating a ton of resources in the meantime as well. I also use this other stone pedestal. I really wanted to use it for here, but I think it just matched better with this lantern setup that I had over here. I still somehow need to try and fill up this tank automatically. I'll maybe use an ender tank or something to keep that filled up. But for now, I think this is looking really nice. And the back cave is coming together very slowly, but it's coming together. Last episode, we generated a ton of ores using this bad boy over here. Sorry. But now we've got to get to processing our ores. I've built a system which combines a couple of nifty mods together to get ourselves a ridiculous amount of resources, all without ever touching a sieve. Also this episode, we crafted an item from occultism, which genuinely took me over 4 hours to make. Stick around, you don't want to miss this. Welcome back to Sieveless. Welcome back to Sieveless. We are on episode 10. We've made 10 episodes of this so far. That is pretty crazy when you think about it. And last episode, we worked on our ore production using the occultism genie setup. And this has been running away in the background. In fact, it's doing another round now where it repairs itself. But we want to turn these ores into something usable today. I want to get into ore processing, and I've got this little portion area over here that I think would be perfect for it. Now, there's probably going to be multiple stages of ore processing that we're actually going to do, because we're able to do two things. If I grab some of the iron ore here, we can first break it down with fortune to get raw iron, and then we can do some further processing with something like mechanism or even some of the occultism stuff that we've done before and get more of the iron dust out of it. But that's going to be a long time coming, so I want to get the first part of that done, which will be using fortune to break our ores down and then smelt them instantly. Afterwards, we can work out all the raw ore iron stuff. That can be in a later episode. And you might be asking, how are we going to be doing that? Well, I have come up with a plan. It's going to involve the Just Dire Things block breaker, more specifically the advanced block breaker, which requires Celesta gem. We've got to the second tier of goo, which is the blaze bloom, but we now need to upgrade that to the void shimmer goo, which will allow us to turn diamond blocks into the raw Celesta gem ore, which is what we need for the block breaker. So we're going to need to go to the end and grab some end stone, some more ender pearls, and then some dragon's breath. Now, I don't plan on killing the ender dragon today, but we do need to pinch some of its dragon's breath to get us to the next stage. But this shouldn't be too hard, right? We just got to get the dragon to spit some fire down in the middle over here, and we'll just go and collect it. I'm going to use a little tip here and use F3 and B to start seeing the hitboxes, and that will allow us to right-click the dragon's breath a little bit easier when he actually decides to shoot us with it. There we go, he started perching, and I see the dragon's breath down there. I think I could just right click it. Can I right click it? Oh, we can. Perfect. Right, there we go. That's a little bit. And whoa, okay, he's going to take out a lot of my health. Oh, perfect. Right, that's a lot now. I think 56 will definitely do us for now, and I'm just going to get right out of there. We are stockpiling away at our ender pearls, so I'm going to grab some of those as well. Right, and we should be able to craft ourselves the void shimmer goo. That is now sorted. Right, and we're a little bit low on diamonds, but I'm going to pinch some out of this chest over here. I then used our diamond wand to place all of our diamond ore down and used ultimine to harvest it with our fortune 5. Well, that'll do us for a while. Goodness. Yeah, just a casual 872. Completely normal, and we'll craft ourselves some some diamond blocks. I'm going to use 6 for this example. I'm going to have to turn off shaders for this because I've not enabled the setting that allows it to do it. But if I place my diamond block there and my void shimmer goo on top, it's going to now show us what it requires. It's either going to use a chorus fruit or I think, oh, an ender pearl. Right, well, we've got an infinite source of ender pearl, so I'll grab them. And if we feed the ender pearl to the goo, it will start spreading the goo into those blocks. So I'm going to patch this up with every single one of our diamond blocks so it spreads to every single one of them. Ooh, there we go, all converting over now, and that is our raw celestial gem. If I mine this up with my fortune, I will now get these raw celestial gems. What we came here for is the advanced block placer and the advanced block breaker. I also, whilst we're here, might as well get ourselves a celestial gem pickaxe. That's the advanced block placer done. That required the simple one, which just required ferrocore, which is not a problem at all. We're going to need a little bit more of the ferrocore as well. Great, so that's the placer, the breaker, and the pickaxe. For the pickaxe, we're going to need a couple of upgrades. And if I hold shift, I can see what upgrades I can apply. The most important ones that I see here are going to be the ore miner, the auto smelter, and the drops teleporter. I've got them all over here, so we're going to craft them up. Perfect, that's all 3 upgrades done. So we'll go into our smithing table and apply them like so. You have to move your pickaxe into the middle slot rather than the smithing template slot. But that will allow us to have ore miner. We'll do the same for drops teleporter and lastly for smelter. And for now, I'm going to show you how to use it. So I'm going to just charge it up. You can just whack that into an energy cube and that will charge it up to full. If I hold my pickaxe in my hand and shift right click with it, I will see every single one of my upgrades. And in fact, I can actually left click to turn them on and off. So I'm going to show these one at a time to demonstrate how they work. Now, ore miner is really simple. If I place down some ores like so, it's going to mine everything as if it was vein mined. I can then enable the auto smelting option and that will smelt all of our items. So if I mine that again with both of those upgrades enabled, I should be getting all of these turning into iron ingots. And lastly, we've got the drops teleporter. If I enable that, pop down an inventory and then shift right click that inventory, it will bind my pickaxe to that inventory. So if I now go to mine those iron ores, it will smelt them up and then deposit them into this spruce diamond barrel. So if we can automatically place and mine all of those ores, we can process them in no time at all. Now, last episode, we also made the enchanted book with fortune 5 and efficiency 5, and I want to duplicate that one more time so that we can add that to our pickaxe. So we've got our enchanted book in there, plop the book down there and add our experience hatch. I'm going to right click it and that should fill it with liquid, and we've got another book. I tend to remove the experience hatch because it glows green and makes this whole area look a bit crazy. Very spooky, very Halloween themed. And we'll just use an anvil to pop the enchantments on like so. So I'm going to plop it right next to our ore production machine over on this side because it makes the most sense. And don't worry, similar to last time, we'll also pizzazz up the area afterwards. So my idea for this is to have a block placer on this side and a block breaker on this side. If I open up the placer, what I want to do is have the placement be right in the center there, and I'll have it be a 3x3 area. Like so. So we're going to be placing ores in this entire area. I'll pop off the render area now and do the exact same for this guy. Great, so the breaker and the placer are now covering the exact same area. I'm not entirely sure where to place our inventory. I guess on the side down here. And we'll also need to connect all of this up with inventory cable. And I'm just realizing we're going to need to get power all the way down here. That's going to be a little bit tricky. So I feel like we're going to have to do another detour just to get this started. I think the best way we can get started with wireless energy is going to be using Flux Networks. Flux Networks is a really cool mod, and the way that you get started is by crafting a lot of this flux dust. It uses redstone, and we need to find a way of converting it. Now, we don't have any of this, we don't have any bedrock, but we do have obsidian, so I'm going to get some of that. And by the looks of it, you're going to need to put a obsidian 1x block down, like so, and then put an obsidian on top as well. Now, luckily, I've got tons of redstone because I've been leaving this mob farm going with the new witches that we added, so I'm hoping to turn all of this into flux dust. If I turn off my magnet and throw all of that in between the gap between the obsidian 1x and the obsidian, I can then shift left click and that will produce a load of flux dust. It'll also turn our obsidian into cobble. It didn't do all of them, but it did enough to get us started with the Flux Network stuff. So what will we need for Flux Networks? We're going to need to get ourselves a flux controller. We also need a flux plug and a flux point. The flux plug is where we're going to be adding energy to our network, and the point is where we're going to be taking it. And for that, we're going to need some flux cores, which uses flux, obsidian, and eyes of ender. That's why I crafted quite a few. So a stack of those should do us for a bit. We'll also need some flux blocks. And first, we'll craft ourselves the flux controller. For now, I'll just use one plug, and we'll get a couple of points, because this is where we're going to be extracting energy from our network. Now, you don't have to, but I always tend to have some of the basic flux storage. But I prefer to have one because it gives us a little bit of a buffer for our system. Now, the controller can actually go anywhere. I don't entirely know where to put it. It doesn't actually have to go anywhere near our machine, so I might put it over here. Maybe right in the corner, and I'll put the basic flux storage right above it as well. If I right click my controller, I can now see all of my network settings and network selection, etc. I'm going to go into the network selection and create ourselves a brand new network called Big Jim's Network. We'll set it to the Big Jim purple color and press create. And if I select it from this menu, you'll see that the flux controller actually turns to that color. I can then right click my basic storage and select my network, and that will turn into my color as well. And this tunes both of those devices to my network. Also, something really interesting that this provides is that we've got our wireless crafting terminal over here, and you can see we're only on 1% of our energy now. But if I go into my controller, I can go onto wireless charging and select my curio slots, any of my armor, hotbar, offhand, main hand, any of these things, and enable wireless charging. So once energy is coming into this system, it will be used to charge up my wireless crafting, and we'll see that in a moment. And for now, we're going to need to input electricity into our system. So I'm going to remove my generator over here and the energy cube. And have I got a space down there? I do. I'm going to add the flux plug to the back of this and set it to my network. Popping down the energy cube again, and I'll set the output to that side. So you'll see it's draining the energy and popping it into our network, and it's charging our wireless crafting terminal. Once that's now fully charged, we should see it filling up the buffer over here. Great, look at that, that's now filling up, and I can add my magmatic generator on top again, and that will be adding more energy into the energy cube. So now perfect, we have wireless charging and wireless energy. Later on we'll have a proper generator setup that will be a lot better than that, rather than just our 8 times magmatic generator, but that should still do us for our ore processing. I can go back to my machines over here and actually power them. I could just plop the flux point down, select my network, and that would work, but we're going to be connecting this all up to inventory cables, so I'm going to do it a little bit differently. We're going to use the same SFM program that we've got over there and just modify it. So I'll need to make sure that this is connected up to that one over there, and I think the best way is to bring our cable all the way back, try and connect it to this one over here. Perfect. So I'm going to make ourselves another energy cube, and this will be a little buffer between the systems. Great, that is a basic one. We only need a basic one, it's just a buffer. And I need to connect that via inventory cable. I think the best place we could put it is right behind this chest over here. So I'll pop the flux point just above it like so, and make sure that I've got the side set to input from the top. And that should, hold on, that should now power it. Perfect. So now we get to do the fun part, modifying the code. Again, I'll just give you a reminder that you can check out the Discord. I've got a schematics and SFM code chat, so you can just copy it straight from there and pop it into your SFM factory manager. If I add this line in SFM, I can actually input FE from the cube and then output it to anything that needs power. If I grab my label gun and pull the labels, I can now select my cube from here like so and select power, and anything that requires power can have this label attached to it. If I now push those labels, we should see that they're now receiving power. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, yeah, ignore me. Sorry, you have to select a side when you're inputting power from the cube. I'm going to use the bottom side over here and add that there. And if I go over to my side config, I'm going to have to set the bottom to output. That now works. We can see that it's now powering both of our items here. Now, the way that I'm going to try and add all of these ores over here into our placer, I'm going to stick with SFM because it allows us to do tags. And every one of these items has different tags. One of the tags being C:"ores. And that tag is basically applied to every single thing that is an ore. So I'm going to edit my code to make sure that we're going to output every single one of the ores from the results chest into our block placer. So if I added the following code here, that will take anything with the tag C:"ores from our results chest and pop it into the placer. If I right click and pull my labels, I'll need to select the placer and make sure that I pop that there and push the labels. We should see it now inputs all of the ores into this area here. Oh, whoops, I placed that on the block breaker instead of the placer, my bad. Just set that there and then right click that again to untick that. Then we will push our labels. And I'm just going to whack the block breaker on high redstone signal so it doesn't try and break it without using a tool. And you'll see our block placer is now placing every single one of these ores. Now it's doing it quite slowly. It's doing it once every 20 ticks. That's once every second. So if I mined it, it would be incredibly slow. I'm going to right click this and set it to the speed of 1, and you'll see that is so much quicker. Yep, check that out, that's really good. If I grab my Celestigem pickaxe, shift right click this barrel here, and then add our pickaxe in the breaker, I'm going to set the redstone back to ignore, and it should mine these blocks. And my guess is that it's doing it quite slowly. Yeah, right. And again, similar thing, we're going to change the speed all the way down to 1 tick here. Check that out, that is so much quicker. Oh wow, that is really quick. And we should be seeing those ores being smelted and added to our diamond barrel over here. Now, obviously, this is loud and annoying, so my recommendation is going into your video settings, going down into particles, and I tend to turn off block particles, and that will prevent the lag. You might also need to turn off stuff like the fire particles here and the ender particles. And this is crazy loud, so I'm going to go into my muffling settings, go over to here and set an anchor. I'm going to press muffle on both the stone place, the experience orb sound, and the blockstone break sound as well. Oh, silence, finally. Now, I can see it's spewing out a load of XP entities, and I want to make sure we can catch these. In fact, any experience that we do get, I want to put straight into our tank up here. So I'm just going to set this back onto high so we're not breaking any more blocks. So I have crafted 2 ender tanks here. They aren't difficult at all to make, and you're going to need 2. Now, I was testing around with this, so ignore the juice that's already in this. But you need to use dye to set the top bit of wool, and that will actually set the frequency of the tank. Now, you'll need both tanks matching, so I'm going to use the green, green, green frequency. If you're playing on a multiplayer server and you don't want everyone to access your stuff, you can also use a diamond on the little valve bit, and that will personalize it to your network specifically. In this case, I want you guys to be using it if I ever give a world download, so I'm going to leave it like this. And I'm going to break one and place it up above my tank. So just to test this, I've got a half-filled tank over here, and if I use my ender tank and have some XP fluid in it, I can right-click that to be on the red output mode, and that will output liquid into this tank. And if I grab myself an experience holder, and I'm going to plonk it on this side over here, I can set this to collect experience, any of the fallen experience, use a render area and select around here. And you're going to need to select quite a large radius because the experience can fly off in all sorts of directions. So I'm going to set this to 2 on each side. And I'm also going to turn the tick speed down to about 5. That will make sure that experience that comes flying out will get harvested very quickly. So we shouldn't find any XP orbs when we come down here next time. I can now grab a mechanical pipe and pull out of this, and that will give us all the XP fluid, and pop that, so that will now fill up our ender tank over here. Right, there we go. So all of the experience is getting picked up and popped straight into our experience holder. It's going to get pulled straight out of there with the mechanical pipe into our ender tank, which fills up the tank over here, which allows the genies to get mended, which will produce more ores that get placed, and the whole cycle continues and continues. We now have a fully sufficient ore setup, provided that we give it enough power over here. So that will probably be our next problem to tackle. But in the meantime, that is doing bits. We are getting all of our materials smelted up and harvested like so. So we now need to pizzazz up this area. And I think I'll do that off camera because that's going to take a little bit of a while and it's probably going to be full of mistakes. Okay, I'm happy with how I've got this looking at the moment. It's using these industrial iron blocks with copper casings on the side of it. And then I kept with my main floor factory setting. I don't know, I feel like this blue terracotta could be used for anything industrial in my builds. Keeping it with the same theme kind of feels quite nice. The problem is I've got this feral flare lantern over here that's occasionally providing a bit of light in the middle of this. And then if a block gets placed, it instantly removes it, making this whole thing dark. So I've got a little tip and trick. If I grab myself a framed cube from the framed blocks mod and plonk it down in the middle over here, then add my blackstone. If I add a glowstone dust to the framed block, it now glows. So that should mean that we always have light in this area, no matter if we've got the feral flare lanterns working or not. I've also used some camo blocks to hide the mechanical pipe over here and the energy cube on this side. It keeps it looking a little bit neater. I do need to do something with this experience holder. I'm not entirely sure what though, but that's something for future me to figure out. I guess the best thing we can do now is enable this again and add our glass panes on the front of this to hide it all in place. Like so. And I think that is looking really nice. Let's have a look from afar. Whoa, and it even glows occasionally with some of the different ores like the diamonds and lapis. That's really cool. I like that. And we are stockpiling all of our levels right now. We've got tons of levels. This is accidentally turning into one of the best XP farms we have. Oh, I should also mention that the floors are using this factory block from Chisel. I really like this texture. It's really cool. And if I have a look in our spruce diamond chest, we are getting tons of these resources. Look at that. 11,000 copper ingots, 4,000 iron. This processing is going so well. And this isn't even the best processing that we have. Right now, it's just auto-smelting our ores. We don't even have anything crushing them down. We've not even finished going through our entire ores chest. That is how much this is producing. Okay, a mini tip that I've got for you is that if I go back into here, the reason I did this as a separate loop is that now I've changed this to redstone pulse. The minimum speed you can have is 20 ticks. You can change this in the configs, but I'd rather not. Instead, if I use the every redstone pulse, I can actually set this using a timer over here. If I face that into this block and then plonk a block right on top like that, that will have a pulse going into this factory manager. Now in its current setting, we've got it on 20 ticks, so that should be the exact same as it currently is. However, I can now change this down to maybe something like 5 ticks, and this should be placing ores in the placer a lot quicker now. So I'm hoping that should get through our backlog a little bit quicker. We will see. So I've been AFK for a little bit. I had my lunch and I've come back to a completely empty chest here. All of the ores are now gone and they keep going. And this is what's been left behind. Loads of interesting materials that we can use for building. But you're probably wondering, how's this getting along? Well, let me show you. Look at that. That is insane. It's ridiculous how well this is working. That's 5,000 iron ingots, 16,000 uraninite. We actually had to start another stack. That was how much we had. Honestly, this is amazing, and I really want to add it into my AE system. The problem is we need to start working on power because I want to get into some of the wireless stuff. The wireless stuff requires a lot of power, and so we kind of need to figure out a decent method for it. I want to keep with the solar punk theme, and I really wasn't too sure about what generators we have. I don't just want to use the most basic thing. I think eventually it'd be really cool to get into something like fission reactors, because that kind of fits the whole solar punk theme. But in the meantime, that leaves us with a few options. I really wanted to do something wacky, maybe like a weird power generation, but having a look through the options, there doesn't seem to be something that's wacky and actually viable for maybe like the middle end game. But if you've got any cool ideas with some of the generators here or maybe something else, let me know in the comments. I want to try and find something that's going to be completely strange, not really done in many of the Let's Plays, and that would really help me out a ton. Maybe a nuclear reactor would be kind of cool with the uranium, but I really do think I should use some of this uraninite. We've got way too much to handle. Right, so how do we get into power? This is a mod that I've had a little bit of experience with, and I know it revolves around the energizing orb. In fact, I'm sure there'll be a quest for it. Here we go. Power. Ah, yeah, I remember. It requires all this dielectric paste. Okay, luckily that's not too difficult to make, so I might make a few of these, and I might also make some auto crafting for this. So I added all of the crafting recipes up to the basic tier. So looking at the different tiers of power, you start off with the starter tier, then basic, then hardened, all the way up to nitro. You'll see that different tiers have a different colour, and that's based on the material up here that you use. Now, energized steel, the hardened tier, requires just gold and iron, and that we have in abundance, so we can make that easily. The blazing crystal, that requires, okay, blaze rods, we've got loads of them. Niotic requires diamond, we've got tons of that. Spirited is emerald, and nitro, yeah, we can't do nitro, that's going to require nether stars, and I don't really want to use that right now. But we could probably get up to spirited tier, that's a really good goal. Now, obviously, it uses the energizer here, and that's going to require 1 million FE. So I feel like we're going to have to kind of upgrade our machines as we go along, but we'll give it a go. So the recipes aren't too difficult. We first need that energizing orb, which then requires all of this, and then it's a load of micro crafting basically, and I've got all of the patterns down here. And we're going to need the energizing rods to be upgraded, because that will allow them to store and use more power. And your energizing rods will then power the energizing orb, and this is what we do to energize and create all of those materials, such as our blazing crystal or hardened steel, etc. There are some really interesting recipes in here. For example, you can get the dry ice. I saw they've also got recipes for something like the charged Certus quartz here. You can charge it in here. There's also the Orotech recipes. They've added those as well. For now, let me go and put all of these in the auto crafter, and let's get ourselves some of the energizing rods. Okay, so for the energizing rods, can we get straight to basic tier? I'll craft 2 of them, and we'll see how long that takes. Oh yeah, perfect, that works straight away. And I'll take both of those, and we'll also craft the energizing orb itself. We're also going to need a pattern provider, which I've already got one, which is great. And let's set this up downstairs. I'm wondering where to place this, and I've just moved out the hostile neural network stuff. I think for now we could use this space here, and then later on we're also going to clean up the assembler process for our inscribers. Okay, so I have figured this out. I've figured out how I'm going to do this. So if I whack the energizing orb on the side like that, and you're going to have to excuse the placement of it, I'm going to add a transfer label on this side over here, right click it again, and chuck it into the speed setting rather than the amount. In fact, I'm going to add 1 upgrade in the amount and then just 8 in the speed. I think that will do. And then I'm going to add the ME pattern provider on this side over here, setting the blocking mode so that it's like this. Do not push the crafting ingredients. If I now put my processing pattern inside it, I should now see that it works, and it's crafting it up. The transfer label is putting it straight back into the pattern provider, and we're now getting ourselves the energized steel that I wanted. That is sick. Okay, cool. Right, I think that's now working as intended. Now let's see, can I do another recipe using the energizing orb? That's the blazing crystal, the niotic, and then the spirited crystal. And let's upgrade these basic energy rods to the hardened tier. In fact, let me just take 1 of them, and we'll actually upgrade them 1 at a time. So I've popped out the energy crystal into there, and now that's created that one.
place that back down, take this one, pop that away, and then craft it up. And that will use the previous tier to make the new one. Never mind, it won't. For some reason, we've still got them. Why is that the case? Oh, I guess they've got MBT data, but that's upgraded those two to the next tier. Since I'd added all of those recipes, I then made every single recipe to get up to this spirited reactor. That required the capacitors for every single tier and the reactors for every single tier as well. Okay, cool. That is all of the recipes over here that we need to make the spirited reactor. I also saw that the power quests have some really nice rewards, so I started completing some of those as well. Okay, so the reactor is a 3x4x3 multi-block, so we need 36 of the casing. Right, okay, so let me dump all of the items we're going to need here, and let's see, can we make 36 spirited reactors? We can. Ooh, okay, but no crafting CPUs are available because it requires 5,000 bytes, and we've only got 4K processors. Right, okay, so let's automate the 16K storage components, so that means we need them, and we also need the 1K storage components. Great, that is the 16K ME storage component. If I go over to my CPUs, I can actually shift right click one of them, or just right click, and it will swap out the 4K with the 16K, and I'll get that storage component back. So that's really useful if you're trying to upgrade your stuff. In fact, actually, before we do that, I want to upgrade the energizing rods that we have at the moment. We're only using the hardened tier. I think it'd be better if we can get them up to a higher tier. I'm going to speed run this, but basically we got both of those energizing rods up to the spirited tier. It didn't take too long, but I could definitely tell that our power situation was dwindling. Okay, so I've had a look at the recipe, and if we wanted 36 of the spirited versions, it's going to have to craft 144. Now, I crafted, I don't know, maybe 8, and that took absolutely forever with our current power situation. So I'm thinking, instead of going straight to spirited, we go to blazing tier. It's 2 tiers behind spirited, but it saves us having to craft the niotic and the spirited. So what's that going to cost? That looks good to me. Let's get going with the crafting and let's see how that works. Wow, okay, perfect. That has now finished off the amount of reactors that we need. Yeah, for now, I'm just going to plonk down the reactor over here, and if I right click, it will now build it. It looks really cool when it gets built. And once it's complete, there we go. Check that out. That is our new reactor. Now, I'm not entirely sure which side is the power side. I'm going to guess this one. I'm going to plug that straight into my cable. So I'm actually going to be able to generate more power so we can make more. And if we open this up, there's loads of different slots for different things. You've got uraninite, coolant, redstone, and carbon. And then up here, we add our fluid, which will just be a water bucket. And you only ever need to grab one water bucket for this to work. Plonk that in. And let me just put a stack of uraninite in and see what happens. This is now generating 5.6 FE per tick, and I'll turn auto mode on. Right, okay, cool, that's generating as we speak. Let us start to make the stuff that's going to be required for the reactor upgrade. So let's start off with our niotic crystals. We're going to need 144 of them, and let's see if we can now generate enough power to sustain that. But I've got an idea. I'm actually going to just completely bypass the energy cell and pop it over here. This is all temporary. Oh, and that's so much quicker. Check that out. Oh, no, it's not. Ignore me. It's not quicker. So our reactor was now doing a good enough job to generate enough energy to produce those niotic crystals. Once it had completed that, I then upgraded the reactor to that niotic tier. I played around with adding redstone and carbon, but I think that's a bit useless unless you start adding the coolant. But right now, we can't produce ice en masse, so I left all of that stuff alone. Right, okay, that is 144 niotic crystals, so that means I should just be able to pull all of this out, break down this reactor, and then just happen to upgrade it straight to this tier. Cool, okay, that's now done. Let's see how much FE we can generate with this bad boy. Let's stick the uraninite in. We are generating 14,000 FE per tick. Wow, okay, I was not expecting that much. Right, we are definitely getting up to that spirited crystal tier. Let's see, how is that going to be performing? Oh, that's rapid. That is so good. That is such a massive difference in our power generation. It's unreal. So then I AFK'd for a little bit to get those 144 spirited crystals. Okay, so that has now finished. We've got 144 spirited crystal. That is now done. Let's place this down. Right, and I just want to see how crazy this is. Let's put it on auto mode. We are generating 58k. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Why are we doing that much? We don't need it. We don't need it. Okay, it's evening out to about 50k. These things are OP. I upgraded the energy cube to the elite tier. It's instantly full. Well, that's stupid. Oh, that's ridiculous. I actually don't know what to do with all this power. Right, well, let's stop that now because that is not where I want to place it. And let's clean up our machines over here. So I had another one of my wonder thoughts. I don't know where to place this reactor. One of the ideas was maybe in the compact machine before we make an actual place for it. But I realized we've been using these solar batteries, or what I called the solar batteries. They don't actually have a purpose. They just look cool. What if we placed it here instead? Obviously, we need the other one to actually match this out. Okay, right, there it is. Does that look okay? I can't quite tell. Let me... Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm wondering if maybe we stuck like
copycat panels and put glowstone on the edges, would that look a little bit more, I don't know, real? Okay, so I think for now I'm going to leave it there, but I'm going to pose that question to you guys in the comments. Do you think there's a better place for me to put that reactor? Or should we make something a little bit different so that that doesn't feel out of place? This isn't final, but I quite like it there, but it just feels a bit flat, if you get what I mean. These have some cool details, and like, you know, you can see it and it looks all solar-y punk and all of that. These just look like a big cube. So let me know in the comments if you've got any ideas for that. But that allows us to create ourselves the flux plug over here and stick that in the back. And provided we can have an automatic way to put uraninite inside this, we can actually use this to power our base rather than the lava generator. So the way that we're going to be transporting all of our items into this reactor is using modular routers. Now I'm going to set that all up downstairs, but for that I'm going to need a sender module Mark III. The way that you make that is a sender module Mark I, which is a blank module and then a piston. You combine 4 of those in an ender pearl to get 4 of the Mark II, and then finally you can upgrade it to the Mark III. Now Mark II could be used here, but you'll see it has a range of 24, and we can upgrade it to 48. But if I'm completely honest, I think it's just easier to craft the Mark III. I believe that allows any kind of range. Oh wow, and it also works in any dimension. The way that we're going to set this is by shift right-clicking the front of our reactor. That will now set the target to where we're going to be dropping these items off. I'm now going to go downstairs into the Batcave. I'm now going to place a modular router just over here, like so, facing any direction. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to add in the puller module, press C to configure this, and I'm going to whitelist uraninite here. Make sure that that's on the whitelist rather than blacklist, and I'm going to set this to right, and that will pull into the buffer all of the uraninite that we've got. Now you'll also see it's incredibly slow, and so I'm going to add the speed upgrade, which should speed this up even more. I believe you can also add the stack upgrade, and that increases the stack count, but I think what we've got right now should be okay. Then I can add the sender module, and because we've set our target, it should now start sending that all the way up to our reactor. I'm going to quickly go up and just check that that's working. Okay, great. That is now working. You'll see it's now shooting out. Now, I've taken out all the speed upgrades just to demonstrate this really slowly, but you'll see it's now shooting out and it's actually going straight upwards. Now, that's cool, but we're seeing this animation. I really want to avoid it. So, if you add a few of these muffler upgrades, now, depending on how many upgrades you've got, depends on the actual effect. Now, we're going to be adding 3, and that will completely stop this whole particle and animation effect. And to mask this even more, I also want to add the camouflage upgrade. Now, if I shift right click on the block of industrial iron, I can add that back in, and it will now show that as a block of industrial iron, hiding away our modular router setup, which is actually sending all of our uraninite to our reactors. And lastly, I'm going to re-add those speed upgrades, which will increase the speed of how this functions. I should now see that when I take out the uraninite, it will now put it back in, and we are generating 38k Fe per tick. So this is now fully automated. We've got the ore production downstairs, we've got the reactor working, and that should be powering everything that we've got. I'm going to craft up that second reactor now, so we can make that look a bit more even. And I'll also need a second sender Mark III module, so I can send uraninite there as well. In the meantime, I forgot, in the back of our energy cell, I'm actually going to remove that flux plug and replace it with a flux point and set that to input. And that means that we've now got all of our machines downstairs all powered. Ooh, we could remove the magmatic generator now that we finished this. I'm wondering, is this a momentous occasion? You know what? I think it's for the best. Let's remove that magmatic generator. It's done amazing. It's played its purpose. But now I think it's time to retire the magmatic generator. Let's pop it on the wall over here. It's now retired. It's done its job. Well done, mate. You can rest. Because now we're in the nuclear age. And finally, I've just noticed the energizing rods are actually able to keep up with the power demand. We were struggling so much to keep these going, but now we can, and it is working perfectly. We could even pop down a couple more of these energizing rods. We got the 36 more reactors. Let's plonk that down over here. I've actually put the flux plug down here because that will actually connect to both of the reactors, I believe. So that will now absorb from both of the reactors, and I'm going to cover that in sheet metal so that it looks like there's a big wire around it. And I'm also going to add the spruce signs like I did with the other one. It just breaks up that texture and makes it look a little bit nicer. Great, let's have a look at that from afar. Yeah, okay, I'm actually quite happy with that. Originally, I was a little bit disappointed in the colouring of these, but it actually looks really nice with the spruce signs around it. I wonder what your thoughts are. But we need to add the sender module, so I'm going to shift right click over here, plop that in as well. Yep, that is also working. We'll pop that on auto mode. So we've got 2 reactors generating 40k Fe per tick, all going into a flux plug that's now hidden. I think we've now sorted our power problem out for a long time. To upgrade our ore miners, we need to get to this stage over here where we can summon Afrits, which will need the red chalk. Now the red chalk is crafted with Afrit essence, which I'll get to, that's easy, redstone, and then a torch flower. Torch flowers are an interesting one. They're a vanilla thing, and you get them from torch flower seeds. Now, in a regular game, you can get the torch flower seeds from sieving. However, obviously, we're playing Sieveless. The only other way we can get it is from getting a sniffer egg. And the only way we can get a sniffer egg is by using this guy over here, which is just not going to happen, or we can use the occultism ritual to summon ourselves in a wild horde drowned. And one of the loot drops that he gives is the sniffer egg, alongside a bunch of other random resources. Now, that requires us do the ritual Ozarin's Unbound Calling, which is this one down here, which requires its own set of chalks down here. The green chalk, incredibly easy. We just need the nature paste, and that is how we make it. Seeds, saplings, leaves, easy, easy, easy. The light blue chalk, which requires all the different types of ice crushed up. And then the pink chalk, which requires us to get demonic meat from a possessed zombified piglin. And luckily, we can get the crimson fungus and the warped fungus from the haunting recipe, so that's made that possible. But it does mean that we have to go and get these chalks now. Future Jim here, back again. I'm going to actually skip through a lot of this, because it's mostly just upgrading our current rituals all to the next tiers, and then doing a load of crafting recipes. And in fact, I'm going to fill the time with a little bit of a mini rant. I love occultism. In fact, it's probably one of the most underrated mods in ATM 10 to the Sky. But sitting here waiting for the rituals to work takes absolutely ages. I really wish they just buffed the speed of them. I can't really see the point in purposely making these rituals take ages. I've already done the hard grind of getting all of the materials that I needed, and I get that I could modify the ritual time in the configs, but this is the default experience. Honestly, it just forces me to use the time bottle on every single one of these recipes. I get that later on you can upgrade the bowl to make it faster, but even the next tier up only 4x's the speed, and so we'd still have to use the time in a bottle. We basically have to get all the way to the end of occultism progression to get the chalice, which performs the ritual instantly, which in my opinion just kind of defeats the whole point. Anyway, mini rant over. I do love occultism. It's one of my favorite mods. I just want to see more people use it, and I feel like it would be more accessible if the rituals took less time. We also needed to upgrade our foliate crusher to the genie miner because our foliate crusher couldn't crush the ice. And lastly, for that demonic meat, we summoned in the possessed zombified piglin. I popped him in a containment jar and then put him in the Drigmy farm, and that could generate the infinite demonic meat. Using all of the chalks that we just made, I then finished off the ritual and summoned in the wild horde drowned. Ooh, okay. Boom, and then he spawns in. Oh, whoa, okay. I did not realise there was multiple. Right, and they're really quick. Can I just catch one of them? I guess I'm just going to have to kill them. Right, I wasn't aware that was what was going to happen. Interesting. I didn't get what I needed from all of that, so I'm going to plonk down the creature catcher and another containment jar, and hopefully if I add that to my Drigmy farm, we should get it that way instead. Plonk that guy in that spot there. Hey, that took no time at all. We got ourselves the sniffer egg. Now, I'm not entirely sure how we can get this to grow quicker. If I craft myself a couple of vitalic source links. Now, I believe that the vitalic source links will actually speed up the baby growth. I'm not entirely sure if that works for the sniffer egg. By the looks of it, not. So I might have to time on this. Oh, I can't. Oh, am I really going to have to wait so long for this? Oh, that's going to suck. So I've moved it over to this moss block because apparently that cuts the time in half to 10 minutes. So I guess we're just going to have to wait out the 10 minutes. That sucks, but I don't really know of any other way. In the meantime, we might as well clean up our advanced oak hive because we need to make a proper place for it. And we're not going to do that this episode, but I got a comment last episode that OSHA's already having a complaint about this. We can craft ourselves up some bee cages and grab them from there. And then I should just be able to break the hive. And that works perfectly. It requires some... Ooh. Oh! He's done. Oh, we got a little baby sniffer. And you'll see in the growing time that that's about 36 minutes, but our vitalic source links should cut that down. You'll see when I'm looking at it, it is slowly cutting that down quite quickly. Oh, he makes cool noises. I honestly have not played around with this much. Whoa, okay. That took no time at all. I'm definitely keeping these vitalic source links for later. Now, he's got to go and do his job of sniffing. Oh, is that him doing it? Oh, it worked! It worked. Oh my gosh. Right, you're coming with me. Okay, we got quite lucky with that. That was the first time. I don't actually know what they can drop. So let's just contain him in a jar for now. There we go. Perfect. And we'll pop him in the Drigmy farm. And I think to commemorate this, we need to grab ourselves a botany pot and grow it that way. I'll craft it up like so. And we can even turn it into a hopping botany pot and place a drawer on top. And you know what? We can have that growing just over here. Oh, they've changed this. You have to give it a hoe? Interesting. I will plonk in a regular iron hoe for now. There we go. I believe that will now just grow. Yes, it does. Okay, fantastic. So we now have ourselves the torch flower that we needed to make the red chalk. That took so long. That took multiple hours just to get this torch flower. We then summoned in the possessed Afrit and bottled him up in one of our containment jars, popped him in the drinking farm, and we were finally able to get the Afrit essence. It took so long, but we're finally there. Wow, already we've got two. And then finally, the impure white chalk, and then the impure red chalk. That is great. And finally craft ourselves the red chalk. At this point, I was really wondering if we could get straight to the married tier, the blue chalk. It would be a little bit tough, but we required the conduit, which is made from Nautilus shells and a heart of the sea, both of which can come from the possessed Elder Guardian. So I made that fella, and again, popped him in the Drigme farm. If you right click him, his tail starts moving as well. That's quite funny. So I've AFK'd for a little bit, and we've got 7 heart of the sea and a bunch of Nautilus shells. I also removed our guy over here, just because he was generating a bunch of pottery shards, and they were clogging up the inventory slots, so I thought I'd put him in an item frame there in case you want to use him later. For any of the married rituals, we also required black chalk. Black chalk is made with netherite dust, wither roses, a wither skeleton skull, and then crushed blackstone. We didn't currently have access to the wither rose, and so I made a wild horde wither skeleton ritual and put him in the Drigme farm, and that allowed us to produce the wither roses. And after that, we could finally do the married ritual. And there we go, the impure black chalk. And we'll finish that off like so, which means we can finally finish off this ritual over here using the black chalk just there. And that's now complete. Perfect. And we'll pop all of our stuff in. The ghast here, the conduit. And then finally we get the book. Plonk that over here. And we have to use a trident. We got those from the mob farm, but also one of our possessed mobs drops them as well. And I believe I just have to throw it in vicinity. Yep, that's working now. You can see all the purple particles. That means it's working. So I'll speed this up. And I'm going to make sure to creature catch the married. Grab him. And then finally plonk this guy down. Capture him. You know the drill. Alongside this fella over here. Yes! And we finally got ourselves the married essence. To make the blue chalk, we need crushed lapis dust. That's easy. And then tube coral. I believe we actually have that. If I go up to our island over here, there's some coral blocks. And I think, is this the one that we're looking for? The blue one? Tube coral fan. I think that's the one. Impure blue chalk. That is now crafted. And then finally, we can throw that in and we have the blue chalk. That means if I go back into the pentacles, we have access to every single one of these rituals now. We also have this one on the left. And next episode, I'm sure we'll end up finishing off every single one of the chalks. But if you have a look, we now get access to the married master miner. Now, we're currently on the ore miner genie. We can upgrade that to the deep ore miner Afrit and then upgrade it again to the master miner married now. That will require a Nether star, so we're going to have to do a little bit of off-camera work, I reckon. And lastly, if we use that, we're able to craft ourselves the Eldritch Ancient Miner when we get 8 of these master marrieds. Welcome back to Sieveless. Today, we have BBL fever. No. You cannot start a video like that at all. I get that you've got your fancy new Minecraft trailer graphics, but our content has to be sensible. We've got to introduce the audience slowly into the video, not just dump them right into it and terrify them like that. Mate, have you seen our titles recently?
This ore processing method is crazy. This item changes literally everything. This method makes AE2 so easy.
Yeah, but I'm sure this one will be different. You know, we're working on AE2 and things like that.
This new router mod changes everything.
You need serious help. Yeah, you're probably right. Welcome back to Sieveless. So the first thing that I want to be doing this episode actually involves something that we did last episode, and I got a lot of comments about this. And it's to do with our ore processing. Now, you did not see graphite in this barrel. You did not see graphite. If anyone gets that reference, bonus points. So the first thing that I want to do is change that so that we don't get graphite. Now, unfortunately, the auto smelt functionality of our block breaker is not filterable. So I'm going to have to quickly just turn this off. The way I turn that off is just pull out the disc. And we'll go into our emergency hatch here. Now, I've built the exact same setup as we've got here. The advanced block breaker in my hand over here. But this one, you'll notice, does not actually have the auto smelting option on. However, the one in here does. So what we want to do is place some of the inventory cable on either side and actually turn off this power bit over here. We're going to then add both of our advanced block breakers here and just make sure that they're occupying the same space. So I need to move this one back one on the Z so it's in the same position it was earlier. We'll turn off the render area for that. Do the exact same for this. So they're now both occupying the same space. We'll pop them both on, let's say 5 ticks for now. We'll label those both up with power again, so they should now work accordingly. Now, we need to we'll pop in the auto smelter one into the left one, and we're going to deny coal ore and then deep slate coal ore as well. And that will basically block this thing from mining both of those ores, and make sure that's set to the deny list over here. I'm then going to do the exact opposite and press allow and drag both of those ores in from JEI. and use the one without auto smelting onto that. Oh, now just before I do that, I also need to set the drops teleporter to that side over there, so all of the items will go into that barrel. Push the labels, and that should now power it. Perfect. So I've now pushed both of the labels. They're both now receiving power, and the coal is being mined. If I go into this chest, I should now see that there is no graphite being produced, and we're only getting that coal back. Great, that is exactly what I wanted. If there's any other kind of resource that we want raw, I will do that as well. I think for now that is perfect. I will leave that be, and we can now start producing more coal rather than graphite that we're not going to use. Now, we might use the graphite later on for the extreme reactors, but for now we're not going to touch it. So I wanted to change things up a little bit from last episode. I wanted to make something that's from a brand new mod from All the Mods 10 to the Sky, and that is the BBL routers mod. Now, do not Google BBL tutorial. I found that out the hard way. This mod is created by Ben Law, the creator of such packs such as Techopolis, Seopolis, Skyopolis, etc. Really good mod packs. And so for that, we're going to need to use 2 importers and an exporter here, and a connector. And this is going to basically replace our modular router setup. Now, our modular router setup works absolutely fine, so you can still keep this. The only reason I want to try this is because it's a brand new mod to the pack, and it has really nice options for transporting RF, fluids, items, even chemicals from Mechanism, and Source from Ars Nouveau. And so what I'm going to do is whack on the exporter up on the top over here, and we can now filter the items that we want. So I'm going to use uraninite, redstone, and coal from over here, and pop all of those in the filter slots. I'm then going to get one of the item upgrades, and this will allow it to transport items. Now, obviously, you'd want to get the highest one, the item upgrade 4, but that's a little bit expensive, so I'm going to go 1 down. So I'm going to get the item upgrade 3. We're then going to plonk that into the bottom slot over here for our exporter. So now I'm going to go upstairs to our reactors, and if I place importers on the back of them, I can then use the connector as well that we made earlier. Right click that to add the importer position, and if we right click the exporter, that will now add the importer to the exporter, and we should see items going from there all the way up to our reactor. So let's go and see if that's working as intended. Perfect, so you can now see it's getting the uraninite, the coal, and the redstone all in its particular slots. I can also do the exact same for this importer. And now that I've added both of those importers, I should now be able to just pull out some redstone and it will instantly stock both of those up, like so. So that's actually really helped us because the modular router only has this 1 buffer slot. So to do the exact same thing, we need to make a modular router for every single one of those. So that's actually quite a nice mod. I've never played with it before, but it's actually been quite pleasant to try. And since we're doing that, we can also just take away our modular router setup, because modular routers is still useful, but we can do that another time. I also forgot to do this last episode. I needed to add water to our reactors because they didn't actually have any, which should increase the generating speed as well. Next thing I want to work on is upgrading our miners. Now, we've currently got the ore miner Genie here, and the next level is the deep ore miner Afrit. Now, all of these things are pretty simple. We have the essence being generated from our Drigmies. Crying obsidian is already being generated from our existing genie miners, but these echo shards are going to be the hardest thing. There's a few methods to get them, but most of them rely on getting ourselves the warden. Now, we can make a mob and pop him in our Drigmy farm called the possessed warden, which will drop those echo shards, as well as a bunch of assorted skulk items, which we really need. The problem is we need skulk to get him, so we're going to have to experience the deep dark. Now, in Sieveless, we have to use the Conjure Island Deep Dark. We've got a bunch of amethyst ready to go for this, so we can craft ourselves the Tablet of Conjure Island Deep Dark. I then picked up myself the Ritual Brazier alongside a fully filled source jar. I flew out 100 blocks or so and placed down an angel block so that we could build this far away from our base. I think here should be good. I'm going to right click with our angel block, plop the Ritual Brazier on top, right click with our tablet, and then pop the source jar next to it as well. Punch out that angel block and then right click again. And now we get ourselves the Deep Dark Island. Ooh, spooky. That suddenly turned really dark. Now, we've got to be a bit careful here, but I've got a bunch of wool with me, and I've got a creature catcher. And if I craft the projectile break extract, I should be able to shoot at all these shriekers, which should hopefully stop summoning the warden. I'll do it quite quickly. I'm also going to put F3B on because I've got a little cheese for the warden when he comes out. But for now, I'm going to pinch all of these sensors as well. Perfect, so we don't have to worry about the warden right now. And I can just literally pinch half of this island. Augmenting our break extract spell with AoE, I ended up taking up loads of skulk. And then I revealed that there was actually another skulk shrieker hiding underneath one of the blocks. But you probably want to see at least one little mishap with the warden. So we're going to summon him in by just standing on top of this skulk shrieker, and that should spawn him in if we do it a couple more times. There he is, and we'll literally just build around him like so, and cover him up. And that's the warden dealt with. He's just going to suffocate now. and I don't have to do anything. See, this is really easy, and it's also incredibly dark. I could pull out this one white wall block and probably help this along a little bit. Whoa, okay, he does hit us. Easy peasy, easy. I got spooked from that hidden skulk shrieker, so I actually ended up tearing down the entire island because I did not want any mishaps happening. So surprisingly, that went really well. No hiccups this time. So we need to make the possessed warden. This should be really easy. We just need to plonk all of our skulk in there, use our book of binding Afrit over here, sacrifice a cow, and we will get ourselves the warden, the possessed warden. Now I'm going to time one this, obviously, like I explained last episode, and we'll catch him in a creature catcher. Pop him in a containment jar. Oh, no, hold on. It would help if I had a containment jar. And just like that, I had officially jinxed myself. Luckily, the warden stayed put long enough for me to go get a creature catcher again. And then we popped him straight into a containment jar. If I plonk this fella down here, we should soon see that we will be getting all of those warden drops. Fantastic. We got a load of echo shards, some skulk, and smithing templates. That's really nice. But what we came here for was the echo shards. They're super useful. The first thing that I want to make is upgrading our void shimmer goo into the shadow pulse goo. That's a really easy craft, and we can now make the next tier of alloy, which I believe is the Eclipse alloy, and that's pretty expensive. You have to use blocks of netherite to make the raw Eclipse alloy. So we might not be making that right now, but the most interesting thing that I want to make is the time wand. The time wand requires time crystals. Time crystals come out from the budding time crystal blocks. It's a bit like amethyst or the geors. And the way that we get the budding time crystal block is by using the shadow pulse goo with budding amethyst. We've made budding amethyst quite a few times already, and that just involves melting down amethyst in our productive metalworks foundry. I should now be able to place down the shadow pulse goo on the floor like so, right click it with skulk and pop budding amethyst over the side of it. If I turn shaders off, I still haven't enabled that setting, you'll see it will spread to these blocks. And that should convert them all into the budding time crystal blocks. But you'll see they start absorbing the energy from this dimension and turning a different colour. Now it has to absorb energy from every single dimension. That is the overworld, then the nether, then the end, and then it will start producing the time crystals. The main challenge of this is that you can't break them with silk touch. You have to either use a cardboard box from Mechanism or the Just Dire Things swappers. And this is where that Eclipse alloy ingot comes into play. But right now we're not going to be doing this. This will be for a later episode. For now, what we can do is actually just move these manually with cardboard boxes. Now, I found that if they're taking a little bit of time, you can get the growth accelerator, the cranked one, and then just crank it for a little bit, and within one turn, it already turns them. So we can just pinch all of these guys, break them with Ultimine, and then our cranked growth accelerator as well. And then we can just head into the nether. And what we can do is just place down our cardboard boxes like we had before, with the growth accelerator there, the crank on top, shift right click all of these guys, crank it once, and all of them will turn into the next tier. We also then have to repeat this in the end. I'll speedrun that step for you, but this was a little bit daunting because the Ender Dragon was still there, and I don't entirely know what happens if the Ender Dragon comes near. I think it would actually break all of those blocks. So maybe in a later episode we definitely need to slay the Ender Dragon. And these are the things that now produce the time crystal clusters. So if I now crank this again, we should hopefully get a few of these clusters growing. So this is a fully grown one by the looks of it, and if I harvest that, I now get this time crystal. Now, if you keep them in your inventory, you're going to find that you get a lot of slowness or speed effects. And so I'm going to pop these in my backpack instead to mitigate all of those effects. And I'm just going to crank this a little bit more so that hopefully we get a couple more of these crystals. And you'll see that occasionally after the growth ticks, it will actually go back to its first state over here and no longer have any juice left in it. So you have to do that whole overworld process, then the nether, then all of that all over again. And that's why automating this really does help, but right now we can't really do that. Right, they are all depleted, so I'm just going to whack them over with a cardboard box and get out of here really quickly. So in total, we got 17 of those time crystals, so we can craft ourselves the basic time wand here. Because you've got wireless charging, that should automatically charge itself. There we go. And now we need to fill it up with time fluid. Now, if you look at the recipe for time fluid, what we need to do is drop a time crystal into polymorphic fluid, and we make polymorphic fluid by throwing the polymorphic catalyst into water. We did that for our polymorphic wand. Now, if I throw it all into the corner over here, both of those, I can just keep right-clicking, and it will instantly convert it into time fluid. And we've now got a fully charged time wand. Now, if you're familiar with the time in a bottle, you can shift right-click things to speed them up to its maximum of 256 times. Now, that uses stored time. The time wand does the exact same thing, but instead of using our stored time, it uses the time fluid that we created earlier. Now, obviously, we're going to have to make an automatic way of getting that time crystal, but I don't mind this being semi-automatic for a little bit. Great, so we've now got all of the materials required to upgrade our miners over to the deep ore miner. So I'm going to pull all of these guys out. Now, I'm not actually sure if they retain their enchantments, so this will be a little bit of a trial for me. But let's go over to our compact machine and test this all out. Now, I don't have a fully automatic method of doing this, so I'm just going to pop hoppers on top like so, and we will add all of the items required into these hoppers. And then lastly, I can craft all of my Book of Binding Afrits and pop them on top, and that should start doing it. Oh, we need the Afrit Essence as well, whoops. And if I pop the hopper over here, Afrit Essence, does that now work? Okay, right, so if you have all of the ingredients, it will then allow the book to be placed. So I should just be able to time on this. And that is incredibly quick. It does strip the enchantments off. That's a massive shame. Okay. So it might just be worth upgrading these guys to the next tier anyway. Is that doable? Is that doable? That is... In fact, that is completely doable to get the Master Miner married. We've got all of the things required minus the Nether Star, so I think maybe that's the next goal that we do. Also, that time wand just sped up things so much quicker. That has just improved our lives tenfold. Great, and we have now fully filled up our fluid tank lava, so I'm going to take away all of this stuff over here. And this allows us to have a little bit more space for our next set of machines. And that is the return of our friend, the simulation and the loot fabricator. Because we need to make ourselves nether stars. So I've seen a few ways to make nether stars, and one of the most common ways I've seen in Let's Plays is to use this Tome of Alkahestry, and I'd like to do that because we actually have almost everything to make it. However, one of the items to make the All the Mods Star is the Wither Compass, and that requires a Wither Prediction, which comes from a Wither data model from the simulation chamber over here. So no matter what, we're going to have to make a hostile neural network for the Wither anyway. So I think this is probably worthwhile doing now. So let's make ourselves a model framework. We already have the Deep Mob Learner, I think. We have a bunch of this tinted glass that we need, and soul sand here, which is not hard to come by because we can just throw it on here and do that. And let's grab quite a few of these Wither skeleton skulls. So let's train ourselves up one of those Deep Learner models. I might as well go into our compact machine and do this because I don't want anything going wrong. So let's make sure that we claim this entire area here, and we'll do this in a corner to make sure nothing goes wrong. For this Wither cage, I did the exact same setup as I did in my second or third episode where I first killed the Wither, but this setup is my favourite. It uses tinted glass from mob grinding utils, and the Wither cannot escape it. We're going to right click it with the model framework, pop it inside my Deep Learner. If I pop that in my curio slot, you can see in the top left that I've got 6 remaining Wither kills, and that will train it up to the basic model. So in total, we killed those 6 Withers that were required for the basic model tier. Perfect, so that is the Wither model upgraded to basic. I don't know how many more kills I can do of this. This is so slow and boring. And I'm glad we upgraded our power supply because look at the simulation cost over there, 2,560. Now, luckily, our generators are going to easily keep up with that, but that was something I wasn't actually expecting to be that high. So if I place my Wither into the simulation chamber and grab ourselves a bunch of prediction matrices, in fact, we're all out, so let me grab a whole stack of them. I'm hoping that should train the Wither in no time, and obviously we've got this time wand here, which will speed this up significantly. In fact, I might as well do it a load. And we got our first Wither predictions. Perfect. Now, if I pop all of them into my loot fabricator and click on the Nether Star, I will now be generating Nether Stars using our Wither predictions. That is amazing. We are now generating Nether Stars really easily. And you'll see the more that we use this model, the more the model accuracy goes up, meaning that we will get a higher chance of these Wither predictions. So we are generating these Nether Stars like crazy. We've already got 30. Now, off camera, I crafted myself an artisanal ritual satchel. I used this recipe down here. You can get the apprentice satchel and then upgrade it, but what this allows us to do is if I shift right click, I can add any of our ritual ingredients into this pouch. So I've got all of my chalks, I can add Wither skeleton skulls or regular skulls, even the spirit attuned crystals like so. And if I go into the ritual that I want in the book, for example this Euphoria inverted tower, and press the show multi-block preview and pop it down in the center, I can then right click and it will store all of the ingredients back into my pouch that I used to make the ritual. If I then right click it again on this block over here, that will then place all of those chalks and items, etc. for the previewed ritual, and it will use all of the chalk's durability from our ritual satchel. Okay, so let's now upgrade all of our miners. I believe we've got everything. We will find out very shortly if we don't. And hopefully, if I just right click there, right, okay, it's now crafting. So let's plonk all of those in there and time one this up like crazy. Hell yeah, we're now getting the Master Miner Marids. In fact, whilst I'm working on all of this, looking at our previous book, we had Fortune, Efficiency, and Mending. I can add Unbreaking to that. So if I pop my Experience hatch and right-click it, I'm just going to print a backup of this book. And what is our best way of getting an Unbreaking book? We can get all the way up to Unbreaking 5. The Ender IO enchanting coming in clutch again. That is such an easy recipe. Let's make some of those. So let us plonk all of that in like so. Unbreaking 3, fantastic. Let's get that up to Unbreaking 5. The way that we'll do that is just by putting our Unbreaking 3 book here and printing another one to upgrade it to Unbreaking 4. Plonk those two together. We've got our Unbreaking 4 book. Do the exact same with this one. And that is Unbreaking 5. If I combine that with our previous enchanted book, we now have the perfect book to add to every single one of our Master Miner Marids. So let's generate 4 of those books and keep this one as a backup. Great, that is 4 of those books that we needed. And we're obviously going to need a ton of levels just to apply this to each of these miners. There we go, and let's go back down and place them in and see if this is all working now with our existing code. So you'll see it's now generating those ores, and you'll see it is getting some of those deep slate ores. Now we can currently keep up with the demand for these ores. Oh, I think. We should also get access to some of the ores that we didn't have before, mainly the deep slate ores. One of the biggest things that I'm looking forward to is the mining dimensional core pieces. And then somewhere in here, yeah, I saw this Stellar Arcanum ore, which will actually be really good because later on we can actually make this whole setup obsolete because of it. And apparently we're also getting ancient debris. I didn't realise. That's interesting. For now, I'm going to tweak the settings over here and change this 6,000 to probably 3 times that. But I might as well keep monitoring our miners because they might run out of durability. But luckily, you'll see they've got a lot more durability than the previous miner. So hopefully that's not the case, but I'll let you know and I might tweak that code. If I do tweak that code, that will be available on my Discord server, so check down in there. Now that we've got all that set up, I think we should upgrade our applied energistics and get our storage up to par with the rest of our stuff. Right now our storage is a little bit scattered. We've got all of our ores down there. We've got a Drigmy farm all the way through there. It's really chaotic, so I think we can upgrade it. So the first thing that we need to make out of all of this is the crystal assembler. Everything here looks simple apart from the extended machine frame, which requires entro infused ingots. And that's not too difficult, but it requires the entro dust, which comes from entro crystals, which comes from a budding entro crystal block. And the way that we get that is by first crafting ourselves the entro seed. And so now that we've got our entro seed, we just need to get ourselves a fluix block. I'm going to grab our cranked growth accelerator here. Let's plop that down, plop the fluix block down. I'm just going to surround it with cobblestone so that only this side is going to have the growing face. And if I right-click with an entro seed onto this fluix block, we will now get the budding fully entralized block. I explained this a little bit poorly, so I'm going to use post-commentary to fix this. Basically, this budding block acts as one of those gears that we saw earlier, and similarly to the time crystal, it has a durability, meaning that this block will degrade into a regular Certus quartz block. So we have to try and get as much entro crystal out of it before that eventually changes. If that does happen, we just have to plop down a new fluix crystal block and then whack an entro seed onto that as well. Okay, that's not bad, and you'll see that once that's finished, it will turn into a Certus quartz block rather than the fluix block. So I'm going to do this one last time and hopefully get as much of this entro crystal as possible. Great, so in total we got a stack and a half of entro crystal. That should be more than enough that we need. And to make that entro infused ingot, we needed the entro dust, so we'll pop that in the crusher, gold, and then lapis. So let's make half a stack of that for now. Exactly the same as our fluix dust. If I just throw all of that down into this puddle, we should get the entro infused ingots. Yeah, check that out. And so hopefully we can now have all of those things to make ourselves the crystal assembler. Perfect. And for now, we're using 6 out of 8 of those channels from our P2P network. So if I just plonk that here and plop a pattern provider, that should turn that into 7. Yep. So we've only got room for one more, but that allows us to make some of the crystal assembler recipes. And if I export into that pattern provider, we now have that automatically working, and we can now do some of the recipes that are required for all of this. And there are a lot of recipes that we can be using in that crystal assembler. I'd also really like to get my hands on the reaction chamber here. That's from the advanced AE mod, and I'm going to plonk that up here and pop another pattern provider beside it as well. Now, both of these actually have some really interesting recipes. The reaction chamber is usually used to make fluix crystals or all these other things, and we can actually make our entro infused ingots this way. We also have the ability to duplicate our Certus quartz by having 16 dust and 16 charged Certus quartz, making 64 Certus quartz. And I definitely want to be doing this, as well as a duplicating Fluix crystal recipe here by using Fluix dust and charged Certus crystal. So I'm hoping we can use all of that to actually generate loads of Certus quartz for us. Now, all of that requires water, so we probably need to get ourselves an infinite source of water for our system. I think what I'm probably going to do is make the infinity water cell, which isn't too difficult at all. We just need that 16k crafting component, which I believe we can make right now, and 3 water buckets. Perfect, that is the infinity water cell, and to use that cell we need to have ourselves a ME drive and plonk that somewhere on our network. My best guess is this spot over here that I just cleared earlier and didn't tell you about. And we're also going to increase the priority of this because I'm going to store all of our infinity discs over here. So if I go into my AE system now, water should be here. I've got 2.1 billion water buckets, and the cool thing is that if I've got some buckets in my system, I can actually just left click and grab a bucket of water and right click to store that away. And now that we've got water stored inside our system, that does mean that we can use it for recipes with the reaction chamber. So if I go into here, for example, and add that recipe here, which allows us to use charged Certus quartz dust, and water to create Certus quartz crystal, I can also pop all of these other existing recipes in here as well. Oh, I also didn't add a recipe for Certus quartz dust, so I can do that here by just encoding that recipe over here and actually just using the regular Certus quartz crystal. And in fact, I'm actually going to change this recipe and make it in batches of 64 to 64. This means that we'll be crafting up big batches of Certus quartz crystal. And if I pop my processing recipes over here, so that's where the crushing one goes, and I'll pop 2 in the reaction chamber over here, I now have all of my Certus quartz recipes on autocraft. And I can craft myself an ME requester. If I pop that somewhere on my network, for now I'm just going to plop it here temporarily. Anything that I've now got an auto-crafted recipe for, I can now request that we reach a certain stockpile of it. So for example, Certus quartz dust, regular Certus quartz, and the charged crystal, I want to pop every single one in here and stock 512 in batches of 64. Now what that means is we're going to want to try and stock 512 of the Certus quartz, and if we don't have that, it will craft 64 at a time to try and make up to that amount. I'm going to do that with every single one of these requests. And if I press submit on all of those, you'll see it's now going to start trying to craft all of those ingredients, where it's now using our CPUs to request and craft all of those ingredients. Okay, that's really strange. The reaction chamber itself actually requires power. You'll see right now it says device online, but if I pop the pattern provider over to the side of it, it'll actually say device offline. So I need to route another cable into the reaction chamber so that it gets powered. Maybe I'm doing something wrong here, but I don't entirely know why that's the case. Either way, we've got that set up and we can add our processing patterns back in. And if I re-enable my request star, we should now see that things are going in, and yes, we are now processing it. It now has energy, and I'll set the export side to make sure that we're just pushing into that pattern provider. Perfect. So we are now generating Certus quartz and trying to get all of these up to 512. Apparently this does also allow for acceleration cards, so I'm going to pop some of those in there, and wow, that has definitely accelerated it a lot quicker. I think the crystal assembler can also have acceleration cards, so I'll pop them in there. I think the slowest part of our system right now is the advanced crushing factory, so I might pop some more speed and energy upgrades in there. And in fact, these are all green now, which I believe that means that we've now reached that threshold. We have. Wow, look at how quick that was. So the next one I definitely want to do is this recipe here where we can duplicate Fluix crystal. Let's encode that pattern over here, and we also need to encode crushing Fluix dust over here. I'll pop that in the reaction chamber, pop that in the crushing thingy over here, and let's request ourselves... Oh, you don't seem to be able to drag and drop into this interface. That's a bit of a shame. So I guess I'm going to have to grab both of those and request them like so. And I think we'll do the exact same, 512 in batch sizes of 64. Now, we are missing ingredients, which I believe means that we should crush up all of our remaining Fluix crystals, which should turn that into Fluix crystals over here. Great, okay, so that's now starting that chain process, meaning that we should end up having 512 Fluix crystals in literally no time at all. We can even watch the reaction chamber just produce them like crazy. This is really cool. And yeah, after time wanding the crushing factory, we are now generating Fluix crystals so quickly. So we now have infinite Certus quartz, infinite Fluix crystal, and we can also, I guess there's probably something here. Yeah, we could also make infinite Entro crystals, so we definitely have to try this as well. Now, I believe we're out of space on our ME requester. You can't actually drag this down. I think it only allows for 5 slots, so we'll have to make a second ME requester. But if I plonk that down on the side over here, we've got enough channels for it. I should now be able to add our recipe here to craft those, and our Entro crystal recipe here. I'll change the size of these to 64 and 64. In fact, I also need to go and change this pattern here for the crushing of Fluix crystal to 64, 64 and encode that. Pop that in the reaction chamber. And so we've set up the ME requester for both of those entro crystal clusters. If I pop all of that in, it should now craft those up, I think he said. Yep, that's now working. Let's boost this all, and hopefully that's also now producing loads of entro crystals as well. Yeah, it is. I'm going to let this run in the background, and hopefully by the end of this, we should have 512 of every single thing to do with AE in our system. Whoops, and something I totally forgot. I wasn't actually supposed to put the requesters on the P2P line over here. I was actually supposed to put it on the dense cable line right next to it. If you break these, they do lose everything inside of them, but you can use a cardboard box to transport them, and it will retain everything inside. We've finally now reached that threshold of 512 of every single one of these items here. So that will make auto crafting and everything like that a lot easier. I'll also encode that recipe to make entro infused ingots and pop that in the reaction chamber as well. I won't make that on auto craft, but it might be worth grabbing ourselves quite a few of that as well. Something that I really want to automate is the Fluix ME cable, and more specifically the smart cable, because I think we can actually upgrade everything to be using the smart cable now that we've got infinite ways of generating the wool, and we've got the redstone and glowstone being generated by our farm. So I've now crafted every single one of those recipes, and let's go upstairs and plonk them in the correct slots. I do also really want to upgrade our molecular assemblers very soon. So let's try and make ourselves 64 of this smart cable and then 64 of this dense smart cable, which I believe we can afford. That's really nice. Great, so we now have 2 stacks, 1 stack of smart cable and 1 stack of the dense smart cable, and we can now upgrade every single one of our cables here.
4 hours later.
So I have completely reworked the cabling of this room. If I grab my network tool, you'll see that we've now got all of that dense cable running through here, and coloured cables do not connect to any other coloured network, but any of the generic Fluix cables do. So you'll see this network here just uses the regular Fluix cable and then connects into that blue network cable here. Now my factory room is going to be powered through this blue ME dense cable all around this area here. This orange network I've yet to determine, but this blue network here, if I just poke my way through up into the ceiling, the blue network is actually our crafting CPUs and our molecular assemblers over here. So that should split things up a little bit easier, and we're no longer using P2P to confuse things up a little bit. So now that we've got that all set up, I think it's important to sort out the storage once and for all, because right now we are relying on these chests over here that are already really full. And of course, if I go back downstairs, we've got a ton of these ingots and stuff that's been processed. And right now they're just sitting here. We're not actually able to use them in our system. We have to manually drag them back and forth. So there's a few ways we could be doing the system. I've got a couple of ideas and I want to run them past you first. The first thing that I want to create is a compacting drawer. Now, if I plonk one down here as an example, and I grab some golden nuggets and put them in the bottom right slot, you'll see that all of these are compacting each other, so nuggets to ingots and ingots to blocks. And this works with basically any of our blocks, so I've got this modern industrialization antimony ingots, and that works as well. So I'll give you a little demo of how this is going to work. I can use the storage controller, which is the exact same as the sophisticated storage one, but for functional storage. And if I pop a storage bus on the side like so, that allows me to interface with this block and pull in and take out of it. So the way that I'm going to have this set up is that I want my infinite disk cell to have the highest priority possible. In this case, I've just put 999. I want the storage controller's priority to be higher than my regular storage priority. Now, right now, our regular storage is just this storage controller hooked up to our storage chests over here. But eventually this will be a disk drive with all of our storage in it. But I want this to be the second highest priority. So in this case, I'm going to bump that up to, let's say, 10 for now. If I craft myself the linking tool and hold that in my hand, I can then right-click this drawer and it will show me the range of the storage controller. And you can see it's quite small. I have to place all of my compacting drawers in this space. However, if I open this up, I can add copper upgrades, which allows the range to be extended. Now, I've put 4 in there, and I don't know how that's going to look, so let's just go outside, and you can see this has expanded the boundary. Oh yeah, this definitely covers our entire base. Oh, that does way too much. I was not expecting it to do that much. Oh well. So I'm now going to create a wall of these compacting drawers just over here. And this will contain every single one of our compacted recipes. So for example, that is iron nuggets there, and that will allow us to have iron and iron blocks. Also, once you've set it, my advice would be to lock the drawer. You can do that with a configuration tool set to locking mode. and then we can add the drawer like so. Another little mini tip for you is that you can actually shift right click it to be on single or multiple mode. I'm going to select multiple mode, right click my first one, and then right click the last one, and that will add all of those drawers to my controller. I'm also going to add a second set of drawers over on this side around here. And this works for things that maybe don't compress down into nugget form. So for example, redstone or lapis. You can also do 2x2 recipes. So for example, quartz here, that works. And in fact, it might actually be worth putting down our Certus quartz and fluix crystal here to get the blocks form of those. We can chuck down amethyst as well, glowstone, things like that. Really useful recipes like that. So I've got a decent selection of things hooked up now. A bunch of our metals all into blocks and nuggets forms, and then all of our single compactations. And the way that I can now fill up those drawers with all of our existing items is actually quite interesting. I'm going to need an ME import bus, and I'm going to make sure that I've got a lot of acceleration cards. I think I can get away with 4. And instead of having this storage bus connected to our storage controller, I'm actually going to pull that off and replace that with our import bus on the side like so, and pop all of our acceleration cards in. And that should put anything that matches our compacting drawers from the chest into the compacting drawers. You'll see it's now filling up all of our inventories here. And I believe that is now done because I'm not seeing anything move anymore. This gives us another little chance to check over and see if there's anything in here that I've actually missed. Oh, no, I saw something. Coal, that's one that I've missed. Also things like Cinnabar and all the Zycraft gems. I think I'll leave them be for now. I also dragged my results barrel from our ore processing over to the storage and tried importing that barrel into our compacting drawers. The problem was we didn't have enough storage space to actually store all of the items from our ore processing. And so I popped the barrel back to where it was and crafted myself up 64 diamond upgrades from functional storage. I also crafted up 64 void upgrades. So if I add my simple diamond upgrade to, let's say, our copper chest, you'll see that the max amount will increase significantly. We're now able to store from 512 of those blocks to 12.3k. Now, if we ever maxed out on that storage, I don't want any of the items going into the other parts of our system. I want them to always go into the system, and if there's not room for them, I want them to void them. And that is where this void upgrade comes in. It will try to input items. If there's space, it will put them in. If there's not space, it will just void them entirely. Now, I know that might seem wasteful since we're actually just deleting copper that we're making, but this makes sure that we never overfill our regular system. And if we do want to have more copper, we can just add more upgrades into our drawers. So for now, I'm going to go through every single one of these drawers and add void upgrades and a diamond upgrade. So we are finally going to be moving away from our diamond chests. I set the requesters to have really high numbers and waited like probably about 2 hours for all of these to fulfill. So we now have like 4,000 fluix, 8,000 Certus quartz. I left the intro at whatever it was because it just doesn't really matter right now. We don't need that much. I've made 2 ME drives and I've used cable anchors to just make sure that it's just connected to this network over here using this controller face over down there. And if I plop both of those down, I'm happy leaving them at priority 0 because we're actually going to be removing our storage controller. But each of these ME drives can hold 10 slots. Now I could make the, I believe it's called the extended ME drive, this one here, which actually allows you to store 20 drives, but right now I think this is fine. And so let's craft our first batch of 10 256k ME storage cells. And yeah, this is going to require a lot of storage bytes. In fact, 18,000. I'm going to need to get a 64k storage component to actually just replace one of our existing crafting CPU storages. Perfect. I will go upstairs and just replace that by just right-clicking one of the crafting storages. We had that 16k one from last episode. I guess we're going to have straight away, we're going to have to move up to 64k. That lasted one whole episode. So let's craft ourselves 10 of those, and we can do it by the looks of it. It's going to use 3,200 charged Certus quartz. I decided that instead of crafting 10 straight off the bat, I think I would do a smaller portion, maybe something like 4. So that I could see how many disks we'd probably need for the existing storage that we've currently got. Okay, so that is 4 of our 256k ME storages, and I'm going to give you a brief overview of how we're going to be storing our items. Now, the bytes count is how many of the item we can actually store. Now, we can store a ton in these 256 ME item storage cells, but we're limited by types. Now, we can only store 63 types in this cell, and in fact, every single storage cell has that same limit of 63 types. Now, I believe AE2 Things is in here, which is the storage for dummies, these. So if you're used to refined storage where that type doesn't matter, use these discs. They're a little bit more expensive, requiring the netherite and amethyst, but that means you don't have to have any type limit at all. I personally don't mind the type limit, so I'm going to keep this on. We're going to be very wasteful with these cells because we can actually store a ton of the items, but we're going to be limited by those types. So despite the fact that we might only have, let's say, 2 raw cod, we could store thousands and thousands of cod using that one same type. So very wasteful, but oh well. We're generating infinite resources anyway, so it's not like we can just make more. But what I will do is I will pop my discs in here, making sure that the priority is 0 for this. And we'll do what we did a minute ago, where we pop the import bus in there and then add our acceleration upgrades. And we should see, if I go in here, all of our discs are now filling up with the bytes and the types. And if we look at the indicator, we can see that that yellow means that we've filled up on types but not bytes, which means we're probably wasting a lot of storage. Oh, and I thought that was going to happen. We have now filled up the type count for all of these discs. Okay, so our 4 discs have cleared out that top chest, half cleared out the second chest. Oh my gosh, we have so many items. How's it going to clear through all of this? I would actually say we're going to need the entire disc filled with 256 cells. And we're going to have to craft... How many was left? 6? Well, we can craft it, so I guess I'm just going to have to let that happen in the meantime. And whilst that's cooking up, we've got 4 out of 6 right now, so we've got a little bit of time. I was thinking of a way of how we can connect this and this to our system up here. And I realised we could just connect our SFM system up to our network using an interface to pull and push items. And so I want to try and run an inventory cable from our machines over there all the way into here. Now obviously that's going to be a little bit of a challenge, and so I want to get myself a personal shrinking device. If I charge that up, oh, it's charging up from wireless. If I right click this, I can now set what size I want to be. So I can actually set myself to be the smallest size possible and shift right click, and I will now be absolutely tiny. I am literally 2 pixels tall. How crazy is that? But that will allow me to go under and through all of this stuff to try and get down to my inventory cables. And I'll speedrun this part just to save you the effort. I found out exactly where our inventory cables intersect with this line that I was building. And then I built more cables to connect us very close to our controller. If I hold my network cable in my hand, I can now see that connection. So we can see that I've pulled that inventory cable all the way up through to this main part here, right near our controller. And I should be able to pull down from here, grab that cable and pop that right next to here as an ME interface. So now that inventory cable is touching that interface. And I've got an idea for the code. I want to pull absolutely everything from here. Ow, thank you, Stellarite. I want to pull absolutely everything from here and put it into that interface over there. And I also want to take any remaining items from this chest that aren't ores. So here's my code over here. I'm now going to input everything without the tag C ores. So here we did all of the ores. They went into the placer over here, so they got processed. So we're going to do everything without that tag, meaning all of the remaining items. We're also going to pull everything from that smelted barrel and then output everything over to the interface. So we're going to pull our labels and click on smelted and set our smelted barrel over here. All of those smelted results are going into that barrel. We're then going to shift right click again and find the interface and select our ME interface up here, like so. And if I push my labels, all of those items from here should now be getting removed. That's amazing. All of the items from here should also now be getting removed. And I just want to check that no ores are going into our system. So if I just type ore, I'm not seeing anything that's ore related go into our system. These ones were already here. So we have now automated all of this barrel here going into our system. And I believe in that time that I was setting up that system, all of our storage disks are now done. So let's plonk them all in like so, and let's watch that fill up. I'm hoping that this disk will be enough to store absolutely everything that we've got.
Another hour later.
You'll never guess what. We've filled up the storage again. We got through this chest, this chest, this chest, and there's only this left. So I said screw it and filled up an entirely new ME drive with 256k storage cells, so that we should be done with our storage issues forever. Or at least this episode. And it is finally all gone. We can break every single one of these chests now, and now our storage setup that we set up as a temporary thing is now finally gone, and we can do something with this space finally. Oh, that's been so long. Also, one thing I remembered is obviously we are filling up our reactors using this exporter from BBL. Now, that's not going to work anymore, so I'm going to set that up again using our interface here. The cool thing about the ME interface is obviously we've got items coming into our system through it. However, we can also have items coming out. So if I export coal and set that to, let's say, 64, I can also do that with uraninite and with redstone dust all set to 64, and I can reset up this exporter so that it pushes those into that system, because if I take out that redstone dust, it instantly restocks it. So I'm going to add that exporter on the side of this interface over here and filter all of those items, set the item upgrade to 3. I can right click, add that importer position, go all the way back down and right click on that exporter. Yep, there we go. So that is now completely restocking every single one of the items using the BBL routers instead. I'm also just going to add a speed upgrade 3, and that should hopefully just mean that it restocks a little bit quicker. But that's really useful. That's how you can use an interface to not only push in items into your system, but also take out. Also, I know full well what people are going to tell me. I'm predicting my audience already. Right, I'm going to grab my pickaxe, and instead of shift right clicking here for my drops teleporter, I'm actually going to use drops teleporter directly on the interface. I can now go back into my code and completely remove this smelted label over here. Shift click, which will fix the issues, basically removing all of those other labels that are now no longer used. And so now we don't even need this anymore. I can place some dirt in this spot and rebuild our network, and now we have a fully cleaned up setup. Unfortunately, there's no way to remove this barrel over here because we still need to use that to use the splitting up functionality. Hey guys, I'm finally back from making that video essay. Lads?
You left us.
It was 10 days, okay?
We've had OSHA on the phone again about your bee setup.
What?
It's unsafe. The bees have been getting... They've been getting cyber psychosis from the simulators.
Okay, I'll make a proper place for them then.
You better.
Yeah, I will, don't worry.
Or I'll make a lawn base.
Don't you dare.
I will, I promise.
Not after the last video, man. Not after the last video. Welcome back to Sieveless. Welcome back to Sieveless. And oh my gosh, has it been a while since we last made a video on Sieveless. And you will see that we've got a little build here in our schematic cannon, but before I show that off, I think we need to get on with getting ourselves creative flight and more importantly, killing the Ender Dragon. We've delayed it for so many episodes, so until we kill the Ender Dragon, I'm not going to be placing this in the world, which means we do need to get geared up a little bit, and I'm not entirely sure what bow options we've got available. Ooh, I'm thinking that we go for the Eclipse alloy bow from Just Dire Things. We can get the homing arrow, and there's a couple of other effects on there, but I think that might be quite useful. It's not as expensive as I thought. It requires Eclipse alloy, which means we do need to get netherite blocks, and luckily we've got a bit of a stash of this netherite scrap. And I know you guys, if I crafted the vanilla recipe for this, I'm going to get a bunch of comments, so I'm going to make myself the Oratech Foundry, and I've not really got a place to pop it right now, so I think I'm going to commit a cardinal sin and just plonk it temporarily down here. Now, Oratech machines are quite interesting. It comes out with an outline of where it's going to be placed, so when you place it down originally, nothing's going to happen until you add these different machine cores. As it says in the description, better cores only allow for more add-on extenders, and right now we're not going to be touching the extenders, so I'm just going to craft the basic machine cores, and we're going to need 3 of them to fill up those 3 spots, and you can place them in manually like so, or if I right click the actual foundry block itself with the cores, it's going to place them in where they need to go. And if I right click again on the last bit, it's now going to assemble the machine, and the animations for Oratech machines are stunning. Look at that. Now I do find that sometimes the ports don't update, so you do have to replace your wires occasionally, but that's now given us access to the foundry. Now the reason I crafted that is because there's a recipe in here. Gosh, there's like tons of recipes for it, but this was the recipe I was going for. 1 gold ingot and 1 netherite scrap for 1 netherite ingot. And normally this is the recipe, so we're actually saving 4 times the material here. So let's grab a stack of both of those and craft ourselves up some netherite and use the time wand over here, and that should speed it up. Yeah, that's doing really well. In the meantime, whilst that's all cooking up, I want to get that homing upgrade to add straight onto our bow. Not a difficult craft at all, easy done. Perfect, that is now 64 of the netherite ingots. I'm going to compact that so we can get 6 of the netherite blocks. I've got the shallow pulse goo over here. We're going to right click it with the skulk and then pop every single one of those netherite blocks over here. And that should convert it down into Eclipse alloy. Sorted. Right, let's break all of that and smelt that up. And yes, I'm going to clear this up, don't worry. There we go, we've gone pack away on all of that, and we should have the Eclipse alloy ingots there. Perfect. So let's craft ourselves up that bow. Doesn't look like it's going to require much, just 3 of them. Obviously going to need some arrows, and we've got tons of those. We'll go into the smithing table and apply that upgrade here. Just the same as all the other Just Dire Things items, if I shift right click, I can now enable and disable my homing arrow. So that will come in handy later. What other upgrades can we get on this? And we might as well try our luck at an enchant on our Eclipse alloy bow. I'm looking right now, we could get into the Apothec enchanting bookshelves, but I think for now we've got some draconian blocks and we've got some spirit tuned crystals, and that should get us to a decently high level of enchantment. You'll see here, regular bookshelves gives us a +2 with a max of 30. But draconian blocks are actually 4 times the amount of a regular bookshelf. And the spirit attuned crystal gives us 3 with a maximum of 45. So that'll actually bump our level all the way up to a 45 level enchantment. So we'll try and balance this up. I don't entirely know how this is going to go. Maybe something like that. And that should be 45. Yep, perfect. Right, let's give that a go. And we got power 5, punch 2, and soulbound. That is fantastic. That's exactly what we needed to fight the Ender Dragon. So I think we are now ready to go and fight the Ender Dragon. If you remember before, I had a waystone set in the end. And so we should be able to just spawn straight next to the portal that we came in with. Right, okay, we are back in the end. And I don't think this will be too difficult. I'm hoping that the homing arrows just go straight to the... What is going on with this arrow? Oh, okay, right. So the homing arrows do go for the Ender Dragon, but they don't go for the crystals. That is interesting and good to know. But luckily, our jetpack just blazes through these. We can literally just hover and shoot them, and I'm a terrible aim. You're going to have to excuse the worst aim you've probably ever seen. And before too long, we had killed the Ender Dragon. It took absolutely no time at all. The hardest part was probably just getting the Ender Crystals, because after that, the homing upgrade just took over and wiped out the rest of the dragon's health. Oh, right, okay, so he's perching. I'm just going to go and do a slash home, and let's see if I can grab myself a model framework. We'll grab our deep learner as well, and we're going to use slash back and hopefully be able to capture the model for this Ender Dragon. Just need to right click it, pop it in the deep learner, and then whack our deep learner on. I've got that model framework because I think we might need it for later on, mainly for the dragon egg. This is definitely going a lot quicker. Almost done, and I probably... Oh, whoa, okay. Almost died from the old dragon breath down there. And one more hit. Yeah, nice, nice, nice. Hey, nice. Okay, so what does this guy actually drop? Let's see if we get anything interesting. And these shaders, man, these look insane. Whoa, okay. Ow, flashbang, thank you. We did get ourselves the Dragon Heart from Draconic Evo, and that allows us to get up to, I believe, the next tier, which is the Awakened Draconian block. Interesting. Okay, so we're definitely going to be needing a lot more of those Dragon Hearts, so I think we're good for now, though. And let's try and grab ourselves this Dragon Egg. I'm going to right-click it and hopefully... Okay, right over here. We'll pop a torch underneath there and drop it on top like so, and boom, we got the dragon egg. Oh, and a bunch of the dragon's loot actually dropped over here. Let's see if we get anything interesting. Nothing too cool. We got some dragon scales from Mystical Agriculture, which lets us craft dragon egg seeds. By the looks of things, we can only really get dragon eggs from either that method or the Ender Dragon predictions. We could do the extractor, but that's late game because we need Kivy, and we still don't have access to it. And what on earth is up with you, mate? Chill, my guy. But the biggest thing I came here for was access to this puppy over here, the End Gateway. If I throw an Ender Pearl through there, we'll teleport to a random island, and I'm hoping we're going to get ourselves some chorus fruit. No, but we are going to anger every single Enderman near us. Right, okay, let's just fly away. There are some really creepy parts to the end. What on earth is this biome? Nullscape Shadowlands. If you see in the distance, I'm seeing some chorus fruit, so hopefully that can be us. I'll take a few of these home with me, and it seems that the Enderman actually followed us here as well. So then I made sure to grab a chorus flower and then a bunch of chorus fruit. We also need some phantom membrane, and I think phantom spawn in this nullscape biome. I've just found one here. Let me grab one in a creature catcher, because I think we're going to need a few more than just the one. Or completely miss. Oh, I missed again. Come on, third time's the charm. Missed again? What? I had the worst luck in catching this phantom, but eventually we got him in the creature catcher, brought him all the way home, and popped him in a containment jar. And all we need to do is just plonk it down over here. Perfect, so we've got ourselves a little bit of phantom membrane. And what did I need the phantom membrane and the chorus fruit for? Well, chances are most of you guys probably know already. We need to craft ourselves the potion of flight, specifically the 30-minute one. And that just requires us getting the 15-minute one with a bit of redstone, the 8-minute one with a bit of redstone, levitation with popped chorus fruit, and the way that we get that is the slow falling potion with a fermented spiderite, and we get the slow falling potion from phantom membrane that we made just a second ago. Now, the way that I craft it is by just whacking down a brewing stand like this and popping a hopper on top. Grab yourself the water bottles and place them inside, as well as adding the blaze powder in the top left slot like so. And then all you need to do is add the wart, the phantom membrane, fermented spiderite, popped chorus fruit, and then 2 redstone dust, and that should just automate itself through those recipes. Now, I'm going to use the time wand, and that should Instantly do it, like so. Brilliant. And we've got 3 of the potions that we needed. Now, I could just sip them and get creative flight for the 30 minutes. However, if we craft ourselves the infusion pylon from the pylons mod, and we get ourselves a potion filter, that requires some cyan terracotta, which is really easy to make. And we grab that. If I pop my potion filter in the offhand and then right click my potion of flying and absorb that potion into the potion filter, you'll see that it needs 3600 seconds of a potion. That's an hour of a potion. And once you've done that, you'll get infinite of that potion type. So in this case, we might be able to just do 2 of the potions of flying and that will fill up our potion filter card. In this case, it did the whole thing. You might have to drink that 3rd potion because sometimes it minuses a second off of it if you're not lucky enough. So it's always best to have that 3rd potion anyway. But in this case, we only did it in 2, so that is perfect. And we might as well throw away that 3rd potion. If I plonk down the infusion pylon, let's do it over here, and then whack that potion filter in, we will now have creative flight. I'm going to take off my jetpack and let's test this out. Double tap space. We are now flying. This is brilliant. Oh, and I can finally walk around my base properly now. We can actually see the solar panel in action. That is fantastic. Also, because we have creative flight, we can now not take any fall damage. Check that out. How cool is that? And we might as well pop on our chest plate to finish the look off. And I guess for now we can bid farewell to the armored jetpack. It served its purpose and we are now done with it. Now I said last episode we were going to get rid of this inscriber setup. It's taken up too much space. And so we will be doing that right now. We've got the crystal assembler. If you remember, we crafted this last episode. We also crafted ourselves up that reaction chamber as well. And if I go into my terminal, or actually more specifically our requesters, you'll see we now have loads of the Entro dust in stock and loads of the Fluix and regular Certus quartz in stock. That's 8,000 and 4,000. That is insane. We could craft the upgraded version of the inscriber called the extended inscriber, and that allows you to do 4 jobs at once, but there is actually a better thing called a circuit slicer. It uses all of the applied Energistics presses that we've made earlier, along with a couple of components over here, and if I have a look at the recipes and what we can do here, it allows you to put in the block form of something. So for example, these logic circuits, we can put in a block of gold and it will do 9 at a time. This will significantly speed up how many circuits we're actually able to produce. And then once we've got those, we can use the crystal assembler, and 4 of each of these will actually craft 4 processors. So we've skipped out on the inscriber at the end to craft the final product, and we've skipped out on slicing up the circuits. So I think it's time that we made that. Now we made all the presses using this recipe here, but you can actually duplicate your presses by putting an iron block in its place in the inscriber. So I've got 8 of each individual inscriber. Now we're not going to be using those, but it's good to have them as a backup. However, we do need this concurrent one, and that's got a little bit of a funky recipe, so we might have to go and craft this up in the assembler. We'll grab 4 of those because I'm sure we're going to be making some more circuit inscribers later on. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, I have fixed it. Turns out I need to pop these smart cables on like I did with the reaction chamber over here. And it says that it's got 0 stored power, but it does actually have power. It's a bit strange. I don't really understand why and how this works, but it does. We've got the pattern provider here, and then we've got the cable going in, and that is providing it with power. So if I now craft ourselves 1 of those presses, we should see instantly gets crafted, and we'll pop the auto output so that it's in that side. And that has now given us back that press. Perfect. So now we can add the recipe for the circuit slicer like so. And I think we're going to need this extended frame one as well. I think it's also time that we crafted ourselves the pattern access terminal, specifically the wireless one. Great, so that is the wireless pattern access terminal fully complete. Now, if I get my wireless crafting terminal and combine both of those in my crafting grid, I get the wireless universal terminal. And you'll see it says install terminals, the crafting terminal and the pattern access terminal. Now what that means is that if I use my keybind to open up my wireless terminal, you'll see down here, I can actually change what mode I'm in. So this actually is the pattern access terminal, and I can see all of my molecular assembler stuff down here. And I can just click that to go back to my wireless crafting terminal as well. Now, if I pull off the pattern encoding terminal and craft that into its wireless version, I can also grab that and add it to my universal terminal, which means that we now have pattern encoding, crafting and access all through my wireless interface, which is incredible. So I can now go into my pattern access terminal, grab my crafting pattern, pop it in the molecular assembler and find the crystal assembler and pop that one in here, then go to my crafting terminal and find the circuit slicer, craft one up, and okay, we're going to need a stone cutter. And then that means we've now got the circuit slicer, and we've got all of that hooked up through wireless, so I can just do things so much easier now. We don't have to go upstairs to do crafting. And for now, let's plonk our circuit slicer over here and just make sure that we've got one of those pattern providers touching it like so, and connect it up with a Fluix smart cable. And don't worry, we will get into applied flux, so we don't have to do this weird spiderweb stuff later down the line. But now that we've got that circuit slicer, we can now encode all of those recipes to make the printed logic circuits, the calculation circuits, all of these, etc. Great, so that's the basic ones done, as well as this concurrent circuit as well. There are a few more recipes that I want to make, like the mega cells one, as well as the quantum circuit and the energy circuit. In fact, this one might be useful to do as well. But for now, that will do. We'll pop them all in the circuit slicer just over here. We'll take out this barrel recipe over here for all of the other printed circuits. And in fact, we can actually turn off the SFM machine down here. You can do that by just pressing reset and wipe programs and labels. And we'll take all of that out, as well as removing this entire setup here. And we might as well get rid of that pattern provider as well. So let's remove these processing patterns and actually make proper ones using the crystal assembler. And so we'll open up the logic processor recipe, go into the crystal assembler and encode this pattern over here, making sure that all of these are set to 4 and our output is 4 as well. But that should happen automatically if you've used the recipe from the crystal assembler. Great, and then we just need to plonk them in here like so. Whoops, and I forgot 2 things. Number 1 is to add all the acceleration cards into the circuit slicer like we had before. And then I also need to set that output side so that it automatically outputs into the pattern provider. So let's test this out. Let's craft ourselves 64 calculation processors and see how long that takes. Whoa, okay, right. I don't think I did that test well because it happened almost instantly. Let's do this again. And we'll try and see it happen. Look at this. It's already doing it in the interface over here. Look at how quick it's going. Is that done? That's done. That was amazing. Right, let's craft another 64 of the diamond ones, the engineering processors. That's taking like less than 10 seconds to do a whole stack. Now, I know we could make that even better with probably some more co-processing units and definitely adding more of these assemblers, circuit slicers, and reaction chambers. But that can be done in a little while. In fact, we might as well get into applied flux because I fancy moving these machines down into this section here. It would make it a little bit easier. So what we're going to need for that is this induction card. The induction card is crafted with a basic card and a flux accessor. That doesn't look too difficult. And then this energy processor. What is that? Printed energy circuit, which is charged redstone crystal, which comes from regular redstone crystal, which comes from that recipe. Now, that isn't too difficult. I think we could do this. However, I think it might be worth upgrading our regular pattern providers to the extended version. You'll see the extended pattern provider actually gives us 4 rows instead of just the 1 that the regular provides us. So that means we can fill this with a load of different crafting recipes, and we're going to have a lot for things like the assembler, the reaction chamber, etc. So let's make that on AutoCraft. And something that I forgot to do, I'm actually going to just turn off the ME requester for entro crystals for a second, because if I go back up to my storage here, I actually need to add the entro crystals to one of the simple compacting drawers. And if I take all of these guys out and then plop them back in, it should take them from the disks and actually place them back into the system here. There we go. So I've now actually filled up that compacting drawer and we've now got those entro blocks. So I should be able to craft 4 of those extended providers. Yep, that looks good to me. Perfect. That is crafted up pretty quickly. And if I just plonk off the existing pattern provider like so, I can then just place down the extended one and add all of those patterns back in. And yeah, we get a load more space here. I'll do the same with the others as well. What I'm actually going to do is craft 7 of these extended providers here, because we've already got 1 and I'd like 8 in total, because I didn't realize what we can actually do is if we combine the extended pattern provider with an ingot, we actually get ourselves the pattern provider upgrade. So I'm going to craft 8 of those bad boys, and I'll pop upstairs into our crafting setup that we've got here. And I should be able to just shift right click and that will upgrade these to the extended version. Now, later down the line, we're going to be crafting the assembler matrix. So a little mini spoiler for you guys. But for now, that is going to give us a lot more crafting storage. So if I go to the wireless setup, how much do we get? Oh yeah, loads more molecular assembler space. Check that out. Loads of blank spaces there. That is fantastic. And I've now made all of the recipes that we actually need for this redstone crystal, the redstone blocks, that energy circuit, etc. So we should now just be able to place them in the existing stuff that we've got. And I want to make the induction card. So let's see, can I auto craft, let's say 16 of these? Yep, that looks all good to me. Let's see if that crafts or if we have any problems. Nope, that is all looking good. And yeah, we've got 16 of those induction cards. So now I want to do a little mini test. The whole point of applied flux is that you can actually transfer energy to your devices through the Fluix cables. So let me use these machines down here as an example. If I took away the power from them, and let's say I use the crushing factory a little bit so that it drains the power. Now you'll see it's not actually getting any more power, and the Fluix network is not going to power this block. And there's no cable here to power that block. However, if you look into the pattern provider, you'll see there's a compatible upgrade called the induction card. Now I can add that to this device, but it still will not give it power because we haven't got any energy in our AE system. Now there's two ways to get energy into the system. One of them is by crafting an FE storage cell, and we definitely can do this. And this is almost like a battery, but for your applied energistics system. However, something that a lot of people don't seem to know is that you can actually use your existing storage cube like this, but with a storage bus on top. And if I connected that via Fluix ME cable, you'll see that in my system, I now have access to the internal buffer of our energy cube over here. You'll see 25 million FE, and if I go into my system, 25 million FE. But right now, we still don't have power, and the main reason is because we need to set that side config to output. And then once that happens, you'll see almost immediately our machines are now getting powered through that induction card. And that works for any single device connected to a pattern provider or an ME interface or whatever. So even though I'm going to be replacing the cable back like so, that means that these machines here, I can add an induction card, and that should mean that I can now remove these smart cables like so, and just instead place the induction card, and that should still power everything. But let's test that out. Let us craft up some more of that redstone crystal. Let's craft up 4 stacks. Can we do that? Yeah, we can. Right, let's do that, and let's see if it still has power. And the result is a resounding no. Okay, right, so I've done a little bit of debugging. I'm really not too sure what's going on. I added the induction card to all of these ones over here, and the crystal assembler works absolutely fine. The circuit slicer works absolutely fine, despite the fact that it says it's got no energy. The reaction chamber doesn't work unless I put a cable in the bottom. I'm really confused as to why this is the case. If you know what's going on, please put in the comment section, because I don't know if this is something that I'm doing wrong or what really. But for now, I want to move away from this energy cube. Let us get ourselves a FE storage cell instead. So let's craft ourselves up that first 1k ME storage cell. I don't actually know how much FE that's going to store. You might think that 1k means 1000. I don't think that's the case. If I plonk that in here, I then actually need to swap this storage bus with a flux accessor. And we have that on autocraft because our induction card has that. And here, instead of that storage bus, if I pop that flux accessor, we should now see we're getting power here. And you'll see that every single byte is basically 1,000,000 FE. That is insane. That is crazy. So there is no way that we're going to be filling up that storage cell anytime soon. So I'm just going to wait for that in the background. And let's get on with some other stuff in the meantime. But you can see that if we're going to be storing that much FE, that storage bus is actually quite worthwhile. And bearing in mind, this is the 1k. This is the smallest energy cell you can get. So if you don't have that stage, make sure you craft that storage bus and just plug it into your cell. Otherwise, you'll be draining every single bit of your energy just to put it into this FE storage cell. But I think in the meantime, let's pop these machines all the way back down to somewhere a little bit more safe and secure. Ta-da!
Lads. I think we scared off the regular viewers by doing too much AE. Back to the regular scheduled building content.
So what do I have in my vault here? A load of bamboo. I wonder if you can guess what's being built, apart from the fact that it's in the bloody thumbnail. Right, ignore me. Let's just add some gunpowder in here and press play. And I will whack it with a time one, which should mean that we are building this at a rapid rate. Okay, this is epic. And despite the fact that this is looking cool, it is not quite finished yet, and I haven't actually explained what this is, but I think you could probably guess it. Let me quickly just finish this off with a little bit of the hemp rope coil. Okay, so there we go. We have now got our beehive, complete with a mini hanging bee flag. Check that out. I love it. I designed this in creative, and so I've pasted this over. I know OSHA said they wanted a proper bee house, and so I've made this. I think this might be okay. Now, I will say this build is not entirely finished yet. There's a bunch of glass down here because these water wheels will be powered with liquid honey very soon. But I think it's time that I showed you the internal of this base. If I poke out this middle, and yes, I will probably sort something out soon, we now have a ton of space, this orange wall here, for our apiaries and bee area. That's 5 floors in total with a bunch of storage. And obviously this does not have a place for our centrifuges. I was thinking about having the bottom floor dedicated to centrifuges. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but we've also got access to this fluid tank over here, so we can actually store our honey directly in here. So for now, I'll quickly give you a demo of what one of these cells is going to look like. Now I'm going to take out this orange wool, and what we'll do is cover this bottom floor on this side with inventory cable. This is where we're going to have all of the SFM controlling the hive's input and output. From there, we are then going to be placing our advanced beehive and then putting a expansion box on top, and that will complete one whole hive. If I open these up, this is the exact same as the previous hive that I showed off, but obviously it's bamboo, so it fits the theme a little bit more. We might mess around with the colours and textures and ideas for this, and maybe mix and match hives. Let me know what you guys think for that idea. But for now, this bottom cell I think should just be the bamboo hive with all of the bamboo expansion boxes on top. I will do the exact same for this side over here. Now in front of the hives, my idea is to have feeding slabs on each single one of them. And if you remember from a couple of episodes back, if we put a simulator upgrade inside this beehive, it will use whatever item is inside this feeding slab and simulate the hive, giving us all of the outputs from that beehive, which would be absolutely amazing. I think that it's only fair that we put our first set of bees in this first row here. And these are all just going to be regular bees, and they should hopefully be working away. I'm going to time on them just to make sure. Yeah, there we go. They're now producing just regular honeycomb, which is perfect. That's exactly what we needed. And I think what we'll do is bring out this inventory cable over and around here, connecting both of those all the way up into this factory manager. And we can cap off there so that it's a little bit more symmetrical. And eventually we will bring this inventory cable all the way up to the top. And if I take out this floor here and replace that with inventory cable, we should be able to add a centrifuge to every single one of these blocks down here. Now there's multiple different types of centrifuge, the first one being just the regular centrifuge, but then you upgrade it to the powered centrifuge. The powered centrifuge does what it says in the tin, it's powered by FE and performs significantly faster. The next level is the heated centrifuge, and we eventually will be getting into that, but for now we're not going to touch it. The heated centrifuge only works with the comb blocks, and so we won't get to that stage just yet. However, the powered centrifuge works with the combs, and that's what we're going to have. So I think the best idea that we can do is probably grab a couple of these powered centrifuges and then upgrade them as we go along. In fact, it's probably better if we have some auto crafting recipes for the centrifuges as well. And I will plonk them all down here. I think what I'll also do is have a combs chest just here and then an outputs chest just here. And I think the outputs chest will eventually be hooked up to our applied Energistics system, but that's going to require us having wireless systems. And I think we've already done enough AE this episode. Now, I have added those extra rows of powered centrifuges, and I've got the SFM cables all connected up. I've got the code here, and you can find this code on my Discord. One of my patrons, Potter, has uploaded his SFM code for this bee machine to my Discord, and it is phenomenal. It really works a treat. I've edited it a little bit with the timings, but if you're looking for a really good automation, check out my Discord and check Potter's post out. It's really useful. But don't let him know that I told you it was good. That's our little secret, don't worry. Anyway, so I have modified it slightly in the sense that normally you'd be using an ME interface, but right now we haven't got the wireless AE set up. And instead, I've got the energy cube here with a flux point. You probably can't see it, a flux point in the back. If I open up this config, there you go, you can see it's inputting from the flux point in the back and outputting on the bottom of this factory manager. Also, in the code, it outputs all of these items to the interface. The problem is we don't have an interface. It's actually going to be a controller access point that is linked to our controller network. You can see all of the items in our controller network up there. I'm actually going to try to make sure that every single one of the items going in is going to have a slot in that access point up until we create the ME interface. So when you paste that code in, you just need to shift right click and pull the labels. I'm going to mark my cell, but in this case you'd mark the interface. I'm going to mark the barrel, which is going to be a temporary place where all of the combs go before they go into the interface to make sure they get spread evenly around these centrifuges. We then will mark every single one of these centrifuges, and you can do that by control right clicking, and that will mark all of them at once. We're then going to mark every single one of the hives. You can do the same control click technique that I showed before. Then mark your interface, in this case the controller access point. And then lastly, I've got a tank here. I've added a little tank code because I want to output all of the honey into this tank over here. I think that would look really cool. So I'm hoping this will work. I haven't tested this. We will test this in just a minute. But now, once that's all done, I'm going to now push my labels. And now every single one of these centrifuges is now powered, which is really good. The combs should have been taken from here, which is even better. And that does mean that if I have a look directly for combs, we can see them in here. If I time wand this, I should actually see the comb blocks going up in my controller. Yeah, there we go. They instantly go in right now. So that's really cool. We've automated that part. So I'm just going to go outside our base again and hold the network tool from SFM. And you can see all of these inventory cables that are exposed. If I pop that in the offhand and get a block that I want to facade, in this case, it'll be the bamboo planks. If I control and right click, it will update every single one of these blocks with that facade appearance. And I like this button's name. Sure, what could go wrong? If I click that, you'll now see that the inventory cables are now hidden and replaced with the bamboo planks. Even the ones that are up here. In fact, you can see it if you look at Jade up in the top. You can see inventory cable facade. So I think a first port of call would be to start filling up these hives with some useful things. I think the biggest, most useful thing we can actually have would be the bee that produces the draconic dust here, the draconic bee. That's because we can instantly get into the productivity alpha upgrades, which will actually increase the hive productivity. The way that we get those is through the draconic bee, and the way that we get the draconic bee is by right-clicking Dragon's Breath onto an obsidian nest. Now earlier when I fought the Ender Dragon, I actually killed one of those. Probably should have captured it in hindsight, but oh well. But that's not a big deal. We can just make one of those obsidian nests manually here. I'm going to plonk down the obsidian nest in the end and right click with Dragon's Breath. And you'll see here it says repopulation cooldown 1193. I can add more of the Dragon's Breath to speed it up, or just time wand it and that will also speed it up. I'm going to make sure we've got a bee cage at the ready to pick up the bee. And then we just right click again with the Dragon's Breath. And we're going to need quite a lot of these guys. Great, so I have got 10 of these draconic bees right now, and I've crafted up another simulator upgrade. If you remember, we crafted up one of these earlier on. They're not that difficult. So I'm going to place the simulator upgrade in this hive over here and add 5 of my draconic bees. And if you press the use key on a draconic bee, its flower, the way that it pollinates, is the dragon egg that we got earlier. And so if I place the dragon egg in the feeding slab down here, this will now be active. I'm going to time on this and we should see draconic combs coming in. Now this is where we can see whether our centrifuges are now working, and by the looks of it, the items are going into each individual centrifuge, which is really nice. Now right now there's nowhere for the wax or the draconic dust to go. It's trying to put it into the controller access point, but it doesn't have a place, so let's go and figure that out. Now the wax is really simple. We can just plop that down here and that will instantly fill up with all the wax. There we go. All of the wax has just come in from our bee system and you can see it keeps on going up, so that's really cool. As for the draconic dust, I don't think we can actually put that in a compacting drawer because you can't uncompact it. And so I'm going to plop that in its own set of drawers just over here. And we'll add upgrades to each of these, including, most importantly, the void upgrade. And I misclicked there. Brilliant. Well done. I've got to unlock that and then relock it. If I link those guys up to the system and plop down draconic dust, we should find that it fills up with any extra draconic dust that gets in. And you can see already we're getting a load of it. That is fantastic. I've been looking around for recipes for the Ender Dragon egg. Like I said earlier, you can get the extractor, but we can't do that in Sieveless. However, we can use this Ender Dragon prediction, and I think that might be quite a good way of getting the dragon eggs. So we've already got one killed, and by the looks of it, we only need one more Ender Dragon kill to actually get a basic model for the Ender Dragon. So I think we'll go and do that. The Ender Dragon fight went absolutely fine. I'm just going to skip that for you guys because you don't want to watch that again. And we have finished the second kill. Perfect. And to be fair, we can already get one of the extra dragon eggs from this way as well. I think it's going to be worth training up this Ender Dragon model quite a fair bit using the time wand, and hopefully that can get us to a higher level, meaning that we can get as many dragon eggs as we'd actually like. Right, so I let that run for quite a bit. We've already got it to 0.52 model accuracy, and we've got over a stack and a bit of the Ender Dragon predictions, so I think it's time to get the dragon eggs. Now, I didn't realise we can also get Dragon's Breath, so I might get a couple of stacks of that. Not sure what we'll use it for, but I think it's going to be used for some recipes, so I'll just grab that and then we'll switch over to the Dragon's Breath. And I'll time on this one as well and grab as many as we can. And I'll set up that second lot of bees here by putting on the dragon egg, making ourselves that simulator upgrade, which needs the anti-teleportation and then the simulator, plonking that in and then adding all of our draconic bees again. And I think I'll try and get that recipe to try and get the productivity alpha. I've made all of these recipes here. The difficult one is the honey block. I'm not entirely sure how to do it. I think if I use this bucket recipe here, I believe that Applied Energistics is smart enough to actually craft it using the honey liquid, but we'll have to see. If not, we might have to come back to this and try and figure something else out. But I can add all of those into my molecular assembler, and then let's see, can we do it? Yep, we can. We can craft productivity alphas. Right, let's grab 3 more of those, and I will try to whack 3 in this draconic hive over here, 3 in this regular beehive over here, and that's all that we can do so far. Now, I want to see if my honey tank filled up. Oh, okay, sick. Right, okay, my code does work, and it is actually outputting the honey into this honey tank. We've got 45 buckets out of 1,000. That is going to take a long while to fill. But that's okay. We've always got the time wand. Let's just time wand things. Okay, we're slowly making enough honey. Eventually, we're going to reach the top of that, which is going to be quite cool. But for now, it would be cool to add one of the decorations that I wanted, which is the honey bucket up on the top. So if I pour in the honey into this fluid tank, that is 32 buckets worth. What we should be able to do, I'm going to test a couple of things here. Number one is I can grab a couple of buckets and finally pop that here, which will now set off and trickle. Oh no, that's not what I intended. I can now place my honey buckets up here, which should now flow over the water wheels, and I'm hoping this is going to look really cool. Oh yeah, that looks sick. That looks so good. It's now completely moving these water wheels, and it just trickles down and looks so cool. I used some stained glass down here, which gives it that illusion that it's kind of dripping off. I'm not entirely sure whether you guys see the vision or not, but I quite like it. I've also added some Ars Nouveau lights there, just so that you can actually see those details a little bit more. And the bee flag is looking sick. I love it. Now, what I wanted to test is if I grab that basic tank full of honey and go back to my base and add a storage bus on the top of this with a Fluix cable on top, I should now be able to see honey in my system, which I do. Can I craft honey blocks using that honey? Yes. Okay, that does work. I've also crafted up the beta upgrades, and the beta upgrades require 4 of the productivity alpha and then some nether stars. So we can actually swap these guys out with the beta ones, which should produce us a lot more comb as well. The next tier up from that is the gamma upgrade, which requires 4 of the beta ones and then a simulator upgrade surrounded by echo shards. And that would be a really good one to go for. We should also be able to craft the speed upgrades here. They're not particularly difficult, requiring combs, clocks, and upgrade bases. We can even craft the speedier upgrades. They require Heart of the Seas and Nether Stars, so they're quite expensive. But I'm sure the speed upgrades should be good. We're missing some honey still, and we need a lot of sticks. Speaking of sticks, the last thing I want to do this episode is to make myself the lumber bee. That's going to require the green carpenter and the yellow carpenter, both of which spawn from birch nests. So that'll be what we're using to get them, but then we need to breed them, and the best way to do that is with the breeding chamber. The baby upgrade here is actually really easy. It just requires flowers, comb, and then the upgrade base. But then we need rose bushes, and specifically rose bushes. Now I want to give you a flashback to episode 1. This was one of the items that we required to complete the star that I thought we weren't able to. But it turns out Bucket, yes, that Bucket, the YouTuber Bucket, demonstrated a way that you can get it using the tablet of flowering. What an obscure way of getting this. So I'll bone meal some dandelions here and we'll get ourselves the tablet of flowering. If I plonk this down on our mycelium island over here, whack the tablet of flowering onto the brazier and then right click it, we should get a bunch of flowers, and some of them will be the rose bushes, which is exactly what we need. So I will make sure to harvest all of that, and we are definitely going to need a load more of these rose bushes. I do not want to be doing this again, so let's get as many as we can. In fact, I'm even going to hide one on this island here as a backup rose bush. And perfect, we now have the breeding chamber. If I grab myself a load of birch saplings and a load of flowers, I'm going to whack a load of poppies in a line like so. Pop birch saplings 2 blocks away from them like this, and then we're just going to grow those up quite quickly, and hopefully we will get ourselves a bee nest. And we did, but we got the wrong one, and I've just aggroed every single bee around me. Oh, I heard a pop. I heard a pop. Did we get something? We did. We got the green carpenter bee. Let's grab a cage and cage this guy up. Now we just need the yellow carpenter bee, and I heard another bee, but I think that's just a regular bee. Yeah, it is. Oh, perfect. I see him. Yellow carpenter bee. That is fantastic. That's exactly what we needed. Now that we've got both of those bees, I'm going to pop down the breeding chamber, and it does require FE to run. And I'm going to plop the yellow carpenter bee there, the green carpenter bee there, And there we go, the lumber bee, finally. I'll pop in my speed upgrades on the side down here, and I should be able to just add 5 of these, and we're now breeding up to get the lumber bee. I'm going to time one this. We need to pop some cages there, and great. Okay, we're picking up a load of these bees. We've got 5 in total. I think that's all we'll need. And I think this works with any log. So if I place this, does it show us what logs it works with? Interesting. So if you go into the bee flowering section, you can see all of the possible tree types here. That's really good. And archwood logs is one of them, and I personally love this log type. I'm also going to pop a chest on the side over here as you walk in with a bunch of different bee types so that we can get into bee breeding a little bit later. But for now, let's just test that that works. If I grab myself another simulator upgrade like so, pop that in, and then every single one of our lumber bees, and then the vexing archwood log in the feeding slab, hopefully what should happen is we should get vexing archwood logs from here. Oh, we do. Okay, perfect. Now back at the base, I placed a drawer for these vexing archwood logs just over here. So that's where they're all getting sent to at the moment. You'll never guess what. We've just filled up the honey tank completely full. 1,000 buckets of honey is now completely filled into this tank, which means that currently we don't have anywhere else to store this honey. But I've got a plan. I have added a bunch of fluid drawers to our drawer network. And a lot of people aren't aware that you can actually add fluid drawers. They usually just think you can only use items. So again, like last time, we're going to have to pipe out of the tank and just plop down a basic fluid tank like so. Grab a configurator and just pull and stop. We only need 1 bucket worth of honey. So I'm going to break the rest of that. And if I go back to my fluid drawer and right click with this bucket onto the honey drawer, hopefully we should see honey entering here slowly. I said slowly. Oh my god, 85 buckets worth? I said slowly, man. We've got tons of this draconic dust now, and loads of this vexing archwood stuff. So we've sorted out a tree farm, draconic dust, honey, everything. And that's super cool and everything, but I think to finish off the episode, it would be so cool if I could craft one of the gamma upgrades, the second to last upgrade. We don't have a recipe for sticks. We've got gamma upgrades and nether stars, but we don't have a recipe for sticks. How stupid is that? Oh well, let me grab that recipe real quick. And then finally, gamma upgrade. Can we do it? We can do it. Let's see if it works. It works. Oh my gosh, we finally got it. Let's pop it as a replacement for the simulator upgrade in this hive. And I want to see how many combs we can produce really quickly from this. Ooh, that is producing a lot of combs. Last episode, we worked on the bee factory. But throughout the series, we've never really focused on the star. And I think that should all change today. The first item we're going to try and tackle is going to be one of the easiest items, the Wither's Compass. But for us to get started on that, we really need to set up automated mechanism and wireless AE. Both of these will really help us in the later game and allow us to move items and power through our base significantly easier. So today I'm going to show you my way of automating mechanism using applied mechanistics, which makes this so simple and easy, even a bee could do it. Alright, sorry. So welcome back to Sieveless. Welcome back to Sieveless. So last episode we did a lot of cleanup, but most importantly we built the bee factory, and that's been running away in the background. I've had that running through a load of draconic combs. I've also added a bunch of upgrades to every single one of these hives. They've got 2 alpha upgrades and 2 speed upgrades. We will be adding a lot more of those upgrades, but for now that's actually absolutely fine. We've only got 4 sets of bees to be honest, so we don't actually need much more. But when I do time one some of these, they do get a little bit crazy, so that's why I added them. But the first thing that I want to be doing today is automating mechanism. If we go back down to our cables, we're still on the advanced tier upgrades, and I've actually moved the energizing orb that we had up here. It was originally on the side here and it looked a little bit weird, and I've also added those spirited rods with a camo block on top. The shaders hide that at the moment, but you can see if I look at Jade, there is an energizing rod. And this still works, despite the fact that there's blocks in the way, that does still work, so I'm going to keep it like that for now. But the way that we're going to be automating mechanism is a little bit different, and it might seem a little bit strange at first, but I'm going to try and demonstrate it. Now, I'll get a bunch of redstone for this. If I add 1 redstone into the extra slot over here, that classes as 10 millibuckets of redstone. If I add the redstone into the enrichment factory, and then pop that enriched redstone in, it acts as 8. And so there's a few different ways to do that. One of the common ways I've seen is by using one of the advanced pattern providers, which allows you to place an item into this slot and have it as part of the recipe. But we're going to do something slightly different today, and that is by actually pulling out the chemical from this tab here. And that might seem a little bit strange, but I'm going to try and explain it to you. First of all, we're going to plonk down a metallurgic infuser. It can be an infusing factory, it can be whatever it is. I just want it to be completely separate from this one, because this is going to be the actual one that we're going to be doing the infusion recipes on. This is what we're going to be adding the redstone or the enriched redstone and pulling out of that tank there. Then we're going to be placing the pattern provider on top like so. I've got an extended one, but any one will do. And I'm going to make sure we get that arrow facing down like that. And now we need to set this up so that we're actually going to be importing items from the top. I actually messed up here. You need to put the item input as extra instead of input. I do fix this later, but that's just a heads up if you're following along. And going into the chemicals and actually exporting them out the back. And we'll also need to have some form of chemical pipe to push that back into the extended pattern provider. We can actually use an import bus directly on here, or you could use the gas pipes from the pipes mod. But for now, I'm going to use the basic pressurized tube, but I'm going to upgrade that to the next tier just to have that as a backup. And then all we want to do is plonk that in the back of this machine and set that to pull mode there, and that should hopefully work. Now, if I add some redstone in that slot there, we should see that it gets pulled out, and we can see that we've got the chemical redstone in this advanced pressurized tube. The problem is we don't actually have anywhere to put this, because our network doesn't actually store any of those chemicals. We don't have a tank or anything else to pop them in, and that is where we can use the chemical storage cell from Applied Mechanistics. But that's not a particularly difficult craft, so I'm going to make maybe the 16K one, and then I'll pop it down in our ME drive, and hopefully that should have filled up with that redstone. And the way that we can test that is just by getting ourselves some of the enriched redstone, plonking that in the extra slot of our metallurgic infuser, and we should see that's going up in our storage cell, which it is. I'll also try with the carbon one, so we'll plonk that in, and hopefully we should also see that there as well. Brilliant. Right, that is now working, and we're storing chemicals. So if I now go into my pattern terminal, I now need to set up all of those enriched recipes here. Perfect, and for now we've got these 4 here. I haven't actually added these ones, but I'm sure we'll add them later on. And I'll add those to my enrichment chamber just here. Next we need to add the recipe to turn that enriched carbon or whatever into the chemical. And we can do that by going into, let's say, the enriched carbon, and there's a little thing here, item to chemical, and you'll see we'll get enriched carbon to carbon. And if I press encode pattern, you'll see we get the enriched carbon turning directly into that carbon chemical. So I'll encode that. I'll also do the exact same with these ones over here. I think for now that should do. So if I plonk them into my metallurgic infuser, that should now have those recipes in my crafting terminal. And this will make mechanism auto crafting significantly easier, because I can now go into the metallurgic infuser and encode this recipe directly, and it will use that redstone chemical from our system. So I don't need to have any funky setups, and this will just work out the box. And this also solves the problem of certain chemicals being used more than others. To make infused alloy, we only need 0.1 redstone millibucket, but if we go in here, we need 0.2 for the osmium and the basic control circuit. And this system will automatically add the correct amount of redstone chemical needed for these recipes. And we should be able to now plonk that in our infusing factory over here. And let's try to craft ourselves up 64 infused alloy. We have the chemical available and the copper available. Let's see if that all goes in as intended. In your infusing factory, you're also going to have to go into the side config, click on chemicals, and make sure that we're inputting chemicals from the top as well. And once that's done, yeah, that's now working. Perfect, 64 infused alloy auto-crafted. And we can now encode up to the reinforced alloy tier, which uses that diamond chemical that we had before, and then make our way all the way up to atomic alloy. We'll also craft the intermittent control circuits as well, so we can get all the way up to the ultimate control circuit. And those are just regular crafts, so we can whack them in the molecular assemblers. This also allows us to get steel easier, because we can put iron to get enriched iron, and then enriched iron to get steel dust. Then we can whack that into our auto smelting setup, and we've now automated it. And that way we should hopefully have steel on autocraft. So let's test that out as well. We're getting all of the enriched iron, that's good. And then once that's done, we should hopefully get the enriched iron coming in. And this was the moment that I realized that I had messed up the input order. Okay, so I double checked something. I got it a little bit wrong. On the metallurgic infuser here, what we're going to be using to make all of the chemicals, I actually need to put the item into the extra slot, not in the input slot. Well done, Jim. But that has fixed the issue, and now I should be able to craft myself 64 steel ingots, getting ourselves steel dust, and then finally smelting that steel dust into steel ingots, which we can see all here. So I'm hoping to upgrade this advanced universal cable to the next tier, and we can do that by either manually crafting it up to the elite universal cable, Or if we just get ourselves some reinforced alloy, I can right click this cable and it will upgrade them. So let's grab ourselves a stack of this alloy and just check that that recipe is working as well, which it is. And then if I just right click it, it should upgrade all of those cables. It won't upgrade all of them, but it will upgrade 8 of them. So I will have to do these ones manually. And let me just check that that upgraded all the ones around here, which it did. And then also these ones down here. And that also means we can upgrade these enrichment, crushing and infusing factories to the next tier. So let's get ourselves the elite tier installer and we'll craft up a few of those, 3 to be precise, and then we'll just shift right click all of these machines, and then we get 2 more extra slots in our factories. But that's still not the best one. We have access to the ultimate tier. We just need to get ourselves refined obsidian dust. So that'll be fine. That's just obsidian dust with diamond in the metallurgic infuser, and we set that up earlier. So now can we craft the ultimate tier installer? We can. We just need obsidian dust. Right, okay. And that's fine because we've got loads of obsidian. I just need to make a recipe in the crusher to turn that into obsidian dust. So let's try that one more time. And we now have everything we need to make the first ultimate tier installer. And we might as well make all of them. Perfect. That is now complete and upgrading all of those machines. So now we have maxed out all of our factory machines and added all of the speed and energy upgrades, and check how many slots we've now got. This is incredible. We've got so much space for all of our auto crafting. It's not the fastest and we may need to increase this, but for now that is going to be super fast and we get it all automated, which will make this incredibly easy. And before I start on anything else, I think it's time we claimed all of our current quests. Now, as you can see on the left hand bar, there is a lot of quests that I have just not done any completion of. So when I press this click to collect, I am 90% sure we are going to fill up at least a few of these discs is my guess. Now, luckily we've got 8 empty discs, so I think we should have enough space, but we will find out very shortly. Let's see how this ends up being. Oh my goodness. Yeah, my FPS has just tanked itself. I'm just going to launch all of this into the chest. It's still going. Okay, phew, we have sifted through everything, and luckily that only took up 1 of the discs. That's not the end of the world. We're definitely going to have to go through some of these little 1 item stacks here and probably do a bit of a clear out, but for now I think that's fine. And we now have an empty quest book. So I guess it's time that we actually looked at how we can make the All the Mods Star and actually start working towards that. Because as of right now, I think I'm all out of mini personal goals, which means we can now get started on this puppy over here now. For those who don't know, you have a load of these singularities and they might look a little bit confusing, but a singularity is just 25,000 of that item. So if you see a gold singularity, that's just going to be 25,000 gold ingots. And yes, that will be a lot, but we will definitely be increasing our production later down the line. I haven't actually decided whether I'm going to be crafting just 1 of the ATM stars or going to try and go for the 2 blocks. I think for now, I just want to do the 1 ATM star, because once we get to that stage, then we can start upgrading our setup. So if we do want to extend the series, we can, but we will have to see in the future. Let me know down below if you'd actually like to see us complete 2 of the ATM star blocks and automate all the ATM stuff, or whether we should finish the series at the ATM star and try something different after. But going back to the ATM star, we need all the modium blocks, the vibranium and the unobtainium. Now we can get started on all of those blocks once we get up to the sigil of supremacy, but I don't fancy doing that this episode. So I think the next best things to tackle would be the individual items just over here, which all have recipes from other mods inside. And I think the easiest one we can get started on is the Wither's Compass. And in fact, we've already got a bit of a head start because we've got the Wither predictions, because we've already got the Wither data model. So what we'll need to sort out is the Witherless Rose Charm, the 8 times Nether Star generators, which I don't think will be that difficult, the Wither Builder, which means we need to get into Industrial 4 going, and the player interface. Now, looking at this, we're going to need a lot of Nether Stars, so I think the next best thing we can do is automating Nether Stars. Now in the background, I've been generating them passively by putting in our Wither data model, a bunch of prediction matrices, and getting the Wither predictions, and then whacking them into the loot fabricator, pulling out a load of these Nether Stars. And that's fine, but I'd rather have this automated a little bit better. So I'm going to set up my hostile neural networks over in this section just here. And the way that we're going to automate it is by using SFM, which if you're familiar with the channel, I seem to be a big fan of now that I've kind of learned how you use it. I've actually replaced this back wall here with inventory cables. Like I showed off in previous episodes, I have actually facaded them. So this is actually how the wall looks like, but if I pop my network tool in my hand and then right click with the block I want, and with those basalt bricks behind it, I can actually cover up this build like so. Now this code I have written myself. I'm not sure if this is the most optimal setup or not, but this is just my code. This will most likely be in the Discord, so if you want to have a look at this and nitpick it, feel free. It'll be in my Discord down below. And the way that you set this up is by having some simulation chambers out and about like that. You then pop down some loot fabricators like so, and we're going to use an ME interface. I'm going to plonk that just down here, and we'll actually cable this connecting into our ME interface. Now what we need to do in the interface is add two things. One of them is prediction matrices. Now we're going to add 64 of those. Now that's great, that means that all of the prediction matrices will eventually make their way into this interface, but the problem is we're not actually able to craft them right now. To craft them, we need to add the crafting card upgrade. That's a really easy recipe, just a basic card and a crafting table, so we'll plonk that there. And then once we add this, it should now add a request to craft up the prediction matrices, and I think it was so fast. You'll see there, we now have 64 of those prediction matrices. And so now that we've got the prediction matrices now auto-crafting, we can also add FE. And the way that we do that is by grabbing any item in our inventory that stores FE. So for example, my time wand, I can right click it here and it'll say set FE. So we'll do that. And we can set this to absolutely any value you want. I might just add an extra 0 here. So we're doing 1 million FE. Now, right now, this won't work because we need to add an induction card because this uses our applied flux FE. And we need to have the induction card for it to power all of our machines. So once that's now all been set up, I can shift right click to pull my labels out of my factory manager and select all of my fabricators, select all of my simulators, and then finally select my interface and push the labels. Now, other than the power being entered into every single one of these, we shouldn't see anything else happening. But as soon as we add the data model, any data model, that will now stock the prediction matrices in here. Once this then completes, we will get our ender prediction and our wither prediction. Now that time we didn't actually get the wither prediction, so I'm hoping next time around we will. Great, so we got that and it just pulled it out of the system and popped it straight into our loot fabricator. I'm also going to do the exact same with our Ender Dragon model here, and that will instantly stock up with prediction matrices as well. Now, I've added a drawer for our generalized Ender and Overworld predictions, so they won't be going directly into our system. However, we still need to set up one thing. We need to set up the recipes that we're going to be creating from this. We also should really be using the fabrication directive here. And this is just a tool, so you only need to craft this once. Now, if I grabbed a wither prediction and selected Nether Star like so, and I'm just going to pull all of these out, anytime a wither prediction comes in there, it will now start crafting Nether Stars. The problem is, if I go into this loot fabricator and plop in the wither prediction, I need to manually set Nether Stars one more time. The same goes for every other single prediction that it creates. So the best thing you can do is have one of your loot fabricators and set every single one of the recipes for what you're trying to create. So in this case, we've already done the wither prediction. We've got the Ender Dragon prediction in. I want to craft dragon eggs from this. And then lastly, the witch prediction that I'm actually not sure what we're going to be crafting. So for now, I'm going to pop redstone because we're going to be needing a lot of that for the star recipe. And so this loot fabricator is now generating all the resources we want. Now we can use the fabrication directive to store the selection from a loot fabricator and copy it into another. So right now, let's right click to copy and then shift right click, and that will apply the same things to this loot fabricator. So now it's crafting up nether stars. And I believe that's working perfectly. If I look at my nether star count, we should now see it's slowly going up and crafting up those nether stars. I'm just going to time wand all of this just to make sure that it's all working and we're not going to have any problems in the future. But I think that should be absolutely fine. We've now got the hostile neural network set up. I don't think there's going to be any other mobs we really need right now. But I think these other two slots here can either be more wither predictions, or we could set up something in the future. I might just leave this, and I'll plonk in the witch data model for now, just so we've got something running in the background. And the cool thing is, we can just facade all of this so that it's now hidden. Apart from that interface there, I probably should have moved that all over one block. Oh well. And don't worry, I do actually fix that in the end, so hold your comments, hold your comments. I think the next thing we can do and sort out will be our wireless ME connections. This all comes from the extended AE mod, and that's going to require the crystal assembler, and I think we've got recipes for everything here. Let me just check if I pop that there. Oh no, okay, so we still need a couple more recipes. We need the wireless receivers and the Fluix Pearl, along with our wireless boosters. Right, so that all seems up and ready. Let's try and craft one of those. And you get 2 of those per craft, so that's actually really useful. And we also need to grab ourselves a wireless setup kit. Now this one's going to be interesting because this requires a singularity from AE2. And we haven't actually done that just yet. Okay, so I've had a look at the different recipes we can use to get the singularity. Now the vanilla AE2 way of doing it is through the matter condenser, and I still think we're going to be using this, but for a different purpose. You would normally have to sacrifice 256,000 items to create the singularity. Now that's not hard if you've got infinite cobble cells or infinite water cells, which we do have, but it might take a long time. The other method is to grab 64 matter balls, a little bit of lava, and plonk that into the reaction chamber, and then you get a singularity. But I do think that this method will actually be significantly cheaper and easier. The matter balls come from the exact same matter condenser, but only require 256 of an item to create one matter ball. So I'm not sure the best way of doing this, but one of the best ways I can think of to do this would be to place down the matter condenser like so, and add a pattern provider on the side of it. Now inside the matter condenser, you need to pop in a storage component of the thing that you're going to be crafting. So if you're going to use the 256,000 items, you're going to need a 256 ME storage component. So that means that the singularity, which requires 256,000 items, you're going to need the 256k ME storage component. Now we won't need that because we're only going to be using the matter balls one, but I thought I'd craft up a 256k one just in case we ever do move into that singularity point. And now that we've got that, if we pop 256 items into the condenser, we should get ourselves one matter ball. Now I don't plan on using copper nuggets because we have an infinite supply of water, and despite the fact we cannot right click buckets into the matter condenser, but if we have a pattern provider, we can actually add a recipe using water as part of it. Now I believe, I've done this off camera, I believe 32 buckets of water is equal to one matter ball. I'm just going to test that real quick. If I now craft myself one matter ball, you'll see it creates that one matter ball and we have no extra stored energy, so that's really good. However, I'm going to modify that recipe by just sticking that back in and multiplying everything by 64. And the calculation will automatically set itself. So there we go, 2048. And press set. I'll also do the same for the matter balls. So 2048 buckets of water to a stack of matter balls. I'll then set that recipe and encode it and plop it back into the pattern provider. Now, hopefully, I can now just request 64 of them, and that should... Wow, that happened instantly. Wow, that happens really quickly. I'm wondering if I could just set the recipe to times 1000 and then instantly craft ourselves singularities. I'm just going to test that real quick. So if I pop that back in here, times the recipe by 1000... Ooh, okay, there is a limit. You cannot set anything higher, so I don't actually believe that's possible. Oh well, definitely worth a shot. Anyway, so now that we've got those matter balls being created in here, how are we going to get them back in the system? Well, we've already done it before using our energizing power by using a transfer label at the bottom of it. And I believe we should be able to do the exact same thing here. Pop a transfer label there, we'll split up speed and split up amount, and that should instantly just start pulling it all out like that. So now, if I requested myself, let's say 1024, it will request them, create them, and the transfer label will be pulling them out, and that should, hopefully, now complete. Perfect. That is 1024 of those matter balls. The limiting factor on this is the transfer label, so we should be able to just add a few more of these amounts and speeds, and that should eventually keep up with how quick we're producing the matter balls, but right now I think that's fine. And now I can add that reaction chamber recipe to make singularities using lava. Now I don't think we've got a storage cell for lava, interestingly enough. However, we do have the massive tank to the side, so what I think we're going to do is grab ourselves a storage bus and stick that onto our massive fluid tank of lava. Now, technically, we are not generating any more lava, so this is a finite resource. We might need to come back and actually generate some more. But I do now see that we have 864 lava buckets, so I think we can craft our first singularity. And that happened instantly. Wow, we have now got a singularity. So we can encode that recipe for the ME wireless setup kit. Pop that in there, and then we can request it like so. Perfect. We now have the wireless setup kit. Now, I can't lie, part of me has actually thought about moving our controller completely to another dimension or doing something else with it, because technically we're only using 14 channels here and then 12 channels here. So right now we only need one side of a controller for all of the stuff that we've got going on here and upstairs. But that will definitely be for another episode. Right now, I'm going to set up this wireless connector. And the way that we do that is plop it onto any side of our cable. We can also connect it directly into our controller like so. But for now, let's plonk it onto here just as a test demo setup. And it's the exact same as cable. I can color code this to match the cable, and then it won't connect to any of these other colored cables. So once I've now placed that cable, I can now place something, let's say over here. And if I right click my wireless connector with the wireless setup kit, it will bind to that, and I can right click somewhere else, and we now have access to our ME interface from a wireless connection. So what I can do is actually pull out a Fluix cable from this wireless connector, plonk down a terminal, and I should see every single one of my items in my ME system. If I have a look at the wireless connector, it says used channels 1. I can go back over to my other wireless connector, and yes, one channel is being used on my ME dense cable. So I think we should actually turn this orange connection itself into a wireless connection. The way I can do that is by pulling out this block here and placing down my wireless connector. Now I think that's going to have problems because it's connecting on both of those colors over here, which we really don't want to be doing. And so I need to color coordinate it to that orange color. I think now's a good time to get the color applicator from AE2 as well. If I craft that up like so, that doesn't require any difficult recipes, I can actually craft myself an ME chest. And an ME chest is actually really interesting. If I plonked it down to a power source, I could take one of my cells out here and pop it directly into my chest, right click the interface on top, and I would actually see all of my items in that inventory. So I'm going to pop that cell back immediately, and instead I'm going to plonk down my color applicator into the slot here. So I can now see what's inside my color applicator. In this case, absolutely nothing. And you might be thinking, okay, well, what do we store inside it? Well, that is where we craft ourselves paintballs. Paintballs use those matter balls that we've created along with orange dye or whatever dye you're trying to use. And this allows you to right click and dye your cables or your wireless connectors just from using the color applicator itself. So I'm going to craft up a bunch of orange ones and a bunch of blue paintballs, and that should allow us to apply color wherever we want. So let's grab maybe a stack of both of those, plonk them in the ME chest. It's literally just the exact same as a terminal. And you can see when I access the color applicator in this inventory, I can see all those paintballs that are inside. So I'm going to pull out all of that and use shift and mouse wheel to select what color I'd like to apply. So in this case, I'm going to apply the orange color to my wireless connector, shift right click it. And if I look at the network tool, the blue cable is now disconnected, but the orange cable is still staying. And if I hover over the wireless connector, you'll see it says color orange. So what am I going to be doing, you might ask? I am going to be connecting a bunch of our machines wirelessly. The first thing I want to do is our Drigme farm down below. So I'm going to right click this wireless setup kit to bind it, and then I'm going to go downstairs to our Drigme farm over here, plonk out this middle section just down here, and place my wireless connector. If I right click that, we should now be connected to that network. Can then place down my storage bus connecting to this spruce barrel over here. And I want to set this so that it's only extracting from this chest. I don't want to put anything into here. I just want to be pulling things out when I'm using them to use it in craft or whatever. So once that's now been set to extract only, I should now be able to plonk down my flux cable, go back into my interface, and now I see all of those rotten flesh, echo shards, leather, coal, etc. Everything that was in this chest is now accessible in my ME storage, and I can use that for auto crafting. Great, so that is really cool. Now I guess the next thing will be our B setup, and we will definitely need ourselves another set of these wireless connectors. Now I'm going to try something here that I'm not entirely sure whether it works or not, but because we're going to have a load of these like one channel connections, we're not going to need them connected to a direct face of the controller, because each side of that will give off 32 of the channels. We're only using one channel because we literally just had one storage bus. So I'm wondering if I pulled off this dense cable here, placed down another wireless connector, setting that to orange. By the looks of things, that is actually carrying the connection through to this top one, because we can still see it's device online, and it's carrying it through this wireless connector. So I think if I craft myself an ME interface and go back over to my B setup, I should be able to pull out my disk and replace all of this stuff over here with an ME interface over here, and then a wireless connector here connected into that ME interface. And it still says that used channel, so I think this will work as intended. And I'm going to change up my code a little bit so that I'm pulling FE from the interface and actually outputting all of those things back into that interface. Okay, so right now this has been set up and we're losing power because I now need to put in an induction card into our ME interface, and then also put our FE by right-clicking like that, and I'll pop that to 1 million, and hopefully, yep, all of these centrifuges are now getting power, and I'm going to time one this, and hopefully we should also see that all of our draconic combs are still coming in. Yep, they are. All of the draconic dust is still coming in, so that has worked a treat. We've now got wireless AE all set up. And because we've got that connected to our drawers and we've got applied flux, we can literally pull anything we want out of this ME interface. Now do note, this does actually use a lot of power, and the further away you are, it uses even more power. So just bear that in mind when you're actually going to be using these wireless connectors. That's why we got a lot of power set up earlier. But that will definitely make things easier when we're trying to make other islands or trying to get items between different places. So the last couple of things I'd like to do this episode is setting ourselves up some automations for the Foundry, specifically about the alloying. Most importantly, I'd like to get that netherite recipe here, but there's definitely some other recipes in here such as electrum and some of the ender IO materials that would be really handy for us to get our hands on. So I think our best bet would be to place it here, and then I believe we can just add a pattern provider on the bottom of it like we've done before. And I think again we'll stick with transfer labels on the bottom as well. I'll put one upgrade in both slots there, so hopefully that will keep things quick. I'll add the geratium ingot from Oratech into here, and that same netherite recipe that we've been using before as well. And let's just test that out to make sure that is now working. Let's craft a whole stack of netherite. It would definitely help if I added the induction card into that pattern provider, which would give this energy. And I believe, let's just see. Perfect, that's now working a treat. And we should be able to clean that all up, and it's now pumping away at creating all of that. I'd like to get some speed add-ons for this as well, but I've just looked into them a little bit, and it requires that we get into plastic, which I think might be a little bit of a wait for maybe the next episode. So for now, we'll probably just have to keep time on the things if we want them to be made. So looking at the other recipes that we will need for the Wither's Compass, we need a lot of these witherless roses, which requires the fertile essence. And the fertile essence comes from cactus green dye, rib bones, catalyzing glands, and slime pearls, which we all have in quite an abundance from our Drigme farm, so we don't actually need to craft anything advanced for that. And because we need 4 roses, that means we need 4 fertile essences per, and so I believe we have enough for 4 of these witherless roses. Perfect, there we go. So that is now all sorted for the Wither's Compass. We also have the Wither predictions, we'll just have to pull some of those out, and we now need to get the 2 8x Nether Star generator, which will require a lot of auto crafting, so let's just see if I've got enough for that.
10 hours of auto crafting later.
Right, so let's see. Can we finally craft 2 of these Nether Star generators? Apparently so. That looks good to me. Let's just see if we can get that all through. We can, perfect. And so that now means we are only 2 items off of our first ATM Star ingredient. That is pretty cool. We'll have to delve a little bit deeper into actually additions, and we'll have to get started on Industrial Foregoing, and especially the plastic generation, because it's used in a lot of Oratech stuff as well. Okay. You guys are right. My base is way too small to be getting all the things for the ATM Star. I'll finally admit it. And I realised that because of this, I'm probably now going to get cancelled. And so today, I brought the dog out and the ukulele just in case. But because of that, I thought I'd really need to make it up to you. We need to make a bigger base. The biggest base. A base that can contain everything that we need for the star. The final base. No, not that. No, you know what, just roll the tape. Today, we are making our brand new final building that we're going to be doing in the Sieveless series, and it is a big one. It's going to be the ATM Star factory. It's going to produce all of the resources we need to make ourselves the ATM Star. So off camera, I have built something in Creative, which is actually bigger than this island over here. It actually eclipses this island by quite a big standard. It is this factory over here. Just having it open is lagging my game, so I think we better paste this straight into the world and get started with it. I've collected all the resources we need for this. It's about 15 pages of some crazy resources, but all of this is actually really easy to make. And luckily, our work with bees before actually enabled us to get some of the woods that we needed, so oak, jungle, and spruce. We could mass produce these using our lumber bee, and that has been processing away in the background, getting us loads of it. I also got my hands on a quarry bee. Now, quarry bees are really interesting, because if I give them a material like dirt, stone, clay, something like that, they will actually produce it as their byproduct. If I time on this bad boy, you will see that we're getting dirt now. And if you look at the bee flowering section of the quarry bee, you're going to find a ton of resources that this can produce, including hydroponic beds. Apparently that's one. We might have to try that out later. But this also worked for getting us the 25 stacks of grass blocks we need. So without further ado, let's go and paste this in. So I built this factory in creative mode, and the schematics will be available in my Discord server for completely free. So if you want to paste this into your own world, you're more than welcome to. I did something a little bit different with this build. I actually hollowed out the center island, which means there's an absolutely huge blank space underneath the factory. I did this because it's going to be a little bit easier for you to paste into your worlds. It requires a lot less resources and materials, but ultimately we could also use this space later on for any builds or anything like that that we want to hide. So something like a mechanism reactor or a massive extreme reactor, we can always tuck that underneath the base without putting it into a compact machine or anything like that. So this is the factory. Now I need to pizzazz up the island a little bit because it looks a bit bare. Still keeping on with that solar punk theme that we've kept with before, but I am loving the look of this. This is the back as well. We've got some fluid tanks here. Not sure what we'll be storing in them, but that's pretty cool too. Oh, and we've already been greeted with some new guests. Fantastic. I then spent the next 10 minutes just pizzazzing up the build, making sure there was lighting everywhere that the mobs were spawning, and then adding some grassy features and some trees all around the island itself. Ooh, yes, I am liking this now. I've added a bunch of greenery around here, a load more trees, and then added a bit of overgrown elements as well over to the top and around all the windowsills. So welcome to the factory floor right here. We have multiple levels of rooms and storage over on the left hand side. We've got a big open space around here as well, alongside 3 mini rooms that lead up into the Nixie tubes outside. Let me quickly show you those. That's these bad boys over here. Now these are 3x3 by I think 6 spaces, so we could have some steam boilers or we could have something wacky here like some reactors. I'm not entirely sure what to do with it, but check that out when it's dark. That blue from the solar panel and the red over here makes this build look really cool. I'm loving it. Yeah, this angle is amazing. Absolutely in love with this. And the main reason I said this is the final build is because this is going to contain every single thing we're going to need to produce for the ATM Star. That is all the way from the Withers Compass to all of the different all the mods items we're going to have to be crafting over here. So don't worry, the series hasn't finished in this episode, but this is where we finally start building everything that we need for the Star. The first thing that I'm going to do is switch out my 2 wireless connectors up here with a wireless hub from Extended AE. I got this recommendation from you guys, and this is basically a hub for all of our wireless connectors. We can manually connect 8 of our hubs at the same time through this wireless hub. So instead of having a massive line like before we had of connectors, we can have just one and link all of our 8 wireless connectors to it. So let's auto craft that hub and plonk that down in that connected line there. Using our color applicator, I'm going to change this to orange so it only connects to this orange wire and disconnects from the blue wires as well. And all I need to do is right click this and go to all of our accesses and just right click it to make sure that's bound. So the first one was in our B factory. If I right click that, we are seeing that it's online and we should have access to, yeah, I saw it there. It went all in to our system. I also did the exact same thing for our Drigme farm setup. So today we're going to be making the Withers Compass. We need 2 items left on that. That's a player interface, which is going to require us getting into Actually Additions, and then the Wither Builder, which means industrial foregoing. Now we've already made the Atomic Reconstructor, which is going to help us make the display stands that we need to empower this item. So by the looks of it, we need aesthetic green quartz. That just comes from throwing chiseled quartz into the Atomic Reconstructor, getting that out of it, and then lastly aesthetic quartz, which is just regular quartz popped into the constructor as well. Now we have been generating a ton of quartz, so I'm going to make this quite quickly. Lob them all in like that, and perfect. We've now got all of the aesthetic quartz we need. We also need basic coils upgraded into the advanced coils, and we're already getting a bunch of black quartz from our master married miners. Redstonia crystals is just the exact same, throwing redstone into the Atomic Reconstructor. Probably going to use quite a bit of this, so let's make a fair few of those Redstonia crystals. And so that is the 4 display stands and empower that we need. I'm going to grab an energy transmitter from Just Ire Things as well, and a flux point. And so none of the items here are particularly difficult for this interface. We mostly need these ender casings, which require the empowered diamantine crystal. The regular diamantine crystal comes from the exact same process we've done before, but we now need to empower it using the empower you've just crafted. We could use this recipe, or we could actually use the block recipe, which uses the exact same, but we just place a block inside instead of the regular crystal. And that will give us 9 in total of these empowered diamantine crystals. So I've done the maths. We're going to need 3 of these blocks. That is not going to be hard at all. I'm going to do that right now. If I plonk down my empower here and place display stands 2 blocks apart, I can then place every single one of the items in like so, and this will craft, but we need to give all of these display stands power. The best way I can think about doing that without placing a bunch of wires is to plop a flux point down just above this empowerer, and then pop down an energy transmitter on top of that, and going into the render area, I can now position this so that it's covering every single one of these display stands. So setting the radius to 3 on the X and 3 on the Z, we should now be covering that area. I can turn the render area off, and hopefully we are now creating the empowered diamantine crystal block. And we can craft that back down into its crystal form like so. So let's repeat that a couple of times, getting all of the diamantine that we need. Perfect, that is all 3 of our blocks. Plonk that down into its diamantine crystal, and now we should be able to just auto-craft it now that we've got all the recipes in there, and finally we have the player interface. So that just leaves us with the Wither Builder. So the Wither Builder itself requires supreme machine frames, which requires us getting into the deep roots of the Industrial Foregoing mod. This is a tier 4 machine frame, which means we have to make the previous one, and then the first one. The first one's obviously the easiest, but each of these requires their own little recipe. So that means we're going to have to start in the Industrial Foregoing mod. And this is Sieveless, so of course we're going to do the weird underrated method that no one's ever heard of. Let's start off with the simple machine frame. That requires plastic and latex. Traditionally, you would get latex and dry rubber from a fluid extractor, and you'd plonk that against a wood block to pull out the sap and generate latex. You'd then smelt the dry rubber and get plastic like this, or you'd keep it in its liquid form as latex. However, there is another option. We could use Orotech and get plastic in this way, however we're still going to need latex. So that brings us to the next option. The plastic bee produces plastic combs, which when centrifuged gives us plastic sheets and latex. So we can actually skip the entire process of having to generate this and then smelting it down into plastic, because we can generate it all from this one bee. Now how do we get that bee, you ask? We need to breed our lumber bee, which we already have, with a resin bee. And the resin bee spawns in when you give a spruce nest a honey treat. So we're just going to plonk down our spruce nest, give it a honey treat, and we've got the time wand, so we should be able to time accelerate this to get ourselves the bee quicker. Oh, perfect. What a great bit of luck there. We got a productivity high resin bee. I'm going to pinch one of my lumber bees that's working away, and let's plonk down the bee breeding chamber and add both of our bees to there, which will produce the plastic bee. And I believe I can give them both a wither rose. Don't ask me how that's not poisonous. And that will now breed up our bees. And if I pop some cages in there, we will get ourselves a bunch of plastic bees. Finally, that is the last plastic bee we're going to need. However, to get this bee to produce its combs, we're going to need to have it flower on a plastic item. I think I'm going to go down the Orotech route for this, where we can use raw biopolymer to make plastic using just water. So let's craft ourselves the centrifuge and grab the fluid add-on as well. Oh, hold on. This is going to be a bit of an interesting craft. The fluid add-on is going to require another centrifuge to make it. So I think we should probably get moving into our factory. Now, I'm a man of pure efficiency. The time that we spend traveling between the factory and our main base is XP waste. We're wasting time. So I'm going to craft something called a travel anchor, which will allow us to teleport back and forth to the factory a lot easier. For that, we're going to need conduit binder and a pulsating crystal. The pulsating crystal requires pulsating alloy, and that we can make with our alloying setup that we've got before. And there they go. The conduit binder is also really easy. We just need to smelt out some composite, and that is crafted like so. Perfect, that is 4 travel anchors, and I'm not entirely sure where to place it. I think if we plonk it down over here, this could be our little teleport spot. So I'm going to plonk one down there. We'll label this one house for now. If I then make my way over to the factory and place a travel anchor right down in the middle over here, calling this one factory, whenever I stand on top of the travel anchors, I can then teleport and see all of the different options I have. Now, right now, obviously, I've only got house, but when I shift, I will then teleport, and I can teleport between the two like so, really easily. So let's claim one of our first factory rooms over here and call this the Orotech part, because now we're going to be able to place down all of our Orotech machines and hook them up like so to our main network. I think the safest bet that we can do to hook up all the machines is to place a new wireless connector down here and link it up with our wireless connector hub. And don't ask me why I just flew back over to this base. We could have just used the travel anchor, whoops. And so we've now got 2 centrifuges hooked up here. I've popped down an extended pattern provider, and we're going to whack in an induction card to make sure that this centrifuge has energy. I rearranged the wireless hub a little bit and actually changed it up for a wireless connector because of that 8-channel limit. I now have a wireless connector and a wireless hub working in tandem on the same line. They will pass channels between each other. So the intention for the wireless hub is to actually just be a hub for other connectors rather than transferring a bunch of connections itself. Perfect, that is now hooked up correctly. For our centrifuge, the first recipe that I want to add is the coal dust to carbon fiber strands. That will allow us to craft this fluid add-on, which will allow us to get plastic. So if I place that recipe in here, go back to our home and add a crusher recipe for coal into coal dust, pop in that into our crusher, we should now be able to request carbon fiber strands, and that crafts up the coal dust and then crafts that into carbon fiber strands. Now obviously we need to pull items out of here, so we're going to go with the trusty item labels and add one of the speed upgrades here, which will now pull out all of those carbon fiber strands and enter it into our system. And so that is now our fluid add-on, and we can plonk that on the back of our centrifuge, which then turns this centrifuge into a completely different processing type. If we look at the centrifuge recipes, we now see a fluid separation and a regular centrifuging. So let's add our raw biopolymer to plastic recipe in here. And our raw biopolymer recipe, I think we can just use packed wheat for now. It's the easiest recipe we've got, requiring just 4 wheat in a crafting table. So when I go to craft one plastic sheet, we should see first the packed wheat is being turned into raw biopolymer, and then that should be recycled. Oh, I need to add a transfer label. That will then be recycled into here to produce one plastic sheet. Perfect. And if we go back into our bee factory, we should now be able to add all of those plastic bees, hop in our plastic sheet in the feeding slab, and let's time on this a little bit. We should see plastic cones being produced. Fantastic. Those will then make their way into the centrifuge and will now be producing latex and those plastic sheets. However, that is currently backlogging itself into our ME interface because we don't have anywhere to store it. So I can grab myself a bucket of latex by just left clicking onto one of the latexes with a bucket, and I can right click that latex bucket into one of the new fluid drawers. I added a 2x2 one here, and we should see that instantly go in. There we go, 24 buckets of it. And because this is all hooked up, we should see latex in our system now as well. And already, just from that time wanding, we have 278 plastic sheets. So the next thing we need to set up is the dissolution chamber, and that is responsible for all of the crafting that you're going to be seeing done here with liquid in the center and then all of our crafting recipes outside. I'm going to plonk down the dissolution chamber just to the side like so and add the pattern provider on top, and then connecting that up with a smart cable in between. If I go into the dissolution chamber, I'm going to make sure that everything else is disabled apart from allowing the input at the top, and the same with the fluid input as well. But I'm going to set the output here and the fluid output to both push at the top and then add disabled to everything else. And that way, whenever something's crafted, it's then pushed straight back into the pattern provider. And we should be able to test that out with our first recipe, the simple machine frame. Now, of course, we're going to have to make some auto crafting ingredients for these ones over here. So now that I've got that recipe all working, let's try and craft ourselves our first simple machine frame. All of our inputs have come in correctly, and hopefully our output will also extract perfect. To get to the next stage of machine frame, we need to have access to pink slime. The way that you get pink slime is from a mob slaughter factory. So I say we craft one of those up now. The basic idea is that you place this down and slaughter mobs with it, and it will drop out liquid meat and liquid pink slime. Now, technically, we could make an entire farm for this and produce as much pink slime and liquid meat as we need, or we could make ourselves a pink slimy bee that will produce pink slime passively. Now, considering we've made the plastic bee, I think the pink slimy bee would actually be a really useful thing, and what we need to do is get a slimy bee and right-click with pink slime, so we're going to need that anyway. On top of that, the flowering block is a pink slime block, so we're going to need 10 pink slime balls just to make this. The mob slaughter factory only has a 1 block range, so we need to extend that. The way we can extend that is by crafting a bunch of these range add-on extenders. The maximum one is this tier 12 one, which just requires emeralds. Every single tier requires a different resource to make, but we might as well go for the max add-on range because we're going to be using this a little bit later. A little bit of a spoiler for the Sigil of Supremacy. So I'm going to make another recipe for that. Now, that doesn't require anything expensive apart from this latex that we've got automatically being produced. So let's whack that in the dissolution chamber and craft ourselves one of those add-ons. Now, different mobs produce different amounts of pink slime, but I believe passive mobs produce the most. So what I'm going to do here is place down the mob slaughter factory pointed into a 5x5 area of delightful dirt, which specifically spawns passive mobs. Now, again, we don't need much of this, so I don't need to place that many down. I'm going to grab myself a flux point, and hopefully, including that range add-on, it should now harvest all of those creatures. Perfect. We're now getting pink slime and liquid meat. So let's plonk down the rest of this delightful dirt. Yep, I've made an absolute mess of this. Whoops. Well, luckily this is just a temporary setup because I believe we're now still slowly generating the liquid pink slime that we need. However, we've also made a mess of this island here. Now, 300 millibuckets of slime can be turned into a pink slime ball. So I believe if I grab a basic tank from Mechanism and right-click this pink slime, it will now take in that amount into this fluid tank. I'm then going to add it to our fluid drawer like we did with the previous latex bucket, add that recipe to make the pink slime ball, and plonk it in the dissolution chamber. And so finally, we can now craft 10 of those pink slime balls. Whilst that's all processing, I'm going to get myself the slimy nest. So I'll plonk down the slimy nest, whack it with a honey treat, and then time wand it, and we should get ourselves a slimy bee. Perfect. I'm going to grab 5 of these guys. So if I get that slimy bee and then right click with the pink slime, it's now a pink slimy bee, and I'll cage that back up again. And so let's add our pink slimy bee into one of our hives, placing the pink slime block there, and hopefully we get the pink slimy combs. Perfect. We're now generating a bunch of pink slime in a much neater way than we were before. I'm going to craft up the last 4 of those pink slime balls to convert our other slimy bees, which means we'll generate even more of that pink slime. I converted all of the remaining slimy bees into the pink slimy bees. I also cleaned up the absolute mess of a delightful dirt farm that I'd made earlier. Great, so now we are now able to make the advanced machine frames, and so lastly we need to make the supreme one, and that requires ether gas. Okay, so for ether gas we need to have a wither and basically milk it with a fluid laser. I know that sounds absolutely insane if you've never done this before, but trust me, I'll show you how. First of all, we're going to need ourselves the fluid laser base, and luckily we've got a lot of that on autocraft. We just need that diamond pickaxe, and then we need to get a bunch of these laser drills. I'm going to start off with 4 because I think that's a pretty sensible amount. We also need to grab ourselves a stasis chamber, and we'll also need a purple lens as well. Now, industrial foregoing machines run quite slowly, and so it's worth trying to get yourself some of these upgrades. There's efficiency, which makes the processing time quicker. There's processing, which actually makes it do multiple at a time. And there's also speed increase ones. I believe right now we could probably make up to the tier 3. That requires the tier 2 and then some of the pink slime that we need. And then we can upgrade it to that tier 4. Now for that, we will need to get liquid experience. And we already have access to liquid experience from our experience holder. And so if I place my experience holder on top like so and then put a storage bus on it, you can see that we get access to our Just Dire Things fluid experience. So I think it should be worth getting ourselves the tier 4 add-ons and adding all of that into our dissolution chamber to speed up that process. So I'm going to plonk down all of the recipes here for the tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 upgrades and add-ons that we can get. And I think we should just be able to craft them. Hopefully we've got everything that we need. I believe we do. I'll speed up the machine in the meantime. And now that we've got one of each of those, I think I will add it all to the dissolution chamber. So hopefully, now when I request some more, let's request 8 of each of the... Oh no, we need more ancient debris. Okay. And we could really do with some more of the ancient debris here. Unfortunately, our farm right now is actually directly smelting that into netherite scrap. And so... I'm going to switch out this to add a whitelist for ancient debris on our non-smelting item and then blacklist on our smelting pickaxe. So hopefully we should now just be getting raw ancient debris coming in and we can manually smelt that later. So I'm going to do something a little bit insane. I'm actually going to place the wither right outside my base here. The main reason is I don't want this to be a permanent fixture. And so I feel like if I make it right on my lawn, I'm going to have to force myself to get rid of it. So we'll start off with the stasis chamber. As long as you give this power, any entity on top will be frozen solid, including yourself. You can't move once you're standing on top of this. However, if you've got creative flight, you can just fly straight off. Now, this means I can place a wither on top like so, and it won't even get past the invincibility stage. It will just say statically locked. So if I plop a fluid laser base on the top of its head and pop a purple lens inside of it, can then add laser drills on every single side and pointed directly to this fluid laser base. To explain this basically, the fluid laser base is going to be what's extracting from the wither. The laser drills are going to be pointed towards this fluid laser base and will actually be powering up that fluid laser. So if I've got my purple lens inside and I spawn the wither, we should see that its health is going to stay pretty consistent. That's good. And I can give all of these laser drills power, coming around the back with this cable and making sure they're all powered. Now we should see once this completes that we will be getting ether gas. We only get 10 millibuckets, so we're going to have to wait quite a while for this. Now I was looking into making an ether gas bee, and I think that'll be the way to go. The problem is we need a full ether gas bucket to turn a pink slimy bee directly into an ether gas bee. And so we've got 2 options. We can craft ourselves some of the add-ons and give it to these laser drills, or we can time accelerate the laser drills. And I think for now, I'm just going to try out and see what happens if we time accelerate that. It does go significantly quicker. Is the wither losing health? It's not. So I actually think this might be the most viable option to try and get ourselves a bucket of the stuff. Now the ether gas bee flowers on a block of amber encased wither. However, I believe, and I could be wrong, the resin bee works just the same. So I'm going to try that out now. Oh, okay, right. Well, apparently the resin bee didn't work. You can get the amber bee as a rare drop from the gravel nest. It doesn't appear on JEI though for some reason, so that's actually quite interesting. But we've managed to get at least one. I'm hoping to get a few more. There we go. We've got 2 in total. Right, and I think that'll do. We're just going to have to get rid of these guys somehow. Yeah, somehow. Sure. So anyway, like I was saying, if I place a oak beehive here, I've got some gamma upgrades in, and if I add the amber bees, I believe it should turn this wither into an amber encased wither. I may also need to add a flower into the feeding slab. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe if I time wand it instead? Ah, okay. I time wanded it and it worked, and we've now got an amber encased wither. So then I needed to make 5 more slimy bees and then use the ether bucket on each one to get ourselves 5 ether gas bees. And you're telling me if I add the ether gas bee here and in the feeding slab pop my amber encased wither, we should be generating the ether comb? Doesn't seem to be the case. What if I switch out that block just with directly the amber encased wither? Is that going to work? Yes, okay, that works. So I've switched the feeding slab out with the amber directly, and that is now working. But the ether gas currently doesn't have anywhere to go, so we're going to have to make another place for this. If I craft myself the gauge dropper from Mechanism, I can actually left click over here, and that now sets 250 millibuckets of ether gas into my gauge dropper, and I can then go back to my house and then re-drop it into here, and all of our ether gas should now hopefully be stockpiling into that fluid drawer. And sorted. We've now got a full beehive of ether gas bees, producing us an absolute ton of this ether gas. Meaning that we can now destroy our fluid laser base setup that we had before. Meaning that we don't have to risk our power running out and a wither going loose in and around our base. Which means that finally we can now encode our supreme machine frame pattern, plonk it in the dissolution chamber, and craft ourselves up the wither builder. Perfect. So, I believe we can now make the Wither's Compass. Finally, oh, hold on. Okay, never mind. Don't hold that in your hand. Our first ATM item. Sorted. I do love that the ATM team knew that was going to happen. Now, I don't know whether you noticed when I first built this factory, but there's a structure behind me that looks very strange. I've got 2 5x5 cubes surrounded by steel scaffolding. And my idea was to actually get involved with the assembler matrix and then the quantum computer. That will allow us to have more and faster crafts when we're trying to be making the ATM Star later on. So I think it's best if we start off with the assembler matrix and then make our way up to the quantum. So the assembler matrix is basically a big multi-block version of our molecular assembler setup, and you make this outer wall here and then fill it with different cores. And there are 3 different types of cores. You can have the pattern core, where each pattern core actually provides 36 pattern slots. You can then have a crafting core, which allows it to do 8 crafting jobs at the same time, and then up to 5 speed cores. So we're going to have a 3x3 interior, which means we're going to have 27 blocks worth of space. So I definitely think it's worth having the 5 maximum speed cores, and then probably splitting up the rest of them even, which gives us 22 slots, which I think we could probably fit 11 of each of the pattern and the crafting cores. That should give us ample amount of space. So let's have a look at how we're going to be doing that. So we've crafted up all of the recipes that are going to be required for this. I think our best bet is to just craft them up and see what happens. Okay, the cores went a lot better than expected. That was just almost instant. And so I guess now we just need to get the matrix frame and the matrix wall. If you look at how you build this, you need the matrix frame all the way around, and then the matrix wall internally. So with a little bit of back of the napkin math, we're going to be needing 54 of the walls, which then means we're going to need 44 of the assembler matrix frames. Now this isn't the biggest size we can make. We could actually make a 7x7, but I thought this fits a little bit nicer in the build we've currently got. But yes, I could have snuck this over on the edges here and expanded this to a 7x7. Don't judge me. It's a little bit difficult not to judge me when I get back-to-back voice breaks. So let's take apart this bad boy here and get stuck in with crafting ourselves the assembler matrix. Oh, perfectly matched the amount of frames we needed. And now I guess we just have to fill in the inside. So we'll start off with our 5 speed cores. Then we'll add all of our crafting cores. Lastly, finishing off with our pattern cores. And then hopefully that is now closed. We can then close off the assembler matrix. And I think it's all built. I guess that our best bit will probably be popping down a wireless connector in between the assembler matrix down here and what will be the quantum computer up here. And so I'm hoping that if I now link our wireless hub up to this connector, we should see it power on, and that's looking good. Device online. Oh yeah, we've got an absolute ton of space here. I can't wait to try this out. So let's destroy all of our extended pattern providers, and yeah, that is laggy. Oh boy, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks. This is a terrible idea. But I'm hoping I can just shift click these in, and I think that's working. Yep, it looks like it's working. Shift clicking all the patterns in. That is a lot of patterns. I didn't realize how much we actually had. Yeah, we've got a lot of space. We've not filled it up anywhere near just yet, which is a really good sign. Now, obviously, we've lost all the organization, but I think it's fine. I don't think that's a big deal. And if we need more space, then that's fine. We can always expand this scaffolding. I gave it the room to do so. And I'll also take back the molecular assemblers as well. Now, for the quantum computer, you'll see here it's described as it's being capable of running an unlimited amount of crafting requests as long as it has enough crafting storage. We can actually get away with just using the quantum core here, because the quantum core is actually a computer by itself. It has 256 million bytes of storage and 8 co-processor threads. So let's focus on getting the quantum computer core first. Now, there are some chaotic recipes to craft this quantum computer. I won't go through all of this because we'd be here for a while, but the most complex thing in my opinion is probably this printed quantum circuit. That comes from quantum alloy, and you make that with singularities, the shattered singularities, which aren't too difficult, they just require regular singularities, and then this quantum infusion liquid, which is just water and then quantum infused dust, which is a crushed version of the shattered singularity. So I can see why you guys wanted me to craft a load of the singularities in the comment section last episode. Yes, I'm just looking through the recipe at the moment, and despite the fact that it's going to use 408,000 bytes, which we definitely can't do right now, this one recipe is going to use 251 singularities. So yes, we are definitely going to need a better way to get singularities. Beforehand, I've been using this method, which was the matter ball to singularity recipe. But thanks to you guys, I found a really interesting method. And I was almost correct from what I was doing last episode where I tried to make the matter balls. Now, if you remember, I was trying to times these recipes by 1,000, and we reached a limit here that I was not able to do. However, what I totally forgot was that I was trying to craft a stack of singularities at a time, which is just not going to be possible. So instead, I can use 32,000 buckets to craft one singularity here and place that inside the pattern provider, switching this into condense into singularities, and I can now craft myself a singularity through this method. The problem is that the more that I craft, let's say I want to craft 2, I need to use a 64,000 byte processor. Now that's okay, but if I try to craft 4, yeah, we run into problems pretty quickly. And so you've got a solution. You can either up your crafting storage or a better method, which is to actually go into the ME requester we crafted ages ago, plonk down a singularity here, and let's stock ourselves, I don't know, 4,000 as an example, and we can do them in batches of 2 right now with our current system. And if we re-enable this, you will see that it's going to try to craft singularities slowly, but it will never reach that crafting storage threshold because the batch size is 2, which is our current maximum that we're trying to craft. In fact, I'm going to upgrade the crafting storage for now so that we can actually do higher batches. So let's just right click one of our 64Ks. We can actually now craft it in batches of 8 because that's going to use 256,000 bytes. So if I swap this out in the requester for 8, press submit and then re-enable, we should get our singularities significantly quicker now. Yeah, check that out. They're coming in batches of 8. That is so much quicker. We already have 4,000 matter balls, so I think for now it's just going to be best if we grab as many singularities as we can. And according to the quantum computer core recipe, we can actually craft this right now. Because we have an easier recipe for singularities, we also use significantly less bytes, which is fantastic. We needed this. So let's just see if we can get on with this. Let's see what happens. I think we're actually good to go right now. Yeah, we got it. Perfect. So this will definitely seem a little bit underwhelming, but for now, I'm going to pop that there because this is going to be better than all of our other cores for our crafting terminal. Now it comes down to the recipes for crafting this. The first thing we're going to need is the computer structural glass. That requires skystone and quartz glass. Now we have a ton of skystone over in our compact machine, so I'm going to smelt quite a few of these up and then leave the rest as dust and pop that in our system. And again, this works exactly the same as the assembler matrix where you build this outer frame and then fill it with different cores. Now obviously the quantum core will go straight in the middle, but then we can fill it up with storage, data entanglers, accelerators and multi-threaders. We are going to need 98 of the quantum computer structural glass. That will be the frame around our quantum computer. We're going to need one 256mm quantum computer storage. I'm also going to craft 23 of the quantum computer accelerators. I'll craft one of the quantum computer multi-threaders. Now, I'm about to get controversial. The quantum data entangler multiplies the total storage by 4. However, if I craft it, you're going to see it requires so much of these processors and Certus quartz and everything here that I don't really think that's worth it. I could just go and get myself another 256 million quantum computer storage, which costs me practically nothing in comparison. It still uses 7,000 charged Certus quartz. But if I used one more of these, it would actually get me halfway there to what the quantum entangler would do. So I kind of want to know your opinion on this. I really don't think that with our current setup and the amount of storage we're using, it would actually be worth having the data entangler. So let me know in the comments, am I doing something wrong or am I just miscalculating something? Because to me, that doesn't really seem worth it with my setup. Maybe that's just because I've done a 5x5, or maybe because I'm not using enough storage, but let me know down in the comments. Either way, we'll craft up another 256mm quantum computer storage, and then we will be off to the races. Okay, so let's build that quantum computer. We'll start off with the frame. It's exactly what we did with the assembler matrix as well. Now that we've got that done, I think we'll pop the storage in the middle with the core in between, pop the multi-threader on this side over here, and then fill the rest of this with the accelerators. And then finally finish that off, and yes, we've got the quantum computer. And I've trapped myself in. Whoops. Check that out. I've never actually built the quantum computer before, so that's actually a first for me. That's really cool. And wow, we've got 768 million storage along with 768 co-processors. This is crazy. And from a distance, I think that looks insane. I am loving that. I think it's time that we removed our previous crafting storage because this has just become obsolete now. And in fact, instead of just completely removing them, we can actually just place them all down like so and just shift right click to pull the storage components out of them. But we are not done. I want to craft the Oblivion shard by this episode, and that is going to require us get the shattered singularities, which we've already just done. We now need to get the Manhattan module along with 2 of the paradox machines, which we can do right now. Off camera, I've been stockpiling a few of these time crystals, and so I think now is the perfect time to start using them. We're going to need 2 buckets worth of time fluid, which means we're going to plonk down all of our polymorphic catalyst and the time crystals, and I'm going to pick up 2 of those buckets and fill the rest of our time wand up with the other 2. And I believe that is enough to craft the 2 paradox machines we need. Yeah, that's done. That's completely done now. So now it's just the Manhattan module. I think for that, we're going to have to go back to our Orotech area. And I'm also going to bring our Foundry with us as well to actually set this up in its proper made place. So first, let's set up our Foundry one more time and add our pattern provider along with the induction card and all of those recipes just there, and connect it up to the line that we've had previously, alongside our transfer labels popping back into the extended pattern provider. I'll plonk the assembler just to the side of the Foundry and then whack the machine cores on as well. Get our induction card and extended pattern provider and plop that on the side over here. We also need to get the Atomic Forge. The Atomic Forge requires flux gates, which requires fluxite, and there's a load of different recipes for getting fluxite, but most of them use a variation of amethyst. Now currently, we don't have an automatic way of getting amethyst, so in the future we will definitely have to sort something out for that. But in the meantime, I found a reaction chamber recipe that converts 32 amethyst shards into 32 of the fluxite gems. So I'll encode this one, pop it in the reaction chamber, and we'll go over to our factory and set up an assembler recipe for the flux gate, which will also require the processing unit, which we've already got plastic and the carbon fiber strands automated. We need to get electrum automated, so I'll do that one as well. Luckily, that can just be an alloy in the Foundry, so that will be easy. And so let's finally craft ourselves that fragment forge. That took a little bit of time to get all the resources, but listen to the Orotech noises. This mod is just so good. Great, that is now done, and that's a 2x2. Interesting. Let's grab some machine cores. And the main reason that I did this is because we're trying to get ourselves plutonium. Plutonium's a little bit of a strange one. We can make the plutonium pellets by getting plutonium dust and then mixing it with one of the adamant, nickel, or duratium ingots. But plutonium dust itself has a bunch of different recipes, all of which I'm not particularly happy with right now. The most common one is probably to get the uranite crystals, and you can get that through the radioactive be in the plutonium dust. However, you can also use plutonium tiny dust, and you get that as a byproduct of forging down raw uranium or uranium ore. Now, we have both of those in abundance from our farm, so I think we don't actually have to set up any new farms for this. All we need to do is go down into our farm round here and set a blacklist and whitelist for deep slate and regular uranium ore in both of these, and that should allow us to just get raw uranium coming into our system. I saved some ore just for this occasion to test it out, so let's plonk some of that in there and we'll see if we end up now with raw uranium. We do. Now, I've not yet tested this, so if I place the raw uranium, is it always going to give us some of that tiny dust? Okay, interesting. I believe it does. So that is actually really good news for us, because that now means that we can set this up as an automatic recipe, and I'm actually going to cycle the output to be plutonium dust directly. So that way, if I now request some of the plutonium dust, let's request 9 of it, you'll see it makes it with 9 raw uranium. And if I grab my transfer labels just to make sure that is going into the right slot, we should see that that's now being pulled out, and we can add our auto crafting recipe for plutonium dust, and and then our assembler recipe for plutonium pellets. And now we just need to get the recipes for the Heisenberg compensators. And I'm going to use the Super AI chip recipe rather than the Unholy Intelligence. The main reason is because if I encode that, the Super AI chip requires the Advanced Computing Engine. The Advanced Computing Engine requires the processing unit that we've already got a recipe for, and then those silicon wafers, which again are so easy to make, we might as well do all of that. The only thing is that all of those recipes involve the atomic forge, which we've not made yet, and that requires enderic compound, which we can get from fragmenting ender pearls, which we have in absolute abundance. Plop that in there. That is the atomic forge now crafted. Now, how much space? God, that is quite a lot of space over here. I think I'm going to plonk that down right in the middle over here. Now, this is completely new to me. I have not played around with this, but I know a little bit about it to give it a go. And so what I'm going to do here is place down 3 enderic lasers. This is what will power the atomic forge. You're also going to need to plop on the machine cores for all of these as well. And once these are all set up, they look at you, which is pretty cool. But you're going to need to craft yourself the target designator, and that will designate the position at where these enderic lasers will actually shoot to. So if I shift right click onto the atomic forge and then shift right click onto the lasers, they will all now point towards this forge. I'm going to give them power by just plonking down that there, and I'm hoping that works. I believe it does. Yep, they all seem to have power, which is great news. I'm not entirely sure how we can get items in and out, so I'm going to just try and place a pattern provider on the side, and we'll see if that works. So I guess there's no real better way than to test out if we can make silicon wafers. Let's give that a go. Oh, okay, so it's crafting using the forge. It's made it. So let's grab ourselves the transfer label and place that in the speed. And yes, okay, so this does work. Putting a pattern provider on the side of the forge will work. So I guess there's only really one way to find out if we can now make the Manhattan module, and that is by requesting everything and then just speed boosting it all. Let's see, how close are we to getting all of this completed? It's working away. Whoops, and I have completely messed up. I forgot to pop this atomic forge onto blocking mode, and also more specifically, I want the lock crafting as well. Okay, somewhere along that line something broke, so we're just going to try that one more time. Maybe it's not an 100% result from that. Let's have a look. Oh no, ignore me, I just put plutonium pellets in the wrong area. That's actually supposed to go into the assembler. Whoops a daisy. So now Manhattan module craft. That is all of the plutonium pellets. We just need TNT, and now the Manhattan module, and then finally the Oblivion shard. Pop all of those in there, and we're sorted. We're done. That is the second item from the ATM Star completed. And I think right now we're actually able to craft a lot of the ingredients for some of the other star bits. And so I thought instead of doing that next episode, we'll do a little bit of that today. So the nitro crystal is actually quite easy to do now. Now that we've got the nether stars automated, all we really need is to get the block of blazing crystal. And so we just get the blazing crystals and turn them into a block. We could have done this way by using blaze rod blocks and converting that directly into the blazing crystal, but I don't think we'll be needing so much of that nitro crystal just yet. I'll set up some recipes to craft those nitro batteries as well. So in total, we're going to need 3 of those fully filled nitro batteries. So let's craft up 3 of those guys and get them charging away in the background. In the meanwhile, we're also going to need the player transmitter nitro, which also requires us going through that entire tier list over here. So the last thing we need for the player transmitter is a zombie that we need to right click with the aerial pearl. And I think we got these in one of the first episodes of Sieveless. So if I just right click that, right click in with the aerial pearl, we should now be able to craft the highest tier player transmitter as well. That will take a little while, but in the meantime, we now have 3 of the batteries that we required. Now I want to give a little shout out to Gaming with Flame, who did a Sieveless speedrun, and I'm actually going to nab one of the techniques. If I plop all of these battery nitros in my curio slots, as long as I have the wireless charging in my flux networks to allow for curio slots, they will be charging in the background. You'll see that this one is already at 160 million FE, and we need to get all of these up to 2 billion. So I will have those in my inventory charging away in the background, and we've just got the player transmitter nitro as well. We've got all the things required for the superconductor. I added a recipe for the dubious container. We've got everything there as well. So if I plonk that into the assembler, we can now craft ourselves superconductor. And surprisingly, we're actually able to clear off the universal terminal also. So we are getting dangerously close to getting all of these things finished off. And I've just set up all of the recipes for the 16mm mega storage component, including this new accumulation processor, which requires sky steel. So we should be able to craft one of them and knock that completely off our list as well.
Can you complete ATM 10 to the skies without using a sieve? Well, after 14 episodes, today is the day that we finally find out for sure, because it's all been leading up to this finale. Are you crying?
No, it's just hay fever.
In winter,
Yeah?
Anyway, we crafted our first 2 components of the star last episode, and now we have an entire factory dedicated to helping us finish off this star. So without further ado, let's roll the Sieveless music for the last time.
Oh my god, I love it!
I think the first thing to do is to cut down some of the islands that we've made throughout the series and actually do a little bit of cleanup. So there was this island at the start of the Let's Play where we had the bamboo, the glowberries, the moss, all of these different things came from this island over here, and I think it's time for it to go. So I've used the RF Tools builder here with a shape card clearing fortune quarry, and all you need to do is shift right click, select the first corner, and then select the second corner up here. And once that's done, you plonk it back into the builder, and then I think we're ready to go. So I've got a flux point over here providing this power, and then I've got a lever on the side. If I press this, yep, that's going to chop it all down. Oh wow, we've had this island since one of the start episodes, so this is quite a big moment. And it's gone. We're done. And I'll also do the exact same with our first ever island, this Mushroom Fields island. I definitely think we'll take some of this mycelium though, just to make sure that we've got some for later in case we ever want to expand. But I think that should be good. So we'll just plonk that back in there, give it a redstone signal, and yep, we're cutting out this island. That is done. And I guess it's left this little portion over here. Gosh, it really does feel weird removing some of the islands that we've had through the start of the Let's Play.
I'm not crying, you are.
So now, the only island that we have left in our world is our main house island and the factory island that we're going to be using to finish off the ATM Star. This feels so strange.
Hold on, what's that down there?
Don't worry, we will get to it very soon. We really are almost at the end of Sieveless now, so I guess the next best thing to do would probably be to show you what I've done off camera. I have officially moved the setup. We no longer have any ME controllers down here, and I'll show you where they've all gone, but we're now hooking everything up purely off of the wireless connectors. I've got a miniature bee setup. I'm going to go through this a little bit later. I'm not going to automate bees, but I'm going to show you a semi-automatic way that I've been using to get bees, and more importantly, get the spawn eggs and the genes for them. But if we go back to the factory, I've now moved all of our create stuff over here. We've got every single one of the create machines hooked up, including all the fans. We've also got this bulk freezing one, which I didn't have before. And more importantly, if I go down below the base, I've now got a larger 5x5 controller. I could have gone for an absolutely massive one, but to be honest with you, we're only using 3 of these connectors because I'm actually using these channels pretty wisely at the moment. But this does allow us to have a bunch of space to expand. I can't believe we've actually stayed on 3 controllers for this long. Also, how we're getting our stress units is a bit interesting. We're using the Create Steam engine. You plonk all of these on the side of a fluid tank and it turns this into a boiler. And as long as you've got blaze burners underneath and they're heated or superheated, they will be providing you with stress units. The way that we've created these is actually using blaze burners with a straw, and you get the straw from using paper in a rolling mill, and that basically allows fluid pipes to interact directly with the blaze burners. So instead of having to manually feed these guys items, we can just put fluid pipes underneath and they will drink the lava, heating up our system and giving us those sweet, sweet stress units. The next thing we needed to get started on was 2 pieces of antimatter. This means that we need to go into the nuclear side of Mechanism and create a fission reactor alongside some fissile fuel. So to get started on our fission reactor, you first need to make fissile fuel from Mechanism, and that is a very convoluted recipe. My recommendation is to work yourself down from fissile fuel all the way down to its base components. So for example, uranium oxide, then you find out how to make that, so yellow cake, etc. The hardest part of this recipe will be this hydrofluoric acid. If you've never done it before, I would totally recommend that you try it and do it without SFM as a sort of learning curve, but I am definitely going to fast forward this process. There was a video recently posted by The Voos, who uploaded a really, really good guide on the fissile fuel stuff and how he's done it using SFM. If you really do want to learn how to do it, I would recommend watching his video. I'm only going to cover the very, very basics. And in fact, I'm actually going to use his SFM code that he posted. So massive shout out to the Voos for this one. And let's try and get started. Now, I've actually made another room in my factory directly for fissile fuel production. And I've completely torn down the floor as well, because I'm going to be replacing all of this floor with inventory cables. And that's because we're going to be using SFM for the automation, because trying to do this with pipes, I mean, you can do it, but the cable management is absolutely crazy. Now, this is the basic machines that you will need to start off this process. We are going to need more than this, but this is the bare minimum that you can start with. So I have hooked up the bare minimum to get ourselves fissile fuel. I've also labeled everything using the Voos' video. We will need multiple of these machines to cut out any bottlenecks and to make sure that we're actually producing as much fissile fuel as possible. But for now, this will do the job. But we also need to put our inputs for the system in, and so I'm going to go down here, plop down an interface and a connector, and the inputs for the system are going to be forge energy,
I'm going to set the buffer to 1 million, which should be more than enough. We need to add our sulfur in, we need to add our fluorite in, and we need to add our uranium ingots as well. All of these are going to be set to 64. Since we're doing Forge Energy, we also need to add the induction card, and now we can link up our wireless connector to one of our connector slots on here. Now, the way that I've been doing this has been picking any kind of side on the ME controller, plopping it down like so, and then choosing a color. So in this case, we're going orange, blue, and that ensures that this connector here will not actually pass channels through to any of the other connectors on the same line. And then from here, we just need to use our wireless setup kit and right click up here, and we should see items from our ME interface. There we go. All of the items that we needed have been now requested and instantly get put straight into this ME interface. Now, currently, our occultism farm is actually producing everything that we need here, down even to the uranium, the fluorite, and the sulfur are all being produced in mass by our farm. So that's actually quite good. We don't have to touch any of that. So I should now be able to link our interface up and push our labels, and instantly we're making an absolute racket. Let me grab some muffler upgrades. We're also most definitely going to have to go inside and just manually set all of these side configs to match what is in the SFM code. And in every single one of these machines, we're going to need to add as many energy and speed upgrades as we possibly can.
Post-commentary Jim here, adding the maximum amount of speed upgrades will actually increase your energy usage by a significant amount. I had to lower them to, I believe, 6 upgrades instead of 8, and even that was draining my energy like it was no one's business.
And then I believe some of these machines take in the chemical upgrades. Okay, ignore me, just the chemical dissolution chamber, so you can add those as well. Okay, so we have the very, very basic setup for this, the bare minimum setup of every single one of these machines, and only one of them. They have been fully upgraded with energy, speed, and chemical upgrades, and you'll see we are producing fissile fuel, and it's actually going directly into our system right now. Right now, it's actually going into our Applied Mechanistics chemical storage cell, so we might actually have to change this up a little bit, because I feel like that's going to fill it up very quickly. So I'm going to go inside the cell workbench from Applied Energistics, grab my chemical storage cell, and I'm going to put the equal distribution card. Now, it says that it's incompatible, but it does say that it's a compatible upgrade, so I'm a little bit confused as to what that means, but I'm hoping that that just means that it's not going to store an absolute ton of the fissile fuel and not leave any space for anything else in the chemical storage cell. I may have got that wrong though, so please leave it in the comments if I have, and just let me know what I've done wrong. But the part that I enjoy about the fissile fuel production is not the basic stuff of actually getting it working, it's the optimization problem of trying to produce as much fissile fuel as possible, removing any of the bottlenecks. And the best way to do that is go through the end process and find out what's the thing that's bottlenecking the system. So right now, we're not producing enough uranium hexafluoride to keep up with this isotopic centrifuge. So if I go back down the line, you'll see the problem is actually to do with this uranium oxide. So we can see here, yeah, it's instantly pulling it out and it's not actually doing a backlog of this system. So we're going to craft a few more chemical oxidizers. So I'm going to grab 3 more of those chemical oxidizers and we'll see if that does the trick. So I'm going to plonk them all down on the same line here and just make sure that they've got the exact same side config. The best way you can do that is by getting the configuration card from Mechanism. Once you've got this in your hand, you can shift right click the machine that you're trying to copy and then right click every single one of your other oxidizers to copy those settings and the side configs. Then what you want to do is copy the tags that we've got for SFM into these machines here. The best way I found to do it is by pressing Alt a couple of times to toggle the different modes, and then you've got this mode here which shows the active label when you're hovering over something. So you can copy exactly what it says here, tag FE and chemical oxyuran oxide. So I've copied tag FE and then we just need that uran oxide. And we'll copy all of those there. We'll then paste the labels there. Okay, I've done a little bit of balancing now between what we've got. And right now I've got the bottleneck down to this yellow cake uranium. And you'll see that we're almost at the limit of what we're producing. We are gaining FE slowly, but we have been taking quite a lot from the system. And because we don't have anything to replenish it, I don't really feel like upping our production speed. But we are generating at least 1.57 buckets per second. Now that might not be tons, but we can upgrade this system later on and actually produce a little bit more when our energy supply actually meets the needs that we need it for. So I guess the next best thing is to actually make the fission reactor that we're going to use our fissile fuel for. So you might be wondering where we're going to be placing this fission reactor. And originally I said that we could do something inside the hollow island, but after a little bit of thinking and testing some ideas with you guys on the Discord, link in the description by the way, I came out with the idea of putting the fission reactor underneath our island attached with a massive claw. I don't entirely know whether this fits the theme of solar punk. I don't even know whether nuclear reactors fit solar punk, to be completely honest, but I thought it would be a really cool way to integrate it into a build, so let's try and paste this in. I was going to set up a time lapse for this, but you'll see it was so quick. Whoa, okay. That took seconds. So the idea is to have this claw holding onto the fission reactor. Now, it's half built this cobblestone box here, which is intended, don't worry. But basically, I was going to stuff all of the wiring and connections inside the claw through here. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to do it, but we're going to give it a go. And that should still allow us to have the 17 by 17 maximum size reactor, but also keeping it in theme with what we've built over here. Now, I've installed an additional mod. It's called Just Enough Mechanism Multi-Blocks. And this is installed on ATM 10, but it's not part of To the Sky. This is actually really handy because it allows you to see and calculate how many of the items and blocks you're going to need to craft whatever size reactor you're going to go for. So here we can see that we're going to need over 1,600 fission fuel assemblies and an absolute ton of reactor glass as well. So I'm going to go and get all of this crafted in the meantime and hopefully get back to you when that's done. Whilst that was crafting away, I broke down the cobblestone placeholder structure and began replacing it with the reactor frames and reactor glass. Afterwards, it was time to place in the fission fuel rod assemblies. Big shout out to the Building Gadget Grids tool here, because that meant that I could speed up this process a ton. To pull the fuel rods up, I then used construction sticks and put fuel rods in my offhand, which meant that I could build up to the max height really quickly. I then also topped it off with control rod assemblies and reactor glass. Finally, I placed in the ports. That's 5 reactor logic ports, which I'll cover shortly, and then where the claw touched the reactors, I added the coolant ports and ports for fissile fuel and steam. Okay, so the reactor is now fully built and technically operational. We've got a sink underneath here with a redstone timer, and if I look at the SFM code, I'm basically adding a bunch of water from the sink directly into the reactor. The reason I've done that is because the sink holds a maximum integer amount of water and puts it directly into the reactor. Now, a lot of people tend to do this with integrated dynamics or something like that. We don't actually have access to that because we still need the sigil of supremacy for it. But right now, that will do. We also have a wireless connector with an interface on top, and that is exporting fissile fuel directly through SFM with the code over here directly into our reactor. So all of our fissile fuel is going straight into the fission reactor. On the back of our reactor, I've got this redstone set up here. Every single one of these fission logic adapters sets the redstone pulse anytime something bad happens. So this one here is high temperature, this one here is critical waste level. All of these here are set to go on whenever there's a problem. This redstone logic down at the bottom over here is actually responsible for when the reactor is activated. Right now we've got this inverted so that if there is any single problem, the reactor will turn off. If there's no problem, it will just continue running. However, right now I have manually deactivated it. I let that process into nuclear waste in the background. In the meantime, I was doing quite a bit of travelling between bases, and so I thought I'd get myself a staff of travelling to make that easier, which allows us to travel anywhere in the vicinity to the travel anchors just by holding it in our hands and looking in the direction of a travel anchor. To make this, I first needed to craft the slice and splice from Ender.io to make Z logic components. For the staff of travelling, I needed to get my hands on an Ender crystal, which meant that I needed to convert a vibrant crystal into the Ender crystal using a soulbinder and the soul of an Enderman, which is where that Z logic component comes in because that's what's needed to craft the soulbinder. So once we had that sorted, we now needed to get that soul of an Enderman. We can do that by trapping Enderman in soul vials, and combining the crystal with the Enderman soul allowed us to get the staff of travelling. This process also required experience, which gave me a little bit of grief, but eventually I figured out that you could have an Ender.io tank on top filled with fluid experience from our system, and then deposit that into the soulbinder, which worked a treat. And that is now the staff of travelling, meaning that we don't need to access those anymore. We can just teleport around really easily. Nice. Oh, that's so much better. This then led me onto another detour, because one of the ATM Star items, the Philosopher's Fuel, required 2 sentient enders, which is also gotten from the same process that we've just done with the soulbinder. And so whilst I had it fresh in my mind, I thought we'd quickly craft out those whilst we were here too. They're not particularly difficult, it just meant that we needed to get ourselves some witch souls, and luckily we had a witch spawner, which we got from the very early days of Sieveless. I caught 2 of those and made the 2 sentient ender that we needed. I then got quite distracted and just continued getting items for the ATM Star to try and tick some more off our list. One of those being the flight module for the improbable probability device. It wasn't too difficult, you needed a bit of crafting to get that blank module, and then you're required to get a syringe full of gas juice.
Using the knowledge that I bestowed upon you in the ATM 10 TTS tips and tricks video, you can get a squid from the market for 1 diamond, and then using some witch water, you can spawn a squid in it, which will turn it into a ghast. You can then punch the ghast with the syringe to fill it up. After a couple of ghasts later, we had a full flight module. That means we just need the antimatter for the improbable probability device. We need to make a mechanical arm, okay. The mechanical arm was really simple, but you can actually do this manually rather than the sequenced assembly. And considering we just needed one of the mechanical arms, that was a sacrifice that I was willing to make. So it took no time at all to get ourselves our hands on the mechanical arm. And done. Perfect. Precision mechanism sorted, which means we can also make the mechanical arm. Check out that bad boy. And we also made ourselves the empowered canola seed, ready for the Philosopher's Fuel. However, I'm suddenly getting a telepathic communication from a time traveller. Oh my goodness, it's Time Traveller Jim. I'm editing the video right now and I explained this setup really poorly, so I'm going to do it again. What I was trying to make was the Philosopher's Fuel, which requires the Eclipse Ember block. Now, to make the Eclipse Ember block, you need Eclipse Ember, and you get that from the Just Dire Things method of turning Void Flame Coal into raw Eclipse Ember through the Shadow Pulse goo. And you get the Void Flame Coal block from a 3x3 of Void Flame Coal, which comes from the Blaze Ember block. So you'll see there's a kind of repeating pattern here that everything goes down into Primal Coal, and then finally into regular coal. So the goal of this automation is to set up an automatic goo that's going to do all of that processing of coal, then to void flame coal, then to blaze ember coal, etc, all the way up to the top. And so the setup that we had for this is the shadow pulse goo over here. I've got an advanced clicker which is set to this specific block and facing on the down direction, and that is going to be right clicking Skulk directly into that, meaning that whenever this shadow pulse goo runs out of charge, it's going to be permanently right clicked by Skulk. Now obviously this advanced clicker is going to keep trying to right click it, and that's why this block over here is getting placed, but that will keep this shadow pulse goo completely charged at all times as long as we can provide it Skulk. Secondly, we need the advanced block placer. If I turn the render area on for this one, you'll see it's a 3x3 around the shadow pulse goo. If I fed this cobblestone as an example, it will try to fill up that entire cube. However, we only want the spaces that are touching the shadow pulse goo. So we want it here, 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 and then at the back over here. And the best way that we can ensure this is by filling up every single other block space. I did this in a decorative way using iron bars and chipped cobblestone, and I was slightly inspired by Pilpo's design, so a massive shout out to Pilpo. Check out his ATM 10 to the Sky series if you want to see a little bit more of this. So now I'll get rid of our temporary block, the cobbled deep slate. And as an example, if I now placed in iron blocks, you'll see it goes into all of those spaces, and then the goo turns it into ferrocore. Great, this is now turned into the raw ferrocore ore, and that's where the next item comes into play, the advanced block breaker. If I place this here, I have the exact same render area as I have before, but I now have an allow list set to filter block, and I've put in all of the ferrocore, all of the Eclipse alloy, etc. And then I put all of the coal stuff here, all the way up to Eclipse Ember coal. So then I place down an extended pattern provider facing directly into the advanced block placer, and a wireless connector obviously connected to it over here. And inside my block breaker, I have an Eclipse alloy pickaxe, and I've got drops teleporter on it. So if I shift right click this extended pattern provider and then plonk that in there, it will break all of those items and they'll go straight into the pattern provider. I mean, they turn up in our system and you can see all that ferrocore has just been mined. And then came to setting up these recipes here. And for the recipes, I put 1 block of coal equals 3 primal coal. You will get between 3 and 4 primal coal for every single block of coal that you put, meaning that we'll probably end up getting a little bit too much of this primal coal, but it means that the automation will never break. And so I did that for every single one of these recipes here going up in tier. So primal coal turning into primal coal blocks, which then gives us blaze ember, then the blaze ember block turning into void flame, and then finally the eclipse ember that I was mentioning earlier. I also have the compacting recipes in our assembler matrix over here. So then I placed all of those recipes inside our pattern provider just over here and made sure that I connected a smart cable with an export bus, specifically exporting the skulk that we've got over here, making sure that it's always going to keep this advanced clicker topped up. And that is the automation for the Eclipse Ember block all configured up. Meaning that if I now request one of them, you'll see it requires 55 blocks of coal, and that will get converted down into Eclipse Ember blocks. One of the nifty tricks that I found is that you can also time wand the goo. You have to be really quick and very careful, but you can time wand it if you're just quick enough. And that will actually speed up the transformation, meaning that you can get these blocks coming a little bit quicker. I'm going to try and get it. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. And that takes no time at all. You can see we're already on that Blaze Ember tier, which means we're 2 off of the next tier. So finally, we're now moving on to that Void Flame. And lastly, we are on the Eclipse Ember, and there we go. We have now got the Eclipse Ember block, which is exactly what we needed to make ourselves that Philosopher's Fuel. So yes, sorry about the time travelling, but that is now sorted. We then needed an Insanium coal block for the Philosopher's Fuel item. We already had Inferium coming in from our dimensional mine shafts, and so all we needed to do was craft it up to that higher tier. For your benefit, I'm going to skip the footage of me crafting that Master Infusion Crystal, because that was incredibly dull. But once I'd done that, it was just a matter of putting recipes to upgrade the blocks into a quantum crafter. I added some acceleration cards, and then finally we got all the Insanium that we needed. I then chopped it down into regular Insanium rather than the block version, and then lastly crafted that Insanium coal block. There were then only 2 items left for the Philosopher's Fuel: the Unobtainium Furnace and the Draconic Reactor Core. Focusing on the Reactor Core, we now needed to get into Draconic Evolution. We had a good stockpile of Draconic dust and ingots from our resource generation, and so we could get pretty far into that mod. Using SFM, I automated the fusion crafting with AE. We went from the basic crafting injectors to the Draconium tier. But we needed a lot more Awakened Draconium for our next crafts. The problem is that Awakened Draconium uses Dragon Hearts to craft it, and you only get 1 for every single Ender Dragon kill. That is a long process, and so I wanted to get bees for all of the Draconic Evolution resources. And I had built a system that would help me get these bees that we needed. And luckily in the background, I've been making a huge amount of these Draconic bees, and I'm going to show you how I've been doing it. I've been doing this all manually. If I grab some of my Draconic bees and just breed them up like this, I've got a transfer label over here that's pushing them directly into this chest over here. And that means that I can breed up an absolute ton of these very quickly. Once I've got a stack of the child Draconic bees, we need to grow these up. And I could use the incubator, but this is a little bit slow. So I've made a dedicated room for them up here, where we've got a catcher with a bunch of range upgrades and an adult bee upgrade, surrounded by a bunch of Vitalic source links. Now, Draconic bees are actually aggressive, so I'm going to need to put the bee nest helmet on for this one. So what I can do is basically hold a honey tree in my offhand and place down one of these cages, and it will grow the bee up really quickly, and then the catcher will instantly put this into a cage for us. So if I hold my honey trees and then just right-click a bunch of them down at a time, they'll all stay still, and they will be instantly caught by our catcher upgrade. And this worked great, apart from the fact that some of them would ignore the honey tree and then occasionally fly off, which led me on a bit of a wild goose chase to go and find them. But eventually, we'd caught all of them and put them back in their cages. So once that's done, I can grab all of my adult bees from the catcher. And I've got a little setup here which has the bottler down here with 64 glass bottles, a pushed piston directly attached to it, a dispenser, and then this setup over here. And all this is a item collector that collects the squashed bee material and puts it directly in the centrifuge. My SFM code then powers all of the machines and then sends anything from the centrifuge to the gene indexer. And if we give the gene indexer a redstone signal, it will actually compress these gene samples down so we can try and get 100% genes. So all I need to do for this system is block off so that this dispenser is going directly into the piston and the bees have nowhere to escape. Grab a pulse timer, turn my magnet off, and place the pulse timer here on a 1-second delay. If I then add all of my bees, they'll be placed and instantly squished down into the genetic material, and that will then go straight into the gene indexer. And these small percentages here will actually accumulate to become 100% samples over here, and that's how we're getting the Draconic bee gene samples. Now, if I grab 15 of these Draconic bee samples specifically, if I add those gene samples directly to a honey tree over here, place that inside the bee incubator and add a bunch of eggs, you'll see that's how we're getting ourselves the Draconic bee spawn eggs. So now we've got all of the Draconic bees. I'm going to try and upgrade 5 of these guys to be awakened bees. So let's request ourselves 5 of the regular draconium bees. That should hopefully be easy. Yep, that's working away in the background. Perfect. We've got all 5 of those draconium bees. Now, I already have an infinite supply of draconium, so I don't actually want to make a hive for these, but I do want the awakened draconium because that's a little bit of a pain to craft. To make the awakened bee, we needed the awakened draconic tier of the crafting injectors, meaning that we still needed a few more dragon hearts anyway, which meant obviously more ender dragon kills. This would take quite a while, and so I thought we might as well invest in a new draconic evolution bow to make the kills quicker. To this bow, we can add upgrades as modules, and I added the energy module and the auto fire module to the bow. But ultimately, we would need to add velocity and damage modules
to increase our damage and accuracy. Both of these modules require potions, and I found a nifty way to automate them using industrial foregoing. I'm probably going to add it just over here. I know it's in the Orotech room, but hey-ho. I added an export bus exporting blaze powder and water to the industrial foregoing potion brewer, and an induction card to keep it all powered. I also added all of the tier 4 add-ons, and I found that this was a really tricky thing to automate properly, but after a bunch of trial and error, I eventually settled on using the advanced pattern provider, and I'd found a pretty neat method to get this to work. Okay, so I figured out the recipe that we're going to be using to make this. Now, it can bulk craft at once, so I've got the recipe here of wort, sugar, glowstone, and then gunpowder, and then 3 bottles. If I encode this as a pattern, it wouldn't actually work if I placed it in here, and that's because it would place the bottles up at the top. So what I've done here is actually allowed all of the brewing inputs on the top direction and bottles to only come through the front. And if we use an advanced pattern provider and encode it with the advanced pattern encoder, we can put our pattern in here and select which side it's actually going to go into. So for example, I'm going to place all of the potion ingredients to go on the top, but I'm going to select the bottles to make sure they're coming in on the east face, which is actually the front face. I can then pull out my recipe over here and place it into the potion brewer advanced pattern provider, and then I should be able to just craft it like so. And all of the potions get crafted and exported back into the system. And as long as this is on lock crafting, I should be able to craft these in bulk. Let's try and craft 9 and just see what happens. So it crafts that batch, does the same, and that is now working as intended. So I should be able to craft 8 of these projectile velocity modules and pop them directly into my bow, like so, and that is going to give it 120% velocity, which should hopefully speed up this bow, and we've got the auto firing, which is really nice. I could also do with the damage modules as well. They'd be really useful, and we need strength 2 for those. So we will have to do exactly what we did before when we craft a recipe for the Strength 2 potions. That took no time at all, and eventually we crafted all of the strength potions that we needed. There we go, we have now increased the damage by 125%. Maximum attack damage of 29.7. This is going to be really powerful. Let's try this out against the dragon a few more times. And so we raced through the Ender Dragon fight, getting up to the point where we could finally deal damage to the Ender Dragon. And now, let's see how much damage we actually do to this fella over here. Oh, that is a lot. I'll be honest, looking back at this is nothing compared to what we're about to do. But anyway, we got a couple more Dragon Hearts to get ourselves some more Awakened Draconium to upgrade our crafting injectors. And finally, we were able to craft the Awakened Draconium Bee. We actually had enough Draconium for 2 bees, as well as 1 block left over for the flowering block in the feeding slab. I'll also grab 2 of the productivity high gene samples that we've got over here, and add those to a honey treat. I'll spawn these guys in and cage them up as well. We should be able to apply both of those to there. So if we go down to our bees, we can now add the Awakened Draconium block, all of the Omega upgrades, and both of those bees, and hopefully we should now get some Awakened Combs. And that will now melt down into Awakened Draconium Nuggets, which we can then process further. In fact, it's probably best if we pop another slot in our compacting drawer setup for the Awakened Draconium itself. That took no time at all. We now have 46 Awakened Draconium blocks. I'm going to craft up the last 3 Awakened Bee spawn eggs. This was great, but for the Reactor core, we were required to get to Chaos tier, which meant we needed to defeat the Chaos Dragon. With my current setup, that would be just a tad difficult, so I upgraded the bow to the Awakened tier, which gave us more slots and allowed us to use upgraded tier 2 modules. And so now I can just add all these damage modules. I feel like this is going to do some serious damage. Let's test this out on the Ender Dragon one more time. Right, here he is, the dragon time. Let's see. Oh, whoa. That was 5 hits and it instantly died. That is so quick. I love it. This bow is absolutely crazy. A must-have when fighting the Chaos Dragon is some better armor. More specifically, the Draconic Chestplate, which allows you to add modules in it to help out with shielding and reducing damage. I crafted it and upgraded it to our current maximum tier, and then made a bunch of add-ons. Okay, so my Draconic chest piece is looking like this. I've got an absolute ton of these recovery modules, which should speed up how fast the shield recovers, and then a load of these large shield capacity modules. I've also added the mining stabilizer module, along with the energy module and the shield controller module. All of the other slots I have filled with speed. Now, normally, I don't actually want the speed. However, you'll see when I apply the speed, we move incredibly quickly. And in fact, I'm probably going to have to turn off both view bobbing and the FOV effects for this, because I think this is a little bit too intense, but that's pretty fine. I will most likely be taking out those speed modules when I'm just out and about, but for the boss fight, I think we're going to need them. Also, check out the cool glowing effects that we now have on our armor. This is looking super, super sick. I'm so happy with this. So without further ado, let's go find ourselves a Chaos Dragon. So this was actually my first time doing the Chaos Dragon fight. You can find the Chaos Dragon lair every 10,000 blocks in each of the cardinal directions from the main portal in the end. Your aim is to get the dragon to use its attack so that it hits the end crystals, which takes out their shield, and then you can manually attack and destroy them. Ever so often, he will do 1 out of 3 of his different attacks. Number 1 is an instant kill death laser. In my opinion, this is the best one. You hide behind a pillar and it instantly takes out the shield on the crystal. But do note, if you step in the line of this laser, it will instantly kill you, and it will even do so if you're in creative mode as well. Oh, friendly? This dragon is not. The other 2 attacks, however, both disable your flight. One attack spawns a bunch of withers for you to kill, and the other one, the dragon spins in a circle and fires projectiles at you that you need to dodge. Mechanically, this fight is actually pretty easy, but it takes absolutely forever. So after about 20 minutes of fighting this thing, we finally took out all of the crystals and managed to wipe out its health. Yes, finally, this thing's dead. Oh, that took so long. Ah, and down here, I believe, is the reward. Yes. So what do we have here? Draconium-infused obsidian. Very nice. But most importantly, the Chaos Crystal. And I believe if I break this, this should be the thing that drops everything that we need. And done. 5 Chaos Shards. Fantastic. And I might as well take some of this because I don't actually know what this is used for. And let's claim all of our Draconic Evo rewards, which gives us the Chaos Shards as well. With our newly found Chaos Shards, I upgraded the crafting injectors to the final tier to get the Chaos Shard B. Great, that's the last Chaos injectors. So we'll pop them all down here. Pop them on single mode, rebuild our cable network, and we finally craft ourselves the Chaos B spawn egg. We have all the ingredients ready for it. Let's give it a go. And so I hit go, and I'd say the process took about 5 minutes, but eventually we had our first Chaos Shard B. And then finally, the Chaos B spawn egg. It's done. It's been complete. Let's grab it. And we'll grab ourselves the productivity high as well. Pop it down, place it in a cage, pop it in the incubator with our productivity high, and then finally we have the Chaos B. And I've got the other shard over here, which is its flowering block, which means we should be able to be producing Chaos Combs. Let's give this a go. Chaos Comb blocks, which means we get tiny Chaos fragments. And so if I go up to our compacting drawer, and then place the tiny Chaos fragments down here, we should now be able to be getting ourselves large Chaos fragments. And then from there, we can just encode the pattern for the regular Chaos Shard. So we should now have infinite Chaos Shards. How sick is that? I'm going to try and get the other Chaos Bees as well, and then we have all of the Draconic Evo bits that we need to complete the Draconic Evo part of the star. Those additional Chaos Bees took no time at all, so I popped them in the hive, and we were producing more Chaos Shards than I knew what to do with. Turns out as well that the Dragon Soul, another ATM item, required 2 of the Draconic Evo bits that we had already made, and so not only were we able to make serious progress on the Philosopher's Fuel, we also made massive strides towards the Dragon Soul. And for the rest of the Dragon Soul, we just needed to make ourselves a Soul Gem from Occultism, which we already had the rituals for, and then a summoning focus from Ars Nouveau, which meant that we had to get ourselves a Wilden Tribute from defeating the Wilden boss. Now obviously at this point we already had the OP Draconic Evo bow, so this boss was no problem at all. Perfect, that is the focus of summoning, which means we can craft ourselves the Dragon Soul. Ta-da! The last item for the Philosopher's Fuel was the Unobtainium Furnace, which means, you guessed it, it's time to get into all the Modium, Vibranium, and Unobtainium. If you remember all the way back to episode 1, we need to get the Sigil of Supremacy, which means that we need to get the Endless Waves Gateway Pearl and complete it all the way up to at least round 100 to finally get our hands on it. For this, I crafted 5 Mob Crushers and set them all one on top of the other, with at least a 2-block gap, each of which had the maximum range upgrade and tier 4 add-ons. This covered a huge area, in which, if anything would spawn, it would instantly be deleted. I then used slabs for the bottom platform, and that way, shulkers could only stick to the top side of them. Okay, I've got a temporary setup over here of a bunch of crushers on maximum size all the way down here, including one at the bottom over here. I've got some code in here which is basically going to add everything from the crushers into the barrel just here, and then take whatever's in this barrel, try and salvage it in the salvage table, and then output all of that back into this barrel. And I've got a stack upgrade Omega tier on this barrel. Technically, we were still not at the highest apotheosis world tier, we were still hovering around just below the pinnacle tier, and I also wanted to test whether this system actually worked rather than wasting an endless gateway pearl. And so I set up another temporary farm on my temporary farm, which was a cursed earth mob farm right in the centre of the platform. This would also give us some more signs of malice, which we could use to craft the pinnacle pearl, which is a prerequisite to getting the Endless Gateway Pearl. This also gave me an opportunity to test the system, to add in some void upgrades for things we weren't going to be collecting, and also checking that the salvaging table would work with this amount of items coming through it. And luckily, everything was okay. However, I did encounter a few issues that I'll get to a little bit later on. Okay, so we're going to try the Apothic Pinnacle. Not entirely sure where to place this. I'm going to just try it there. We'll see if that works. I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen. Oh. Okay, it did it. Our first test with the pearl went absolutely swimmingly. You'll see that mobs are spawning in and being deleted almost in the exact same tick, because this system is just so fast. And very quickly, it finished all of the waves. Whoa, okay. It all worked as intended. That is a bit of a shock to me. Let me go and pick up all of this stuff. Do you see all those items here? Well, this was only after 4 waves of mobs. Does anyone have any guesses as to what happens when you have 100 waves of doing this, and all of the monster loot drops on the floor? And I guess there's nothing better to do than just press go on this. Let's try it. I'm going to move a little bit away so we can still see what's going on, but I'm hoping that this all just works as intended. And again, everything just seemed to work so well. We ended up speeding through the first 25 waves of mobs with absolutely no problems whatsoever. We are a quarter of the way through, and I'm going to have to start picking up items because we are spamming all of these chests right now. But despite having to pick up items, we were still making progress. Okay, I'm feeling pretty safe. We're at round 78 and we've not had any mishaps. I am still getting every single round filling up my inventory like crazy. I've got to be really careful about this. But my FPS had a different story. It was starting to dip. I should have automated the collection of items. This has gone terrible. 98, 99, and 100. I think we've done it. 100, and it got stuck at the exact moment that we're going to get it. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. The shulker did move, but it's literally round 100, so I can actually finish this guy off manually. And so just like that, one shulker with 1,000 hit points stood in our way from getting the Sigil of Supremacy. We did it. And I believe... Oh, okay. So I did get the Sigil of Supremacy. I just somehow had to collect it, and I kept on dying. Oh my gosh. I don't actually know what to do. I guess I just have to turn everything off and wait. As if by magic, our prayers were answered by Captain Grabditkin. So guys, in the comment section, can we please get a massive shout out to Mr. Captain Grabditkin? Because him shooting me actually saved my computer from completely exploding due to the amount of items that were on the floor. I see it, I see it. Okay, let's grab everything, let's grab it all and pop it into this barrel over here. And I'm hoping we should see... I saw it, the Sigil of Supremacy, it's just there. Oh, that has been so long. And we got a music disc as well, very cool. And for those of you wondering why we needed the Sigil of Supremacy, allow me to show you in the quest book. Under the Apotheosis Gear tab, Sigil of Supremacy, we get all the Modium blocks, Vibranium blocks, and Unobtainium blocks, along with Kivi, which we've never had access to before, and Menril, which also we haven't had access to before. We finally have access to all of these blocks here. This has felt like such a long time coming. So the first thing that we need to do is make ourselves an Orthomodium bee, so we can get infinite Orthomodium. For that, we need to get some ancient bees, which I have made earlier, the netherite bees. We need to grab ourselves a bunch of eggs, and then we get ancient bees. We also need to make soul lava. Now, there are currently 2 ways to get soul lava. One is using the fluid laser base on a warden and getting yourself soul lava that way. The other is using a vat, and we actually have all the ingredients here to make this soul lava, so I'm going to do it this way. For some reason, the processing recipe added lava twice, so I just removed it, and then it was able to be automated. Let's see, does this work? I believe it does. Let's see, will it produce soul lava? It does. Right, okay, so that's how we generate the soul lava itself. I'm going to grab a gauge dropper and just click it over here. And we'll set that in the fluid drawer over here so that we now have a place to store all of our soul lava. From here, let's craft up the rest of what we need to create a full bucket's worth of soul lava. And we might as well time on this thing to speed that up as well. Perfect, that is now a full bucket of soul lava. I can now pour that out. I didn't need to do this, but I made a soul lava bee in case we needed a load more soul lava in bulk. To do this, I went to the Nether and got a load of ghostly bees. I then squished them up using our bee setup to get a ghostly bee spawn egg. and I poured soul lava on it to then get ourselves the soul lava bee spawn egg. For now, I only needed one, and so I set that bee up in our bee factory, which would produce it in our storage system. I will grab myself a tank full of soul lava, and we can now replace our existing Foundry tank that had lava in it with soul lava, meaning that we should now be able to smelt down all the modium, which, yeah, we can. I can then place an ancient bee here and pour the Allthemodium over it, and we can now get ourselves the Allthemodium bee spawn egg. Fantastic. There it is, right there. Let's spawn it in, give it the productivity high, and capture it in a bee cage. And if I place the Allthemodium bee in there, give it the block of Allthemodium, we should now be getting Allthemodium combs. Once those combs had been processed, we had a load of Allthemodium nuggets, which I could then place in our compacting drawer. Using our newfound Allthemodium ingots, I then converted the remaining 14 ancient bees to Allthemodium bees. I used 4 of them to fill up the previous hive completely with Allthemodium bees. I then used 5 to create the Vibranium bees and added those to the factory, and then I did the exact same again for 5 more Unobtainium bees. So now we had every single Allthemod's metal automated. Place down the Unobtainium block, time on that bad boy, time on this bad boy, and time on this bad boy. We now see we are generating tons of Unobtainium, tons of Vibranium, and tons of Allthemodium. This is amazing. So anyway, where were we? Oh right, the Unobtainium furnace. Right, so let's upgrade all of the furnaces all the way up to Unobtainium, and that is the Philosopher's Fuel completed. And just like that, another ATM item has been completed. At this point, I wanted to take advantage of the kivy we'd just unlocked, because using the kivy, we now had access to extractors. Using Ars Nouveau, I created water essence, which allowed me to craft pointed dripstone, which then enabled us to craft even more of that using an extractor recipe. Since we had a limited supply of kivy, I used a block generator to make sure that we never used the last bit of it, and we always had some generating. Do you remember at the start of the episode when I made that fission reactor and then just completely ignored it for like most of the episode? Well, it's finally come full circle, so let me show you what I've done. Now obviously I've already shown off my interface stuff over here, getting the fissile fuel and the water in using SFM, which whilst I'm here I should definitely use the camo block to hide all of this. You see absolutely nothing here, nothing at all, perfect. But if I go to the other side, I have a wireless connector over here, similar to the other setup, but I have a storage bus connected up to our nuclear reactor, and a fluid trash can just here, with this set to output coolant. That means that the steam is going to be instantly trashed. Now, we could use the steam to power a turbine and give ourselves power, but right now we're just using it for antimatter. So when I activate my nuclear reactor, you'll see we're generating some waste. And if I look into my ME system, I can see that nuclear waste building up. And it's actually just staying in the reactor, but it's being shown to us through this storage bus. And I'm going to just turn that off for now. Now, depending on how much nuclear waste I want, I can set this rate limit here. Right now it's on 900, which means it's burning 900 millibuckets of this fissile fuel. This is quite high. As you can see, the temperature is almost, in that red zone, so we've got to be a bit careful here. But I wanted to have a little bit of nuclear waste so I can show you all of the processing and recipes that we have to do. But for now, let's just plug that up. So we've now got our full claw and fission reactor set up. And it is looking pretty swanky. Now I've set up a couple of travel anchors, one here for the reactor, and then one up here for the reactor upper, which is where we're going to have all of our processing. So I'll show that in just a second. These will both be removed, but I thought for now, whilst we're travelling back and forth between them, it will be useful to have them. Secondly, I will note we are using a lot of radiation stuff, so if you want to stay protected, wear a hazmat suit. At the moment, I'm raw dogging it. I don't know why, but yeah, oh well. And to be completely honest, I'd actually recommend doing this inside a compact machine instead, because if anything does go wrong, it will affect the compact machine and not irradiate your entire base. Not that I would know anything about that. So right now, I have hollowed out this area here, which is going to be our nuclear processing stuff. And let me remind you, our end goal is to get antimatter pellets so we can make the improbable probability device. The antimatter comes from crystallizing antimatter liquid, and the antimatter liquid comes from the SPS, or the supercritical phase shifter. Again, using just enough mechanism multi-blocks, we can see the cost for this SPS machine, requiring 60 SPS casing, 3 SPS ports, a supercharged coil, and then a bunch of structure glass. Now, all of these things require some polonium pellets, and in the case of the SPS casing, they also require plutonium pellets. Now, to get plutonium pellets, this is a little bit easier. We use a pressurized reaction chamber with water, plutonium, and then some fluorite dust. In the background, I made some fluorite bees because we were running a little bit low. These are really easy. You just need to get diamond bees and then right-click with fluorite. I got the diamond bees off camera when I was trying to make the netherite bees. So I've got that processing in the background, producing us a ton of fluorite. The plutonium comes from using an isotopic centrifuge with nuclear waste in it. And 5 millibuckets of nuclear waste produces 1 millibucket of plutonium. And that is right over here. You can see we've got the isotopic centrifuge, it's taking in the nuclear waste, and you'll see on the configs it is outputting to that pressurized reaction chamber. You might be wondering why this isn't on now, and that's because I've got the redstone detection set to inverted. If I go behind the back of this machine, you'll see I've got an ME level emitter, and this is emitting a signal when we have reached a certain threshold of plutonium pellets. We don't need them constantly crafted, we just need a basic amount so that we can make as many SPS casings as we need. And so if I look at my ME system and look for plutonium pellets, you'll see I have 107. If I took out a stack like that, I've only got 43, and it will start generating them again, which means that both the isotopic centrifuge and the PRC are now working away. As a byproduct of this craft, you will see we're getting spent nuclear waste. Now, if I go below the island, and yes, I have an SPS, I'll get to that in a sec, you will see I've got this set up over here. Another wireless connector set up touching a radioactive waste barrel. Touching that nuclear waste barrel, I have a storage bus with spent nuclear waste set. Now, currently, I don't have any disks set up to store spent nuclear waste, so it will all go into this barrel here. From this barrel, I'm using it as a buffer to then extract from and place into a bunch of other radioactive nuclear waste barrels. Over time, the spent nuclear waste will just decay and empty out. As you can see, and all of these barrels are now empty. As for polonium, we need significantly more of it. You'll see it requires 4 for the SPS casing. And obviously we need 60 of them. To make the polonium pellets, we need to use polonium liquid. And the way that we get polonium liquid is by using solar neutron activators with the nuclear waste and turning that into polonium. Now, underneath this setup, I have import-export buses. For the plutonium one, I am exporting water, Fe, and fluorite dust, as you can see all here, and the plutonium is coming from the isotopic centrifuge. However, for the polonium, I'm actually exporting the liquid directly because we're going to be generating it from a different part of our system. Now, do note, these are import-export buses, meaning that I can actually export down at the bottom here with eject on, and that means that anything that gets created by the PRCs ends up getting exported and put straight into our system. So how do we get polonium, you might be asking? Well, that is where these solar neutron activators come in. I'm going to place a bunch of these on the back wall like so, and as long as these guys have direct access to light, we can feed them nuclear waste and they will turn it into polonium liquid. So what I can do is have my wireless connector here, hook it up directly into the solar neutron activator with an import-export bus, dragging in our regular nuclear waste in the export bus, and you'll see here that gets turned straight into polonium. Now this is really slow, so my advice is to add a few acceleration cards, and you'll see here it instantly does it. Now again, this is an import-export bus, meaning that polonium is going to be extracted directly from the system, as long as I have this on input-output mode and eject set to on. Now we really don't have to do this, but right now I'm storing all of that polonium in a disk drive called the Mega Radioactive Chemical Storage Cell. That requires a polonium pellet to craft, but that actually allows you to store any of the radioactive chemicals that we are using. In this case, all of our polonium. And technically we don't need that, we don't actually need to store it, we can just use it directly in our machines. But I wanted to make sure that we had a little bit of a backlog of it. Anyway, so now that is set up, we are now importing that polonium back, and then because we're exporting it here, it ends up in our pressurized reaction chamber. And again, I have a threshold switch here set to polonium pellets on the back, but instead of the 64 that we've got for plutonium, I ended up having a little bit more, 256. So we have actually produced quite a fair bit of these pellets here. Now, a bunch of things to note for safety and also for ME channels. If a machine has any kind of radioactive material in it, i.e. you see these green radioactive particles, do not break it. Breaking it will release a bunch of radiation into the atmosphere, and it takes ages for it to clear. If we used any kind of pipe that stored nuclear material inside it, for example the mechanism pressurized tubes, the exact same problem would occur, and that is why I'm using applied Energistics to handle all of this logic, because they don't actually store any of the nuclear waste in the cables itself, they're just for logistics. But it does mean that I cannot remove these machines unless I deal with the nuclear material inside them. So just note about that one. Secondly, for these solar neutron activators, we don't actually have to use this one Fluix cable, we can actually do this on a subnet. Oh boy, I'm going to lose half the audience again. The main problem here is that I've got 6 neutron activators, and the Fluix smart cable can only handle 8 channels, meaning that if I try to fill up this cable, it would just not work. But what we can do is add that on a subnet, meaning that I can place down an ME interface like this, and then an ME storage bus like this. And this counts as a completely different network compared to our network right here. And you'll see it's only using one channel to do this connection right here. One thing to note is that this network will still need power, and the best way that we can do that is using quartz fiber. I can pull out a Fluix cable like here and actually connect this using quartz fiber, and now this is a completely separate network that connects directly to our network. Now, to make this a little bit easier on you, I'm going to mark this network with blue, just so things don't get confusing. But now I'm going to add the exact same setup that I had before, where we are exporting nuclear waste directly into the export bus and adding all of our acceleration upgrades. And I should be able to add all of those import-export buses like so and use a memory card
to shift right click to copy that current device configuration, and then right click into this one, and it should add all of those acceleration cards and the nuclear waste over here. So I'm going to paste all of those options to every single export. I'll also make sure that every single one of the solar neutron activators has the exact same side config, meaning that we're import, exporting and ejecting on the bottom side. Right now our system does not have any more stored up nuclear waste, so I'm going to quickly go to the reactor, enable this, and we're going to go back upstairs, and we should see that all of the nuclear waste is being processed and handled into polonium. And right now I don't actually have anywhere to store the polonium because we've filled out our disk, but it's working as intended, and it's technically a subnetwork, meaning that we only needed to use that one extra channel rather than 6 that we would be required for this. Now, something to note, the solar neutron activators are obviously solar based, meaning that they need to have direct access to sunlight, but more importantly, it needs to be daytime and also clear weather. Round the back of my base, I set up a little setup here that's going to do both of those things. Right here we have 2 celestial manipulators. They are really simple, they're from Draconic Evo. You can get these before you even get into the awakened tier. They need to be powered, and so I've got a flux point here as well as a cable connecting to both of them. And if I open up the celestial manipulator, you can see that I can control the weather, the time, etc. all from this menu here. But what we're interested in is the configure redstone option to the right of it. I can set what happens when a redstone signal activates this celestial manipulator. So in this case, I've got it set to sunrise, and I've got an inverted daylight detector with a comparator, so whenever it turns to nighttime, a redstone signal will be produced, turning this comparator on, giving this redstone signal, turning it back to daytime. I've also got the exact same over here with a wind vane from Supplementaries, and what the wind vane does is it actually detects weather, meaning that we'll get a redstone signal whenever it's raining or thundering, and this is set to clear skies. So that way we always have clear skies and daytime, meaning our solar neutron activators should be constantly working. And in fact, that has the side benefit of us not needing to change the behavior or the weather tolerance of our bees, because it will always be daytime and clear skies. Now, for the SPS casings, we're also required to get HDPE sheets. The way that we get them is by enriching 3 HDPE pellets, and the way that we get that is through this process right here. We first take water, hydrogen, and biofuel. The hydrogen we are getting from our electrolytic separator here. We're not using all of the hydrogen, and so I thought it would just be good to tap into this stream here. The biofuel, however, is quite interesting. I've got that set up in this interface here with a crafting card, and the recipe that I've got for biofuel is by crushing moss in a mechanism crusher to get 2 biofuel per moss block. Now, obviously, we had a ton of moss stored up from our previous farm that we made, but just so that I would never run out, I also used the Zycraft extractor method here to make sure that we had a fully automated way of getting moss anyway. Now, this process here produces 2 things. One is ethene and the other one is substrate. The ethene is then condensated into liquid ethene using the rotary condensator to the right of it, which turns the ethene from a gas into liquid ethene. And that is then exported into another pressurized reaction chamber over here. The substrate is also taken from the previous process and also put into this PRC alongside some oxygen, which we're also getting from the electrolytic separator again. And all of that to produce ourselves 1 HDPE pellet. So it's a pretty long-winded process, but it does get us the HDPE sheets that we need for the SPS casing. And just to see that working here, you'll see the substrate is being produced as well as the ethene, that's getting condensated, and then finally we're getting the HDPE pellets. And if I want the sheets, I can just request a stack of them and it turns the pellets directly into those HDPE sheets. Anyway, now it was time to make the SPS. If you have a look at the mechanism questline, it will show you a pre-built version of how this is set up, which you can use to help you create it. And unlike the fission reactor, you will have to build it exactly how it's shown, apart from the fact that you can move the ports around. A couple of clips ago, you probably saw that this thing was fully built, and that's because I had to re-record a couple of clips from before to give a little bit more clarity on the nuclear waste processing. But from now on, every single clip is now up to date. So, the SPS, the supercritical phase shifter. I added 3 ports to this contraption, 2 of which are on input mode, and 1 is the output mode, and that will be the antimatter that's coming out. If you look at the screen, the left bar is polonium, the right bar is the antimatter, the product, and if we give this power, it will actually turn the polonium directly into the antimatter. Now, I personally like to use a flux point for this, and you'll see it makes an absolute racket, so do be aware. The main reason I like to use the flux network is I can actually change the amount of energy output we give this SPS, and that will actually increase or decrease the amount of antimatter production we make per tick. So what I'm going to add here is an export bus on the import of the SPS, and we're going to configure that set to polonium, and I'll also add acceleration cards to make sure that this is doing it as fast as possible. You'll see that because we've now got energy coming into the system, it will now turn the polonium slowly into antimatter. And you can see that every time it does it, we get 1 millibucket of antimatter. Now this will take a while because we need 1,000 millibuckets to make 1 antimatter pellet. Or we can change up our transfer limit to speed this up a little bit. So let's say 600,000 FE per tick, and that will produce it twice as fast. And make even more of a racket, which I can actually just turn down here, put the volume on 5. Peace and quiet. So to get this antimatter pellet, we need to make ourselves the chemical crystallizer. That shouldn't be too difficult. We'll just craft that now. And we might as well put it on the exact same line that we've got over here. So if I plonk that just here on the line, we can add an import-export bus on the side of this machine here, set to antimatter and FE. And we don't need to add acceleration cards because we're not producing much antimatter, but I'm going to add, let's just say, 2 for now. I will set the items to export directly on the left-hand side, and we will input chemicals on that side as well. And if I hook up my storage bus directly to the SPS output, we should be seeing it going straight into here, which it is. And I've just done a little bit of calculations. With our current processing rate, it's actually going to take about an hour to do a single antimatter pellet. I can currently up this value to about 700,000, but we still need a lot of energy for our systems to all run, so I'm going to leave it like that for now. And I guess we'll eventually have to come back here when we've got enough antimatter going. In fact, I really want to see this happen, so I'm actually going to turn the redstone detection on normal so that I can actually see this process happening. In the background, whilst that's going on, I can finally clean up these machines and add a little bit of the lead sheeting to actually make this look nice. And a couple of facades over the top of these should do the trick. Perfect. I am loving this setup over here. So for the last item in the Nexium emitter, we need to make ourselves the gravitational modulating unit. We've got basically everything ready for this, apart from 2 things. Refined glowstone, which is really simple. You just whack glowstone with an osmium compressor. But more importantly, we need these induction providers, and to get those, you need to get access to lithium dust. Now, lithium dust is an interesting one because you need to use the chemical crystallizer on lithium to get it in that dust form. Lithium comes from rotary condensating the liquid lithium, and you get the liquid lithium from a thermal evaporation plant. Specifically, you get it from inputting brine directly into there, and you get brine from doing the exact same process, but with water. So that means we need to set up 2 thermal evaporation plants. A thermal evaporation plant takes up a 4x4 area, and we needed 2 of them. You can use a resistive heater to heat up the evaporation plants, or if you expose it to light and use advanced solar panels, you can heat it just from the power of the sun. When building a thermal evaporation plant, you can use structural glass as a replacement for some of the thermal evaporation blocks. This keeps it a little bit cheaper and allows you to see liquids inside the tank. Interesting. I wasn't aware of this, but those solar panels at the top, they don't actually interact with your system unless you've got thermal evaporation blocks on the top. Structural glass does not work for this top block, otherwise it won't actually charge your system. So you'll see here, we're now actually getting power into here and the temperature's going up, which is really good. So first things first, let's get ourselves a sink. And that will provide infinite water. And if I add the sink just here, the mechanical pipe on top like that, and then configure this to pull water out and into our thermal evaporation plant, that has produced brine, and that's produced it really quickly. Wow. And then I will grab some more pipe and connect this one up to the valve on this machine here. But obviously the full multi-block has to be completed first. And now we should be getting brine directly into our thermal evaporation plant, which is now producing the liquid lithium we needed. And with that, I can then add the rotary condensator over here, connected up to the chemical crystallizer. If I pull out the liquid lithium that we've now got and configure that so it's all pulling out into the condensator, I can then deconcentrate it, oh my goodness, I'm going to get tired of this word, into lithium, and output that directly to our crystallizer, which should now be producing lithium dust. So if I make sure that I give both of these power, for now I'm going to use a flux point and then a cable on the right hand side like that. I can add a drawer on the right hand side of my chemical crystallizer so that all of the lithium dust that's getting produced will now export directly into that barrel if I make sure that auto eject is on. And there we go, we've now got the lithium dust. Locking that drawer and adding it with the linking tool to our controller should mean that it now appears in our network. Fantastic. So I can clean this up a little bit now and most definitely add some muffling upgrades to shut this thing up. Whilst we're here, I'm going to add some energy upgrades to both of them and hopefully add some speed upgrades, and that should speed up the production of lithium. So that took no time at all. We're now producing a ton of this lithium dust. Let's try and see if we can make ourselves the gravitational modulating unit. It looks like it's crafting away in the background. We will see if that's all successful. With a little bit of time wanding, this took no time at all. And done. We have got the gravitational modulating unit fully crafted up, which means we can now get the Nexium emitter Another item to add to the list. Whilst all of that is cooking up in the background, I'm looking at making this pulsating black hole. Now there's a couple of things in here that are going to be a little bit difficult, i.e. the block of gold, block of iron, and block of redstone. But there's a few that we can get rid of already. That being the cobblestone, gravel, and sand. And I've got an idea on how we can get all of that. You'll see in front of me, I've got a cobblestone generator, and it is up to the netherite tier. If I add 4 copper upgrades, I get that to 8.4 million. And I found a little strategy. If I just time wand this to max, I will fill up this drawer really quickly. We're generating almost like 20,000 per tick that it actually happens. So that is speeding through the cobblestone production. Now, obviously, we could actually get ourselves the infinity cobble card, but they've changed the recipe to require the 256 mega storage component, and that is a lot of crafting. I believe we crafted a 16 mil for the improbability device, and that took forever with my current setup. I could upgrade it, but I think this will be a better solution in the long run. So I have an idea. I'm going to place down a oak diamond storage. Doesn't really matter, but the most important thing is this compression upgrade. Now, if I add cobblestone in this slot over here, it will try to compress it down into further slots. So 1x, 2x, 3x, and 4x. Any new cobblestone that's added will instantly get compressed up into that higher tier version. So my idea is that if I pop an export bus on the side like so, exporting specifically cobblestone into this chest, and then add a load of acceleration upgrades, I'm hoping that that's fast enough to be producing loads and loads of the higher tier cobblestone blocks. Applied Energistics does this thing where it ramps up in speed, so you'll see it slowly accelerating through the items. I don't know whether this is the max speed or whether it can do further, but we are certainly getting ourselves the 4x blocks. I'll let that run in the background and we will see how many of these we can get. So I changed out the export bus to the extended one. I don't think this will actually increase the speeds anymore. I think it's mostly used for capacity, but you'll see it is certainly speeding up. And we've got ourselves a ton of this cobblestone 4x. Now for the pulsating black hole, I'm supposed to get 5x gravel and 5x sand. And there's a really neat recipe where if I just combine them into 5x cobblestone, go back to the home and go over to my crushing factory, I should be able to get both of those crushed down into gravel. So that's one of the gravels sorted. And then lastly do that with sand. And now we have a sand 5x as well. So that's cleared off 2 of those items. I've actually got enough dirt over here to actually sort out this recipe as well. And the same with oak logs because we've got the bees generating them in the background. So I'm going to try and do the exact same thing here to finish off those ones as well. And there we go. That's enough dirt for the dirt 5x. Let's craft that up. Perfect. And great, that is the oak log 5x sorted as well. But suddenly, something very important distracted me. This is huge. Don't worry what I'm building over there. If you know, you know. But I've just seen we now have 2,000 millibuckets of antimatter. Meaning that if I turn this on, we will now get 2 antimatter pellets and we can turn off our SPS for good. That's the first one coming in. Oh, this is a huge moment. Check this out. That's the second one as well. We can now make the improbable probability device. Done. Crafted. Completed. And I will definitely turn off this SPS because that is draining my power like it's no one's business. So we have every single ATM Star apart from the pulsating black hole, which we will get into in just a little bit. But I think it's probably worth starting on all of the singularities that we're going to need, including the ultimate singularity, which is a combination of a load of different individual singularities put together into one. Every single one of these singularities is 25,000 items. So it will take a ton of these items to actually craft up the singularities, which is why I want to get a head start on it right now. To do so, we need to get our hands on the quantum compressor, which is really not a difficult recipe. We just need to make ourselves up these catalysts. And we also need to get ourselves the ultimate catalyst over here, which will allow us to craft each individual one of these singularities. And I think for now, I will pop that in this vat area because we're not using this anymore. If I place down the quantum compressor over here alongside the ultimate catalyst inside of it in this slot over here, we then need to add the pattern provider on the side. I'm going to also add the induction card so we can keep this thing powered at all times. And it seems like you can't encode these patterns. You have to manually place in 25,000 of the gold ingots to make one of the singularities and remove that catalyst. So I think we can always try this out. Let's give this a go with the gold singularity for now. Let's try it. How long will this take? Oh, that looks to be a long time. Well, whilst that's going on, I might as well encode all of these different singularities here so we can see what items we actually need to generate significantly more of. Because I guarantee there's certain amounts of items that we've got, like, for example, silver or copper, that we've already got the amount that we'll ever need. Alright, so I have now added every single one of these patterns into our quantum compressor. I appreciate there's probably a way of making this faster. I haven't actually figured that one out yet. But one thing I did want to test is how much of the items do we already have to make that ultimate singularity? And so I've made a little chest down here and I'm going to add the processing pattern here. It's not going to actually craft it, but it should allow us to see how much materials we need. And, okay, that isn't as bad as I thought it would actually be. We've got most of the stuff already available to us to actually do this. Now, I can't imagine how long this will actually take. This will take absolutely ages, but it looks doable. So I might try and get myself a gear for the platinum, the emerald, the gold, and I think with the glowstone, we might as well just use our witch model and just make sure that it's set to glowstone so that it's getting a little bit more. Ooh, and another thing of note is that we've finally compressed enough cobblestone to get ourselves the 7x compressed one. You'll see it requires 4.7 million, and we now have 5 million in here, so all I need to do is just manually craft this up into the next tier. So that's the 5x, then the 6x, and then finally the 7x that we need for the pulsating black hole. So for those of you who have been around the channel long enough, you know what this machine is, or this contraption. This is my ultimate gear setup guide that I made ages ago, and I'm currently using that to generate a load more gold because we need a ton, and some iron. And what I'm currently trying to do is get a gear for every single one of these missing ingots here. And that will hopefully mean that we can get up to that ultimate singularity in no time at all. In the background, I will always have some of the iron and gold on the go because we're required to get blocks of gold 5x and blocks of iron 5x, which will take a long time if we weren't using gears. I'm also going to set up the exact same for blocks of redstone. I remember earlier in the series, I was trying to avoid using the automation of gears. And I was really happy to do that for the early game, so it kept everything fresh and different. But with singularities requiring 25,000 of each item, and compressed blocks, it requires so many items that realistically I can't see another way of doing this other than gears or bees without just torturing myself for the heck of it. It wasn't a rule that I was particularly stuck on to begin with, and so breaking that rule didn't really feel like a disservice to Sieveless. So I've been letting this run in the background for probably about 15 minutes now, and I've just noticed something pretty huge. We now have all of the ingredients ready to craft the ultimate singularity. Now, obviously, some of these things here, like steel, invar, bronze, and electrum, will take an absolute age to craft. But we might as well get started on it now because it will take so long. So, without further ado, let's see if we can craft this. The major bottleneck for everything that we were doing was the alloy singularities like bronze and invar. This was because we were trying to craft 25,000 just using one alloy smelter, which in hindsight was pretty dumb. If I wanted to get this done in this episode and not, I don't know, say next year, I needed to make a few more alloy smelters, and so I set up an extractor to get grains of infinity to help us craft them. So to make a bunch of alloy smelters, we need to make a load of grains of infinity. And we could do it manually using this method, but we have access to the extractor now, which makes this 10 times easier. The way that you craft it is by placing the reinforced obsidian block there and surrounding it by cobbled deep slate. You then place the extractor on top, and you might be noticing it's not working. That's really strange. But that's because underneath this reinforced obsidian block, there's actually a fire block, but you can't see it. If you place netherrack below it and then fire underneath, you will see that it starts generating those grains of infinity. I'll plonk down a drawer on top like that, and there we go. I'll also link and lock this drawer. So the way that I'm going to be doing this is by going back to my factory and going into this room over here. If I place down an extended pattern provider like so, and then have alloy smelters facing on every single side of it, I can then add all the capacitors in like so. And you know what? I'm going to actually grab every single one of these patterns over here and just travel back to the area and place them in our machine over here. I'll hook up a wireless connector at the bottom just over here. I'm going to make sure that we're setting every single one of the smelting modes to alloy only, and I'm going to set the back here to be push and pull. Now I'll do that on every single one of these guys. And hopefully now, if I request invar, and let's request, I don't know, 1,000 or so, it should split them evenly amongst these machines. The good thing is that once I've set this up, I can shift right click with all of these patterns in here, place another pattern provider, and as long as I've got patterns and induction cards, when I right click, it will paste all of those patterns back in here. So I can set up even more alloy smelters to speed this up even further. In hindsight, I am so glad that I did this because it made our alloy processing 8 times as fast because we were using 8 machines in parallel. Right, so I looked at the crafting status and the ultimate singularity has been completed. So if I look in this chest, every single singularity for the ultimate singularity is here. Oh, and just in time, I believe the glowstone one just got made as well. I was making all the additional singularities that you see here as well, so I think we might actually be good on every single singularity that's needed. So let's craft ourselves the ultimate crafting table. Shouldn't take too long. Yeah, instantly crafted. I'm not entirely sure how this works. If I place this down, do I need to just manually add all of these things? How does this work? Like so? Oh, okay. Yeah, that worked. Oh, okay, there we go, we got the ultimate singularity. And it felt so weird to have this finally in our clutches. I added a processing recipe for the ATM Star, just so that I could see what we were missing. And to my surprise, it was only one item. And it is literally just that one pulsating black hole. Like I mentioned earlier, we just needed the gold, the iron, and the redstone, and all of those have geos, which I have let go in the background over here. So I think if I add the block of gold into the compression upgrade over here, and drag that in the extended export bus, we should see this slowly build up. Now, something I've not tested is, can I do multiple at a time? So if I grab blocks of iron and blocks of redstone, could I add 2 more into here? Okay, that works. And then the iron as well. And if I add both of those to the export bus, I've set the export bus onto scheduling mode round robin, and so we can see that it's slowly building up a stockpile. All I need is 9 of the 4x's to make the 5x, and then we will be done. That is the gold completed, and that is the iron and the redstone completed as well. Let's remove those. And so, there we go, the 5x redstone, the 5x iron, the 5x gold. So now we're just missing the 5x obsidian. And so, obsidian 5x, how are we going to approach that one? Now, we've already managed to get ourselves 11,000 obsidian from our dimensional mine shafts, but we're going to need 59,000, so we are not scratching the surface. There are quite a lot of different recipes we could give a go with. However, I think our best bet will most likely be the Tome of Alkahestry. We've got every single item required for it apart from the Eye of the Storm from a charged creeper. So if I go back to our home, place down the witch spawner that we had before, I'm also going to add the chorus root because for some reason we never did that. I will switch this out with a creeper egg, and I need to get myself a bucket of witch water. So I'm going to do it like this. By placing down a bunch of mycelium, adding a water bucket in there, and eventually it will turn into witch water. Perfect. I'm hoping if I right click this guy, he gets charged. So I can just pump him once. And no, we didn't get it that time. Oh, we got it. Perfect. So now we can craft ourselves the Tome of Alkahestry. Its description says uses its charge to duplicate items. And we charge it by giving it redstone. So we can place a redstone block and it will add 9 durability to it. You could also use glowstone, but I think the redstone one will be significantly cheaper because we can get it through geos. And then here are all the options that we can duplicate. The one that we need is the obsidian. So the goal will be to get our Tome of Alkahestry, charge it up with the redstone, and once that's done, we grab ourselves a single bit of obsidian, and that will use up all of the charges inside to give us more obsidian. Now, this is where the automation begins. If I'm correct, I believe that the crafter from RF Tools allows us to craft this in bulk. So let's give this a little go. Might as well craft the highest tier available to us, the tier 3, and then began my experimenting. Now I do want to give a quick shout out to Gaming with Flame, since this is where I first saw this in action. And also, Wasdamatic, check out their Sieveless speedrun by the way, they managed to complete Sieveless in 10 hours. But anyway, I set the first recipe to be the charging recipe, where I add redstone blocks to the tome to charge up the durability. Next, I set the second recipe to be the obsidian recipe, where we use 1 obsidian to duplicate it into 5. And lastly, we need to set the mode of the crafter to EXTC, so that the book is returned back into the buffer slot ready for its next craft. Then I just needed to set up the logistics to automate the item throughput. Okay, so I've got a setup in mind. If I add an ME interface connected to one of our cables, add the crafter next to it like so, I can actually set what slots I want to be what. So I just need a little bit of obsidian over here, and then I want the rest of these slots to be filled with redstone blocks. I can then hit remember the current items, and now if I take away those items, it will still remember their current place. So this is the setup that we've currently got. Inside my ME interface, I want to add a stack of redstone blocks, a stack of obsidian, and then I want to right click here to make sure that we're getting energy to the system, and I'll put the buffer to, let's say, 1,000,000. I'll also add the induction card to allow that to actually extract FE. And now we need to set up the logistics. Now I'm going to be really cheesy and just use the pipes mod with ultimate pipe upgrades. So if I shift right click here and add one of our ultimate pipe upgrades into that slot, you'll see every single slot here is now populated, including the obsidian and the redstone that I mentioned earlier in their respective slots. I'm then going to shift right click here and add my ultimate pipe upgrade. And that should export items when they come out of here. So the way we can test that is by adding the redstone mode, pressing it to ignore. And yeah, I'm seeing the charges go down and up. I'm going to guess they're going into the system. Let's have a quick look at our obsidian count. That is going up pretty quickly. I wonder if we can put this on the fast mode. And yeah, that is going rapid. What? If I was to time on this... Okay, it seems that the energy is the bottleneck for this one, but we're getting it very quickly. I now just have to wait until we get up to 59,000. That took no time at all. And so then I outputted all of those items into our compression chest. And there we go. That is 9 of the 4x blocks. Quickly turn that off. Craft that up into its 5x form. And then lastly, the pulsating black hole is now done. Okay, so momentous occasion. I've got the ultimate crafting table here. I've set up a recipe for the ATM Star and a chest over here. The big moment of truth. Can we now craft the ATM Star? It looks like we have every single recipe ready. Let's press go. That'll all go into this chest. So let's collect all of them. And then finally, I can then just press this plus button here. And then we've got the ATM Star. So going back all the way to episode 1, can we complete ATM 10 to the skies Sieveless? The answer is yes. Oh, that ending was so cheesy. Oh, we can't leave it like that. We can't leave it like that. If you stuck around to the end of this video, you're an actual legend. Thank you. I'm just going to yap a little bit right now because I never thought I'd actually finish that series due to burnout. I do also want to apologise if the pacing was a little bit strange for the finale. There was a lot of stuff that I recorded pre-burnout which didn't have much talking, and so I had to salvage it with post-commentary, but I'm still mega proud of the video and what we achieved in this series. Sieveless was my first proper dive into making Let's Play content on this channel, and I have loved it. The main goal with this series was to mix traditional Let's Play with storytelling and theory crafting, how we're getting access to items, resources, etc. And I was heavily inspired by the old school RuneScape Swampletics series by Settled, which I have referenced in every single one of Sieveless's video descriptions. I didn't actually expect the series to do well, and if I'm honest, when I posted that first episode, I was nervous as heck. The last time I'd recorded any kind of Let's Play for Minecraft was over 10 years ago. And I watched back my first ever Sieveless video recently, and I don't know, it's so mad how many changes I've done to my content, and how much more confident I've got within the series. I have to say that Sieveless definitely made me come out of my shell a little bit as a creator. This is where I first got started doing the proper skits, and embracing some of the memes that you guys came out with, like, I don't know, goddamn OSHA violating elevators. So it might seem a bit strange, but I am super thankful for every single one of you guys who stuck out this entire series, through the burnout, through my chaotic upload schedule, to finally reach a good climactic ending. I know a few people have mentioned it, so let's talk about a world download. I'll most likely be posting that on Patreon, so check the description out for that. But if you can't afford it, please don't worry. If you join my Discord, I have every single build as a schematic over there for free, so that you can pick and choose what elements you want to copy over, whether that's the solarpunk house, the custom island, the factory. It's all over there as separated schematics. Anyway, I think you've heard me yap for a little bit too long now. So again, I just want to leave you with a final thank you for anyone that's supported me, commented, or liked on any of the videos. You guys are the best, and I genuinely couldn't have done it without you. So take care, and I'll see you next time.